If Ever, written by Angie Stanton, narrated by Nicci Hejnar. Chapter 1. Los Angeles. You're going to fall in love with me, but believe me, it'll be one-sided. My eager smile falters as I stare at my dance partner, Dominic Yardley, with his dark hair smoothed into place, his perfect teeth, and cavalier grin. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? He's the guy I'll be spending the next 3 weeks with, and longer if by some act of God I don't totally suck. He's one of the most popular pros on Celebrity Dance-Off. I'd heard he was a nice guy and that everyone loves him, but so far, other than his good looks, he's not living up to his reputation. 2 camera lenses zero in on us for our first meeting, and my deodorant, strong enough for a man, stopped working for this woman. I'm told the cameras will become invisible to me, but I doubt it. I'm not from the land of celebrity. Dominic continues talking, but I don't hear a word. I'm in a vacuum of white noise. I don't plan on falling in love with him or anyone else. The sting of being dumped by my boyfriend a few months ago still smarts. Ending up on this show is the last thing I expected to happen, but here I am, desperate for a fresh start in life and trying one of the craziest things possible, competing as the first ever non-celeb on a celebrity dance show. I have to admit, the prospect of wearing beautiful dresses and being swept around the dance floor is a fairy tale dream come true for a girl like me. One of the cameras moves for a better angle. I stand straighter. My main goal is not to embarrass myself. I realize Dominic's looking at me expectantly. I'm sorry, what was that? You need to talk and interact with me. It's going to be a pretty boring show otherwise. He flicks his eyes at camera 1. His smile is as charming as when I've seen him on TV. I clear my throat. Sorry. As I was saying, we'll be spending a lot of time together. We're already a week behind the other teams, so there's a lot of work to make up. I nod. The producers explained all this in their initial phone call. I literally choked on my spit when I heard they chose me as America's chance to dance on the hit show Celebrity Dance-Off, where I'll be surrounded by celebrities. I hope you're ready, because this experience is going to change your life. Which is the first and last thing I want. After dumping my bag in the closet-sized bedroom, I call my best friend Anna back in Iowa. I survived the first day. I rip open the welcome basket from the show and collapse on the couch. Tell me about it. Who are you with? Did you meet Candace Capri? Is it awesome? She squeals out her questions with rapid-fire speed. I was paired with, I pause for effect, Dominic Yardley. No flipping way! It's true. I have no idea why. I figured they'd give you some new guy with a thick accent and greased back hair, not the most successful guy on the show. I bite into a chocolate, and something strong, tasting like cheap booze, leaks onto my fingers. I run to the sink, spit it out, and dump the chocolate in the trash. Is he as awesome as he seems on TV? I wipe my mouth with a dish towel. Well, he informed me that I would be falling in love with him and that it would be one-sided. There's momentary silence on the other end. I decide I need wine for this conversation. That's odd and kind of mean, Anna says. Tell me about it. He was pretty arrogant at first, and oh my God, is he a perfectionist. Maybe it's true what they say that all famous people are egotistical jerks. I'll keep you posted. The idea of mingling with celebrities is thrilling and terrifying. I'm still pinching myself that I'm on this wild ride, but I hated my job, and this was the perfect excuse to try something completely crazy. We talk for an hour about my packed schedule, the next 2 weeks, which are meticulously laid out in pages of a binder, and Anna's mama drama as she plans her wedding. The next morning at 9 a.m., I meet Dominic at a nondescript building on the east side of L.A. There are only a couple of cars in the lot. Inside the rehearsal room, the camera guys are guzzling Starbucks, They nod hello, looking less than enthusiastic about a day of watching me learn how to point my toes and not trip over air. But I can't wait to begin my first full day of rehearsals. I'm going to learn to dance. Not sure what shoes I'd need. I wore tennies along with yoga pants and a black and gold UI Hawkeyes t-shirt. Dominic looks great in jeans and a fitted tee. His smile is easy. "It's so quiet," I say. "I thought this place would be packed." "The other teams are at the main studio. There isn't enough room for everyone, and since you came on so late, my space was bumped." He shrugs, but his eyes reveal irritation. "Sorry, I didn't realize I was being considered until a week ago. My girlfriends and I had an impromptu audition 6 months before at a popular college bar in Iowa City when the show held a nationwide search for America's Choice. We were tipsy and goofing around. None of us expected anything to come of it. The producers were on the fence about having a non-celebrity on the show, but when film star Mallory Becker dropped out, they decided to go ahead with an unknown. I realized that Mallory would have been his partner. That explains his less than stellar attitude. Sorry you got stuck with me." "Last-minute changes happen all the time," he says, tapping a message on his phone. Not sure how else to apologize for ruining his season, I glance around the room, waiting for him to finish. There are some folding chairs and a small table with a sound system. One wall is windows overlooking the parking lot. The other wall is covered with mirrors. Otherwise, the room is bare. Dominic finally tosses his phone into his bag. "All right, our first dance is a samba. We're going to start basic moves, building off some of the things you learned yesterday." I yanked my ponytail tighter and wiped my sweaty palms on my shirt, hoping he wouldn't notice. He instructs me on proper posture. Head up, shoulders back, frame tight, extend the leg. We can't have been at it more than 30 minutes before I'm breathless and sweaty. The moves are simple, but we go over them dozens of times until he's satisfied and they're perfect. I didn't realize how out of shape I am. Why couldn't I be one of those people who love a daily run or don't feel complete without a trip to the gym twice a week? Dominic is breathing normal, without a bead of sweat on his brow. And we haven't really gotten started yet. Just wait. By premiere night, you'll be much stronger. He drills me more on what we've learned. Strong arms, eyes here, hips tucked, point your toes, and for Pete's sake, smile. Each day is the same, except the steps are more difficult and his attention to detail more strict. Dominic can be pretty gruff, and my body is taking a beating. Still, it's a blast, and I can't believe I'm here. It's a far cry from living out of my grandpa's car 4 years ago. During my downtime, I search online for details about the other contestants while soaking my aching, blistered feet in Epsom salts, because that's the solution I found on Google. A few contestants I've never heard of, but they all have an impressive resume packed with experience on film and screen, the Billboard Top 100 or winning scoreboards. Most of the women are polished to perfection with blinding smiles, flawless skin, and lush figures. The men have hollowed cheeks, chiseled jaws, and muscled bodies. Some have suffered multiple divorces, career flops, or rehab visits, hence their willingness to rebuild their image on Celebrity Dance-Off. The more I read, the more I realize the chances of me succeeding on this show are slimmer than a mouse surviving in a tank of hungry pythons. Performance day dawns to a smoggy sky, and my jumpy stomach churns with excitement and too much coffee. Following my highly detailed schedule, I arrive at the soundstage at 7 a.m. I'm about to rub shoulders with the rich and famous. If only Mom could see me now. I glance at the sky above and smile. A young guy with a clipboard and radio directs me to my trailer, but I get lost and have to go back for help. He walks me to the end of Trailer City, which looks like a traffic jam of little white boxes. I'm in the furthest row from the soundstage and begin to sense a pattern to my status on the show. But it's fine, I'm lucky to be here at all. Inside is a clean little space with a built-in beige couch and small table and a mini fridge. Nothing fancy, but it's private and quiet, and I soon learn a great place to hide. Consulting my map, I venture off to find the makeup trailer in this maze of boxes. There are a few people meandering, but no one I recognize and no Dominic. The trailer ends up being close to the studio. Do I knock or should I barge right in? I'm not sure of the protocol and wish that guy with the clipboard would have stayed with me. Cracking the door, I peek inside. There are 6 makeup chairs facing lighted mirrors and several women organizing masses of bottles, tubes, and makeup brushes. A middle-aged woman spots me. "Come on in." I step gingerly into the small space. "You must be Chelsea," she says, going back to her task. "How did you know?" "You're early," she adds with a quick smile. "I'm Bev." "Sorry, I can come back." I make a move for the door. "Nonsense. Today's going to be chaos. It'll get better as the season goes on and people are cut." She waves at the far chair. "Have a seat and Mary Kay will take care of you." I nod and smile at a short gal with long red hair and freckled skin. She looks barely out of high school and smiles back, seeming a little uncertain of herself. As she works on my face, erasing all of my imperfections and giving me dramatic eyes, complete with false eyelashes, contoured cheeks, and pale glossy lips, I learn this is her first gig in the industry, and she last worked at the Macy's MAC cosmetic counter. "Sorry you drew the early call," she says as other girls straggle in, all young, reed-thin, and gorgeous. I hope to spot Candace Capri, the famous singer, but it turns out these girls are in the dance troupe, and a tight-knit group as they giggle, gossip, and gulp their lattes. Bev checks Mary Kay's work, suggests a few tweaks, and I'm pronounced ready. Then off to the hair trailer for more of the same. After an hour and a half of pulling, curling, and teasing, I leave looking glamorous, like I might actually fit in on stage. But now I stand out next to the various crew milling around in jeans and t-shirts, all on their way to somewhere important. I explore and start noticing the other pros and stars. It's easy to pick them out as they're beautiful specimens of humanity, or more likely because they all have a tiny dog or an entourage of yes people. There's no sign of Dominic. No one seems to know who I am, and I don't want to barge up to a music legend and introduce myself while her groupies stare down their noses at me. So I sidestep by and eventually discover the craft services table. I gaze over the chafing pans of eggs, bacon, and fried potatoes to gorgeous platters of strawberries, mango, and pineapple. There are candy bars, coffee, tea, juices, bottled water, yogurt, and oatmeal, with all the toppings. My stomach rumbles, so I take a plate and get behind an old fellow with gray hair and slouched shoulders. He piles his plate high, tucking a bottle of orange juice under one arm and holding coffee with another. Just as he turns to leave, a young production assistant, I can tell by the walkie-talkie and panicked expression on his face, bumps right into the old guy, sending the coffee flying. I reach out and save his plate with my free hand. "I'm so sorry!" The headset-wearing rookie glances around to see if anyone important witnessed his gaffe. "Oh, that's all right. I've had too much coffee today anyway. Get on to wherever you're late for." He turns to me and I offer him back his plate. "That was a mighty good save, you play ball." He grins through wizened old eyes and a web of crow's feet. "No, I just hate to see good hash browns go to waste." He admires the large mound on my own plate. "You must be the mystery girl Chelsea." It dawns on me that he's the oldest contestant on the show, a country singer from well before my time. "Yes, and you're Hank Curdy. My grandpa died listening to your music." Hank raised a bushy gray eyebrow. "Oh my God, that sounded horrible. I meant we played your music so he could die." He stares at me, either offended or trying not to laugh, I'm not sure. "I'm sorry. He loved your music. It was comforting to him. I hope I haven't just alienated myself in front of this legendary figure." He chuckles, causing his ample belly to jiggle. "Nonsense. I was once told my music drove women to attempt murder on her husband." He pops a crispy chunk of hash brown in his mouth. "So where they been hiding you? I've been to that studio 5 days a week for 3 weeks now, and all I've met are Botox, boobs, and brawn." I laugh. I'm none of that. Dominic and I are at the annex, probably because I'm so bad and he's embarrassed for anyone to see. Nonsense, a pretty thing like you. I don't believe it. Can I get you a new coffee? Nah, I'm so jittery I'll never be able to pull myself together to do this thing. Maybe I'll start on the bourbon instead. That ought to calm me enough to prevent a coronary on national TV. You're nervous? He seems like the kind of guy who can't be rattled, unlike me, who overthinks everything. Hell yes. Prancing around a stage in sequined boots is the last thing a man my age should be doing. But we all have our reasons for putting ourselves through this public humiliation. He eyes me curiously, probably wondering what my story is. I don't know why I agreed to do this, except maybe to shake up my life. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to my trailer to stuff myself and probably throw up because I'm so nervous. Hank gives me the side eye. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just so nervous I don't know if food will stay down. You must think I'm terrible. Hank chuckles and pats my shoulder. You, my dear, will be just fine. You're too normal not to be. There's a kindness in his voice, so I know it's not a put-down. I'll catch you later at that blasted dress rehearsal, where I'll be trussed up like there was a sequin factory explosion at a country hoedown. When it's my turn at dress rehearsal in the gleaming ballroom, Dominic snaps. Chelsea, focus! I am, just on everything except him. The house band in the corner eyes me curiously, and there are numerous cameras aimed at us from every direction. Other dancers watch from the safety of the cheap seats as they size up the competition. He takes me by the shoulders and leans close. Get your head in the game. We have one shot at dress rehearsal. Do you want to embarrass yourself? I shake my head, trying to focus on his steady voice and steely eyes. Good. Now take a breath and follow my lead. The lights glare brightly. The sound of the band drowns out all thought. Our cue hits, and Dominic pushes me through the number, feeding me each move as we get to it. My legs are stiff and uncoordinated, and my brain has turned to mush. The music ends, and I've blown the entire number. Horrified, I turn to him. I'm so sorry. My mind went blank. He can't hide his grimace. Don't worry about it. It's dress rehearsal. He leads me to the judges' table, where 3 production assistants make random comments so the dress rehearsal will time out the same as a live show tonight. I'm such an idiot. Why did I think I could do this? Minutes later, we're backstage, surrounded by glamorous dancers who look confident and avoid my eye contact. I don't know these people yet, but I'm pretty sure they know exactly who I am. The girl, famous for nothing, who stumbled through her number. My hands start to shake and go clammy. I see the exit door and bolt into the bright light of day. Chelsea! Dominic catches up and steps in front of me. Don't panic. I can't do this! I wring my hands. Taking chances is not what I do. I'm a survivalist. I play life safe. Yes, you can, he says. I need to go. I search for the direction of my trailer, but I'm surrounded by a sea of little white boxes. A PA appears around the corner and throws up his hands in frustration when he spots us. We need you guys set. Dominic waves him off and steers me further into the maze of trailers. We're going to walk this off. Take a breath before we return to the final lineup. I can't go back in there. I made a fool of myself. I stop, but he pulls me along to keep moving. No, you didn't. I've been throwing a lot of moves at you. I've been pretty harsh and you didn't deserve it. I take responsibility. But his words glaze over me as I try to think of ways to get out of the show. Like faking an appendicitis or running into traffic. At the end of the row, he guides me back toward the studio. As soon as dress rehearsal is over, we'll find a quiet spot and mark through our number. You've done it 100 times in the past 2 weeks. I just want to go home, I plead. He pauses to study my meltdown. I know. And for a moment, I think he actually feels sorry for me. But we have to. I struggle to keep my breathing even, giving in to the fact I have no choice. Hopefully we'll be voted off and I won't have to do it ever again. I kick a pebble out of the way, stubbing my toe. That's a definite possibility, he says, and there's something about his tone of voice that makes me wonder if he wants to go home too. Chapter 2. An hour later, with the dress rehearsal over and Dominic having marked the dance with me 3 times, I'm on my own. He insists we need to think of anything other than the show for a while, so he's off shooting hoops with a bunch of the other pro dancers. I wander back to my trailer to call Anna so she can talk me off the cliff, but on the way I discover Hank dressed in his sequined cowboy outfit, lounging in a lawn chair outside his trailer. He holds up his glass in salute. You've got the right idea. I lean against his trailer, envious of his ability to remain calm. After that torturous experience, I feel like full. I deserve a couple of stiff ones, don't you think? Absolutely. Join me. He gestures to a stack of plastic tumblers on the steps. I eyeball the bottle of amber-colored liquor. Is it allowed? Everyone around here's strung tighter than a virgin on her wedding night. Candace Capri is screeching in her trailer over the shade of her spray tan, and someone's smoking some wacky tobacco in the trailer behind me. As long as we show up on time, I'd guess anything goes. I help myself to a glass. I've never tried bourbon. No time like the present. He pours, and sitting in the late afternoon wearing my sparkling costume, I have to agree that a bit of scorching booze down my gullet takes the edge off. Just before showtime, it's more than dancers who are bursting with nerves. The crew, producers, and techies are running around trying to hide their panic. Clearly they haven't been to visit Hank. I'm introduced to the rest of the stars. Most say mild hellos and others appear too nervous, or in one case too altered, to pay much attention. Whatever you do, stay out of the way, Dominic instructs. Otherwise you're likely to get bulldozed by a crew member or set piece. I nod, numbly, both excited and terrified, watching the monitors backstage showing the packed audience. My shoes are squeezing off the circulation in my feet. My costume is creeping up my butt, and the adhesive pasties that are supposed to prevent a wardrobe malfunction are pinching my left nip. If only the effects of Hank's bourbon hadn't begun to wear off. The announcer warms up the crowd, and suddenly it's all lights, camera, action as the band strikes the first note and the pro dancers take the stage for a mind-blowing opening number that leaves me feeling even more unworthy to be here. Suddenly, Dominic is at my side, leading me on stage for our 4-second twirl and pose as each celeb and pro are introduced. Of course, this exposes me as an incredible fraud. As I'm the only person in the cast without an actual celebrity status, I'm America's chance to dance. We take our place with the other contestants, all bouncing to the music like a bunch of strung-out bobbleheads. Cameras pan the line while I try not to puke on national television. Dominic is all smiles, totally at ease. I fake smile to the guy next to me, a pro partnered with an Olympic gold medalist in volleyball. He smiles brightly, and for a moment, I feel part of the group. Before I know it, Dominic pulls me aside and the host, Marcus McIntyre, introduces the first couple to dance, Molly Gibson, a reality dating show reject, and her partner, Pavel. While we wait for our cues, Dominic marks through the number with me one last time. Others are stretching or having their hair and makeup retouched. Then I'm chewing on my newly painted nails and counting the minutes till this is over. Dominic slaps my hand away from my mouth. Before I register what's happening, Mary Kay touches up my lip gloss and Dominic tugs me to the dance floor. Marcus, a tall man with a goofy expression, high forehead, and flat hair, commands the microphone with ease as he introduces me to the viewers. Since our debut, fans have begged for a chance to be on the show, and when fans speak, we listen. For the first time on Celebrity Dance-Off history, we bring you Chelsea Barnes, a college student from Iowa City, Iowa, dancing with pro Dominic Yardley. Watch the clip on how Chelsea came to the show. I cringe. Because I'm no longer a college student. I left my job at an international business acquisitions firm because I couldn't stand the oppressive climate, and now I've landed myself in this insanity. The screen flashes through pictures of me from college, and then the audition tape of me dancing at Anna's engagement celebration rolls. They make it out as if I worked long and hard to get picked for the show. None of what he's saying is true. I never even planned to audition, I mutter as the announcer says I won the spot over tens of thousands of other people. I was drunk and did it on a dare. Dominic's head snaps around. You didn't? Footage rolls of our rehearsals and me fumbling to learn the steps, stumbling and always appearing uncoordinated. As I stand here in a risque college dance team costume, having never been on a dance team in my life, I feel the blood drain from my face. My heart pounds in cold, stark fear. This is a colossal mistake. Chelsea, look at me. Dominic squeezes my hand. Ignore the tape. They always take the promo package on some tangent. It's you, me, and the dance now. Tune out everything else. Can you do that? I'll try, I whisper. Remember to relax, long lines, and smile. I take a deep breath. This is supposed to be fun. I force a smile on my face as the music plays, and we begin. I focus on Dominic and pretend I'm in the dusty rehearsal room. He guides me around the floor, feeding me the steps as we go. The dance flies by. I don't think I messed up anything major, but honestly can't remember a thing. Dominic guides us to Marcus in front of the judges' table. There's the perky Nikki LaFlash, a tiny brunette, Stephen Harris, a balding, more serious fellow with distinguished good looks, and Bruce Zimmer, an exuberant former dancer with a goatee that thinly trails his jawline like an eyebrow pencil. My heart is pounding, and my breath heaving. The judges speak, but I don't hear them because my mind is flooded with the relief that it's over. I did it! I danced on national TV! Dominic's arm is on my waist in a show of friendly camaraderie that surprises me. He grins and pulls me closer as if we're besties. My fake smile is pasted on as I suck in air and try to catch my breath. Our scores are announced, 2 7s and a 6. Dominic gives my shoulder a quick squeeze. The show goes to commercial break and he steps away. Not bad. I expected worse. I nod, a bit deflated by his comment. The whole experience is a bizarre whirlwind of fabricated stories, fake camaraderie, and phony people. We're done? He laughs. Yes, now just hang around the balcony and be sure to look entertained as the other couples dance. Don't look critical of anyone or the cameras will catch it and you'll come off like a jerk. Note taken. I have no right to judge the others after my performance anyway. I spend the next hour clinging to the railing that overlooks the dance floor. Hank and his partner, Sonia, dance an adorable cowboy number. He shuffles through most of it, but his comedic personality shines through, leaving the judges in stitches. There's no way the actress Ava Alvarez could dance that well in 3 weeks. I'm pretty sure she's been dancing all her life. And then the poor newscaster, he has no sense of rhythm and clunks through the number like he's blindfolded with his shoes on the wrong feet. When all the pairs have danced to varying degrees of success, Dominic and I line up for the closing. Thankfully, all we have to do is stand with our partners as clips of each dance are played. After the music ends and the cameras turn off, we're ushered to a spot on the dance floor for media interviews. It's a weird procession, as various news outlets from the big guns like Entertainment Tonight to obscure bloggers I've never heard of. It's like a school popularity contest as they pick and choose who to interview. Dominic and I are at the end of the line, and I really want to ditch. Smile and stop fidgeting, he whispers. Of course, pop diva Candace Capri has a long line waiting to cover her, and Brady, the charismatic celebrity chef, knows how to flex his PR muscles. Dominic and I are finally approached by a waifish, over-glammed interviewer, along with an ape-shaped man hiding behind the blinding light of his camera. Stacy Phillips with In Touch America, she announces, shoving her microphone in my face. Chelsea, tell America what it's like to be on Celebrity Dance-Off. I look to Dominic for support. He's wearing his boy-next-door smile and waiting for my response. I turn back to her. It's terrifying, I blurt. The judges seem to think you have potential, commenting on your clean lines and musicality. They did? I say. Dominic nods. I don't remember a word any of them said. She laughs. Do you feel you deserve to be America's chance? Probably not, I say, followed by a dead silence, where she waits for me to elaborate. I don't. What can I say that would sound intelligent? There must be 1,000 other girls who would do better than me. Why can't I even come up with a snappy answer? Stacy turns her attention to my partner. Dominic, the word on the street is that you were supposed to be paired with Mallory Becker, but she withdrew at the last minute. How does it feel to be paired with a total unknown? Celebrity dance-off always throws us new challenges, and Chelsea's terrific, he says in a honeyed voice that I don't believe for a second. So, you believe the Dominic Yardley magic touch can turn Chelsea into a top contender? It's early in the competition. I wouldn't rule us out. The interviewer thanks us and moves on. Dominic's arm drops from my side and he frowns. Chelsea, they're looking for a useful soundbite. Monotone, 2-word answers aren't going to help. Oh, sorry. An hour later, I arrive at a local restaurant for the post-show party. It's teeming with all the pros and stars and looks like I'm the last to arrive. Pulling off the false eyelashes and swiping away the lacquered-on makeup took longer than expected. Eyeing the boisterous crowd, my first instinct is to run, but Anna's voice rings in my ear. Being here in LA and on this show is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I need to go for it, so I hike my purse strap higher and head for the bar. Candace Capri is with her partner Raul and her posse. A tiny white dog peeks out of a giant purse on the center of the table, lapping up unattended drinks. The middle-aged newscaster is chatting with the celebrity chef and the Olympic volleyball champ. The bodybuilder is flirting with the supermodel, and by his expression, hoping to score tonight. I spot Hank with Shane, a cute teenager who also happens to be a world-class diver, and his pro partner, Cassie, along with a couple girls from the troupe who I haven't actually met. I approach their table and smile. Hank is chatting with Shane and doesn't see me, but red-headed Cassie does. Hi, I say with my best I'm cool, laid-back voice. Cassie, still in her stage makeup and wearing a silky emerald top with a daring low-cut back, gives me the once-over, making me wish I'd worn something nicer. This is a private party, she says in a condescending tone. My face falls. Is it even worth explaining I belong here? Chelsea, we survived, Hank says, spotting me from across the table. Cassie squints at me for a sec. Oops, didn't recognize you without any makeup. She scoops up her drink and swishes away. Do I look that bad? I put on mascara, blush, and lip gloss before I came. As I look around the room, I realize every woman from the show looks stunning, still in her stage makeup and wearing flashy clothes. There's a seat right here. Hank pats a bar stool next to him. I could kiss the old man. Sure, give me a sec. I set my drink on the table and make for the ladies' room to improve on my dismal appearance. The restrooms are down a flight of stairs. At the bottom, Dominic is talking with pro dancer Pavel. I'm about to greet them when I hear Dominic say, "It'll be a miracle if we make it past tomorrow's elimination, let alone week 2. I halt and step back out of sight. She's not bad. You might eke out a couple of weeks, Pavel says. Hardly. It's bad enough she's a nobody. Did you see her with the press? She hasn't got a clue. She's as green and uncultivated as the Midwest farm she came from. God, I hope we're out tomorrow so I can get on with my life and work on my tour." I break out in a sweat. He hates me. Afraid of discovery, I flee back up the stairs. Here I was, having the time of my life, and all this time he's been putting on an act, pretending to like me? The party room is bursting with laughter and post-show elation. I've never felt so unwanted or out of place. This was a huge mistake. I slip through the crowd and out of the parking lot. Inside my car, I grip the steering wheel. I don't belong here. As I drive back to my apartment, Every possible solution flies through my head. I could claim I'm sick and not show up tomorrow, and let us be voted off without having to face the music. Or I could just call the producers and quit. Or maybe I should pick up my stuff and keep driving until I'm so far away there's no way I can be forced to see this thing through. My phone rings as I'm pulling into my lot and I jolt. It's Anna. "You were amazeballs," she gushes. I cringe. "I can't believe you're out there with all those famous people dancing your ass off. You looked great." "Oh, Anna, the whole thing is a mess." I sigh and gather my bags from the car. "Why?" Inside my tiny apartment, I flick on the lights, revealing the bareness, a stark contrast to the colorful chaos of the ballroom. I don't belong here. The show is meant for celebrities, people who know how to behave in front of a camera. No one even talks to me. Come on, give it a chance. It's only week 1. And you've got Dominic every day. That's nothing to balk at. I plop down on the couch. He doesn't want me here either. What? I overheard him with his friend. He's hoping we go home tomorrow. There's silence on the other end, and then she says, "That's horrible. I thought he was a nice guy." More like Jekyll and Hyde. Sometimes he's nice and funny, and other times he's distant and brooding. Now I know why. I'm sure it's not that bad. I hug a throw pillow as if it will keep me afloat. Either way, it sucks to be me. I hope I get voted off tomorrow and can run home in humiliation. I expect some serious drinking to try to wipe this experience from my brain. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, don't sweat it. Just don't drag me into one of your bright ideas again. My ego can't take it. The next day, after an 8 a.m. hair and makeup call, Dominic and I meet with the wardrobe designer to discuss costumes for the next week. Which is such a joke, because there is little to no chance I'll be here. I nod and smile in agreement because what's the point? Afterward, we block the beginning and end of the show, and in the afternoon run a dress rehearsal, getting prepped on where to stand if we're in danger of being voted off or staying. Other than Hank and Dominic, no one speaks to me. They're all either hungover, self-absorbed, or just plain rude. The whole experience takes me back to when I was 14 and the odd girl that no one talked to because my mom died and I didn't have a dad. In my trailer, I hide out eating pizza and gummy worms and consider my odds at staying on the show. I'm definitely the least known person. All the others know how to work the camera for maximum appeal, while I'm more concerned with making sure I don't have food stuck in my teeth. What if Dominic's past popularity as the it boy on the show pulls us through despite my mediocre dance moves and lack of social media presence? Then what? Another week of pretending that what started as the best experience of my life has turned into a disaster? At the appointed time, I drag myself into the ballroom and wait. As the A-listers are hovered over for final hair and makeup touches, I soak up this time of being so near to the celebrities while the pro dancers are on stage for a massive opening number. Watching their perfectly coordinated lightning-fast dance steps is awesome. In comparison, the rest of us dance like clumsy kindergarteners. "Chelsea?" Mary Kay, the makeup girl, approaches with her bag of tricks. "You don't need to bother, it's fine." "Nonsense. You're a star too." She tugs me into the light and expertly brushes powder over my nose and forehead. "Hardly. I'll be out of here soon." She smiles, but doesn't disagree, then reapplies my lip color and gloss. "Whatever happens, you look great." Chapter 3. "Hey, Tom, I thought I'd find you here." "I'm nothing if not predictable," I respond, sitting in the rear mezzanine of the New Amsterdam Theatre, overlooking a sea of empty seats. My co-star, Paige, walks up the aisle and drops into the seat next to me. "It must be another one of your British quirks." "And I stand by all of them." "So, who will be in these seats tonight?" I run my hand over the armrests and contemplate who might be sitting here 45 minutes from now when the curtain rises on crossing lines. I'd say it'll be a group of co-workers in New York for their first time. Why do you think it's their first time in the city? Because they're at the back of the house. They didn't decide to come until this afternoon, when one of them declared they'd always wanted to see a Broadway show, and they found the TKTS booth in Times Square. Not bad seats for last minute, she says, admiring the view. There really isn't a bad seat in the house. I would know. I've sat in most of them over the course of the run this past year. I take a few minutes every night to sit in a different part of the theater, to remind myself of the perspective of the ticket holders, from the front row to the last. You're right about that. Where are these mystery people from? Paige enjoys my prediction game, so I indulge her. I'd say they were travel agents in town for a conference, but travel agents have most likely already been to New York. This is a group of graphic designers from a tech company in Salt Lake City, attending a convention at the Javits Center. Nice. One of the women used to do community theater in her younger years, so this is her dream to see a show. The others are more inclined to watch football. That's unfortunate. It is. We're going to have to work a lot harder tonight to win them over. So best bring your A-game. Speaking of A-games, did you watch Celebrity Dance Off last night? She asks. It's Paige's favorite show, and she got me hooked on it last season. Yup. How about that girl from the reality dating show, Molly something? She was good, but I couldn't get past her constant hair flipping. I'm rooting for the celebrity chef. Who knew cooks could dance so well or look so good? And that old dude in the sequined cowboy getup? I laugh. Hank Curdy. He's a legend, Paige says. Personally, I'd never heard of the guy, but I'm also not a fan of country music. Maybe, but he was so terrible. I feel sorry for his partner. I kinda liked him, but that girl, the one they're calling America's Chance to Dance, Chelsea something, I don't think bringing in an unknown is going to work even if she is beautiful. I take a swig from my water bottle. You can tell she has some natural talent, but she looked terrified. Poor thing, I bet she's never performed on stage before in her life. If she doesn't go tonight, then for sure next week. Paige checks the time on her phone. Speaking of performing, we'd best get back before the ushers open the house doors. We take the steps down to the mezzanine landing and cut through a side hallway that leads to backstage and our dressing rooms. I'll meet you at intermission to see who's voted off. Chapter 4. Dominic and I are in the first group to learn our fate. We're with two other couples, Hank with his partner Sonia, and Tedrick the rapper with Daria, a beautiful Brazilian dancer. Try to smile and look pleasant, Dominic says through his teeth. What? I give him a sardonic smile. He laughs. This process is going to feel like forever, but the elimination music only lasts about 15 seconds. Hank winks at me from his spot. I smile in return. Marcus McIntyre goes through the clips of all of our dances and then plays the elimination music that sounds suspiciously like the Jeopardy theme song. He announces, Tedrick and Daria are safe. So it's either Hank or I in the bottom three. Can I beat out a friendly 73-year-old geezer? I doubt he cares either way about staying on the show, but I definitely wouldn't want to be here without him. Hank and Sonia are safe, Marcus calls, which leaves Chelsea and Dominic in the bottom three. I nod, keeping my fake pleasant smile in place, and 2 seconds later we're ushered off as the show rolls on. The encore dance is performed by early standout Brady, a handsome chef with his own cooking show and line of cookware. The other teams all go through the eliminations until it's narrowed down to Dominic and me, Molly Gibson, a big-breasted girl famous for being rejected on a reality dating show, and the news guy. The audience is packed and it feels like all eyes are lasered on me, judging me, deciding if I'm good enough and popular enough. I tap down my longing to be liked and accepted. This is fine. I don't want to be here with a partner who can't stand me, and I loathe the idea of being publicly humiliated the first week. The elimination music plays. The next team to be safe is... Marcus pauses for effect. Molly and Pavel. Dominic's breath goes out of him. His arm is around my waist in an awkward gesture of camaraderie. "Have you ever gone out the first week?" I ask under my breath as we wait under the burning spotlight. "Never," he muttered. "Sorry." "And sadly, the couple we must say goodbye to tonight is..." The blasted music plays again, going on for an eternity before Marcus finally says, "Grant and Petra." The shock of the results show still hasn't worn off, but here I am, still on the show and trying to learn the tango, which I'm especially bad at while the cameras wait for me to do something embarrassing. "Again!" Dominic barks, his patience thinning. This brings me an evil bit of joy after having heard him with Pavel. "This time hold your frame and take each step with snap precision." My brain is overloaded, and my body quit paying attention 10 minutes ago. I give the sequence one more attempt. Arching my back, snapping my arms in position, and stomping each step, which makes pain radiate through my broken blisters on my aching feet. I bite back the urge to wince. No, no, no. It has to be sharper, more defined, like this. He displays the tight sequence with flair and an air of superiority, and he looks perfect doing it. "You're holding back. What's going on?" "Nothing," I say tightly, trying to rein in my feelings of embarrassment and disappointment that this experience isn't what I hoped it would be. His eyes focus in on me, as if he knows I'm lying. "If this is going to work, you have to trust me and believe that we can do this." "You're right. We need to believe in each other." I huff and cross my arms because anger is easier than opening up. "Is there something you'd like to talk about?" "Nope." I stare back, silently daring him to confess he wants out. "Well, there's not much progress we can make if you're going to clam up." "Am I not doing everything you've asked? Granted, I'm not the best, but I'm trying. I'm here every day in this dank, moldy studio, working my ass off. My muscles ache and my feet are bleeding. This is me working hard." Dominic shakes his head. "I think you've got a whole lot more in there. How about some emotion in the dance, some attitude? You keep giving me a stone-faced reaction. Let your guard down." By the time show day rolls around, I'm exhausted from the 6 hours of rehearsal every day, not to mention the various production, marketing, and concept meetings that interrupt and stretch our days longer. We can barely tolerate each other. I'm trussed up in my tango costume, a breath-sucking bustier, full skirt, heels, and dark makeup, feeling more like vampira than a seductress. During dress rehearsal, I'm a little disappointed that this is likely my last day on set. But watching Dominic laugh with his friends while I wait on the sidelines for our cue is depressing. I'm back in high school, with all its cliques and social positioning. We run our tango and it goes pretty well. I try to hold frame like Dominic drilled into me hour after hour for the past week. "That wasn't bad," he says, "but you didn't look at me once. This is an aggressive dance of passion. We need to sell the emotion." Is he really going to keep up the false pretenses? You know, I can learn those steps and wear the costume, but I can't show an emotion with someone who's just counting the hours until he's free. He has the nerve to act surprised. What? I shake my head and walk away. Never mind. "What the hell? You want to explain yourself?" He follows. "I really don't, but I'm done pretending. I know you don't want to be here. It was a colossal mistake to have me on this show." "What are you talking about?" "How about you stop pretending? You wanted to partner with someone else, and when that fell through, you were saddled with me." He has the decency to look away, guilty as charged. "That's fine, but don't expect me to buy this whole 'we're buddies, we're friends' game you play to the cameras, and then switch off when they're gone. I know I'm an embarrassment." He rubs his forehead. "You're not." "Let's not play games. I'll try not to embarrass you, and you can stop pretending this is something it's not. I'm sure it will be over soon." "If that's what you think, then I'm sure it will be. But you aren't an embarrassment, and I'm offended you'd say that." Whatever. I hide out in my trailer with a bag of chocolate chips and a jar of Skippy, paging through entertainment magazines. One feature a full spread on the show and runs odds on who might win. No surprise, Dominic and I are in the bottom. A long shot at best. We avoid each other until showtime and don't speak until we're in the wings waiting for our cue. But while Dominic and I don't see eye to eye on much, we are united in not wanting to embarrass ourselves on national TV. I rub my sweaty palms on my skirt, but the satiny fabric isn't conducive to absorbing my nerves. Just remember your frame. You know the dance inside and out, so relax and enjoy it. You're gonna nail this. I huff. Seriously, after all your criticism and bullying, now you believe in me? Host Marcus McIntyre introduces our video package. We take our place on the dance floor as the video shows several of our arguments from the week before. I watch the screen and cringe as Dominic chastises me for not trying hard enough and me acting flippant and bitchy. I look haggard, wearing minimal makeup and with my not totally clean blonde hair shoved in a knot on my head. But Dominic looks professional and camera ready, other than the constant glare of contempt on his face. I glance at him, and he seems just as irritated that the producers chose to show our low points. I stare at the floor and try to drown out the noise. I hear Anna's voice in my head. One thing at a time. All I need to do is get through this dance. Dominic gives me the cue, and we take our position. The intro sounds, and we perform the rhythmic steps around the dance floor. I focus on each move, completing it with as much precision as I can muster with my feet in agony beneath broken blisters. We glide through the intricate steps, all while I avoid Dominic's eyes. When the performance ends, we're heaving to catch our breaths. I sneak a guarded look. Dominic gives me a curt nod, and we take our place before the judges. Hands at our sides, the few inches in between us might as well be miles. Well, Nicci LaFlash says, that was one of the most unemotional dances I've ever seen. It's as if you were both on robotic autocontrol. Where was the partner interaction? You two might as well be on different planets. But I got all of the steps right, I'm sure of it. Judge Stephen Harris says, after seeing your package, it's no surprise you delivered such a lackluster performance. The tango is supposed to be about passion and chemistry. Instead, you are side by side performing rote. We take the beating like guilty children. Bryce Zimmer says, it's clear Chelsea has natural talent, but her heart isn't in it. You two are so busy butting heads that you're missing out. If you make it through, which is unlikely after that performance, the only way you'll continue on is if you start working together. Dismissed, we trudge our way across the dance floor to receive our scores. When I pass Hank, he says under his breath, screw 'em, hun, which coaxes a smile out of me. Julia Mason, the other announcer, on towering heels with overdrawn lips, pokes her microphone in my face. Why aren't you and Dominic getting along? I stare at the microphone and then at the camera with its nasty little red light. That's an excellent question, Julie, I say in my best faux media voice. When I refuse to say more, she moves on. Dominic, do you think bringing in a non-celebrity is a mistake? My mouth drops open at her gall. Of course it was a mistake, but does she have to point it out to the world? I came into this with such high hopes that it would be a blast. Dominic smiles and says in his silky television tone, not at all, Julie. It's a lot of pressure to be on this show, and sometimes fatigue gets in the way. She cocks her head. You're saying that being tired has kept you from developing chemistry with your partner? It's all I can do not to cross my arms and hitch my hip. I'd love to tell her where she can shove that microphone. Chelsea's a terrific dancer, and we hope to be here next week. He lies. I fight back my snort. Let's take a look at your scores and see. The scores come in as all 6s, and every last shred of self-confidence I had goes up in smoke. These scores are way worse than last week's 7s. Her mic appears in my face again. How do you feel about the scores? I raise my eyebrows. Honestly, it's humiliating. There you have it, she trills into the camera. If you want to see Chelsea and Dominic next week, they really need your help. That's an understatement, I mutter as we make our way back to the dance floor and line up with the rest of the cast for the final wave-off as the summary reel of each team's dance plays. Did you really have to say that? Dominic says through his teeth behind me. What did you want me to do, lie? It's television, not a police interrogation. Sorry, but lying doesn't roll off my lips like it does for you. The finale ends and the house lights come up. People begin to mill out of their seats. What the hell does that mean? Dominic asks, reining in his anger. The producers direct the dancers to their spots for the media rounds. Don't insult me by playing dumb, I say as Hank walks up. Dominic shakes his head. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. How about you hate being saddled with a nobody like me, that you deserve an A-lister, and I should go back to the farm where I belong? He has the decency to cringe. You weren't supposed to hear that. So don't look at me in the eye and give me that load of bull. I'm sure I'll be out of here by tomorrow night and you can get on with your life. I spin on my heels to leave. Sorry, Hank, I'm not usually so rude. Nice to see you have some fireworks in you, Sparky, he says with a chuckle. Chelsea, we have post-interviews, Dominic calls after me. Remember, I don't have a clue on how to talk to the media. You handle it. I storm off as gracefully as I can in my torturous heels. The next day, Dominic and I come to the unspoken agreement not to speak unless we absolutely have to. Our scores were the lowest of the night, and I'm the least popular person on the show. We'll be booted off. And other than a red-eye flight to New York to make our walk of shame appearance on the national morning show, it'll be over. I wander over to Hank's trailer to say my goodbyes. He's stretched out in his lawn chair holding court with his bottle of bourbon. There you are. I missed you last night at the party. He takes a tumbler and pours me a finger of amber liquid. I'd reached my quota of celebrity dance-off drama for one day. I take a seat on the steps to his trailer. I spent my night alone with a bottle of pre-mixed margarita, a bag of tortilla chips, and a tub of guac. You must have a low tolerance because I usually hit it by noon. He tilts his head toward the ear-splitting rant from 2 trailers down. Miss Capri is a difficult woman to satisfy. Yesterday, it was the wrong flavor of vitamin water. I haven't ciphered out what today's hissy fit is about. I sip the pungent liquid, letting the burn soothe my jumbled nerves. I wish I had the guts to throw a temper tantrum. When I get the slightest bit frustrated, the cameras are all over me, making me look like a whiny child. Is that what's got you down? I swirl the bourbon in my plastic tumbler. The strong taste is growing on me. Nah, I just wanted to stop by and say it's been nice getting to know you. He nods, drumming his fingers on his lawn chair. You know, it's possible it could be me tonight. No, you're the entertaining grandpa figure that everyone wishes they had. More like the crazy uncle everyone avoids at family gatherings. He winks. You're much too nice a girl to get caught up with this bunch anyway. What'll you do when you go home? That's a good question. I came here to jumpstart my life. Instead, I think I just derailed it more. I don't want my old job back, and I have no idea what to do next. The idea of another job in a stuffy office with a bunch of conservative suits stifles my breathing. No handsome young fellas to sweep you off your feet? He studies me over the top of his bifocals. Nah, I'm not too lucky in love either. A pretty thing like you. If I were 40 years younger, I'd take you for a spin around the dance floor myself. I grin. I bet you were a handful in your 20s. And a half. He chuckles with a mischievous glint in his eyes. When we line up backstage for the results show, Candace Capri is arguing with the head producer. The show starts, and she's still deep in meltdown mania with her arms flapping and voice raised. The show goes on, and as predicted, Dominic and I are in the bottom 3. He clips me in a resigned nod. Hank isn't in the reject group with us. Instead, it's Haley, the model, and Dalton, the bodybuilder. As Marcus discusses with the judges which of us deserves to go home, Haley plays with her hair, pulling it forward, running her fingers through it, and then pulling at the imaginary split ends of her extensions. The judges are unanimous that Dominic and I are sadly so far off our game that there's no chance of recovery. In a surprise move, a weepy-eyed Candace limps out with her partner and explains how she's pulled a muscle in rehearsal. Think she pulled it while throwing a fit? Dominic says under his breath, and for a moment I forget everything I dislike about him and offer up a smile. Candace says the doctors insist she can't continue. She thanks her fans profusely and happily proclaims she'll still be able to continue on with her tour. Dominic and I look at each other. What does this mean for us? And so, Marcus continues, all 3 couples in the bottom are safe. My jaw drops open in shock. Dominic wears the same stunned expression as the audience applauds. The finale music plays, and the rest of the cast and stars swarm around Miss Capri to wish her well. Dominic leans into my ear. You and I need to talk. Chapter 5. We meet at a dive bar down the street from my rent-a-room, away from the glaring eye of the cameras. I clamp my hands around my beer with vice-like force. Dominic takes a long drag of beer, then sighs. Are you quitting? I blurt. He looks up in surprise. What? Of course not. It's pretty obvious you don't want to be here. Chelsea, he sighs again. I owe you an apology. I'm not normally such an ass. I gulp at his honesty and then choke on my own saliva. Hacking, I pound my chest and take a drink of beer to recover. I'm sorry. Can we call a truce? I don't see how we can continue unless we do. I know you don't like me. You wish you would have been dancing with Mallory Becker. I don't dislike you. I laugh. Whatever. You kind of made it clear the first minute we met. He frowns and scratches his head. I mimic his stern body language from that day we met 3 weeks ago. You're going to fall in love with me. But trust me, it'll be one-sided. He leans back in the booth and shakes his head. Christ, I am an ass. I smirk. I'm not looking to fall in love with you or anyone else. Okay, maybe I wouldn't mind finding love, but doing it on this show is never going to happen. Show romances are always a bad idea anyway. They rarely last. I was thinking more that there are so many egos in this business. No wonder most of you are single. I'm not single, he says. You're not? I figured he was a total player. He shakes his head. Nope. He pulls out his phone and shows me his screensaver, a photo of him and a beautiful brunette. Wow, I had no idea. That's by design. Emma and I have been dating for almost a year. She works for an insurance company, far from the entertainment business. I swear it's the only way to have a successful relationship. I relax and sip my beer. So why do you keep it a secret? It's easier. Showing up on TMZ isn't something we're interested in. But back to the current situation. You and I both had a lot of preconceptions of this season. I've been trying to transition to some other projects, but I gave all that up with the promise of working with Mallory Becker. When that fell apart and I ended up with a nobody, I offer. He winces. That's not what I meant. It's okay. I know what I am. I never planned on being on this show. He cocks a skeptical eyebrow. It's true. I didn't know anything about the auditions. My boyfriend had just dumped me on the same day my best friend Anna got engaged. We were out celebrating for her and drowning my misery. There was this big celebrity dance-off audition set up at the bar. Anna thought it would be fun and made me try out. All of our friends did. I was bombed. Couldn't you tell from my audition tape? Dominic starts laughing. I thought you were just confident and comfortable on camera. Why did you agree to do the show? You could have said no. Since I graduated, I've been working for this international acquisitions firm. I hated it. They're a bunch of overpaid, pompous jerks. This seemed like a ridiculous excuse to get out of it. I don't mention that a little part of me, the little girl who dreamed of rainbows and unicorns, thought it would be like living out a childhood fantasy to dress up like a princess. That's rich. He drains his beer. So neither one of us is all that jazzed about this season, and yet, here we are. Here we are. I agree. We have two options the way I figure it. We can give up, crash and burn, and be out of here. He pauses. Or we say screw it and have a good time. Either way, we're probably going home next week. But at least if we give it our all, maybe you can leave with a few good memories. He lifts his glass with a sardonic smile. It would be nice to turn this nightmare around, so I raise my glass to his. Let's do it. Talk about the first day of school all over again, I say to Anna as I climb out of my car and approach the official celebrity dance-off rehearsal building. Now that a couple of people are off the show, Dominic and I get to join the rest of the cast. You're one of the cool kids now, too, she laughs. But I don't feel or look like one of them. I enter the 2-story building and show my ID to the security guy. Apparently, on occasion, they have overzealous fans try to sneak in. And as it's my first day here, he'd have no idea who I am if it weren't for the list on his clipboard. Inside, there is a well-lit hallway with a changing area off to one side and a break room with fresh snacks, a microwave, and a full-size fridge off to the other. Muffled music sounds from behind a couple of closed doors, and arguing from another. I peek through the narrow window and see Shane, the young Olympic diver, getting dressed down by pro Cassie, a red-headed fireball who'd I'd never want to cross. Each room I pass is occupied, and still no Dominic. I glance in another window. Hank is saying something to Sonia that makes her laugh. At the end of the hall, I find Dominic on his phone in a common area with a couch, recliners, and large plants. He waves and finishes his call. You found it. This place is a lot different than where we were rehearsing before, I say, admiring the bright lighting and fresh paint. Yeah, it's Cadillac. You ready for some quick step? As ready as I'll ever be. Upstairs, in an open rehearsal room, our producers and cameraman are deep into a bag of sugared donuts. I set my bag next to the wall and soak up the cheery room. One wall is covered in mirrors, the opposite with windows overlooking the parking lot. The polished wood floors gleam in the natural light. Dominic connects his phone to the Wi-Fi for our music. As long as you're willing to try your best, we'll have a fighting chance. I'm ready. I step into the middle of the room, eager to dive in. But it turns out I'm not ready at all. After 2 hours of stumbling and swearing at my own ineptness over the intricate steps, Dominic admits the quick step is one of the more difficult dances for a beginner to learn. Unlike our short tempers from the first few weeks, though, we're actually laughing, mostly at my screw-ups, but it's a relief to relax and have some fun. The days fly by, rehearsals, meetings for costumes, concepts, and set designs. At Anna's urging, I finally bite the bullet and go shopping for the latest in cute dance clothes. At night, I practice every last toe point, arm position, and frame hold. First, I type up the moves on my laptop so I don't forget. Then mark through the steps repeatedly until my brain knows them inside and out. I may not be a dancer, but that doesn't mean I can't do my best to fake it. I've learned one thing in life, and it's that if you want something, you have to work your ass off to get it. Before dropping into bed each night, I kick back with my e-reader and put something other than dance steps in my brain. Anna calls a lot to make sure I'm not losing my mind or becoming a total hermit in my Hollywood hideaway. But so far, all I've lost is 2 toenails from my aching feet. Suddenly, it's Monday again, and we're huddled backstage waiting for our entrance. I'm wearing a frothy ankle-length dress. I've survived my first spray tan where I am stripped down, so a complete stranger could spray chemicals over every nook and cranny of my pale skin. Dominic is dapper, wearing a dark suit. He got the better end of the deal. I shake out my hands, as if this will release my nerves. My heart is pounding, but with excitement and the not terrible dread I've felt in the past. I tug at my bodice, wishing I could cover the plunging neckline. The dress is backless, leaving me bare and feeling every bit of cool air as someone walks past. I feel half naked. Nah, just enough to keep the viewers happy. Trust me, the more skin you show, the better our scores will get. I shake my head. If that's the truth, how pathetic. Dominic speaks softly as we're introduced. You've done the work. Now let's get out there and have fun. He takes my hand and leads us to our starting position. Smiling is good too, he adds with a grin. I force an awful, toothy grin. Okay, not if it's like that. He cringes and I laugh. Marcus introduces us, the music starts, and we're off. Dominic feeds me each move, but I've practiced this number so many times I dream about it at night. We whip across the dance floor, and it doesn't take more than a few measures to realize I'm enjoying myself. I glance at Dominic and he smiles back, twirling me into the next sequence. From that moment, everything clicks. We're a team, flying through the fast moves of the quick step, adding the personal flair that Dominic is known for in his dances. We dip and spin and play off of each other. I miss a couple of steps but don't care. My gorgeous dress floats around me like a cloud. When we finish, I realize I'd forgotten for a moment that there was an audience. Wow, that was fun! I yell over the audience applause, my heart pounding with joy. He laughs. That's how it's supposed to be. We join Marcus to face the judges. Dominic's arm goes around my waist and he hugs me as we hear our remarks. This time, it seems normal and not awkward. That's what I've been talking about! We saw chemistry and personality, says Nicci LaFlash. Stephen Harris beams. Talk about a reversal of fortunes. I don't know what you two did to work things out, but it's clear things have changed. Great job. If you're through to next week, which I hope you are, work more on form. I nod and grin. I could care less about scores. It was a blast. But when the scores come in, we get 1 7 and 2 8s, which is the best we've ever done. Dominic and I hug and celebrate as the show goes to commercial. Nice job. Hank pats me on the back. Thanks, it was a blast. We watch the rest of the performances. Some of the couples are getting really good, like Eva the soap actress and Brady the celebrity chef. Even the kid wonder Shane is shaping up to be a contender. But Tedrick, the rapper, has a bad night. Haley the supermodel, while gorgeous to look at, doesn't have much rhythm. Hank does a cute number, but I've learned enough about dance now to know it's pretty basic. His grin and charisma are adorable, and I hope will pull him through. After the show, I attend the after party. I've combed out my hair and toned down my makeup, but left on enough to still fit in with this Hollywood crowd. I sit in my car on the phone with Anna until I see a few cast members arrive. You were amazing tonight, Anna gushes, and I love the rehearsal clothes you were wearing in the package. Huge improvement. Thanks. They cost a fortune. You're worth it. Now get in there and play nice. You'll have fun. Fine, but if no one talks to me, I'm out of there. Fair enough, she says with a laugh. I enter the trendy restaurant decorated with neon blue lights draped strategically from every wall. The lights tie off a futuristic Star Trek sort of vibe. Hank is at a table across the room. I sneak a chair next to him. You made it. He gives me a jovial pat. I order a fancy drink off the martini menu and notice Shane with Haley. He sure is having a good time. The 18-year-old diver ogles Haley's substantial mammaries, which are at his eye level considering her runway model height and sky-high heels. He's like a young pup nipping at her heels. Look how she's playing with him. Hank laughs. Sure enough, Haley is arching her back and brushing against him as she fingers a lock of professionally bleached hair. I notice there's a lot of positioning and flirting among various stars, pros, and troupe dancers. The pro, Ivan, gives me bedroom eyes from across the room. I smile nervously and look away. "Be careful of that one," Hank says. But it's fine. I'm happy to be safely ensconced at the misfits table with the senior citizen. Dominic stops by. "Great job tonight." He gives me a quick shoulder squeeze before moving on to Pavel. Being on the show is so much more fun now that we're getting along. Hank tells stories of life on the road and has me laughing until my sides ache and I almost pee my pants. I'm saved when he's recognized by some country music fans and is pulled away. I take a look around, but everyone's off in clusters, talking and laughing. I'm not sure where Dominic went, so I head out, proud that I stayed as long as I did. On Tuesday, Mary Kate congratulates me on the great performance as she applies my makeup. "Just so you know, I voted for you last night." "Really?" She brushes a dusting of powder over my nose. "So, if one vote makes the difference, it'll be mine." I look at her reflection in the mirror. "You're the best." She swishes away my makeup cape and I'm off. My downtime is spent in my trailer reading a new book and trying not to think of going home now that I'm finally having fun. I'm so distracted that I'm startled when there's a knock on my dressing room door. A first. "Chelsea, you in there?" Dominic calls. "Come on in." I check the clock. "I'm late." Dominic pops his head in. "You coming? 'Cause I really don't want to walk out on the dance floor by myself." "Sorry, I lost track of time." I glance in the mirror on my way out. Reading doesn't seem to have undone Mary Kay's work. I hustle alongside Dominic in my toe-pinching heels, back to the studio. "I had no idea they stuck you back here. Let me talk to someone and get you a closer trailer," he says. "It's fine. I may not need it much longer." "Yeah, while our scores were decent this time, we're still going to be in the bottom 3. He grimaces. "I know. It's a bummer when we were finally starting to have fun." We bust through the studio doors and run to our spots for the intro. The results show flies by as Molly and Pavel perform the encore dance. Each week the judges select the best dance of the night for a redo. Next, there's a visiting troupe of dancers from Boston, and in between every big number, Marcus lets more teams know if they're safe or in danger. As predicted, Dominic and I are in the bottom 3. When we get to those final minutes, and it's down to just us and a bodybuilder, Dalton, and his partner, Natalie, under the spotlight, I whisper to Dominic, "Sorry I couldn't do better." His arm is around my waist, and he gives me a little squeeze. "Stop that. We're in this together." The countdown music plays. "Now smile and pretend you don't care." And so I do, which seems like the main lesson I've learned here in Hollywood. Smile and never let anyone know how you really feel. Marcus announces, "And the couple going home tonight is..." Chapter 6. "Tell me, how is it possible that we beat out Dalton? He wasn't a good dancer, but he had the muscle and the face," I say. Dominic cracks up. "Maybe it's because he had the personality of a spiraling goldfish? Plus his partner is new to the show this year, so viewers haven't connected with her yet." "Are you saying we made it through because viewers like you?" He smirks. "It certainly hasn't hurt." I shake my head, but it's true. Dominic was my favorite when I watched the show. So here I am in LA for another week and back in the rehearsal hall. And you're more interesting than Dalton. You get mad, you're stubborn, and despite the fact you fight to keep anyone from getting to know you, bits and pieces shine through. I bristle. In my world, no one sticks around for long, so it's easier to keep things to myself. I just don't think people need to know my personal junk. Trust me, I'm boring. That's highly doubtful. Give me time. I'll get you to reveal yourself. He motions me onto the floor to stretch. In case we make it through next week, I have an assignment for you. You think we have a chance? I ask, hoping for our chances to stay on. We're still a long shot, but until Marcus calls our name, we're going to fight to the bitter end. Agreed? I nod and lean over my leg. I've become much more limber in the past few weeks. If we make it through next week's celebrity pick, you get to choose our music. It should be a song that has significance to you. Geez, that's vague. How do you mean, like my prom theme? Was your prom meaningful? He switches leg stretches and starts ankle rolls. I do the same. Not really. I went with a couple of friends and borrowed a hand-me-down dress. Well, think on it, but don't take long. I need to submit the song tomorrow so the producers can clear rights to use it. No pressure there. If you can't think of one, I can suggest several that'll work. I get to my feet. No way! You get to control everything. Dominic laughs. Yeah, well, my decisions have been working well so far. You call ending up in the bottom 3 every week working? Pfft. One other thing. This is family week. His back is to me, so he doesn't see me freeze up. Suddenly, the air in the room is suffocating. Dominic turns back around. The producers want to show clips of the families cheering on their celebrity. We've never talked about your family before, but I'd love to meet them. I glance at the camera, with its constant little light recording my every move. Do I really have to address this now? Dominic is waiting for my response. I swallow. Is that a problem? He asks, his eyebrows raised, ever so slightly. Turning my back to the camera, I say softly, I don't have any family. He's taken back. No one? I give a slight shake of my head. No parents, no siblings, not even a grandparent. Oh God, I'm sorry. We're in LA. Maybe we can hire some actors to play the part. I joke, but maybe it's an option. Don't worry about it. He shrugs it off, but clearly feels sorry for me and wonders why I'm alone. But he doesn't ask. Let's get started. I nod. As usual, the beginning of learning any number is the hardest. This week's the cha-cha, a quick-paced Latin dance. Dominic speeds through the steps. Dude, please slow down. My brain doesn't move that fast. I complain. We have to get this down so we can start polishing sooner. The only way we have a chance is to deliver a perfect dance. So I grumble on the inside and do my best to keep up. After a 20-minute lunch break at 2 p.m., we're back at it, this time marking it with music. On our third try, I confuse which foot to use, then quick correct. My heel catches, my ankle turns, and slides out from under me. I crumble to the floor with a painful screech, landing on my hip with an unladylike umph. Are you okay? Dominic's at my side in an instant, and I realize the camera guy is too. Cringing with pain between clenched teeth, I say, Not sure yet. He frowns and stares at my foot. I blow out my breath, and immediate pain seems to wane. May I? He asks, his hands poised to touch my injury. Sure. He gently presses different areas of my ankle. I wince. Right there. It's tender, but better than a minute ago. Let me grab some ice. He leaves me alone with the producer and cameraman. I want to lie back, close my eyes, and calm myself down, but the cameraman will record my weakest moment, so I lean back on my hands and watch my ankle swell. What will this mean to our rehearsals? What if I can't compete? Dominic comes back with Hank and Sonia on his heels. What happened? Hank leans over with his hands on his knees and peers at my ankle. The strap of my shoe is getting tight. I reach forward to loosen it, but Dominic brushes my hands away and deftly unbuckles and removes the torturous shoe. You know me, tripping on air. Hank nods, as if that makes total sense. Oh my God, girl, what happened to your feet? Dominic frowns at my bruised feet with the missing toenails. Sonia and Hank lean over the camera guy's shoulder for a closer look. I told you, my feet hurt. Dominic rubs his forehead and looks away. I don't know how you dance with those mangled feet. Sonia pushes closer. Oh, honey, you need to tape your feet. I'll show you how. First, can we deal with her ankle? Dominic interrupts. How does it feel now? He slides an ice pack under my ankle and carefully lays another on top. It doesn't hurt like before. I slowly point my foot and then carefully rotate it. Should I try to walk on it? No. Dominic glances over my head at the producer, then shakes his head. We better have a doctor take a look. With a groan, I close my eyes. I'm finally having a good time, and now I might be out because of a stupid injury? You'll be good as gold and hoofing it again before you know it, Hank predicts. If it were bad, you'd be begging for a Percocet and a stiff drink. I shoot him a smile and hope he's right. Sonia pats my shoulder. Hank is right. It's probably just a mild sprain. Don't sweat it. Thanks. This is the first time one of the pros has gone out of their way to be nice to me. Together they help me to Dominic's car, and he drives me to an urgent care clinic. After a whole lot of waiting around, some poking, and images captured of my ankle, it's deemed a mild sprain. With my ankle wrapped and iced, Dominic delivers me home with takeout tacos and a bottle of high-powered meds to keep the inflammation down. I can stay, it's no trouble, he offers again, setting down a glass of ice water. Dominic, I'm fine. I'm allowed to put weight on it. All I want is to be alone and wallow in my uncoordinated misery. But don't. He puts his hands out. Relax. You set me up with everything I need. I'll only get off the couch to go to bed, I promise. Go home to your girlfriend. There are meds, ice packs, and my laptop all within arm's reach. All right. Call me in the morning and tell me how it feels. The doctor said I'll be okay to dance if I take it super easy for the next day or so. Be sure to follow the directions on icing and meds. Promise? I grin. Promise. I'll see if I can get you out of the heels for a while. After he leaves, I imagine all the other contestants being showered with the love of their families at next week's show. I polish off 3 beef tacos before calling Anna to whine about my bad luck. After her pep talk, I decide to be positive and believe Dominic and I still have a chance. I start racking my brain for a song to use as my celebrity choice. With my ankle cradled by a bag of frozen peas, I scroll through the playlist on my phone and YouTube videos on my laptop. And then I find my song. It's obscure, likely no one will have heard of it, but I watch the video over and over, like I did when my college roommate showed me TV shows from her semester abroad in England. The British guy singing performs with so much angst and emotional pain that I'm mesmerized all over again. If ever there were an anthem of my life, this is it. Dominic will probably hate the song and fight me to pick something else, but I love it. When I hop my way to bed that night, I dream of the haunting melody and lyrics. Dominic lets me sleep in and picks me up around 11 for a short rehearsal. My ankle is sore, but it doesn't hurt if I walk slowly. Still, I don't want to do anything to jar it and make it worse, nor does he. I've brought my laptop to show him the video of my song choice. I wanted him to see it before our producer and camera guy showed up, but they're already here and ready to go. Dominic and I sit on the floor and lean against the wall as I cue up the video. It's probably a lot different than what anyone else will have, I say. That's usually a good thing. Who's it by? His name is Thomas Evan Oliver. Dominic's brow furrows. Never heard of him. I laugh nervously because I really want Dominic to like my choice. He's from England. The video's a few years old. I looked him up last night and found out he went to New York after that to perform on Broadway. I don't mention that I spent hours watching the video of him, including one of him performing solo on the Tony Awards earlier this year. I click play and slide my laptop between us. The song begins with the actor singing to his stern-faced father in an empty theater. Dominic glances at me with doubt. Please just give it a chance. He turns up the volume and watches. I keep quiet, praying he doesn't hate it. When the song ends, he glances at me and hits replay. This time he closes his eyes and listens to the music, like he's imagining the choreography. I watch the singer lose himself in the emotion of the melody and lyrics, just as Dominic keeps trying to get me to lose myself in our dances. For me, this song is the heart-wrenching story of my life, and even though I've watched it dozens of times, it's hard to peel my eyes away from the screen. Dominic looks up. This is a powerful song, and I think I could do something interesting with the choreography, but I'll have to get it past the producers. He usually wants something more mainstream and recognizable. What's your second choice? I grip the laptop and hold my breath. There is no second choice. I want this song. He chuckles. You like the hot singer? I huff. I'm serious. Listen, I know I'm low man on the totem pole here. I'm living in a dingy long-term apartment in a questionable neighborhood instead of some fancy hotel like the big celebs. I don't have a car service carting me around, or a dog, or an entourage the producers have to deal with. I've never asked for anything. I think I deserve this. Dominic considers me. Why does this song mean so much to you? I shift and grab my water bottle, not wanting to discuss it, but his steely gaze is fixed on me. Chelsea, you have to help me out here. If I'm going to bat for you, I need a good reason. My heart squeezes with that old familiar pain. I don't talk about my past, but he's waiting for an answer. I breathe a heavy sigh. It reminds me of my dad. I see. He focuses on the screen of my laptop, as if trying to respect my privacy. What's the title of the song? Stay, I say softly, trying to keep the emotion out of my voice. He nods with sensitivity in his eyes. Want to tell me about that? I'd rather not, but then I do anyway. Chapter 7. Monday rolls around and my ankle is still tender, but well enough to dance on as long as I have it taped. I'm shocked when I discover Anna and her fiancé Will have flown in to surprise me. Who needs family when you have us? Anna gushes, giving me a tight hug. You guys are the best. Thank Will, it was his idea. I take it back. Will, you are the best. I hug him too. Anna gives me the once-over from my fake eyelashes down to my taped feet. Look at you in that dress. Can you even call that a dress? I know. I hate it. It's a revealing cha-cha dress with tight bodice, high-cut legs, and generous layers of ruffles on my behind. Are you kidding? You look phenomenal. Like a Vegas showgirl. You're all legs and they shimmer. Anna says, stepping back for a better look. That's a makeup trick. They apply the shimmer right before the show. Otherwise, every time I sit down, I slide off the chair because my legs are so slippery. Oh, the problems you have, Will laughs. We're interrupted by an intern, and Anna and Will are shooed away to their seats. I walk away grinning. They came for family night. When it's Dominic's and my turn to dance, I brace myself for the video package. It shows my sprained ankle injury and ugly feet, but also lots of the two of us laughing. It's the perfect way to relax me before going on. Let's go, killer, Dominic says as we take our position. Our cha-cha goes well, with me shaking my ruffles to maximum effect. I have a couple of small flubs, but I'm having such a blast that I don't care. The judges don't seem to mind either. It was the night of hot and cold, and you two are definitely hot, says enthusiastic Judge Bryce Zimmer. Our scores are solid, middle of the pack. I'm even happier watching Hank and Sonia. She's created a dance where he's in an old folks' home and she's a naughty nurse. They dance and slide around with his walker. It's hilarious. But after that, Vicky, the volleyball player, and her partner Carlos take the stage. It's evident right away that something's wrong. Vicky is sluggish with her steps. They're dancing the waltz, so it's not that complicated, but it's like Carlos is trying to push around a box of rocks. He holds her close and literally carries her through the moves while she laughs. At one point, she pushes away from him for a simple turn, then trips and lands on the dance floor in a pool of chiffon. Carlos glances nervously at the judges' table as Vicky rearranges her dress. By the time he gets her back to her feet, the music has ended. The audience claps politely as the pair make their way to the judges. Oh my God, what's wrong with her? I ask. Hank chuckles. That girl is higher than a kite. I stare at him. On pot? I'd bet my belt buckle she's been popping something a whole lot stronger. Poor Carlos, Dominic pipes in. Carlos faces the judges with his jaw clenched and face red with embarrassment. Droopy-eyed Vicky leans on Marcus. She wipes her hand at a stray lock of hair, smearing lipstick across her cheek. It's like watching a train wreck. I'm guilty of a pre-show shot of bourbon with Hank each week, but nothing more. The judges glance at each other uncomfortably and rush through their comments, saying things like, unfortunate fall and must not be feeling well. Marcus takes the show to commercial as Carlos helps a boneless Vicky off stage. When the show comes back, Julie Mason reveals their scores, even though the dancers are nowhere to be seen. They get 2 5s and a 4. Dominic's eyes lock with mine, and we grin like a couple of fools. Week 5, baby! Dominic high-fives me first thing in the morning. I still can't believe this. I love it. All we have to do is let the other teams melt down or get injured, and we stay in the game. Best strategy I've heard so far. I drop my bag in the corner, still not fully awake after a late night hanging out with Anna and Will. You ready to work? Because I think you're going to like what I've come up with for your song. I nod. I'm a little nervous about it, but more excited. It's a beautiful, poignant song. Because it's a contemporary number, we can do as many lifts as we want. As in you lifting me? I imagine him straining to heft me up and grimace. I don't want to. Tough, you're going to. But I'm heavy, and I have no experience doing anything like that. Dominic laughs. First off, you're a lightweight. Second, everything about the show has been a first for you. Third, the viewers love lifts and tricks. He walks me through the opening steps until I get a feel for the rhythm of the choreography. The first lift he teaches me, I struggle, all gawky arms and legs. Good first try, but you're like a monkey trying to cling to my back. Relax. I will not let you fall. Try it again. I do, and it's better, but it's strange being so close. Usually it's just our hands touching each other, but this is full body contact. I'm wearing my practice clothes, which are black dance shorts along with a cute strappy top. I mess up and slide off his shoulder, accidentally kicking him in the groin. Dominic drops to the floor like a turtle retracting into its shell. I am so sorry, I cry. It's fine, he groans through gritted teeth. I reach out to pat his shoulder, then pull back because I'm not sure I should touch him during a situation like this. I glance at the producer, and he's cringing as if he's the one that got the pot shot. The camera is focused on Dominic curled up in a ball. I can't help myself. I burst out laughing. You're evil. It's all your fault. If you didn't insist on the lifts, this wouldn't have happened. Ha ha, he mutters, now on his hands and knees, catching his breath. I will get you for this. We take a short break, and when we resume, Dominic, the slave driver, has us back at the hard tricks again. By 6 p.m., I'm bruised and sore from my gaffes and his firm grabs that save me from hitting the hard wood. Tomorrow will be better, he promises. And it is. We try what we know with the music I chose, which adds an emotional backdrop for our lyrical moves. I love it so much and vow to work harder to get the lifts right. The one I'm most afraid of is where he wants me to take a running leap from the upper stage and land in his arms, where he's waiting on the dance floor below. It's only about 3 feet, he says, as I bite my lip and consider the odds that he can actually hold all my body weight when I dead drop into him. Come on, you big chicken, do it! Is this the part where you get back at me? The visual of slamming into the floor has me clammy with fear. No, but that's an excellent idea. I gulp. After a couple false starts, Dominic moves closer. I take the 3-step run and leap out across the steps. Dominic catches me mid-air, turns smoothly, and gently sets me down where I spin away. Whoa! That's wild! I grin. You like it? Sort of. It's scary. Can we do it again? He laughs knowingly. We practice it several more times. Dominic must be exhausted from all the abuse of my body landing in his outstretched arms, but he never complains. I'm getting bruises from ribs to thighs from the impact. But Sunday's camera marking. We're doing well other than the fact Dominic keeps pushing me to show more emotion. I'm trying, but exposing my heart is difficult for me. When it's time for our run-through, I head out of my trailer and run into Dominic. You ready? He falls into step beside me. I think so, but why are we scheduled so early? Dominic holds the soundstage door open. I have a surprise for you, and it means we're going to need some extra time before camera blocking. Uh-oh. I study his face for answers, but he gives up nothing. Relax, you're going to love it. He grins. My shoulders stiffen as I brace for whatever new torture Dominic has come up with. We cross backstage and onto the actual ballroom area where tech guys and cameramen are in various areas working on the new lighting and sets for tomorrow's show. Up on the raised section of the stage, where I'm to make my leap into Dominic's arms, there's a grand piano and the head producer Larry talking to a guy with his back to us. Ah, there he is, Larry says when he spots us. The stranger turns, and I'm stunned to find it's the guy who performed the song on YouTube. He's tall and lean, with medium blonde hair, feathery eyebrows, and friendly blue eyes. Larry says, Dominic, Chelsea, I'd like you to meet Thomas Evan Oliver. Thomas reaches his hand out to Dominic. Call me Tom, he says, and they shake, and then he extends his hand to me. I blurt, I'm a huge fan. His hand is warm and firm. I'm meeting the actual guy who sang If Ever on that old TV show, and now he's here. I'm a big fan of your show, too, he says with a British accent and an endearing smile. Glancing at Dominic, I mouth, Oh my God. He grins. Tom's starring in the show Crossing Lines on Broadway, and we didn't know if we'd be able to get him until the last minute, Larry says. Lucky for us, he's agreed to sing the track for your dance tonight. Tom, if there's anything you need, just let me or one of the assistants know. Thanks, Larry. Tom turns to us as the producer leaves. Thanks for inviting me to your show. I was surprised when I got the call. I'm fixated by the sound of his accent. The way he pronounces his words is like a gorgeous melody. He's so friendly and at ease, while my heart is ricocheting out of my chest. We're honored to have you, Dominic says, leaning against the piano. I recorded If Ever for a TV show quite a while back. I had to dig deep in my memory banks and dust it off. Tom laughs. I'm officially in love with his voice, and he hasn't even sung yet. When I asked Chelsea to select a song that had significance to her, she knew right away it was If Ever, Dominic explains. Tom directs his attention to me. Then I guess all my thanks goes to you. He smiles, and something about the curve of his mouth and the light in his eyes makes my insides all jittery. I'm tongue-tied and not sure what to say, but Dominic saves me. We're on a tight schedule, so we should probably get started. Right then. Tom takes a seat behind the piano, flexes and wiggles his fingers. Do you have a tempo in mind? Dominic gives him the tempo and turns to me. Chelsea will just mark it the first time to see where we have tempo issues. We move to our spots on the main floor. Tom takes his cue from Dominic and plays the intro. I can't believe the actual live and in-person Thomas Evan Oliver is only a few feet away and performing the anthem of my life. He begins to sing, and rich, full tones fill the room. I look at Dominic and my mouth drops open. Dominic is equally impressed and has to nudge me to remember what I'm supposed to be doing. We mark through the number, including the lifts, and stop right before the final leap from the raised stage, mostly because it takes a lot of energy and it's easier to skip it. Dominic confers with Tom on tempo. Let's try it again, Chelsea. This time let's go full out. I nod. Tom plays again. The tempo begins slow, and I focus on the dance. We get to the first lift, and I give it my all so Dominic doesn't have to work harder than necessary to hoist me over his head. It's exhilarating to spin up high in the air, and then in one fluid motion he pushes me away and I land on my feet. The tempo builds, and I try to lose myself in the dance, but something isn't right. I can't get into it and misstep. Dominic puts his hand up for Tom to stop. What's wrong? Dominic asks. I don't know. I can't get into the feel of it. All eyes are on me. From Tom behind the piano, to the camera guys observing our rehearsal, to Dominic, who has become adept at reading my emotions. You've been fine all week. What's different now? He asks. I'm sorry. Let's try it again. I take my starting spot and try to brush off the vibe. Is it having Tom here? Dominic says under his breath with a grin, aware that this stranger affects me. I glance up, and Tom is pretending to examine the lighting trusses. Yeah, actually it is. He's not singing it the same as the recording we've rehearsed to. Dominic stares at me like I'm out of my mind. Are you saying you'd rather use a taped version instead of it being performed live by the original artist? No, it's just that he needs to sing it with more emotion. Tom laughs. I'm right here. You can tell me what you need. My face burns with embarrassment, but I really want this dance to be right. We join him at the piano. He looks at me expectantly. You're amazing. You really are, I exclaim. He's fighting back a smile. Thank you, but... He draws out the word and pauses. Here I am, Miss Midwest Nobody, about to give him singing tips. But there's not enough, I use my hands for emphasis. His brow furrows. I'm not sure I do. You're singing like we're at a concert or something. It needs more... I struggle to find the right words, so I swing my arms some more. Oomph. He nods, his expression serious. More oomph. Dominic snickers, but Tom doesn't even twitch. He just waits for my explanation. I look to the heavens, wishing I knew how to express myself. I'm sorry, I don't know the lingo, and I shouldn't be telling you what to do. I wring my hands and my eyes dart from Tom to the piano to the dance floor and back to him. You're the professional, and you obviously know more than me, and here I am telling you what to do when I don't really have a clue anyway. I'm babbling, and I can't stop myself, and Thomas Evan Oliver is staring in fascination like I'm a trick dog doing backflips, but instead of shutting my mouth, I speed up, and I'm wasting your time. You dropped everything to fly across the country for this, and then it occurs to me he had to miss work to be here. Is the show paying him? Oh God, I hope you're getting paid. Are you getting paid? I turn to Dominic. Is he getting paid? Tom laughs. Yes, I'm getting paid. I whip back around. That's good. I hope it's a lot, because I'm not getting very much, but I'm a nobody, and you're somebody, and you deserve a lot. I turn to Dominic with pleading eyes. Oh, God, Dominic, please make me shut up. Dominic holds back his laughter. Nope, I think you're doing great. I spin back to Tom, who is as entertained as Dominic. It's just that I really want this to be right. It needs... I wave my arms in the air, Tom's eyes following my flailing hands. Passion. His eyes widen, as if I've said a dirty word. Not like sexy, schmexy passion, but more like, oomphy passion, like from the gut, the deep stuff that rips you apart. My hands are fisted as I make churning motions. Tom nods to appease me. But it also looks like he's biting his cheeks so he won't burst out laughing. Oh, God, I'm sorry. I throw my arms in the air. Sing it any way you like. I'm fine, really. I hug myself and fight the urge to curl up into a fetal position. No, it's okay, Tom says. This is your dance, your big night. I'm just a guest here, and I want to help you do great. Dominic, with his eyes laughing at me, nods in agreement. Tom continues. So, let me get this straight. You want passion, not the sexy, schmexy kind. You want the oomphy kind. Dominic snorts. I glare at him. I hate you, I mutter under my breath. Tom laughs and then catches himself. I realize he has dimples. I never knew dimples in a guy could be so attractive. I try to look away, but then he says, Let me see what I can do. How about this? Tom loses his grin and takes a deep breath. And in an instant, it's like he's switched channels and gone somewhere else. He begins to play. His demeanor is different. His playing sounds more thoughtful, and his voice takes on an emotional tone. I'm frozen in place, listening. The song builds into a heart-wrenching anthem. The anguish in his voice rings strong and true. I witness actual sadness in his eyes. He hits the climax, the money notes, and the brilliant, haunting sound gives me goosebumps. He's transported me back to that devastating day when my life fell apart. I cover my mouth in awe of how easily he tapped into such an emotional place. He solemnly plays the final chords, and his eyes lock with mine. For a split second, it's as if he's peeking into my soul, and he has seen things no one else should. I'm speechless. "How was that, love?" he asks softly, holding my gaze. But there are no words for the gorgeous performance he just delivered, and I can't break his look. "Chelsea has nothing to say," Dominic says. "That's got to be a first. Tom, I felt the passion, and not the sexy schmexy kind." Tom breaks into a grin, and the moment is gone. "Let's hang on to that feel and run this thing. Ready?" Dominic asks. I nod and take my place. "How'd he do that?" I whisper, and Dominic shrugs. Tom begins again, and I'm lost in the mood, throwing myself into the moves, not thinking, just letting muscle memory take over and be in the moment. Then we get to the part where Dominic lifts me onto the stage. I have a few solo steps and then leap into his arms. But it feels wrong, and the end of the number goes poorly. I'm disappointed at the final lift and look to Dominic for feedback. "Chelsea, other than the end, which we'll fix, that was amazing. All my harping about losing yourself in the intention of the steps has paid off. It felt better than we've ever performed it." Tom speaks up. "I've been watching the show all season, and wow. There's no way you'll be sent home if you dance like that tomorrow night." He likes it. And coming from a guy who can sing like he does, my heart fills to bursting. "Thanks, man," Dominic says. "Apparently, having you sing it with oomphy passion is all it takes." I give Dominic a dirty look. Tom chuckles. Dominic ignores me. "We need to fix the end, though. With the leap, something's off." "I agree," Tom adds. "I think using the stage takes you out of the frame you've been working in. What if you have Chelsea on the piano instead of on the stage, and she does the solo steps here and then takes the leaps? It would make a bigger impact." Dominic rubs the side of his chin like he always does when he's considering a new idea. "I think you're absolutely right. Let's use the piano as a focal point. What do you think?" He turns to me. I look at the grand piano. It's really big until you consider actually trying to dance on the lid. Plus, Tom, a seasoned Broadway veteran, will be right there at the keyboard, which is incredibly intimidating. What if I fall off? "You're not going to fall off. You're going to leap off," Dominic assures me. I chew on my lip. "I guess we can try." Dominic hoists me up on the piano so I can get the feel of it. I glance down at Tom, and he's looking straight up at me. If I were wearing a dress, he could be peeking up my skirt. But I'm in dance shorts, which are way more revealing. And now I wish I'd worn more clothes. My feet are leaving footprints on the shiny black surface. I feel terrible standing on top of this beautiful piano in my bare feet. It seems sacrilegious. Tom gives me the eye. "It is. You're going straight to hell." I do a double take and realize he's hiding a smirk. "Don't worry, I'm probably going there already anyway," I say. He hikes an eyebrow. Dominic interrupts. "Try marking your steps, see how you feel about the space, and then for the leap you've got 2 beats to step to the edge and dive forward. Ready to give it a try?" He takes his place below. So now I'm not leaping a few feet off the raised stage into his arms. I'm a good 3 feet higher. "Are you sure you can catch me from this high?" He gives me a cockeyed frown. "Have I ever dropped you?" "Well, sort of." Tom chuckles. "Those weren't drops. That was learning." Dominic defends himself. "Now you're a pro." "But I'm not a pro," I whisper. Dominic stands at the ready. It feels like a suicide fall. Tom's eyes are on me, and I don't want to embarrass myself. I lick my lips and focus on Dominic. "Are you sure you're ready?" I'm always afraid he won't be paying attention. "Chelsea, I will always be here to catch you. Always. You need to learn to trust me. Push off as hard as you can." I clench my fists for a second. "Okay, I'm ready." Tom softly plays the tune in the background to give me my place, which actually helps. I mark the moves and step to the edge. My toes hit the edge of the piano, and I launch myself toward Dominic. But the piano slides backwards from the sudden thrust of my push-off. I scream as my leap falls short. Dominic rushes in and awkwardly catches me before I hit the steps. "See? I've got you." He grunts and sets me on my feet. "Thanks," I say, my heart about to explode out of my chest. I don't mention that his arm punch to the gut nearly brought up my scrambled eggs. Tom is climbing off the floor. "That's a new one," he says, his hair mussed and face confused. The piano pushed into him so fast it knocked him and his piano bench over. "Sorry," I giggle, but it's fun to see him off kilter. "Can someone please secure the brakes on this piano?" Dominic calls out. A couple minutes later, with the piano secure and Tom seated again, I'm about to hop back up on the piano. "Here, come around and step up on the bench. It's easier." Tom scoots over to give me room and holds out his hand. I take his hand for support as I step up and smile. "Thank you." We run the leap a couple of times. Each time when I place my foot on the piano bench, Tom's there, offering his hand. I notice Dominic snickering at something Tom is doing. I turn as I step onto the piano lid, and he's staring at my ass. He quick snaps his guilty eyes up to mine. Dominic laughs. "Oh my God, have you been doing that every time?" He grins. "What are you, like 12? I tug the edge of my shorts down. "Sorry, love." I don't respond, and I have a feeling he's still looking at my behind, but he called me love again, which makes my pulse race. The next day during dress rehearsal, I mess up at the beginning of the number and can't pull it together no matter how much coaching Dominic offers. We only get the one shot at dress rehearsal, so I'm left obsessing over my mistakes. Plus, it's in front of a guy with a gorgeous smile and delicious accent who flew across the country to sing. The confidence I built up yesterday is out the window. I hide in my trailer. Even the idea of drinking bourbon with Hank isn't enough to pull me out. By the time I report to the ballroom for showtime, I've got myself so worked up that I want to vomit. I love this dance so much, and thought tonight I might be able to stay in the show on my own merit. Enough people have been voted off, and I've been lucky to make it this far. But now I'm on the chopping block, and everyone knows it. Dominic spots me from across the room and beelines over. "Where the hell have you been?" "Sorry, I just needed some space to get my head together." I rub my arms, my gaze darting anywhere and everywhere. "Did it work?" "Not so much." The audience is ready, and suddenly it's all lights, camera, action. I give the obligatory smiles through the introductions, and then hang out in the skybox as the other couples perform. Each one is better than the next. Hank and Sonia do another really cute number. This time they are the turtle and the hare, and it's hilarious. Odds of me beating the 73-year-old country singer aren't looking good. Finally, Dominic and I are called to the stage for the pre-commercial promo. My nerves are wound tight. Tom, who I haven't seen since my abysmal dress rehearsal, joins us decked out in a black dress shirt, slacks, and a jacket that fit him to perfection. Combined with his blonde hair and easy smile, it's difficult not to stare. "You look great," I say, happy for the distraction. "Thanks. You look lovely." He takes in my willowy white dress and artificially applied stage makeup, and I'm thankful for Mary Kay's skills. He notices my nervous hands. "Are you trembling?" "A little." I hold up my hand, and it's shaking like I have the palsy. I take quick breaths, and my stomach churns. Dominic massages my shoulders, but it does nothing to calm me. "Is she always this nervous before a performance?" Tom asks, his brow furrowed in concern. Dominic sighs. "Nope, this is new." Just then, the director cues a camera on us, and the announcer says, "Stay tuned! After the break, we have Chelsea and Dominic doing a contemporary dance accompanied by the Tony-nominated Thomas Evan Oliver." "Do you think anyone would notice if I quick went out for ice cream?" I ask, desperate to escape. "I've got a car outside. Want to ride?" Tom offers, but I see the teasing in his eyes. I hug myself and tuck my hands under my arms. Now I'm making Dominic nervous. He gets in my face. "Come on, Chelsea, look at me. We're going to shake it off. Bounce with me." And he bounces on his toes, shaking his arms loose. I give it a shot, but feel stiff as a board. Then Tom joins in, bouncing. "What are you doing?" I ask. "You aren't the only person who gets nervous." He is adorable in his pristine suit, bouncing up and down. I can't help but crack a smile. Larry gives us the sign and we take our places. The announcer's voice booms overhead. Welcome back! Let's take a peek at how Chelsea came up with her song choice for tonight's dance. The video package of our prep for the number begins. I expected it to be all about my failed lifts or for sure when my foot brought Dominic to his knees. Instead, it shows us sitting on the rehearsal floor and Dominic asking if I wanted to talk about why this song means so much to me, and me saying no, I really don't. But then for some reason I went ahead and told him, explaining that it reminded me of my parents' divorce when I was 6 and my father's permanent move to France. I talk of my mother battling cancer for 2 years before her devastating death when I was 14, and how my own father wouldn't take me in after she died. He'd started a new family in Europe that didn't include me. I stare at the monitor and watch myself explain how I tried to be perfect so my father would want me, but he still didn't. In the end, I begged him to stay, but he walked out anyway. He left me behind in the U.S., a minor, with no passport and no way to follow him. I go on to tell the world how I moved in with my sick grandfather and took care of him until his death, and then lived out of his car. I watch myself say all of this in a very matter-of-fact manner, but in reality, as I stand here in the middle of an empty dance floor with my soul bared to the world, my heart is breaking all over again. On the video, I continue. When I first discovered this song, if ever, I felt it was written about me, and the way the artist sings it holds so much pain. It's as if he was singing my pain. My voice on the video breaks, and my eyes well with tears. So basically, I have abandonment issues and am always trying to please people. I usually end up disappointed and hurt. And now I'm on this show, which I clearly don't belong on, and every week I try to please everyone. The producers, you, the judges and viewers, and every week I fail. The clip ends. Oh God, what was I thinking to reveal all that? You okay? Dominic asks softly. I swipe away a tear. Yeah. I turn to Tom, who's watching me with a somber expression. The lights come up, and he begins to play. His tenor voice fills the studio, and between witnessing my video package and the comforting sound of his voice, my earlier fear is washed away. All I feel is the anguish of that day when, after losing my mother, my father walked away. We hit our cue to come in. Dominic whispers moves in my ear, but quickly realizes I don't need them. I'm in the moment, and the steps come as naturally as breathing. I embrace the pain and sadness of my past. The first lift is smooth and fluid, as are the rest. Then we reach the transition where Dominic maneuvers me onto the piano for my brief solo. Before I can get nervous, Tom's voice crescendos and fills the room with the angst and torment I feel, sending me deeper into my painful past. I lose myself in the moves, and at the perfect moment, I throw myself off the piano and into Dominic's waiting arms for a double spin before he releases me into 2 pirouettes, and then I drop to the floor. The number ends with him walking away, leaving me alone, devastated, under a single spotlight. The audience roars their applause as I take a moment there on the ballroom floor to pull myself together. Slowly, I stand and fight back my emotions while trying to catch my breath. Dominic applauds me before leading us in a quick bow. We turn and gesture to Tom. He receives his own burst of applause. For an instant, his eyes meet mine, and I'm struck by the connection, as if he truly understands my pain. Then Dominic puts his arm around me, giving my shoulder a supportive squeeze as he leads me to the judges. I'm a mess. The dance opened up an old wound. Nikki LaFlash cries at the beauty and vulnerability. Stefan applauds my bravery to portray painful emotions so honestly. Bryce calls my performance a game changer, and that my growth week to week is what this show is all about. Dominic kisses my temple and keeps his arm around me, which is good, because I'm barely conscious of what's going on around me. After the comments, he leads us to the skybox for the scoring and murmurs support in my ear as I shake off my emotional fog. Julie Mason gives a shout out to Thomas Evan Oliver for his phenomenal performance. The scorers come in. We get 10s from every judge. I think they got it wrong. You better have them double check, I say. She laughs along with the rest of the contestants. Dominic swings me around as reality seeps back in. We did it! The rest of the show flies by. After the taping, we're completing the post-show interviews, and for the first time, we have a long line of media. When it's over, Tom finds us. Congratulations! He wraps me in a hug, and I like how his arms feel holding me, and notice how good he smells. After seeing you so nervous, I wasn't sure you could pull off that performance, but you were brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Thanks, I smile. We couldn't have done it without you. We pose for pictures, some with all three of us, and a couple where Dominic steps out and it's just me and Tom. Our attention is pulled away by a producer, and afterwards I realize Tom has left. Dominic, we forgot to invite him to the party. Oh my God, that was so rude. What do we do? I desperately want him there. Don't worry, I'll make sure he knows. Chapter 8. The press attention causes Dominic and I to arrive late to the post-show party. We enter the restaurant to cheers from the cast for our perfect 10s. I'm touched. The lights are low and the music is pumping. Whatever's being served smells delicious. As the group turns back to their conversations, I spot Tom smiling at me from across the room. I wave. Cassie, the red-headed pro dancer, is leaning in. She touches his arm to draw his attention back to her. When Tom excuses himself, Cassie frowns. He joins me, looking great in a pair of jeans and a button-down shirt. Thanks for the invite. You were absolutely smashing. I'm so glad you made it, I say, suddenly nervous. Can I buy you a drink? I'm pretty sure they're already paid for by the show. Tom laughs. Yes, I know. Oh, right. We wander to the bar and I order a rum and coke. He leans his elbow on the bar as we wait. So how did you find my song? A friend from college spent a semester abroad in England and watched the show you were on. She showed me on YouTube. The bartender hands me my drink, and Tom leads us to a highboy. It goes to show you never know how one opportunity leads to another. His accent is mesmerizing, with its romantic lilt, and I could stay lost in it forever. I also saw your performance on the Tony Awards. Yeah? You were amazing. I can't imagine how you could stand up there by yourself, knowing you're in front of millions of people. I couldn't sleep the night before. He laughs. But it's no different than you getting out there every week on national TV. At least I'm not alone. I have Dominic to make sure I don't mess up too bad. But Tom's right, I am performing in front of millions. And yet I don't feel like the world is watching, only the people in the ballroom, and that's bad enough. Well, thank you for bringing me out here. As long as we're making confessions, you should know that I've been watching Celebrity Dance-Off all season. Really? One of my castmates loves the show, and because Celebrity Dance-Off airs on Monday nights, I'm free to watch. We always tune in on Tuesdays during intermission to see who's voted off. That's so weird that professional performers would want to watch a show about amateurs. Are you kidding? Live performances, amazing choreography, watching some schlep with 2 feet try to dance each week? Yeah, that's me. Not even close. I will admit, though, at the beginning I didn't think you had a chance. He winces. You and 10 million other viewers, I laugh. It made me root for you. He touches my hand. I smile. You were the underdog, the unknown. and I know how intimidating this must have been for you. It still is. Well, you've shown them all tonight. He raises his drink and we touch glasses. You deserved every one of those 10s. A new song plays and several of the dancers from the show spin onto the dance floor. I'm not sure if they're doing a Roomba or a salsa. Tom's hand appears in front of me. I stare at him. His smile is warm and casual. Want to dance? I don't know, I utter. I'm no good next to them. That's crazy talk. You just scored perfect 10s. Stepping back, I say, I'm serious. I can't dance unless I've been given steps and a week of rehearsals. Talking with him is more than enough to make my night. I don't need to ruin it by dancing poorly. Me either. He gestures to the dance floor. I take a sip of my rum and coke, and we step onto the dance floor with his hand at the small of my back. The song is upbeat, but he swings me into his arms, guiding me around the dance floor. Surprisingly, I'm able to follow his lead. I guess all these weeks of dancing has paid off. The song changes to something slower, and he transitions us into the new number. Wow, you can really dance, I exclaim, relaxing in his close proximity. He raises an eyebrow. I am on Broadway. My mind goes blank. What does that have to do with dancing? Then my thoughts click. Broadway, performing, singing, and dancing. Oh my God, of course! He throws back his head and laughs. I lower my forehead to his chest to hide my embarrassment. Tom leans back and holds me away, so I'm forced to look at him again. I am such a moron. I've been in this celebrity dance-off bubble for too long. It's like anything outside of this show doesn't exist. He maneuvers me into a turn, pulls me back to him, and smiles. I love how there's no fancy pretenses with you. He smiles. I'm so out of my element with this guy. I release his hand to make a quick escape. He catches me before I take 2 steps. Oh, no, you don't. You're not bailing. Now who's bossy? I say, firmly and happily ensconced in his hold again. He smirks, and when the song eventually ends, I'm disappointed. We join Dominic, Pavel, and a couple others at a highboy. Tom is dragged away to meet someone, and I pretend I don't miss him. Hank sidles up as the others leave for the buffet. That was some performance tonight. Thanks. His compliments always mean the most. That video package was something. He holds my gaze. You've been through fire and ice and come out all the stronger. Is that what happened? I laugh. His wise old eyes see right through me. You, my dear, are a survivor. I glance away, self-conscious. Tom is talking with Dominic. Dominic shakes his head and smiles, then pats Tom on the shoulder. Hank lifts his glass. So it looks like you and Dominic are back in the race. I return my attention to Hank. You looked pretty suave out there tonight, I say to change the subject. And then I see Cassie fawning over Tom again and turn my back so I don't have to watch. I'd just let Sonia push me around the floor and whisper the steps in my ear. I'm getting too old to play with you kids. He shakes his head, as if ready to throw in the towel. Hank, don't say that. You're one of the few highlights of this show for me. He smirks. I don't know. You seem to have found a new highlight of your own. What are you talking about? He tilts his head toward Tom, who's now laughing with Cassie and her troop friends 2 tables away. My heart warms at the sight of him, but he's distracted with the gorgeous pro dancers. It was really amazing that he came out here to sing for us. I'd say it was amazing in more ways than that. I've seen how you light up whenever he's around. Hank winks. If Hank noticed, has everyone else? My face falls. Oh my God, do you think he knows? I damn well hope so. If he doesn't, the boy's a fool. I hang my head in embarrassment. I should go back to my apartment. Calm down. Every woman in the room turns into a giggling idiot when he's near. You didn't. Sure enough, I glance at the women Tom's talking to. They're all grinning like fangirls, and Cassie gives out a laugh that sounds like a high-pitched cackle. No worries, Chelsea. You were your lovely self. You mean caustic self? He pats my hand. That's my girl. And if a man doesn't love you for that, he's the wrong one. Now, let's get some food. I've only had one trip to the buffet, and my belly can hold plenty more. I mound my plate with little meatballs, stuffed mushrooms, and quesadillas. Dominic and some of the others join Hank and I. I pretend not to watch Tom, but it's impossible not to notice him being maneuvered through the room. I swallow down a meatball along with a stab of jealousy. After 20 minutes of Hank and I speculating what the theme is for next week, Dominic, Sonia, and Pavel refuse to give us a hint. I finish my drink and reach for my handbag. Hank, I think I'm going to head out. I don't think so, he says. I'm whipped. These long days are catching up with me. I don't usually relive my past for the world to see, and I truly am exhausted. Hank touches my arm. There's a twinkle in his eye. You're not going anywhere, sweetheart. He looks at something behind me. I turn, and there is Tom, with his easy smile and warm eyes. I fight to stay cool and not light up, as Hank implied. I thought I'd never get away from everyone. This is the chattiest cast I've ever met, Tom says. I force a smile. I wouldn't agree, but I'm also not the hot British visitor from New York City. Hank drains his glass and slams it on the table. Hang around long enough and they'll talk you to death. It's time for this old man to go home and take his pills. I was just heading out myself, I say. You can't leave. This is my last night in L.A., Tom says, and the tone of his voice and his playful eyes make me want to stay, but I also don't want to act the embarrassing fangirl. I don't know, I had a long day. One more dance won't hurt. Tom cocks his head and looks so hopeful and sweet. I don't understand why he's giving me all this attention when the more polished and talented Cassie and crew are a couple tables away. Hank bumps my shoulder with his. Chelsea, when a charming young man invites you to dance, you don't say no. My God, you young kids are thicker than bricks. Hank shakes his head and moseys for the door, ignoring our laughter. Well, when he puts it that way, how can I refuse? Tom holds out a hand, and I place mine in his warm grip. As we reach the dance floor, the music changes to a ballad, and he sweeps me into his arms as if he planned it this way. The bar has thinned out, allowing us more room on the dance floor. Tom's breath warms my cheek. I inhale his cologne and wonder what it's called so I can secretly buy some and be reminded of him after he's gone. Having a good time? His steady hand on my lower back guides me. I am. You? You bet. I actually know a couple of the pro dancers. Who? Carlos was in a show with a friend of mine, and Cassie was in the ensemble of a show last year. The stab of jealousy strikes again. I wondered if maybe you knew each other. He laughs. Cassie is a terrific dancer, but subtlety is not one of her stronger points. He spins us on the floor. Releasing my hand, he slips his to my waist, dragging me closer. My heart flutters and I slide my arms around his neck, my arms resting on his shoulders. He feels great, so at ease and yet in total control. Dominic has some of these qualities, but with him, it's totally different, like dancing with a best friend. With Tom's face mere inches away, his arms draped around me and his hands resting on my lower back, it's impossible not to be affected. I battle to keep my cool. He starts to sing along to the music. The low timbre of his voice resonates in his chest, and I feel the soft vibration as he gazes into my eyes. My breath hitches. You don't play fair. Tom chuckles, knowing exactly what he's doing to me. He leans back to look into my eyes. Want me to stop? God, no. I've never had a guy sing to me before, let alone someone with a voice like an angel. But don't look at me like that. Like what? He feigns innocence. Like you're delving deep into my soul and stirring everything up. I didn't know I held such power. He leans closer so he isn't looking into my eyes and sings. His voice tickles my ear. I lay my head on his shoulder, feeling a deeper connection now that we're practically skin to skin. I'm probably being too obvious about his effect on me, but when will I have an experience like this again? Anna would be proud that I'm putting myself out there. Plus, resisting this man is impossible. When the song ends, I hope for another slow song, but something poppy sounds through the speakers. He leans away and smiles, and I wonder again why he's paying me so much attention. He releases me and we step back, a cool void separating us from the delicious cocoon we've been in. We leave the dance floor. A nook with a crescent-shaped sofa has opened up. Tall plants surround it. This looks nice. He guides me into the private alcove. I feel like such a VIP, I say, sinking into the soft cushions. You qualify, he says, getting comfortable next to me. Hardly. A waitress takes our order. We lean back and put our feet up. Tonight has been so much fun, but I'm exhausted. Me too, and I didn't even dance. But you sang the heck out of that song. Thank you again for that. You need to stop thanking me. Getting the call to come to LA to sing on a hit network show was an amazing opportunity. Other than the Tonys, I've never been on primetime before. Really? Nope. I've done a couple of national morning shows, but most of what I do is smaller regional stuff. The waitress delivers our drinks. In that case, I'm glad to help. We clink glasses and drink. Tom is quiet. He's staring at the ice in his drink. That video package they played before you danced was powerful. I sigh, embarrassed about my past. I never thought they'd air it. He looked surprised. No, really. They usually show me saying something dumb, messing up, or struggling to get along with Dominic. They've never shown anything that personal before. He stretches his arm out on the back of the sofa behind me. You seem comfortable with the cameras. At first, I never thought I'd get used to them, but after a while, you really do forget they exist. Tom doesn't speak, so I continue. When Dominic asked me why your song held such significance, I didn't think twice. I told him. The thing is, I never talk about my past. Ever. So I was surprised when it all poured out. He considers me and then says, Maybe it's been building up for a long time. Maybe. I stare at my hands, wondering how to change the subject. That's a lot for someone so young to handle. I shrug it off. It's the only thing I know. Still, it must have been tough. It was hell, but I survived. Dominic appears in our little alcove. Hey guys, I'm heading out. Anyone need a ride? Chelsea, remember you don't have a car? Tom glances at me and then back to Dominic. No, we're good. Still coming down from the performance high. I'll drop her home. I smile. Tom stands and shakes Dominic's hand. Thanks again for inviting me. I had a blast getting to peek behind the scenes. Our pleasure. If you're ever in New York, give me a call. Eventually we'll get voted off and be there for the morning show. We'll see you then. Dominic smiles at me. He knows I'm crushing on Tom, and he better not breathe a word. Don't stay out too late. We've got rehearsal. Always the slave driver, I say. After Dominic leaves, we sit back down. I'm not positive, but it feels like Tom maneuvered a little closer. His leg brushes mine, and I don't move away. His thigh is strong and solid. Between that, his delicious scent, and entrancing blue eyes, I've hit the jackpot. I never, in a million years, imagined I'd get to perform with Thomas Evan Oliver, let alone spend an evening with him. When do you fly back to New York? Tomorrow morning. I have to get back for the 7:30 show. I mask my disappointment. That's a fast trip. My producer wanted me on the red-eye tonight, but I kind of strong-armed him into giving me until tomorrow. I hate red-eye flights. I can never sleep. So I end up sitting awake in the dark all night next to some gassy businessman with bad breath. We talk about his new show, how he got started as a kid, and I laugh through his stories of the many mishaps he's experienced on stage. The waitress appears with refills of our drinks. It's getting late, but I don't care. Tonight is like cotton candy, and I plan to enjoy every last taste of it before getting thrown back into the grind. Unless, of course, I'm sent home. While a couple weeks ago I would have welcomed the thought, I'm finally getting the hang of the show, and after such great scores, hope to stay in it for at least one more week. Tom asks me how I got on the show. I tell him about Anna's engagement and my breakup. We were goofing around and auditioned. I never in a million years thought it would lead to anything. He asks about the breakup, and I reveal how I caught my boyfriend cheating on me and how humiliating it was once I realized almost everyone knew about it. We talk about tonight's show, how nervous I was, and how amazingly perfect everything went. It's as if we were both inspired by the other's energy. I need you here to perform with me every week. That would be lovely. Each week you could dance to a number from a different Broadway musical. Dancing to show tunes. I absent-mindedly reach down and rub my ankle. Does your ankle still hurt? How'd you know? I saw your fall on last week's show. Rolling my eyes, I say, of course. I forget that nothing's private on this show. Put your ankle on my knee. I shoot him a questioning look, but do as he says. Tom pushes up the bottom of my jeans and slips off my shoe. Frowning at my bandaged foot, he gently cups my ankle between his hands. His light touch is like a caress and fans the flame that's been flickering in my heart all evening. What are you doing? I ask quietly. Just a little energy work. Okay, I say. Sure you don't have some weird thing for women's feet? Tom laughs. Aren't you a fan of the healing arts? I don't know. I've never experienced them before. Well, unless you pull your ankle away and slap me for being fresh, you're soon to find out. I hold back a giggle. So what's your day like tomorrow? He asks, as if it's perfectly normal for him to hold my ankle in his hands. I struggle to concentrate with his hands on my bare skin. It's a light day, sort of. There's hair and makeup, lunch, then dress rehearsal. The pros do most of the dances on results day. Oh, one team does the encore performance. Maybe it'll be you and Dominic. No, it's based on popular vote, and even though we had a great night, I'm the least popular person on the show. Tom listens attentively, still holding my ankle. Then it's showtime, and I get to stand under the microscope as we're slowly fed the results like a poisonous IV drip. Oh no! He lifts his hands from my leg. What? I didn't vote for you. He lays his hands back down. This time his thumb makes slow circles on my tender skin. You were going to vote? A zing of happiness shoots through me. Of course. What will I do with my Monday nights if you're not on the show? The probability of us getting through is always low. You guys got perfect 10s. No one else has done that yet this season. He gently squeezes my ankle and releases me. How's it feel? I flex and rotate my foot, then slip back into my shoe. Good. Better. Glad to hear it. He checks his phone. Oh, bugger. What? It's almost 3 a.m. No way. I reach for my bag. I never stay out this late. Tom stands and drops money on the table. What time is your call? Not till 10, thank God. What time is your flight? I leave for the airport at 7:30. I cringe. That's a bummer. Tom leads us out of our private alcove. The bar is quiet, with only a few people lingering. No one from the show remains. I am so sorry, he says. It's not your fault. I should have kept better track of time. Except that I was having the best time ever. Outside the air is cool. I'll get to Snoober. When he's finished, he says, it'll be 10 minutes. It gives me a few more minutes with him before having to say goodbye. By the time 10 minutes pass, I'm chilled to the bone, even though my shoulder is pressed close to Tom's. My short-sleeved top is no protection against the October breeze. I shiver and he pulls me in front of him, wrapping his arms around me, his body tucked against mine. I sigh at the instant warmth. Thank you. I wrap my arms around his to offer some reciprocal warmth and grin. This night keeps getting better. He leans his head close. I'm always looking for an excuse to put my arms around a beautiful girl. I laugh at his line, but it's been so long since a nice guy has given me compliments. I should have insisted we come outside earlier, he says. I bet you use these lines a lot in New York. Absolutely. I hang out in front of my building, waiting to warm any random woman waiting for the bus. I should have known you're a player. But inside, I hope he's not. I'd like to part ways believing he's one of the good ones. Oh, yeah. You should see me with the little old ladies. My apartment is next to a senior center. I'm quite popular with the gray-haired set. A black car pulls up to the curb and rolls down the window. Tom Oliver? That's us. He releases me and cool air moves in. He opens the car door and I slide in. The driver heads to my apartment. There's so much I want to say, so much I want to wish for, but our time together is nearly over. Tom is quiet, but his thigh rests against my leg. Does he feel the connection too, or is he just a space hog? Here we are, the driver says outside my temporary home. I'm going to walk her to the door. I'll be right back. Tom steps out of the car and takes my hand. We take our time to the door, putting off the moment we have to part. The cool night air makes me long for his arms again. I face him with my key in hand and take in the sight of this tall, handsome man before me. I guess this is goodbye? If only tonight could have lasted for days. He smiles, and in that moment, I believe he speaks the truth. Have a safe flight tomorrow. And thank you again for everything. I'll never forget today. He moves to leave and then turns back. Chelsea, I want you to know something. Your performance tonight was one of those special moments that doesn't happen very often. You can rehearse some songs or scenes 100 times and never strike the magical chord you hit tonight. I don't know if it was the chemistry of everything on stage or just an organic moment, but it was special and something I'll always remember being a part of. I look into his eyes, overwhelmed. I don't know what to say. He gives my hands a warm squeeze. I'll be watching the show tomorrow, and if by some impossibility you're sent home, I'm going to write the producers a firmly worded letter. You do that. I laugh, and before I realize what's happening, he kisses the corner of my mouth, as if he didn't want to get too personal but still wanted that final connection. Good night, Chelsea, Tom says, and disappears down the sidewalk. Chapter 9. Chelsea, you in here? Dominic's voice wakes me from a deep slumber. Yeah, I was just catching some quick shut-eye. I sit up and shake myself awake, trying to figure out how long I've been out. After I sat through hair and makeup, I was exhausted from my late night with Tom and needed a nap. Dominic appears in the doorway. I've got good news and bad news. Okay. I can't imagine what his news could be. I rub the sleep from my eyes, careful not to smudge my makeup. We were voted in for the encore dance. No way! He grins. We've got a slot in the schedule to run through a few things before dress rehearsal. You need to get to wardrobe. Oh my God, this is so exciting! Wait, what about Tom? He flew back to New York. That's the bad news. We'll have the studio band in his place. One more reason to hurry up so we can run through it. I'm bummed that Tom is missing our encore and wish I'd asked for his number so I could share the good news. By now he should be at 30,000 feet jetting across the country. I rush to wardrobe and slip into my flimsy white dress that floats like clouds when I dance. My head is buzzing with every detail from last night. Tom's laughter, dancing in his arms, and sipping drinks into the early hours. You looked like you were having a good time last night, Cassie says, appearing out of nowhere. It was fun to get great scores. She takes a swig from her water bottle. I mean, the after party. I had a thing for him once, too. Cassie tilts her head and gives me a sly smile. And now I have another reason to dislike this woman. Why did she have to try to spoil my memories? Inside the soundstage, energy buzzes as the crew prepares for the show, changing lighting booms and bringing in new set pieces. I find Dominic talking with the new piano player. The guy has his back to me. He's wearing a loose t-shirt, faded jeans, and old Chucks. My mind is playing tricks on me, I'm sure of it, but I can't hold down the hope bubbling inside. Dominic looks up. Hey, Chelsea. The piano player turns and Tom gives me a quirky smile. Oh my God, you're here! We all grin at each other. Looks like we've got the band back together, Dominic jokes. My flight was delayed and the call came through as I was about to board, Tom says. Dominic excuses himself to talk to Larry. I join Tom at the piano. I didn't think I'd see you again. His mesmerizing eyes capture mine. I guess it was meant to be. My breath catches, and before I get a chance to respond, Dominic returns. Here, we have enough time to run through the lifts and then once through the whole thing. Tom takes his spot behind the piano and tickles the keys in a quick warm-up. Do you want an intro? He asks. A 2-measure lead-in would be great, Dominic responds. We step to our places and I realize I haven't warmed up. Dominic was rehearsing pro numbers earlier, so probably didn't think of it either. Dominic nods to Tom and he plays the lead-in to our first lift. I force myself to focus on the task at hand instead of enjoying the fact that I get more time with Tom. I turn to Dominic and we mark the steps. I'm off a half beat, but still manage to pull it off. Let's run that again, he says to Tom, then turns to me. You seem distracted. Get your head in the game here. I'm sorry. All this is happening so fast. Dominic grins. Or is it the guy behind the piano? Shut up. I swat him in the arm, fighting not to smile. All right, here we go. 5, 6, 7, 8. Dominic calls and Tom plays again. Now remembering exactly where we were in the dance, I mark the steps and am ready for the lift, leaping as high as I can and extending my arms so Dominic can get me up over his head. He holds the pose for 2 beats, turns me in the air before half lowering, half tossing me. I stick the landing, even though my feet sting from the impact. Good. Now the lift to the piano and then the leap. I glance at Tom, who plays the lead-in, singing softly to mark the spot. We begin the sequence. Dominic swings me onto the piano in one elegant swoop, then stands back while I mark the solo. When it comes time for the leap, I take 2 steps, ready to launch myself as high and far as possible, but on the second step, my foot slips on something wet. I'm going down. Momentum works against me, and there's nothing in front of me but air. I'm far short of Dominic being able to catch me. I reach out with my arms to break my fall on the steps to the main dance floor. In my peripheral vision, Dominic flies forward, but is too late. Instead of catching me, his outreached hand nails me in the cheek like a heavyweight boxer, and I see stars. His head slams into my shoulder as I hit the steps and slide to the floor with a grunt. Pain radiates from every impact point on my shins, thighs, hips, and forearms, leaving me unable to do more than lie in a fetal position. As I squeeze my eyes shut to fight off the piercing pain in my cheek and shoulder, voices sound near me, but I can't take the energy to respond. Then I hear Tom in my ear. "Chelsea, are you okay?" I force my eyes open. There's alarm on his face. "Never better," I manage to groan, but my cheek feels like it split open from the impact, so I press my palm against it to dull the pain. My shins burn from the landing on the sharp corners of the steps. "Don't move. Stay still." He rests his hand gently on my hip. "Medical? Where the hell is medical?" Larry hollers. Dominic's face pops into view. "Oh God, Chelsea, I'm so sorry. I tried to break your fall." "That's okay. You finally got back at me for kicking you in the jewels." "What happened?" he asked. My foot slipped on something wet. Tom checks the piano. "It looks like condensation from a water bottle." He returns to my side. "You've gotta be kidding me," Dominic says, exasperated. "Dominic, are you okay?" I noticed he's hunched over. "I'll be fine. Just a good smack on the head from hitting your shoulder." A medic appears at Dominic's side. "I'm fine," he says. "Check Chelsea." Tom edges out of the way, but I feel him gently rubbing my calf. Whether it's more of his energy stuff or him trying to reassure me, I don't care. It's nice to have him here. "Chelsea, my name is George, and I'd like to check you over. Can you roll onto your back?" the medic says. I wince as I roll over. "Remove your hand. I'd like to take a look at your cheek." Reluctantly, I lift my hand away from my cheek and grimace. "No broken skin, just a bruise developing. Did you hear a crack when it happened?" "You mean when Dominic head-butted me?" "No snap, crackle, or pop, more of a wham." "Hey, it was my fist, and I was trying to protect you," Dominic says. I tilt my head back to see him. "Could you maybe be less protective in the future?" Tom chuckles from down near my feet. "I guess pain makes her cranky." I kick out at him, but miss. "Calm down, Tyga," he says, holding my foot. "What else hurts?" George asks. "My shoulder, but I'm fine. I'm just not used to getting hit like that." He gently presses on my shoulder and lifts my arm different directions. "Tell me if any of this hurts." Meanwhile, Tom is wiggling my toes. The medic releases my arm. "Nope, all good." And then I giggle. George looks at me in surprise. "What's so funny?" Dominic asks. "Tom is playing this little piggy with my toes." The medic smiles but sends Tom a cease and desist. Another medic appears to check out Dominic. "Chelsea, I'd like you to focus on the end of my nose. I'm going to flash a light in your eyes for a couple of seconds." I stare at his nose and want so badly to make nose trimmer jokes. "Very good. Do you think you can stand up?" The pain isn't quite as severe now. I gingerly lean forward, and Tom is instantly at my side. "Excellent. Now, can you stand, or should we bring a gurney?" George asks. "I'm fine, really." Tom offers a steady hand, which I accept and rise to my feet, shaking out my legs to get my blood flowing again. "All right, let's get you back to the physical therapy room for a closer look. We need to clear the stage for dress rehearsal." It's then I notice half the cast and crew looking on. I mumble. Great. I wonder how many of them saw my body slam into the steps. I'm actually hoping someone caught it on camera for a replay. Tom teases. I narrow my eyes. So that's the kind of guy you are? He grins, and I hobble after George. Chelsea, wait. Dominic stands. I need a quick word. He motions me off to the side. I join him. Are you okay? Yeah, just a little battered. You? Nothing serious. Listen, if you feel sure you're okay, don't let them take you to the hospital. They'll cut our encore dance and you'll miss the show. I want to perform. He nods. All right. Unless the medic finds some viable reason why you can't, the show must go on. Deal? Deal. We bump fists. I turn to Tom. You up for it, Mr. Foot Fetish? Tom grins. Absolutely. George waves me over, so I follow and he checks my vitals and listens to my breathing. Everything checks out. Here are a couple of painkillers you should take right now, and some ice packs for your cheek and shoulder. I'll be back shortly. Will the pills make me woozy? Not at all. They'll just take the edge off. I down the pills. Dominic peeks in. I'm going to talk to Larry and make sure they don't pull us. You sure know how to add excitement to the day. Tom touches the ice pack gently to my cheek. I wince. You're on your way to a nasty shiner. Heck, look at you. You're all banged up. I glance at a few stray bruises. When I agreed to do the show, no one told me how much pain was involved. This is no sport for the faint of heart. He traces a bruise on my shin. That tickles. I bend my knee. The panel of my dress slides open, revealing a bare thigh. Tom's eyes travel up my leg. This one looks especially nasty. His finger lightly brushes around a large bruise, sending tingles up my arm. A spray tan can only do so much. I feel like an old junker that's been through a demolition derby. Larry appears. How are you feeling? Tom pulls his hand away. I lower the ice pack from my cheek. Good. Nothing more than a couple of bumps. Glad to hear it. I just wanted to let you know that we felt it necessary to pull your encore number. We'll have Cassie and Shane do their dance instead. I sit upright. That's not fair. Larry frowns. I know you're disappointed, but it's for your own safety. Did the medic say I can't dance? No, but I feel it's better for you to sit this one out. Don't worry about joining dress rehearsal. Dominic's done the show hundreds of times. He'll be able to guide you through. Tom, thanks for coming back, but we won't be needing you after all. Before I can disagree again, Larry's out the door. Damn it! I slam my head back against the pillow, then grimace. Ow! Within minutes, raised voices sound outside the room. One of them is definitely Dominic. I drop the cold packs and linger near the door. Dominic is arguing with Larry. Larry, there's no reason for you to do this. We've both checked out with medical. Dominic, you've already missed dress rehearsal, and you have other numbers you need to stay sharp for. I'm not convinced that you aren't trying to hide a mild concussion. It never occurred to me that Dominic might do that. Dominic's feet are planted wide and his chin is jetted out. I'm not that stupid. Chelsea and I have rehearsed this number hundreds of times and performed it perfectly last night. She's had a lousy run on this show. Give her a chance to have some fun. I step next to Dominic to support him in the fight. Please, Larry. We've worked really hard for this. We won't let you down. Larry stares at me, and then Dominic, and scratches his head. I don't know. He looks at Tom. They're both pretty stubborn. Personally, I wouldn't want to cross either one of them, let alone a united force. You're no help. He sighs. Tom grins. All right, you're back in. Larry turns and walks away, then hollers back. Don't make me regret this. Thank you, I call after him. Yes. Dominic high-fives me, then winces and pulls his hand back in pain. Dominic, are you okay? I'll ice it in a minute. Tom shakes his head. You guys are nuts. Okay, Chelsea, you go get touched up by makeup to hide your bruised face. Then warm up really well. When you're ready, meet backstage by the piano. We're gonna rehearse that leap so you have full confidence you won't fall again. Tom, make sure no lazy crew member leaves a water bottle or anything else on that piano. Got it. I want to speak to the control room guys about some camera shots. I'll see you in a bit. Dominic heads off. Tom watches me with a pleasant look on his face. Ever since you arrived, there hasn't been a dull moment, I say. And I was thinking it was you who created all the drama. He laughs. I'm glad you're okay. His expression changes to serious. Thanks. It takes more than a faceplant to bring me down. About a half hour before showtime, I arrive backstage. Hank asks how I'm feeling, as do Eva Alvarez and Tedrick, two of the more famous celebrities on the show. The nice part is that everyone seems genuinely concerned. I think they realize that as our dances become more challenging, any of us could take a nosedive. I still don't see Tom when we do our big entrance opening the show. All the teams are lined up across the ballroom while Marcus gives a recap of the highs and lows from last night. Once I'm backstage again, I finally spot Tom and sigh in relief. Something about his presence puts me at ease. His mouth curls in a half smile. Despite the fact your body is marred with bruises underneath your makeup, you don't look so bad. I laugh. Is that what they call a backhanded compliment? He smiles and shakes his head. What I meant is that you look radiant. And after that, I could walk on clouds. Everybody ready? Dominic asks, joining us. All set, I say. Tom nods. Remember, tonight is for the viewers. They asked to see your dance again. So relax and enjoy yourself. Our number goes beautifully, and I realize I've broken through an invisible barrier that had been holding me back. It's exciting and exhilarating to perform this way. As the applause dies down, Marcus steps onto the ballroom. Let's give another hand for Chelsea and Dominic, as well as Tony-nominated Thomas Evan Oliver performing If Ever. I'm happy to announce that during this double elimination night, for the first time this season, Chelsea and Dominic are not in the bottom 3. They are safe. My mouth drops open. I shouldn't be surprised after receiving 10s, but I am. Dominic whoops and swings me around. We are rushed off to the skybox with the other teams as the crew sets up for the next number during commercial break. Hank gives me a bear hug. I knew you were here for the long haul. I look back at the ballroom for Tom, but the grand piano has been cleared. He's nowhere to be seen. And I'm stuck in the skybox until the end of the show. 2 hours later, I'm bummed that Tom left without saying goodbye. Dominic and I arrive at the rehearsal hall to start working on our dance for the next week. Chelsea, hold up. I turn, and Tom is jogging across the parking lot while a cab idles at the curb. I'll meet you inside, Dominic says with a smirk. I dip my head. Thanks. Hey, I was afraid I'd missed you, Tom says, out of breath. Me too, I didn't see you after the show. I waited around for a while, but you guys had a long line of interviews. I ducked out to grab my bag, and when I came back, you were gone. When is your flight? He pulls out his phone. In a little over an hour. You're cutting it close. I couldn't leave until I saw you one last time. He kicks at a pebble on the ground. My heart soars, and I try to tone down my smile. I lean against the brick wall. He places his hand on the wall beside my head and leans close. He's about to say something, but then pushes away from the wall. I should go. Okay, I say, but he doesn't move. His blue eyes lock with mine, and he slides his hand along my jaw, grazing my neck as he weaves his fingers into my hair. My breath catches. He leans in and tenderly captures my mouth and kisses me. After a lingering moment, he pulls away a fraction and gazes into my eyes. I sigh. Oh, hell. He breathes and pulls me into his arms, this time kissing me deeply, igniting a fire that has long been squelched. My arms are trapped against his chest. I feel the rapid beat of his heart as I savor the taste of his lips. A flash goes off, and there's applause and catcalls. We look up and find half the cast is watching. He reveals a boyish grin, the sweetest one I've seen yet. I really do have to go. I hate to leave you alone to face their ribbing, but get some solace, because after kissing you, I won't be able to think straight for a long time. My head's swimming in the emotional deep end of the pool. My pulse is racing from the effect of his kisses, and I'm at a loss for words. He waits for my response, but when I'm quiet, he says, "All right then," and heads for his waiting cab. "Tom!" I call. He stops, and I run into his arms. He kisses me one last time. "Girl, you're killing me." He releases me, steps into his cab, and speeds away. I watch the disappearing taillights, happier and more confused than I've been in a very long time. Now what? I still don't have his number. Will I ever see him again? Dominic and the others are waiting when I drag myself into the rehearsal hall. I feel the blush burning my cheeks. "Looks like you were having a good time. Thanks for making the rest of us lonely saps feel worse about ourselves," says Tedrick. I head off to our rehearsal room with Dominic. "What the hell just happened?" I ask. "Seriously?" He cocks his head. "Do I really need to explain to you why a boy kisses a girl?" Dominic laughs, opening the door. "But it doesn't make sense. He started something, then left it hanging. He lives 3,000 miles away. What am I supposed to do with that? I need to talk to Anna." "You're right. You were probably part of his to-do list. Fly to LA, check. Sing on Celebrity Dance-Off, check. Kiss a hot girl, check." I give him a dirty look. Very funny. He didn't ask for my phone number. I plop down on a chair, my bag between my feet. "I'm sure we can track his down. You should ask Larry." "I'm not going to call him." Dominic bursts out laughing. "Why the hell not?" "Because he lives in New York and I'm in LA. And after the show, I'm going back to Iowa or somewhere equally uninteresting." He sits and bumps shoulders with me. "But we'll be going to New York City before you go home." "What could possibly come of it? Nothing. He's a big shot on Broadway for freak's sake. He's surrounded by gorgeous women every day. You saw how all the girls in the troupe flocked around him." Dominic shrugs. "I'm just saying, when the love bug strikes." "But I need logic, and none of this makes sense. Can we just get to work? I'm exhausted and those pain pills wore off an hour ago." "Okay. I won't overwhelm you tonight, but I want to get some of this in your head before tomorrow." But it turns out my head is someplace else. It's on a cute guy, with lightning blue eyes and a smile that brings me alive. After an hour, Dominic gives up. At home, I take a couple more painkillers, wash off my makeup, and go to bed, thinking about Tom and how much he's affected my life in 2 short days. Chapter 10. What the hell am I doing? I leave Manhattan for 2 days, and my life is turned upside down by a honey-haired blonde named Chelsea. Hey, Ed. I greet the theater security guard as I swing in the Crossing Lines stage door for the Wednesday matinee. After a red-eye flight from LA, spent thinking about the amber-eyed Spitfire I just met, I only caught 4 hours of sleep. "Afternoon, Tom. Great performance Monday night," he says. "Thanks. I never pegged you for a Celebrity Dance-Off fan." I scribble my initials on the call board. What can I say? My wife makes me watch, and with that show, once you start, how do you stop? Good point. I take the stairs up 2 flights to my dressing room. Tossing my backpack on the sofa, I whip off my shirt and pull on sweatpants and a t-shirt. The days off gave my body a well-needed break, but now my brain is overloaded, replaying every minute I spent with Chelsea. I head to the mezzanine lobby to do my physical warm-up. It's one of the few places in the theater with enough space to spread out. I find Paige already stretching. You're back, thank God. Jordan is a good understudy, but he's not you. You missed me, I tease. Sort of. He ate spicy garlic chicken before last night's show, and then didn't bother to brush his teeth. You know he does that on purpose. I laugh, unable to imagine making Paige kiss me after a meal like that. She wrinkles up her face. More cast members join us as we warm up and rehash Celebrity Dance-Off. How cool it was that I actually performed on a hit show, and how it might open more doors for me professionally. I drift off into my own thoughts when I hear Paige. Hello, Earth to Tom. She waves her hand in front of my face. I catch myself staring into space. Oh, sorry. I guess I was somewhere else. You think? She laughs. So what happened in LA that has you so distracted? Thoughts of Chelsea with her gorgeous smile and vulnerable eyes flash in my mind. I can't help myself. A guilty smile covers my face. Paige raises an eyebrow in surprise. Or should I say, who happened in LA? And now I'm grinning like a teenage boy with his first hard-on. Paige laughs. Really? Tell me more. Tom, it's time to run the fight scene. Wes, our stage manager, appears to save the day. I hop up and give Paige a parting smile. Gotta go. Max, Dave, and I run the fight scene. We mark through it every night to make sure it stays tight and no one gets sloppy. One wrong move and somebody gets hurt. Next we run my fall. I climb 10 feet up the side of the set and am pushed off into the angry arms of my cast members. Having been gone, I work privately with Wes on my backflip and a couple other stunts until we're both satisfied I'm back in the groove. After that, I check in with the music director and the sound director to make sure who's working tonight and that we're on the same page. As I return to my dressing room, I run into Tanya, a member of the ensemble and Paige's understudy. She purrs in my ear as I try to pass. It's her thing, and even though she's not my type, and a pain in the ass, I usually play along. But today I'm not in the mood. Come on, baby. Don't you want to play? She teases. I force a smile. Lots on my mind. Gotta run. As I head upstairs, I start my vocal warm-up. My dressing room is far from the stage, but since I'm in nearly every scene, I only have to make the trip a couple of times a night. Inside, I grab a bottle of coconut water and check my phone. No messages, no tweets. What was I expecting? Why would there be? It's not like I'm likely to see her again. I toss my phone away and drink. I focus on my vocals, running my routine scales for a good half hour. I'm never comfortable going on stage unless I work through the entire range of warm-ups. It's what keeps my voice healthy after all these years. 30 minutes till places. Wes's voice sounds over the loudspeaker. My mind drifts back to Chelsea as I change into my costume. Dark rugged pants, black boots, and a simple t-shirt and light jacket. I can't seem to let her go. I did tell her to look me up when she gets to New York, but for what? She'll be here a day or two at best and then go back to that small town of hers with some idiot ex-boyfriend. I sit at my makeup table and stare into the mirror at my ugly mug. Chelsea is surrounded by a bunch of buff male dancers. How do I compete with that? Dominic alone is enough to kill my chances. I flip on my steamer and lean forward, inhaling the cool steam to hydrate my vocal cords for the long show ahead. my mind still stuck on her. Despite Chelsea and Dominic's on-screen chemistry, when I asked him about her, he assured me that they were strictly friends. Phone in hand, I scroll through my contacts. Why the hell didn't I ask for her number? That's another douchebag move. But I do have Dominic's. I glance at the time. What would that make it in LA? Late morning? Odds are they're rehearsing right now. Having watched the show all season, I can picture them in the rehearsal studio. Chelsea with her hair in a messy ponytail, wearing yoga pants that hug her bum so nicely. Or those cute little dance shorts she was wearing on Sunday when I convinced her to use my piano bench as a stepping stool. Ah, hell. Before I can overthink it, I text Dominic, asking for Chelsea's number. There. I toss the phone aside and wait. While the minutes tick by in slow motion, I finish my steaming, apply my stage makeup, and do a final set of scales. My cell lays rudely silent. 5 minutes to places, Wes announces over the loudspeaker. I add a touch of hair wax to my hair and ruffle it to the style of my spontaneous young character. Just as I'm at the door, my phone pings. I snatch it and see Dominic's response. Not only has he sent me Chelsea's number, but a picture of her, sitting on the rehearsal floor warming up. I can tell he didn't warn her, as her face is screwed up in a surprised protest, and she's sporting a nasty shiner. That's the girl I remember. I laugh and click my phone off, heading to stage right for places. Chapter 11. Whoa, look at that shiner, Dominic says when he sees me the next morning at 9 a.m. All the credit goes to you. I went to bed with a bruise and woke up with streaks of black, blue, and purple. Exhausted and still recovering from the excitement of Tom's kisses, I'm now faced with disappointed reality. It's like he opened up this exciting door and then walked away with it swinging shut in my face. What's the matter? No word from lover boy. Spare me. I'm not in the mood. I stare out the window and wish for a second cup of coffee. Chin up. We've got a great number for this week, and after our scores, we may finally be gaining the momentum we need. After a couple of hours of plugging through the steps, I admit the number does seem fun in a playful, quirky way. But I can't shake the feeling of how a couple days with Tom has changed my whole outlook. How have I done the show all these weeks without his fun distraction? And now that he's gone, how am I supposed to go back to the status quo? After a short break, I'm on the floor stretching again. My bruised muscles are still rebelling from yesterday's nasty fall. Dominic checks his phone, looks up at me and grins. What? I snap. Someone just asked for your number. My body hums on high alert. He had better not be teasing me. Who? I act like we both don't know it's Tom. Dominic aims his phone at me and takes a picture. What are you doing? I cover my face too late. Dominic laughs and sends off a message. You'll see. But I don't. It had to be Tom, I'm sure of it. For the next hour, I'm desperate to hear my phone ping, but nothing. I check the ringer. It's on high, but no missed calls or texts. By the time I leave the rehearsal hall at 5 o'clock, I'm all crabby pants again, not to mention hangry. Back at my apartment, I realize I should have grabbed something on my way home. I find a half-eaten bag of Cheetos and hope it'll tide me over until I have enough energy to go out. Maybe I'll just order a pizza instead. A couple hours later, I'm about to give up on ever hearing from Tom and grab a shower when my phone rings. I freeze and am hit with an adrenaline rush. I scramble to look at the screen. It's an area code and number I don't recognize. It keeps ringing. My heart pounds double time. What if it's not him? What if I'm disappointed? What if it's a telemarketer trying to sell me lawn service? It rings again. Who am I kidding? I snatch it up and blow out my breath and answer as nonchalantly as possible. Hello? How's your shiner? A delicious British voice asks. I laugh and hope it doesn't sound like a high-pitched giggle. pretty bad. I don't think it's going to be gone by next week's show. Send me a proper picture, would you? I couldn't get a good look at it in the shot Dominic sent. Absolutely not. His laugh is a low rumble that reminds me of when I danced with him. Why not? Because it's hideous. You'll have to wait and see it like the rest of the country when they air it on Monday night. It was a pretty spectacular crash. I sit on the couch and play with the fringe of a throw pillow. I'm sure you'll be replaying it all night once they play the video. We laugh, and I wish so badly he was here with me. How was your flight home? I ask because I have no idea what else to say. I want to ask him everything, and yet it all seems too personal or stupid or inappropriate. I couldn't sleep. Honestly, though, I haven't slept much since I met you. Really? A jolt of happiness reaches down to my toes. Mm-hmm. His voice lowers. I had a lovely time with you in L.A. I've never not wanted to go back to work until now. I can't believe he's telling me this. That's really sweet, but I find it hard to believe. It's true. I keep thinking of this bossy blonde girl from Iowa trying to give me vocal direction. I bury my face in the pillow. Yeah, sorry about that. And then I watched her dance. It was so beautiful. I nearly wept. His voice is deep and kind. I was lost in the experience and it felt good. Better than anything has in a long time. That is until him. Now I don't know what to do with myself. I start pacing. How is New York? You're changing the subject, love. I grin at the endearment. Is the city as exciting as it sounds? I like it. There's always something happening. You'll get to see it soon. Every week I think I'll be seeing New York, but then I sneak through by the skin of my teeth. In the bedroom, I sit on the bed. When you do get to New York, I want to see you. My heart skips a beat. I stare at the ugly bruise in the mirror and wonder, why me? He must have tons of options out there. That is, if you're interested. He adds, as if I wouldn't jump at the offer. Of course I'd love to see you. Good. Now, I might have to rethink my voting methods to get you out here sooner. I don't think I should share that strategy with Dominic. Probably not. I just realized that I know very little about you, and you've been watching the show all season, so you probably know way more about me. I'm a boring bloke, he says, his voice laid back and relaxed. I picture him in faded jeans, a t-shirt, and no shoes, lying on his couch. I want to stretch out next to him. I don't believe that for a second. When we get off the phone, I'm going to Google you and search out your deep, dark secrets. Unless, of course, you want to tell me some. And spoil your fun, I think not, he laughs. I'll be the judge. And when you're done, if you aren't running in the other direction, I'd still like to see that shiner of yours. I groan. It's awful and embarrassing, he laughs. Come on, I was there at its inception. Don't I get to watch it evolve? From black and blue to purple, and then maybe a little green and yellow after a few days. My hand goes to my cheek. It better not. So tell me about your new dance. What music is it to? I go lie down on the couch and tell him everything I know about it. We end up talking for well over an hour. Tom sighs. Well, it's getting late here. I should let you go. I suppose. Thanks for helping fill my evening. If it weren't for you, I'd have spent the night binge-watching Stranger Things. That's enough to give you nightmares. Thanks for calling. My pleasure. Good night. Hanging up is like cutting off my oxygen. I toss my phone on the bed, leap onto it, and squeal like a little girl. Even though it's an impossible situation with us on opposite sides of the country, I really like him. And when I'm in New York, it'll only be for a day. I love and hate this so bad. Between my rehearsal schedule and Anna's new job, we've had trouble connecting. But when we do, she's bouncing off the cell tower waves. I don't talk to you for a few days and suddenly you're dating a Broadway star? She screeches and I hold the phone away from my ear. No, not even close. We spent a handful of hours together over the course of 3 days. That's it. He lives 3,000 miles away. But you made out. I saw a picture online, and why didn't you call me right away? My whole body flushes when I remember Tom's kisses. There's a picture of us online? Lots of them, mostly with Dominic. Haven't you Googled yourself since the show began? Anna says. But oh my God, Chelsea, you should see this one of Tom. He is so freaking hot. Are you looking him up? I picture her huddled over her laptop like when we were in college. Of course. Have you seen these pictures? He's with celebrities. He's a really big deal. If she Googled him, I know exactly what picture she's looking at. He's posed with more celebrities than I can name. Apparently, it's a big deal for famous people to meet Broadway stars backstage after they see the show. Will I ever get to see that side of him? This whole thing is pretty surreal, I say. Have you talked to him? Are you going to see him again? She asks. Yes and yes. I catch Anna up on our couple of phone calls, and when I get booted from the show, I get to see him in New York. Chelsea, this is so exciting! It's almost better than you being on Celebrity Dance Off. Way better. But let's not make this bigger than it is. He might change his mind about me. My days are jam-packed with even more rehearsals and meetings as Dominic and I try to take advantage of our newfound popularity. This week he's decided I should be a genie in a bottle who he's just released. Of course, he's thrown in just enough tricks to keep me up at night in a panic. But now I have Tom distracting me with texts throughout the day, quick phone calls during his intermissions, and longer ones each night when we're both home. We're working through our number when my phone rings. I run to answer before it goes to voicemail. Dominic throws up his hands and calls a 10-minute break. So now I'm talking to Tom from the rehearsal studio parking lot. What's your dressing room like? What do you mean? He says. You don't have a trailer like here in LA, so what's it like? Well, it's cluttered. I should really clean up in here. There's a couch where I collapse during intermission and after the show if I can't bear to face the crowd at the stage door. Fans wait for you? That's awesome. Tom glosses over my comment. There's a closet for my costumes, a refrigerator for my bottled water, snacks, and leftovers, a microwave to warm my tea. Tea? I've never known a guy who drinks tea. Come on, I'm British. I giggle. Do you have a floral teapot and fancy teacups? It's more like I microwave a cup of water, toss in a tea bag, give her a minute, and slosh the dripping bag in the trash. Actually, I hated tea growing up, but it's great for a singer's throat. Now you've ruined the image. I was thinking I'd have to ask you to fix me tea sometime, but it sounds more like instant cocoa. Ah, you Americans. You miss out on the finer things in life. Come visit me and I'll treat you to a proper tea. With little sandwiches, too? Of course, and biscuits. I can't imagine him dining over a dainty tea service. What else do you have in your dressing room? Wait a sec. I'm not divulging any more secrets of my inner sanctum. How will I lure you up here? If you want to know, you'll have to visit. You sound desperate, I tease. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Hey, I'm 5 minutes to places. I'll ring you later. I'll be here. Chapter 12. Fess up! What's going on? You're constantly distracted, Paige demands from her spot on my dressing room couch where she's opening our Thai takeout. You can tell? I ask. Even I can tell, Max, my onstage brother, boasts. You've been breaking your iron cast routine, dude. Is the whole world coming to an end? What's up? Everything is off the charts fine and not fine at all. I pace my dressing room. Max and Paige share a confused glance. You want to tell us what's going on? Because you're acting odd, even for you. She leans back, crossing her arms, waiting for an answer, while Max digs into his noodles. Remember when I went to LA last week for Celebrity Dance-Off? Of course, what happened? Max looks up. It's more of a who happened. Paige smiles like a cat flicking its tail with satisfaction. Go on. I grip the back of a chair. So many emotions roll through me. It's just, there was this girl. It's always about a woman. Max waves his fork in the air. It's because of her that I was in LA. Chelsea picked a song I did years ago and wanted it for a special dance. So she's a fangirl? Paige says in a condescending sing-song way. You mean stalker? Max adds. No. I snap at both of them. She's this unpretentious force of nature who is the only non-celeb on the show. I've been watching her all season, so it was wild when I got the call to come to LA. You've been watching a dance show? Max asks through a mouthful of noodles. Paige got me started. I thought everyone in the cast watched. Hello? Monday Night Football? Which you should be watching, but no, you British sots only want soccer. Ignore him. What happened? Paige interrupts. I fly to LA, and in rehearsal, this girl starts telling me I'm singing the song wrong. Paige snorts on her pad thai. I know, right? I laugh at the memory. Chelsea's lecturing me with vocal instructions, which she clearly hasn't sung anything since her grade school holiday pageant. I picture her in her coral tank and little black dance shorts, wringing her hands and her brow furrowed with worry that I won't get the song right. Except that she was spot on. And then the night of the performance, they play this video package. You saw it, Paige, where she shares these dark moments from when she was a kid and lost her mom, then was abandoned by her father. It was heartbreaking, Paige says. I nod and continue. This girl, with no real stage experience, gets out there and dances, revealing her soul to the world. At the end, she was so emotional she could barely hold herself together. I don't mention that I wanted to jump from my piano bench and cradle her in my arms afterward. Max shakes his head. Bro, you have it bad. I pace the small space in front of them. I went to the after party and spent some time with her. She's smart, funny, and beautiful too. Paige leans against the cushion and puts her feet on the coffee table. And you're falling for her. I roll my eyes and shove my hand through my hair. I don't know. This whole thing is idiotic. I said goodbye and went on my way. But then the next morning, I'm at the airport, daydreaming about the best night I've had in a long time, and get this call to return for their encore. A smile curls at the corner of my mouth. You should have seen the look on her face. Chelsea was so surprised and lit up like I was the most important person in the world. You're in love, Paige declares, as if it's a foregone conclusion. God, no, I barely know her, and yet my pulse is racing. But you want to be, Max grins. My eyes dart around the room and I throw my hands up. I'm obsessed with a girl I barely know and I can't shake it. What the hell is wrong with me? The great Thomas Evan Oliver has lost his heart to a girl. Max grins. No, you wanker, that's not it. I don't fall for women this way. I'm too busy and my schedule is about to get even crazier. I plop down in a chair. Max laughs. Are you sure she's all that? Maybe she's hiding her batshit crazy side or psycho stalker tendencies. Have you forgotten Barbie? Bite your tongue. I don't ever want to hear that name again. Chelsea's nothing like her. I think of how she had me in stitches last night over a story about a spider in a shower. You realize finding the perfect girl is like finding a unicorn? He says. I look up. What the bloody hell are you talking about? Finding a beautiful, smart, funny woman is the impossible trifecta. It's extremely rare. So rare, it's like finding a unicorn. Max, you're ridiculous. Paige laughs. He holds up a hand. But be careful if you ever discover one. Why is that? I ask, intrigued. Because they're skittish and startle easily. They bolt in the blink of an eye. Paige brushes off his story. Tom, I know what you need to do. And what's that? I ask because I'm at my wit's end and need my life back. You have to go see her. In L.A.? I shake my head. I could never. She arches an eyebrow and smiles. Couldn't you? Los Angeles. By the time I arrive at the soundstage, my palms are sweaty. I get out of the cab with my backpack and stare at the stage door. What the hell am I going to say? After a minute, I pull out my phone and text her. Have time for a break? I hit send. How long before she looks at her phone? What if it's hours? What if Dominic says they're too busy for Chelsea to see me on a show day? He's a strong bloke, but I think I could take him. I start obsessing about a whole new set of obstacles when a familiar gruff voice says, Well, look who's back. Hank, how are you? We shake hands. Sneaking out for a smoke. What brings you to this neck of the woods? I hesitate, and then Hank says, Not that I need to ask. I sigh. Am I that obvious? Afraid so. But hell, life's short. His eyes twinkle. So why are you standing out here like a kid with his face pressed at the candy store window? I haven't figured out how to get in to see her. Hold tight and I'll handle it. He snubs out his cigarette. I glance at the closed soundstage door. I hate to interrupt her rehearsal. Hank smacks me on the back and chuckles. No, you don't. I grin. He's right. Thanks, Hank. With hands deep in my pockets, I hope my 24-hour impulse trip isn't a colossal mistake. Time passes and I wonder what Hank's doing. Has it been 30 minutes or 30 seconds? And then the door swings open and a gorgeous girl dressed in a flimsy harem costume appears. I do a double take. Chelsea? Oh my God, Tom! Chelsea's smile melts away all doubts about spending an ungodly amount of money to visit. Her golden hair is twisted through a little round hat on the top of her head, with a long ponytail flowing down her back. A sheer scarf dangles from one ear to the other. She rushes over, and my arms automatically wrap around her slim waist with my hands skimming the bare skin of her lower back. She smells like a daydream. What are you doing here? She steps back. I never thought to come up with an excuse, but then I'm distracted by her adorable belly button, revealed by her hip-hugging harem pants. Oh, I was in the neighborhood. Thought I'd swing by. I can't believe this, she bubbles. Her infectious smile is everything I remember and more. And yet, even after all our phone calls and despite the fact she just launched herself into my arms, she peeks up at me with a sweet shyness. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? And miss seeing that smile. Never. You look amazing in that costume. I admire the gold fringe caressing her bare midriff. Are you sure? I feel like a fool. I take her hands and hold them out so I can get a better look at her low-cut bodice and sexy pants with a slit in the transparent fabric from hip to ankle. You're going to steal the show in that. Own it. I'm trying, but it's kind of revealing. She covers her bare stomach with her arms, which creates more cleavage. I grin and nod my appreciation. Chelsea blushes, which makes her even more endearing. You look phenomenal. I don't want to make her uncomfortable, so I change the subject. Are you ready for tonight? It's our trickiest number yet, but I think I'm getting it. How long are you here for? I take the red eye back tonight. A spark of disappointment flashes across her face. The red eye? Wow. This must be an important visit. If she only knew. I had some business I had to take care of. I couldn't resist dropping by. I keep a straight face, acting like it's totally normal for me to fly to LA and back in a single day. I wish I didn't have to finish dress rehearsal, but after that I think I'm free until showtime if you can hang around. She looks so spectacular, and all I want is to steal her away. I'd love to. Her eyes dance with excitement, which only bolsters my confidence that I was right to make this insane trip. Let me double-check with Dominic, because I never know if he has something last minute. But now that you're here, there's no way he can say no. I'll take whatever time you've got. I want to kiss her, but she's got that enticing veil across her face. We're almost done with dress rehearsal. You can wait in my trailer if you want. Shoot, it's totally trashed. I never have visitors. I don't mind. And if you want to come to the show tonight, I can get you in. She pauses and then says more softly, I've only had friends here one other time. At that moment, I'm reminded of the people who have let her down in life. Her smile vanishes. Oh, God, that sounded so desperate. I just don't know anyone here. My friends are all back in Iowa. If you can't, it's fine. She's flustered, and her vulnerability warms my heart. I take her hand. I'd love to come. A faint blush covers her cheeks. The studio door opens, a frazzled crew member pops his head out, and his panic disappears when he spots Chelsea. Chelsea, we need you. Sorry, I'm coming. She turns to me. I've got to go, but I'm in trailer 46. It's the last row. The door's unlocked. I'll be back as soon as I can. She flies off in her little harem number, and I practically skip my way to her trailer. I venture inside like a voyeur on a reconnaissance mission. There's a gym bag on the sofa along with a pile of clothes she must have been wearing before she slipped into her skinny costume. The dressing table is littered with cosmetics, Tic-Tacs, a hairbrush, and her phone. On the table is an open bag of Cheetos, 2 bananas, and a container of applesauce. But what catches my eye is a framed picture of Chelsea and me taken after the performance. She's glowing after scoring perfect 10s. Her arm clutches my waist and mine hers. What a perfect moment. There's a pile of magazines lying open. I realize they all feature pictures of the show, of her and Dominic. She's collecting the media. I read through a few articles. Some of the comments are harsh, which irritates me. But a couple report her as the dark horse coming from behind. Damn straight she is. The door opens and Chelsea appears. I set down the magazines. There's the harem girl. Chelsea smiles and removes the veil, revealing her lovely face. Sorry it took so long. She spots the magazines all open on her picture. She snatches them up, shoves them in a drawer, and leans against it. You don't have to hide those. They're great. I've been collecting them. It's dumb. No, it's not. My mum collects all my press. She's always bugging me to save articles and photos. I have a drawer just like that at home. Then I remember Chelsea lost her mom, and I feel like a total shit. But she takes a breath and seems to relax a bit. Your shiner is gone. I gently touch her cheek. There's still some faint yellowing, but my makeup wizard fixed it. Would you like something to drink? She kneels next to the fridge and opens the door. Let's see, I have a lot of bottled water, a couple of Red Bulls, a carton of chocolate milk, part of a 6-pack of beer, and a bottle of champagne. I join her peering in the fridge. That's a random collection. Hank dropped by with the beer one night and left it here. The champagne is from after we got our perfect 10s, and I used to love chocolate milk, so nabbed some from the craft service table. What are you saving the champagne for? She shrugs and turns toward me, our faces only a few inches apart. Someone to share it with? I could never drink the whole thing by myself. I'm someone. Her eyes flash. Yes, you are. I reach past her. Let's crack this baby and celebrate your 10s. I open the bottle to a loud pop. Chelsea pulls out 2 plastic tumblers and grins as I pour the bubbly. Do you realize how out of character I feel next to you? I need to be wearing a shake costume or something. We raise our glasses. Here's to the harem girl and another great night on Celebrity Dance-Off. We click them in the air. Chelsea takes her first sip and sighs. The simplest of things makes her happy. All of a sudden, she sneezes. Bless you, I say. Sorry, I'm not used to bubbles. She laughs. I noticed your picture. I gesture to the frame as we take a seat. Dominic gave that to me. He knew how much... She hesitates. Well, he knew I'd like it. She blushes behind the glass. And why don't I have a copy? Do you want one? I set her half-empty glass down with mine, tilt her face up, and kiss her glossy pink lips. Yes, I want one. She tastes of cool champagne. I drag her into my arms and kiss her again. She's all silky skin and sequins. When we come up for air, she's angled herself toward me, the slit of her pant revealing a long, slender leg. When she sees where my eyes have landed, she tugs the sheer fabric to cover herself. I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to change until after the show tonight. It takes a team of union professionals to get me dressed. I grin, wishing I were one of them. She tops off our champagne, clearly unsure what to say. So, I decide to come clean. I didn't have a meeting in L.A. She startles and sets the bottle down. Then why are you here? I cock my head at her and smile. Me? She asks in disbelief. I take her hand. I can't get you out of my mind. Trust me, my life would be much easier if I could. I've had a hell of a time concentrating on work. Her mouth drops open. Seriously? You could have someone far more interesting. I'm taken aback. You crazy girl. What are you talking about? You're successful and famous. Everyone loves you. I'm nobody. She makes air quotes. I am not famous. I've done some TV and theatre in England. I've been in a couple of Broadway shows. That's it. Excuse me? You've been the lead in a couple of Tony-winning Broadway shows. And when the show closes, I'm unemployed again. And you are not a nobody. She shrugs. I'm still getting over the shock that you're here. I'll be in New York maybe even later this week. I couldn't wait. I don't know how else to explain it. She looks at me sideways. Are you sure no one's put you up to this? Positive. I laugh and move closer, slipping my arms around her midsection, letting one hand settle on the curve of her bare back. The other I slide to her neck. My lips cover hers and her breath quickens. My fingers play with the loose hairs at her nape. After a long, glorious minute, I reluctantly pull away. Now do you believe me? Chelsea gazes up at me and whispers, Yes. I stand up to put some distance between us. Her kisses are working way too well. I grab the champagne bottle. More? Definitely. I top off our glasses and take a seat, leaving ample space between us for the moment. How much time before you have to report back? An hour, maybe longer. Can I see you after the show? She places her hand on my arm. Her touch is like a caress. You can count on it. She tells me about their dance and Dominic's perfectionism, and I tell her about forgetting a verse of a song yesterday because I couldn't keep my head in the show. My hands find the way to her hair and eventually her lips. Her kisses make it impossible to think about anything else. We're lost in an epic make-out session when there's a knock at the door. 10 minutes, Chelsea. We force ourselves apart. Her lips are swollen and face flushed. Thanks, she calls out, then stands and straightens her disheveled costume. A sweet blush colors her cheeks again. I rise and join her. I can't wait to see you dance. I glide my fingers along her shoulder, down her arm, and kiss her. The door pops open. Chelsea, Dominic appears. We jump apart. Whoa, sorry, Dominic says. Tom was in town on business and stopped by. Hey, man, good to see you. He grins. Now I understand why she's been hiding in her trailer again. I struggle to keep a straight face as Dominic looks from one of us to the other, then spots the nearly empty champagne bottle. Have you been drinking? He asks her, hands on his hips. Only 2 glasses. She smiles, then covers her mouth with her fingers as if she shouldn't have confessed. He shakes his head. You're the one who told me to save it for someone special. She sputters. I wasn't going to let her have any more, I say. Have you eaten anything since lunch? He frowns. I ran out of time. But on the bright side, I'm not nervous. Dominic shakes his head. Yeah, I bet you're not. Come on, slugger, we gotta get going. Tom, I'll catch you later. You bet. Dominic nods and leads Chelsea away. Having fun? He asks her while I can still hear them. Chelsea nods. Tom likes me. He laughs and puts his arm around her shoulder. Yeah, I got that. While Dominic and I wait to dance, I spy Tom and sneak a wave. Like what you see? Dominic blurts from behind me. I jump and spin around, trying to act nonchalant. Please focus, just for the next 2 minutes. What? I'm focused. Dominic shakes his head. I know he's frustrated with me, but I'm fine. In fact, I'm great. I want to revel in the glow of having Tom here, but I realize Dominic's right. I take a breath. Our dance is playful and set to a catchy tune, but it's also tricky with a couple of lifts and stunts. I focus and take my place next to Dominic. He smiles. You've got this. Just relax and have fun. The music starts and we take off in the light-hearted number where I, as the genie, am trying to fool my master. It's polar opposite of the angsty, emotional dance from last week. As we cover the dance floor, I think of Tom. He's here. For me. I don't miss a beat. In fact, I think his presence fuels my performance. When we finish, a rousing round of applause greets us along with high praise from the judges. But I pay little attention as my eyes find Tom. He's on his feet, clapping, and I beam back at him. When the show is over, I meet him as the crowd files out. You were adorable! He hugs me, and I'm no longer shy about trotting around in my skimpy costume. Later, after the interviews are over, we're tucked into a booth at a quaint Mexican restaurant. This week's post-show afterglow locale. How much time before you have to go? Just shy of 2 hours. The low restaurant lights cast a warm glow over the burnt orange walls. A candle flickers on the table. I wish you could stay longer. His hand covers mine. So do I. Maybe I'll be voted off tomorrow night and I'll meet you in New York. I say, I don't want to get sent home, but I can't bear being away from Tom either. He caresses the back of my hand. If only we had more privacy, more time, and just more. You and Dominic knocked it out of the park. You aren't going anywhere yet. Go figure. Just when I'm ready to get voted off, the judges finally decide they like me. He grins, showing off his dimples. The warmth in his eyes makes me hope this is real. I think it is, but I've been wrong before. Dominic appears with a beer. I snatch my hand away from Tom. Aren't you the antisocial one? He teases, sliding in beside me. My mouth drops open to comment, but then I realize he's just goading me, so I wrinkle my nose at him. Just trying to escape and enjoy my margarita before you force me back into rehearsal. Good point. He helps himself to chips and salsa. That dance tonight was genius, Tom says of Dominic's innovative choreography. Thanks. I think the judges are finally cutting us a break. They've been brutal all season. That's because they were never in favor of the America's Chance to Dance idea, I explain. I don't know about that, Tom says. Under the table, his foot finds mine. So, were you in town for a meeting, a new project? Dominic says. I focus on the salsa dish. Yeah, and it looks promising. Tom smirks. Dominic's phone rings. Sorry, I gotta take this. He dips out of the booth. Tom and I smile at each other. I could do this all night. Just look at him with his blonde hair pushed to the side, the quirky way he smiles when he wants to say something but holds back, and the twinkle in his eyes when I say something that makes him laugh. Are you ready to order? The waitress appears out of nowhere. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't even looked at the menu. I pick it up and quickly scan the choices. I can come back, she offers. No, that's okay. I'll take the chicken fajitas with extra veggies and skip the tortillas and sour cream. Tom says. I'll have the chicken enchiladas, I say as it's the first item that catches my eye. Got it. She collects our menus and disappears. No sour cream? That's the best part. I dip another chip into the guacamole. Agreed. Are you on a diet? Which must be impossible because he's as lean and fit as the pro dancers on the show. He drinks his gin and tonic. I'd rather call it a life choice, but it's really more necessity. I don't want to embarrass myself when I appear on stage with no shirt. I lean in. I'm intrigued. Tell me more. He smiles. First time during a fight scene, the other is a love scene. Wow. Now I'm picturing him with another woman and not sure how I feel about it. I've got to see this show of his. What exactly are you wearing during this love scene? Boxers. Really? I can't imagine him on a huge stage strutting around in his underwear. His face turns a rosy shade of pink. Oh my God, Mr. Broadway is shy. He shakes his head and laughs. It's my job. Nothing more. Uh-huh. I bet you secretly love it. Trust me, my patsy white British body needs a lot of time in the gym to be passable on stage. He squirms in his seat. Look at how uncomfortable you are. I like this side of you. Are you talking about me again? Hank appears with a tumbler of bourbon. I blurt out a laugh. No, Tom was just admitting to performing on stage in nothing more than a pair of boxers. Tom shakes his head, probably wishing he never said anything. I'm more of a briefs man myself. Either way, that sounds a bit chilly. Hank scoots in next to me. Back in the day, I had a body that women clamored for. Is that right? I hold back my laughter. It's hard to imagine Hank's belly ever being anything but rotund. No, but I always wished I did. He slaps the table and laughs, then breaks out in a smoker's cough. When he's recovered, he says, "So, Tom, having a good time in L.A.? Thanks, I am, but I fly out tonight." Hank, aghast, looks from Tom to me and back again. That's just horse hockey. How the hell are you gonna woo the girl if you're flying off all the time? Tom laughs, and it's my turn to hide my face in embarrassment. Oh, relax, sweetheart. He looks like a bright enough fella to figure it out. But let me tell you, these long-distance things almost never work out. Someone's gonna have to make a change. He stares in my direction. Why are you looking at me? Honey, he's the one with the prospects. You can't expect him to give up everything to chase after you when you're stuck dancing with a bunch of old ducks like me. I pat his hand. Hank, you might be an old duck, but out of the whole flock, you're my favorite. Yeah, joke all you want, but I've been around long enough to know how these things work. You need to get yourself off to New York, or he'll find some other cute little piece of tail and forget all about you. Tom and I burst out laughing. Aren't you glad you made the trip? I say. This is much more entertaining than a night in New York. Hey, Tom, did I ever tell you about this time I went to confession and accidentally picked up a call girl? Hank asks. The waitress delivers our food, and as we eat, Hank regales us with one crazy story after another. Our laughter attracts Sonia and Dominic, and soon our private booth is surrounded by a handful of others enjoying the show. But ruining what should be my private time with Tom. After a while, my side aching from all the laughter, Tom says, I hate to break up the party, but I've got to get to the airport. My heart drops. Ah, darn it. And here I was jabbering away when all you wanted to do was corner the girl and counter Freckles. Pavel and Sonia laugh and say their goodbyes. Hank shuffles out of the booth and whispers in my ear. It's always good to keep 'em wanting more. He winks at me and shakes Tom's hand. Best of luck to you, son. You better bring your A game with this one. Thanks, sir. I'll do my best. Tom and I slide out of the booth. I'm sorry about the interruptions, I say. I swear, this never happens when you're not here. You are a people magnet. I think there was a conspiracy to keep us from being alone. But it was fun. Hank's a riot. He gestures towards the door. Any chance I could convince you to ride along with me to the airport? And spend more time with him? Of course. I think he visibly relaxed at my response. His hand is at the small of my back as he guides me toward a black town car. I ordered it earlier, he explains, opening the door for me. Pretty swanky. I slide in and he follows, telling the driver his airline. The driver pulls into traffic. I turn to Tom. Thank you for coming. But he isn't listening. He sweeps me into his arms. His lips crush mine, and I lose myself to the touch of his kisses. He coaxes my lips apart, and his tongue mangles with mine. I place my hand on his chest and soak in his scent. He is solid and real, and he flew across the country just to see me. Chelsea. You have no idea what you do to me. He whispers in my ear, tickling my skin with his breath. I'm at a loss. I want to beg him not to go, but that wouldn't be fair. He can't stay, and I can't follow. I press my cheek to his. I hate that you have to go. The town car pulls into the kiss and fly lane at the airport. How appropriate. He brushes a lock of hair behind my ear. I'm so glad I came. So am I. You have no idea. All I want to do is be with you and get to know everything about you. I'll be in New York before you know it, I say, more for my own benefit. I'm counting on that. The interior lights come on. Tom pulls out his wallet. Here's for my fare. He pulls out a few 20s. This should be enough to drive my friend back to her apartment. The driver nods his thanks. Tom sighs and steps out of the car. I stand next to the open door, longing to follow him back to New York. He lowers his forehead to mine. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. He smiles, kisses me quick on the forehead, and turns to enter the terminal. I duck back into the car so my last memory isn't of him disappearing from sight. That would be too much to bear. As the car pulls into traffic, I struggle between the grin that covers my face and the ache in my heart. Chapter 13. If I'd known meeting a guy would put you in such a great mood that you'd work this hard, I would have been parading men through here from week 1, Dominic says after we're safe for another week. I toss an empty water bottle at him. You're not even close to funny, and I'm too happy to fight with you. Good, because we have a lot more work to do. And since Tom's busy on the other side of the country, I dive into rehearsals with a new passion. It's 10 o'clock before I get home, and I could really use hearing Tom's voice. He texted an hour ago, so maybe he's still up. It's an unseasonably balmy night, so I sit on my tiny deck overlooking the parking lot of my apartment when Tom's accented voice answers. Hey, love. My heart flips every time he says that. I know it's just a common English phrase, but I like to pretend it means more. Am I calling too late? Not at all. A bunch of us went out after the show for a friend's birthday. I'm walking home now. Hank was voted off tonight. I'm sorry. He's a terrific guy, but he never could dance. Which is absolutely true, but it didn't matter. He was always nice. I'm going to miss him. He introduced me to bourbon. You drink bourbon? He asks, surprised. Only with Hank. I laugh, feeling melancholy. The stars are out, and the moon illuminates the puffy clouds. Whenever someone leaves my life, it's always painful. So how was your show tonight? A quiet audience, so we had to work harder to get a reaction out of them. I suppose a Tuesday isn't a wild night for theater. Not necessarily. After the show, a couple of housewives were feeling up my backside when I posed for a picture with them, he says. Oh my God, that's rude. And yet I would have liked to see the expression on his face when it happened. One of the hazards of my job, he laughs. With Hank going home, you realize that means it's at least another week before you come to New York. And at the rate you're going, it'll be longer. I wish the show would be over already. We're both frustrated with not being able to see each other, and it's worse because now I actually love it. I throw myself back into rehearsals trying to keep my constant thoughts of Tom at bay. Which works some of the time. The rest of the time, we're on the phone whispering during my brief rehearsal breaks, texting when our schedules don't align, and FaceTiming at the end of our days. It's obsessive, childish, thrilling, and I love every second of it. Tom's blind confidence in me and constant encouragement drives me to work harder on my dances. He's the most talented person I've ever met, and I'm more concerned with embarrassing myself in front of him than the national viewing audience. On performance night the following week, I've never felt more prepared or worried about pulling off a great performance. I feel Tom's presence across the miles as I take my place in the ballroom wearing my glitzy silver cha-cha dress. The number goes well, as does our Argentine tango. Yet the judges' comments are mixed, with Stephen Harris unhappy with my musicality. Tuesday night, we're back under the glaring elimination spotlight. I worked harder this past week than ever before. Please let us be safe. Please let us be safe. Dominic gives my arm a supportive squeeze. We're at the point of the competition where anything can happen. Even good teams go home. He whispers in my ear as the daunting music tortures us. I hold my breath. Marcus McIntyre drags out the announcement as long as possible. And the team returning next week is Chelsea and Dominic. I release my breath and hug Dominic. Each week is getting tougher to get through. Marcus eventually sends Tedric and Daria home. Congratulations on making it this far, Marcus says after they say their goodbyes. And now for a little surprise. We'll be scrambling the teams and you'll be switching partners for next week. I turn to Dominic. But I don't want to dance with anyone else. I know, everyone hates the switch-up. It can mess with your progress and has been known to bring down great teams. Around us, others complain as a table with 2 glass bowls is rolled out. In this bowl are the names of all the pro dancers, and in the other is a list of dance styles. Each celebrity will choose a slip of paper stating the name of their new partner. That new partner will then select a slip giving them the style of dance. Panic strikes. It took me forever to get used to Dominic. He gets me. He's my safe zone in all of this. One by one, the celebrities go up and select a name. My only options are Ivan, who partners Haley, and from what I've heard and seen, he's quite the flirt. Or Pavel, Dominic's best friend. Clearly, Pavel is the way to go. Dominic will help smooth the way, but then Molly Gibson, the hair-flipping reality dating showgirl, selects Dominic. He gives me a sympathetic smile and leaves to join her. I feel hollow as I wait for my chance. When it's finally my turn, I try to mask my nervousness as I reach into the bowl. I unfold the paper and read the name. Ivan. My heart sinks. Ivan bounds to my side and gives me a bear hug, then a quick, wet kiss on the mouth. I step back. He fishes out the dance style and grins. Rumba. The word rolls off his tongue seductively. The dance of love. Oh, baby, we are going to be fabulous together. But it doesn't sound fabulous at all. Ivan is the guy Hank warned me about. He's always hitting on the women in the show. He gives me a satisfied smile. Once all the new teams are paired up, Marcus calls for our attention. Congratulations on your new partners. Now say goodbye to your old partners until next week. I can't wait to see how you all do. I beeline over to Dominic. He reads my expression. You're going to be fine. Ivan's a great dancer. But, I know, he says. The switch-up is always the hardest part of the show. Hang in there, and we'll be back together soon. Still, the first thing I do when I get back to my apartment is FaceTime Tom and complain about the situation. It's only 1 week. How bad could it be? He says with a laugh, but his doubtful expression isn't much relief. And if you're voted off, it's good news because you'll come visit me. And with that, I figure I can get through anything. The next morning at the studio, I find my way to the new rehearsal room. The space is similar to where Dominic and I practiced, but the camera crew and producer are new, as is Ivan with his black hair slicked back, with too much product, and wearing a muscle-revealing black tank and jeans. Ah, there's my eager little minx, right on time. I give a weak smile and set my bag near the door. Do women really respond to this? I've been watching you since the show began. he says in a tone I can only call smarmy. He struts over to me. Are you ready to be schooled in the dance of love? You bet, I answer, trying to find the right mix of willingness to cooperate and yet not wanting to over-engage. We take our place in the center of the room, facing the wall of mirrors. The rumba is the slowest of the Latin dances, which lends it to also being the most erotic. He takes me in his arms, closer than seems necessary. The core of the dance is a basic box step. He guides me into the steps, which really are rather simple. We go over it a few times. But what makes the rumba different is the quick, slow pattern. His arm on my lower back tightens so that our bodies are pressed together as he leads me into the moves. Maybe if I imagine I'm in Tom's arms, this won't be so uncomfortable, but Ivan's pungent cologne makes that impossible. Very nice. You catch on quickly. Now you add hip movement, he says in a low, whispery voice, his cigarette breath in my face. You see, it's like sexual foreplay, building and teasing in a constant movement of seduction. With his hooded eyes on mine, he grinds his hips against me. I push against his arms, forcing him to release me and step away. Ah, what is this? You are shy, he says, feigning surprise. I notice the camera guy focusing on me. I want to tell Ivan to take his trumped-up Latin accent and Roomba his pretentious ass out of there, but instead say, nope, just need a little space. Ivan chuckles. Such an innocent you are, jumpy as a young colt. But I will change all that. Mark my words. By Monday night, you will be an alluring seductress with every man in the audience wanting you. What I want is to vomit. By the end of the day, I'm so disgusted, I flee the building and rush home to shower off his odorous stench. My first impulse is to call Tom, but he already warned me he couldn't talk tonight. He's doing some sort of workshop for another show, which makes no sense since he's in a hit show. But on top of it, he has a 2-show day, and then a workshop, and a show tomorrow, too. With him unavailable, I call my best friend. Oh my God, Anna, Ivan is a total piece of work. He does come off as pretty confident on the show. I check the cupboard for a bottle of wine, but I have none. It's more like an egotistical, puffed-up, grade A asshole. I slam the door shut and settle on lemonade. He can't be that bad. And he's the handsiest guy I've ever encountered. I shudder in revulsion. It's not just how often he touches me, but how he does it. If a guy touched me that way at a bar, I'd throw a drink at him. He's probably just trying to get a rise out of you. You'll have to fight fire with fire. And how do I do that? You could play along and meet him grope for grope. Yuck. Or you could work a little passive-aggressive magic on him. Now she has my attention. Go on. You're so dedicated. Have you ever watched his partner Haley? She totally runs the show with him. Take a page from her book. Show up late. Take your time. Don't be so willing to get to work. Keep your phone on, and I'll text and call you every 10 minutes. It'll throw him off his game. You think Haley has been acting that way on purpose? I thought she was just flighty. Okay, maybe she is, but she's also a model. She deals with jerks like him 10 times a day. I doubt she's a total airhead. I think of how she saunters around with her nose in the air avoiding rehearsal. I figured she didn't care. But I could see how it could be a defense mechanism. I can do that. The next day, I saunter into rehearsal at 11 o'clock. There you are. I was afraid you forgot about me, Ivan says, pursing his lips in a pout. My stomach churns, but I gush. I am so sorry. I overslept, and that never happens. I take my time setting down my bag and organizing my things. When I can't stall any longer, I join him in the center of the room. He opens his arms as if I'd step right in for his groping session. At the last second, I turn back, leaving him with only air, and dig out my phone to send Anna a quick text. Satisfied, I finally return and stop 2 feet away and face the mirror. I'm over here, kitten, he purrs. Of course. I turn and he steps closer. Let's see if you remember the routine after lazing about in bed all morning. He holds out his arms and I take his hand, his arm clamping tight around my waist. I fight the urge to stiffen and instead smile amiably. We work through the steps, and I'm amazed at how well I remember it, as Ivan's teaching technique is so different from Dominic's. Excellent, my brilliant little protégé. Today I will school you on passion, allure, the je ne sais quoi. The audience must see your desire, feel our heat. It will be as if we're making love. He speaks in what I assume is his bedroom voice, husky and overpronouncing each word while his hand caresses my upper ass. I choke back my revulsion. Look deep into my eyes and feel my desire. Focusing on him is near impossible. Relax your body. Come closer. I lean in, and maybe it was his cloying cologne or maybe it was a self-defense mechanism against his smarminess, but out of nowhere I let out a huge, juicy achoo! Ivan freezes, and I see the evidence of my sneeze glistening on his face. He releases me with a look of disgust, and I fight the urge to bust out laughing. Oh my gosh, I guess I'm coming down with a cold. I blow my nose, then reach out to mop up his face with the damp tissue. He jerks and stumbles away. After that, Ivan keeps his distance. The loud pinging of my phone every time Anna texts keeps the distractions coming. And when my phone unexpectedly sounds Tom's ringtone, I scramble off and spend 20 minutes as I go into detail about my various ideas for Anna's bachelorette party I'm throwing after the show is over. You and your friends should fly to New York and hold it here, he suggests. You can all stay at my place. That's an amazing idea. Let me run it by the girls and see. Ivan keeps huffing from across the room, so I say my goodbyes and get back to work. The rest of our rehearsals are better, as I make sure to wipe my nose a lot in case Ivan wants to get too close. We fine-tune every move and step of the dance until it's second nature. But on Sunday, after watching our camera blocking, Dominic pulls me aside. What do you think? I ask, eager for his approval. He is my true partner, and how Ivan and I do affects him as much as me. Well, he hesitates, searching for words. It's obvious you don't like Ivan. I'm taken aback. It is? I can't stand him, but I didn't think that it came out in the dance. I just didn't want the leech groping me and trying to get me into bed all the time. It's like you're back to week 2 and won't look him in the eye. Half the Roomba is the connection to your partner. Chemistry is everything. You're better than this. I blow out my breath and push my hair back. He's a total creeper. Dominic smirks. I know, but if you don't work on chemistry, we're going home on Tuesday. And trust me, Ivan won't care. It's less competition for he and Haley. But how am I supposed to do that when I find him repulsive? I glance over at Ivan chatting up one of the troupe dancers. He looks up when she points out that we're watching him. Come on, I'll show you. Dominic drags me off to the lobby where we can have privacy. When he's satisfied there's no one else around, he takes dance position. Remember, every move has an intention. You can't just go through the motions. You have to connect with him. But anytime I give Ivan the slightest encouragement, he seems to think I'll want to go tango between the sheets. Tomorrow night, you'll be done with him. You can fake it until then. Now, let's give this a shot. Pretend I'm Ivan. But you don't know the dance. Pfft, I'll fake it. It's just the first few bars. He takes position, and sure enough, Dominic magically seems to know our number. Eyes on mine. And remember, you're playing a character, he chides. I focus on him, but it's awkward and the emotions don't translate. I pull away. Pretend I'm Tom. Does that help? He smirks. I smile. Yeah, I thought that would work. We begin again. Dominic turns his expression serious, and then with his body movement it changes to sexy, almost steamy. But on him, it isn't sleazy. It's more like how Tom transforms himself on stage to another person. It's natural and effortless. Now, try giving me bedroom eyes, he says as we move through the seductive steps. I relax and focus and try to take on the role. Working with Dominic is natural and I can let down my guard. There you go, you've got it. He releases me. I nod, I can do it. Play the character. I'm just not sure I can do it with Ivan. I don't like him and I don't trust him. Well, in that case, focus on his forehead and use the wind technique. Excuse me? It's a tried and true method. Whenever you have to dance with someone you don't like, imagine that they just passed wind. The bad kind. I give him the side eye. I can't imagine how that works. Use the facial expression you would if someone next to you let out a rotten egg. Like this. He flares his nostrils and his lip lifts in disdain. He stares me down, and even though I know he's pretending it's from an odorous smell, it does come off as desire. I bust out laughing. Oh my God, that's hilarious! There's a fine line between sexual tension and smelly farts. Chapter 14. Sitting on my couch in sweats and a t-shirt, I'm waiting for Celebrity Dance-Off to start. My nerves are jumpy as I wait to see Chelsea perform. It's been 2 glorious but torturous weeks, limited to phone calls and occasional video chat. Finally, the show's theme music plays, and the screen is filled with spotlights, mirror balls, and the host, Marcus McIntyre. I lean forward as he introduces the contestants one by one. First is Pavel and Haley. Then there's Dominic, but he's with a different partner this week. And suddenly Chelsea's gorgeous smile fills the screen as she enters on the arm of Ivan. From the joy on her face, it's impossible to tell that she doesn't like him. In a flash, Chelsea's gone, as the remaining contestants make their entrance. But then the camera pans back and shows the lineup of teams, each bopping to the music and grinning for the audiences at home. Chelsea's wearing a sequined leotard with silky cream-colored fabric draped around her body in a deliciously provocative way. The door to the flat flies open and Ryan bounds in. Hey, man! Shh! I motion impatiently to the telly. Sorry, he mouths, heading for the fridge. Just started. I watch for any glimpse of her as the host explains the switch-up and the stress on the dancers to get to know new partners. When he introduces the first dance, which isn't Chelsea or Dominic, I turn to Ryan. He settles on the other side of the couch with a light beer and observes me with amusement. Geez, dude, a little obsessed? It's just a TV show. But who am I kidding? I've been looking forward to tonight all week. Chelsea's become a habit I don't want to kick. Brady and Cassie finish their routine and get their scores, which are higher than I like as I want Chelsea to win this thing. The show goes back to commercial. I lean back and relax and finally speak to Ryan. Any luck today? I had to wait all day to be seen, but I nailed the routine and the director actually seemed interested. But now I sit on pins and needles, praying to the casting gods that I move on. You're a great dancer, and you're bound to hit one of these times. I've auditioned enough that the odds should be on my side. The show comes back on, and next up is Shane and Lena. They do a decent job, but I just wasn't feeling it. Ryan agrees. Watching this show is killing me. They have no chemistry, for Pete's sake. Show a little emotion. You should audition for Celebrity Dance-Off. Show them a thing or two. Nah, their dancers all have to be national or world ballroom champions. Between the judges' comments and reporting the scores, the camera shows snippets of the other teams. I'm rewarded with a 3-second shot of Chelsea applauding for the last team. Her hair is artfully pulled away from her face and falls down her back in loose curls. She's gorgeous. It's forever before she and Ivan take the dance floor. Their video package shows their first meeting and him falling all over her, calling her honey, baby, and kitten. I instantly despise the guy. The package wraps, and a stream of lights shine on Chelsea alone in the center of the dimly lit ballroom. I lean forward in my seat. Isn't she the one you sang for a couple weeks back? Yeah, I say, my eyes glued to the screen. Sultry music begins, and Ivan approaches her from behind, sliding his hand up her arm and turning her to face him. They perform a few steps, and her hand sweeps up his chest as she gazes at him with a desire that makes me squirm. He whips her into a few more Roomba steps, then spins her in front of him, her back arched against his chest, and he runs his hand over her body. They're good, Ryan says. I bet they're sleeping together. They're not, I snap. But Ryan's right. Ivan dances with Chelsea as if he's about to take her to bed, and from what I see, I wouldn't put it past him to try. My jaw clenches. Now that's how you show emotion. Ryan waves his beer at the screen. Her flimsy wrap floats with each move as they step and spin, him catching her leg and pulling her to him. This guy's getting way more action with her than I have, and he's on national TV. But he's a professional dancer, I remind myself. It's all for the show. But still, I'm jealous as hell. The dance ends, and I breathe easier when Ivan releases her. The judges praise them, and their scores are good enough. I think they'll be safe. God, I just lost 5 years of my life. A minute later, Chelsea texts. What did you think? That I want to kick Ivan's ass, but instead I messaged back. You were exquisite, and a tease. I miss you. We have the team dance this week. That ought to shake things up a bit. We're on a team with Brady and Ava. I tell Tom the next evening after I learn I'm safe for another week and finished with Ivan. The chef and the soap star, they're both really good. We had our first rehearsal, and the pros spent over an hour arguing how to choreograph the number. Honestly, I didn't even need to be there. But Ava was friendly and even complimented my last dance, which made my day. It was nice to feel part of a group for a change. Brady is wrapped up in his partner Lena. I'm pretty sure they're doing a whole lot more than dancing. His wife won't be happy about that, he says. Whoa! What? A guy just streaked down 10th Avenue. That's new. Where do you live? I can't believe I've never asked before. I have no idea if he's in a fancy skyrise or a cramped apartment. Hell's Kitchen. Isn't that a cooking show? He laughs and I picture his smile. It's also a neighborhood. Sounds sinister. It's a dangerous part of New York filled with criminals, he says in an ominous tone. Oh, great. Now I'm going to worry about you every time you step out your door. Why do you live there? It was a cheap sublet. It's not so bad. There are bars on the windows. No worries, though. I'm unlocking the door now. See, I'm safe inside. Good. And that's how the days pass. We talk whenever we can, and I focus on rehearsals. Come show night, our team is in a panic because we haven't been able to rehearse together since Tuesday night. I thought working as a team would bring me closer to the other contestants, but Brady was in New Orleans promoting his new cookbook, and Ava had a location shoot for her soap. This is a mess, I whisper to Dominic when Brady misses his cue again as we run the number in the back lot area where the guys usually shoot pre-show hoops. He pulls me aside. Put your blinders on. Either he pulls it together or he doesn't. As long as you shine, that's all that matters. But I know we need the bonus points a team win would give us. I hate being in the bottom every week, and this could help. Worrying about the team dance helps take my mind off our jive. We sail through it, and during every commercial break, even though Dominic said it didn't matter, I mark through the steps with Brady. The other team performs a futuristic dance that's more robotic than graceful, with them wearing sleek silver bodysuits. It's a cool number with precision movement. Our team huddles together, and Dominic gives us a last pep talk. If we're judged by appearance alone, we'd win easily. Our dance is a Bollywood meets ballroom fusion with bright costumes and great music. We're introduced and take our places. The pros have choreographed a creative crowd pleaser, with the ladies' skirts swirling in unison to the upbeat party song. By some miracle, Brady hits his marks, and the number is a blast. Out of breath and relieved that we did so well, we face the judges to glowing comments and scores. When I talk to Tom later, he gushes about our performance. "Could you stop getting better? I'll never see you at this rate." And he's right, when we learn we're safe the next night. It's Molly, the reality dating chick, who goes home. Dominic is bummed because she was partnered with his best friend, Pavel. But it also means we made the semifinals, and no one is more surprised than me. "Come on, Chelsea, you'll look great," Dominic says the next day, trying to convince me to agree to a skimpy costume the wardrobe designer has sketched out. No freaking way! It's basically a string bikini with a bustle of ruffles on the rear end. Cassie wears stuff like this all the time, and she looks amazing. She also has a dancer's body and a lot more body confidence than I do. Look in the mirror. You have a dancer's body now, too. We could use the extra votes a costume like this will bring in. Dominic is good at pushing me, but I'm equally stubborn. I have to get a job in the real world when this ends. And having prospective employers see me in outfits like that will ensure I don't. I cringe at how difficult I've already made it for myself. Who's gonna take me seriously after this show? You'll get jobs with that outfit, just not the kind you were hoping for. I picture myself stuck as a cocktail waitress for the rest of my life. No! Later, when we're back in the rehearsal room, Dominic barks. Again! But he's not mad. He's just intense because he wants to make it to the finals, and so do I. We work through the intricate steps of the paso doble, and he whips me from one move to another. My muscles ache from holding the rigid frame all day. Tom and I talk on the phone as often as possible, but between the time differences and our busy schedules, I'm always left desperate for more of him. Dominic has us in the rehearsal hall until 8 o'clock each night. But the work pays off. Our dance is beautiful, and I love the graceful elegance. My stunning, form-fitting dress that we compromised on doesn't hurt any either. Now between the late nights with Tom and Dominic doubling up our rehearsal time, I'm exhausted. We run the numbers repeatedly until each move is perfection. I want to score 10s again, and Dominic thinks we can do it. But I'm ready to drop. Please, can we take 5? I beg, my arms quivering with fatigue. We've been rehearsing since 8 a.m. with few breaks, and now it's past dinner time. Dominic nods. Good job. I collapse against the wall. But remember, it's all about the emotion of the dance now. We're almost out of time. I need you to act the part and show it on your face. That's where Ava has you beat. But she's also an Emmy-winning actress. And you need to act like one too. Remember, this number is all about aggression. I want to see fury in your eyes. Too bad they didn't give us this dance early on. I wouldn't have to fake hating you. He grabs his heart. How can you say that? But I can't hate anyone. Not when there's so much joy in my heart. And if we can stay in this competition this week, we make the finals. Either way, I have a guaranteed trip to New York and to Tom. Then a few weeks later, there's Anna's bachelorette party, and after that, I haven't figured anything else out yet. Everything good is happening in my life. But after my spray tan on Monday, I put on my costume, and I'm ready to kill Dominic. It's a combination steampunk meets tribal. I'm wearing a leather bustier cinched so my boobs are pushed up like a Vegas showgirl. There's a sheer overskirt with a fringe border, and I'm in high-heeled ankle boots. My makeup is dark lipstick and smoky eyes, and my hair pulled up and crimped. I grumble and complain, but he insists it'll get us votes, and when I whine to Tom on the phone, he heartily agrees and can't wait to see it. When showtime rolls around, I'm a good kind of nervous for our number. Dominic is wearing high-waisted leather pants with a vest hanging open over his bare chest. He has a black cape that he whips wildly in an intricate pattern at the beginning of our number. You've got this. We're on a roll. Just focus on your aggression. No smiles. I grin wide just to stress him out. Stop thinking about your eye candy out in New York. He's there. You're here. Focus. I stick out my tongue at him, and he shakes his head. Our intro begins, and we take our position on the upper stage, both of us fixated on the next 90 seconds. The cameras are in place. The lights come up, and the house band plays. We open with a daring face-off, then spin away from each other and glide down the stairs, while I dramatically swish my skirt, and Dominic flips his cape in testosterone-filled dominance. At the main floor, his cape catches and wraps around my ankle. I'm forced to step on his cape. It stops his forward motion. He trips and careens to the floor so fast that I have no time to react other than brace myself as I tumble on top of him. We don't look so intense now, I mumble as we scramble to our feet and the music plays on. Dominic tosses the cape away, takes my hand and pulls me into hold, staring me in the eye with real intensity now. We're fine. Keep going. We start forward, but my heel is caught in my overskirt and I can't take a full step. Dominic, my boot is stuck. Ignore it. He takes my hand and tries to lead me on, but I can't take a full step before being hung up. Our eyes lock in panic. I kick out with my foot, ripping the fabric, which gives me more mobility, but my boot is still caught, and we're way behind the music. Keep going, ignore it. He calls out the steps, something he hasn't done in several weeks. We're rushing to find our spot in the music, not to mention on the dance floor. The cameras scramble for angles because we're in all the wrong places. It's useless. There's no way to save this dance. I start to giggle, and Dominic, who is trying hard to pull it together, glares at me for breaking character. But when I stumble against him when I can't take a full step, he glances down at my caught-up boot and sees the problem. Hold still. We stop in the middle of the catastrophe, and he crouches to my feet, rips the fabric edging from my skirt, finally freeing my boot. He rises, and we take up our proper hold and continue with the dance, hopefully salvaging the last 30 seconds. But the trim he tore away is attached by a thread and trails after me like toilet paper stuck to my shoe. I can't stop giggling and lose all concentration, forcing him to drag me through the final moves. At the end, he sweeps me into a grand dip and holds the trilling fabric in the air as if in triumph. After the obligatory 5-second hold, he lifts me to my feet and we crack up on our way to the judge's table. I try to get serious, but one look at Dominic and we burst into laughter. His hand is at my side and we hunch over trying to get control, but it's no use. We're slap happy and it's not going away. Nikki LaFlash chuckles along with us. I want to say nice recovery, but I guess the best I can do is say that at least you tried. Stephen Harris shakes his head. Such a shame. You two had just hit your stride. Bryce Zimmer rubs his goatee. I would have liked to see how you did with that last number, but sadly, we must score on what we saw, which was a whole lot of stumbling and fumbling. Dominic pats me on the back, but neither of us is upset. When dismissed, he leads us across the dance floor and up to the scoring room. This is going to be bad, I say. Nicci gives us a 6. Dominic and I nod and shrug. Stefan gives us a 6, and we look at each other with a grin. There's not much we could do to fix that dance. And then the final judge, Bryce, gives us a 6. Dominic and I high-five and laugh at the unanimously pathetic scores. If you want Chelsea and Dominic to stay in the competition for the finals, they'll need your votes. But we're beyond saving, and we both know it. It would have been great to go on to the finals, and I'll miss being on the show, but tonight was still a blast. We dance out to the music as the band plays to the commercial break. The other contestants are either laughing with us or visibly relieved that we'll be out of the competition. Once at the commercial break, I have 3 minutes to myself, so head backstage. Off to call Tom with the good news? I flash my eyebrows and grin. Tom answers on the first ring, and before I can say anything, he blurts out, "You're coming to New York!" Chapter 15. On the results show the next night, it's confirmed, and to no one's surprise, Dominic and I are out. My feelings are conflicted as the show closes and the remaining cast surrounds us with well wishes. I realize that I've finally made some friends here. They were a tough group to crack, but now I can say there are some genuinely nice people. We skip the normal post-show interviews and are whisked to the airport. Between the 3-hour time change and the need for us to get to the morning show studio by 7 a.m., there's no time to lose. Seriously? I say to Dominic when we're seated in first class. Helps take the sting off losing, doesn't it? He offers me the spacious window seat and takes the aisle, while the flight attendant stows our coats. You won't find me complaining. I snuggle in and call Tom. His show should be over by now. He picks up. How'd it go? You'll never guess where I am. I smooth my hand over the supple leather seat. At the airport? Better, and first class. He laughs, and I can't wait to see him in person. It's been 3 weeks since I laid eyes on him. What time are you off the clock and officially mine? My stomach tingles at his words. I pull the phone away for a sec. Dominic, what time are we done tomorrow? The flight attendant hands each of us a glass of champagne. Dominic clinks his glass to mine and says, around 9. Hear that? I say into the phone. Yes. I'll see you both at 9. I whisper into my phone, hoping none of the other high flyers overhear my rookie excitement. They just gave us champagne. You're living the high life now. I take a sip of the bubbly. It goes to my nose and I sneeze. Dominic leans over. Chelsea, I can't make it tomorrow. I've got a meeting with my agent. Dominic can't join us. You okay with that? And have you all to myself. Bummer. Does he want to come to the show? I've got 2 tickets if you want them. Of course I do. I nudge Dominic and mouth the question. He nods. Dominic will be there too. The flight attendant collects our glasses and indicates that it's time to hang up. I've got to go. I'll see you soon. Dominic and I eat dinner and talk for a long time, still hyped from the show. This was a great season. We started rough, peaked, then ended rough. Who could ask for more? He jokes. Sorry about that. It wasn't your fault. Sometimes things work out the best way possible, you just don't know it yet. So what is the meeting your agent about? There's a movie I could audition for, a summer dance tour, maybe opening a studio of my own. That's incredible! Your agent's been busy. She's great. You know, you should consider getting an agent. I'm sure there are opportunities for you now that you're a known entity. I shake my head. Nah, my 15 minutes are about to expire. I'm not cut out for this fame thing. It's time for me to start searching for a job. Or take a couple months off just to relax and enjoy life. From what I've heard, you don't take much time to treat yourself. No, it's never been an option. Why don't you take a few chances and try something different? We made it far enough in the show, you should have some decent bonus money. I just have my apartment rent and a couple of bills to pay for, which I should be able to cover. Maybe, but I can't imagine doing nothing. It isn't long before Dominic is reclined in his seat with his head back and mouth open like a teenager passed out after an all-nighter gaming. But I can't sleep. I get to see Tom soon. We've only spent a few hours together, and yet he's turned my life upside down. Will he still like me after we spend the next 2 days together? God, I hope so. The flight drags, so I watch a movie. By the time I finally close my eyes, it's only a blink, and the flight attendants are serving coffee and pastries. Stepping into the late November New York chill takes my breath away after 2.5 months in mild LA. The studio has sent a car to meet us. I'm tempted to call Tom, but it's so early. He probably isn't awake yet. And he has 2 shows today, so I don't want to bother him yet. I peer out the window, soaking in every detail as we approach Manhattan. The traffic slows and we inch through rush hour. People pour out of a subway exit just like in the movies. Taxis dodge in and out of traffic, the food carts crowd every corner. The air smells of baked goods and vehicle exhaust. Dominic points out the historic Grand Central Station, and later the New York Public Library with its giant lions standing guard. We arrive at the morning show studio in Times Square just before 7 a.m., and I change into a fitted blue dress and black boots. We're briefed by the producer, and my makeup is touched up. When there's a spare moment, I sneak in a text to Tom. The interview goes well, jokes are made about my stubborn start to the show and the growth I've made. They ask who we think will win. Dominic evades, saying it's too close to call, but I declare it's Brady and Lena. Afterward, our luggage is whisked away to our hotel, so Dominic and I can go our separate ways. I slip on the new coat that I bought special for the trip. Thanks to all the professional primping, I feel fantastic. Dominic and I push through the doors and onto the sidewalk in Times Square. Cars and buses crowd the street, and billboards flash with lights. I hear a distant siren as people hustle through the cool morning. There's Tom, with his hands in the pockets of his brown leather jacket, leaning against the light post and wearing a crooked smile and a dark scarf. It's really happened. I'm here, and he's here, and we have a whole day together other than his 2 shows. I smile and head toward him. He pushes off from his spot and meets me halfway, greeting me with a kiss. Ah, the familiar touch of his lips. His hair flutters in the breeze and the morning sun sparkles in his blue eyes. A city bus roars by in a cloud of exhaust. "Welcome to New York," he laughs. There's an excited nervousness between us. We've waited for this moment for so long. But what now? How did the interview go? It's sort of weird. The hosts talk like they know me. You made the semifinals. You're a celebrity. I cringe. Hardly. If I'm what people consider a celebrity these days, that's pretty pathetic. Tom gestures with his head to a couple of tourists taking our picture. They must be here for you, I say. It's all you. People only recognize me when I'm standing outside the theater immediately after a show. 20 minutes and 2 blocks away, I'm a regular schmo just like everyone else. I lean in and whisper. They look like they're going to come over here. What do I do? His arm goes around me. Do you want to talk to them? I turn my back to the strangers. I want to slink away. Is that rude? Nope. Before the onlookers make their move, he guides me down a street away from Times Square. I thought we could catch a late breakfast. Are you hungry? He asks. I am. They served a breakfast sandwich on the plane, but that was almost 4 hours ago. My internal clock is messed up. I only slept for an hour or so. I was too excited. I know all about that. He smiles. We walk a few blocks and stop at a red light. The breeze is brisk. The cold air on my legs is unexpected. I pull the neck of my coat tighter. Cold? He removes his scarf and wraps it around me, smiling as he tucks the ends into my coat. It's not too fashionable, but it should help. It smells exactly how I remembered him from his last visit, a mix of cologne, fresh air, and something that's pure essence of Tom. He taps the tip of my nose with his finger and smiles. Your nose is red. I'm not used to this cold weather. I grew up in the Midwest, but after not really experiencing a normal fall in LA, this colder weather is going to take some adjustment. He holds me close enough to shield me from the wind as we walk. We pass restaurants, souvenir shops, and a couple of theaters with huge marquees. I'm trying not to act too much like a tourist, so I don't point or stop and take pictures, but I'm wide-eyed and soaking up every detail. We walk a couple of blocks to a less congested street. He opens the door into a cozy cafe with a stone floor and butcher block tables. Every wall is floor-to-ceiling bookshelves packed to overflowing. We order at the counter, collect our coffee, and take a table by the front window. I slip off my coat and set his scarf over it. This place is amazing! It's a good spot to come disappear when I need some peace and quiet. It reminds me a little bit of a coffee shop I went to in college. So you went to college in Iowa City? Why did you pick there? I wanted to get away from the town where I grew up. He blows on his coffee and takes a sip. Why's that? My mom had been gone for a long time, and my grandpa too. I needed a fresh start. The truth is, there wasn't much left for me there after my best friend moved away summer before senior year. College was a good time for me. I loved the structure and stability that I lacked during high school, and I finally began to put my life back together. He holds my hand from across the table. I'm sorry about your mom. That must have been horrible. It was, but it happened a long time ago. He tilts his head and considers me. I can't imagine you ever get over something like that. No, I don't suppose you do, I say with a wistful smile and sip my coffee. Not too many people ever talk about my mom, because they're afraid it will bring me down, so Tom's concern touches my heart. What was she like? Mom was great. I smile, thinking of her. She did everything she could to give me the best life. We took a big vacation every summer. She supported my obsession with books. I have a picture of her. Want to see? Absolutely. He sets down his coffee. I dig the photo out of my wallet and glance at Mom's loving eyes. I've stared at this image 1,000 times over the years. The edges are worn and the photo fading. This is from my 13th birthday. It was the last picture of us together before she got really sick. I watch as he studies the old photo. She's beautiful, he says, studying her face. My heart swells with pride. It was only a few weeks later that she began to lose her hair, and over the months wasted away. And look at you with braces and such an adorable smile. I move to grab it away from him, but he holds it away. That was my gawky stage. You look just like her. You think so? I lean over and peer at the picture. Here. He turns it around. Mom has a brilliant smile and laughing eyes. Our hair is definitely the same color. And you have the exact same smile. Your eyes are a little different, but everything else is the same. No one's ever told me we look alike before. Of course, there haven't been many people around who knew her either. Thank you for that. I gaze at Mom's face and miss her. The feeling fades sometimes, but then will surprise me again at unexpected times. He sips his coffee as I put the photo back. The waitress arrives with our food. Wow, you must have been starved, I say, checking out his veggie omelet with greens on the side, oatmeal, and a bowl of fruit. It's a 2-day show. I need all the energy I can to get through it. He digs in, and I feel a little guilty for showing up on such a busy day. Can I ask about your dad? He asks softly. I startle and look up from my ham and cheese omelet. so I guess we're going to have that awkward talk. Sure, but there's not much to tell. My parents divorced when I was young, and he left for a job in Paris. He just walked away? Yep. I didn't see him again until Mom's funeral. I set my fork down and recall that long-ago day. I hugged him so hard when he showed up. I think I scared him off. Why would you say that? Maybe if I hadn't been so desperate, he might have let me go with him to live in France. You were a kid. He should have been there for you. I stab at my eggs. Well, he wasn't. He went back to his new family and left me with my grandfather, who was suffering from Alzheimer's. I can't believe he got away with that. Yeah, well, he has a very good lawyer whose job was to keep me away from him, and my confused grandpa agreed to keep me, even though he was the one who needed care. Tom shakes his head. Are you sure you're okay talking about this? I know it's a shocking story for people to hear for the first time, but this is all old news to me. It's what happened. I'm long over the unfairness of it, but I get that Tom has questions. I might as well get my skeletons out of the closet early. If you're going to bolt, I'd rather you did it before I actually start to like you. Oh, you like me? He says, looking smug. You're mighty confident. I laugh and take another bite. So what happened after your grandpa passed? I wipe my mouth. Well, the house had to be sold when Gramps went into the nursing home. I lived with my friend Jenny's family for a few months, but then her dad was transferred for work and they had to move to Seattle. It was the summer before my senior year. And you actually lived in your car? His tone is pained. I did. I say it as if it's no big deal, but the memories from that lonely time are carved into my psyche like a scar that won't fade. How long? Until I graduated. Embarrassment creeps up at me. It shouldn't, but it does. I hate this feeling. I'm a survivor. I can take care of myself. Aren't winters really cold in Minnesota? I nod. You were a minor. Aren't there laws that should have protected you? I know this is none of my business, but didn't your mom or grandfather leave you any money? My mother had life insurance money that she left to me in a trust, but my father, or rather I should say his lawyer, is in charge of it until I turned 25. The only time I've been able to get access to it was for college tuition and books. He grips his cup and his jaw clenches. My eyes wander to the table, the floor, anywhere but facing him. Talking about this was a mistake. More coffee? The waitress offers brightly, and I welcome the interruption. Yes, thank you. She refills my cup and then Tom's, and I hide behind my mug to avoid his concerned gaze. So, how about the weather? I say. I'm sorry you had to go through that. It's unthinkably unfair. But, for the record, love, I don't scare easily, and I'm not going anywhere. I smile weakly and hope it's true, but I don't want to count on anything yet. We barely know each other. My earlier excitement has been replaced by a weariness after drudging up my ugly past. But at least now the topics are lighter. He tells me about his family, including his sister's kids, a 3-year-old boy and a baby girl. We talk about my last performance, and then a yawn slips out. You're already bored with me, he says. I'm sorry. I guess I need a lot more coffee after so little sleep. You look beat. Where's your hotel? I can drop you off. I don't remember what hotel it is. I whip off a text, and Dominic responds with the hotel name and that he tried to check in, but our rooms won't be ready until 3. I'm not quite sure what to do about that. I've got to get to the theater soon, but if you want, you can crash at my place until your room's ready. I hate to impose. That's crazy. If you don't mind a 10-minute walk, I can guarantee you total privacy and a comfortable bed. I've got the matinee, so you can relax, nap, or salsa. Between shows, I'll take you to your hotel. I hate to put you out. You're a high-maintenance chick. I can handle it. He smirks. Tom is such a switch from any guy I've ever known. Back outside with my arm tucked around his and his scarf snuggled against my neck, we head down the street. He turns at the corner onto a fairly busy street where every other door is a restaurant, bar, or market. Don't you live in Hell's Kitchen? That's right. I shiver, not sure if it's because of the cold or because we're going to an unsafe part of the city. After another couple of blocks, we turn onto a quiet street with brownstones and apartments on each side of a tree-lined walk. Is it far? I can't imagine a scary neighborhood near this one. Not far, in fact. He stops abruptly outside a brick building with an ornate wrought iron handrail. We're here. I glance around for sketchy criminals, but all I see is a peaceful street lined with residences, a senior center next door, and a yoga studio across the street. An old woman shuffles along the sidewalk. This is Hell's Kitchen? He laughs and climbs the steps. It is. So where are all the criminals? The quiet street looks like the least likely spot in New York for nefarious behavior. Years ago, it was a pretty rough neighborhood. I'm not sure where they moved. Maybe they're all reformed. I jab at his side. He laughs and pulls me close while unlocking the security door. Up 2 flights of stairs, he lets us into his apartment. This is it. Home sweet home. He drops his keys on the entry table. It's more spacious than I would have guessed with 2 tall windows letting in natural light. There's a keyboard against one wall and a guitar case in the corner. This is incredible. I thought New York apartments were tiny and cramped. A lot are, but this one is pretty great. I first moved here as a sublet. So it's not really yours? I peek out the window. The apartment overlooks the intersection below, which features a Starbucks on one corner, a little market on another. It is now. I took over the lease about a year ago. Where's the original renter? Out on tour. Is it weird living in someone else's apartment? Nah. In the theater world, people are always bouncing from one flat to another due to sudden casting, out-of-town tryouts, or tours. The bathroom is right here, and this is my room. He frowns and rushes to tidy up. Sorry, I wasn't planning on company. He sweeps the scattered contents on the dresser into the top drawer, scoops up clothes from the floor and tosses them into a chair, then straightens the covers on the bed. I'm sorry to barge in. Seriously, it's no problem. He frowns at a stray sock on the floor and kicks it under his bed. Don't worry, I'm so tired I'll be asleep in 2 minutes. But I love seeing his place. It's like a peek behind the curtains into who Tom really is. He glances at a clock on the nightstand. Shoot, I hate to ditch you, but I've really got to run. Not a problem, if you're sure. He scans the room as if looking for anything embarrassing or out of place. I touch his arm. Of course. Please go. His eyes settle on me. All right, but call or text if you need anything. I'm on stage during most of the show, but I'll check for messages during intermission. Thank you. He runs a hand through his hair. Geez, this morning went so fast. I'm sorry. Would you stop apologizing? Go to work. Which sounds so funny to tell someone performing in a musical to go to work. I'll be back between shows, and then we'll go out for a late dinner after tonight's performance, so rest up. I think you're the one who's going to need the rest. He grins. True that. He kisses me on the lips, slow and soft, leaving the promise of more. Sweet dreams, he says. A few seconds later, the apartment door closes and locks. I take off my coat and glance around the living room, getting a feel for his space. There's a dead fern collecting dust in the corner, as well as a giant plant that stretches up to the ceiling, where hooks hold up the twining vines. Exhaustion is settling in, so back in his room I sit on the side of the bed. The bedding is dark and masculine. There are wood blinds on the windows. A desk is piled with papers, sheet music, and scripts. There's a stack of papers with his 8x10 headshots. I flip it over and see more pics of him and his bio, height, and weight. He must use these when he auditions for a new show. Tired, I grab his pillow and inhale. I can't help but grin. It smells just like him. Chapter 16. I enter my bedroom expecting to find Chelsea watching TV or on her phone, but the room is dark, lit only by the outside light streaking through the open blinds. Chelsea is buried under the covers. I quietly close the door to keep the noise from the living room out and turn on the nightstand light. She's on her stomach with her face turned to the side, her lips parted in deep slumber. Chelsea? I call softly so as not to startle her. Her breathing is slow, her eyelashes rest like butterfly wings on her cheeks. Her pert little nose is tucked against the pillow. Chelsea, I'm back. I say a little louder this time, but she still doesn't stir. I laugh. She is totally out. I sit on the side of the bed, wishing I could let her sleep, but it's a busy day. Hell, what day isn't? But I've only got an hour before I've got to get back to the theater. I could put her in a cab to her hotel, but it's her first time in the city and I'd rather see her there myself. I lift a lock of honey blonde hair that's splayed over her shoulder and draw its feathery softness across her cheek. She twitches, but doesn't wake. I grin at the slumbering beauty and lie on my side facing her and run her hair across her forehead and down her slender nose. Her nose wrinkles in response and she pulls away. Good morning, sleepyhead. I whisper as her shoulders draw up and she emits a little yawn. When she realizes where she is, she smiles and I chuckle. There you are. Her eyes blink open. Oh no, did I oversleep and miss your show? She rolls on her side to face me and pushes her hair out of her face. No, but you've been snoozing like a bear. I'm sorry. I meant to be awake and ready when you got here. I don't want to miss anything, but I was so tired. She stretches like a graceful cat. Her outstretched arms push the covers away, revealing a gray t-shirt. I could swear she was wearing a blue dress earlier. What are you wearing? Chelsea is confused for a moment and looks down. It looks like the t-shirt I wore yesterday. Is that my shirt? Her eyes dart away and she swallows. My dress was uncomfortable. But why are you wearing my old shirt? You should have grabbed a fresh one from my dresser. I have to admit, it's flattering that she's wearing my shirt. Her face turns a shade of pink. What? I like how it smells, she says and shrinks under the comforter covering her face. I stare at the lump in my bed and tug back the covers, not sure I heard correctly. You like how I smell? She nods and ducks back under. I laugh. Well, that's a first. And it's adorable as hell. I nudge the covers down to reveal her hiding behind a mass of hair. With my index finger, I lift the tousled hair away and look into lovely amber eyes smiling back at me. I glance quickly at the clock and notice her dress draped across the chair next to the bed and freeze. Chelsea, what else are you wearing under there? She bites the edge of her lip. You are wearing something other than my shirt, aren't you? A rush of heat shoots south. Panties? Bloody hell. My eyebrows must have hit my hairline as I picture her long bare legs sliding between the sheets of my bed. This fact pummels me in the chest. I clear my throat. A gorgeous woman is sleeping in my bed, wearing panties and my t-shirt. And then I add, because she likes how I smell. This image of her is blazoned in my mind, never to be erased. Her cheeks flush. Oh, God, you must think I'm throwing myself at you. She pushes up onto her elbows. I wasn't. I'm not. I just wanted to be comfortable. I know you weren't, which is another reason it's so hot. The power of her innocence is intoxicating. So what's the color? I ask with a sly grin. She's confused for a second. Color? Oh! She laughs when she realizes I'm asking the color of her panties. She concentrates for a second, her brow furrowed. Lavender. And now the vision of her beneath my sheets is complete. I like lavender. Oh, yeah? She raises an eyebrow. I can't resist her a second longer. I lean over and nuzzle her neck. She giggles. You know every possible way to drive me crazy. Do you realize that? She smells pretty damn good, too. She shakes her head. And you have no idea you're doing it. I run my hands over the bedspread, feeling her bare thighs beneath, but the downy filling won't let me get close enough. Oh, God, you're killing me. Chelsea giggles. Her eyes gaze into mine. I'm sorry. I was only going for comfort. I can't resist caressing her cheeks, but I need to get a hold of myself before things get out of hand. You can get comfortable in my bed any time you want. But I roll to a sitting position with my back to her. I'm giving you exactly 5 seconds to get out of bed. After that, I'm not sure I can control my actions. She must believe me, because the bed dips as she gets up. Suddenly she whips past me with her dress in hand. Where are you going? The bathroom. She dashes to the door, distracting me with a great view of her long, slender legs. Chelsea, wait! I put up a hand to stop her, but she's already opened the door. The talking in the living room halts. She freezes just outside my door. I step up behind her and imagine her shock to find 3 startled guys staring at her. She takes a step back. I'm sorry, she says with a squeak to the guys while tugging the front of my t-shirt lower and giving me a nice view of lavender in the back. No apologies necessary, says Justin from the couch with a guitar across his lap. I lean against the doorframe and push my hand through my hair. Here we go. Hey, Tom, how long you been hiding her? Paul says, grabbing a beer out of his 6-pack on the table. A month or so, I answer with a straight face. No kidding. I've been wondering why you've been so blasted happy, Ryan says. Chelsea turns and stares at me in disbelief. Her hair is totally mussed and looks like we've been through 10 rounds of bedroom gymnastics. Chelsea, this is Justin, Paul, and Ryan. Guys, this is Chelsea. Her shocked eyes search mine, and I suddenly realize her concern at being half-dressed in front of a bunch of strange guys, so I put her at ease. Don't worry, they're all gay. I'm not gay, says Paul, cracking open his beer. Sure you are, says Ryan, his hair slicked back from a recent shower. Justin is about to leave on tour, and Ryan is trying to find a job, I explain. I have a job, just not the right job, Ryan says. He's a cater waiter for the beautiful people. Paul volunteers with a smirk. Paul's girlfriend threw him out again. Justin strums the guitar. See, I'm not gay, Paul says. But everyone thinks you're gay, says Ryan. Nice to meet you, Chelsea says politely. And nice to see Tom with a girl, Ryan says. We were starting to worry he'd never find another woman willing to put up with his eccentricities. You see, the poor guy's been alone since— Ignore them, I interrupt before he regales her with the sordid details of my last failed relationship. Chelsea glances at me with raised eyebrows. The bathroom's there. I point to the open door. Chelsea smiles weakly and disappears, locking the door behind her. Justin says, You actually found a girl who'd come home with you? She likes me, I say, puffing out my chest. Not anymore, Chelsea hollers through the closed door, and the guys burst into laughter. Chapter 17. Times Square is lit up brighter than the celebrity dance-off ballroom as our cab crawls to the theater in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Hey, check it out. Dominic points to a 3-story-high billboard of Tom's show, Crossing Lines. I gawk at his familiar silhouette filling the side of a building. I had no idea. My eyes trail the sign as the cab rolls by more billboards, ticker-type newsreels, and souvenir shops before turning. There are brightly lit theater marquees on every block. We pass Hamilton, Wicked, and numerous other shows before arriving at the theater for Crossing Lines. The cab pulls up and I let Dominic pay the fare. The show is paying our expenses for 2 days in New York, and then I'm on my own. We're needed back for the finale rehearsal on Saturday, but Dominic and I both agreed we wanted a couple extra days to enjoy New York. We step onto the sidewalk into a crush of theater-goers bustling up and down both sides of the street with anticipation. Taxis and town cars drop off more ticket holders. We take a selfie in front of the marquee with Dominic looking his normal, amazing self and me grinning like an idiot. I don't care. Who would have guessed that the first Broadway show I ever see, the leading man is actually my friend? Date? Boyfriend? I'm not really sure if I can call him that yet, but he's certainly more than a friend. After texting the photo to Tom so he knows we made it, we find the will call line. I give them my name, and sure enough, the ticket agent hands me an envelope with 2 tickets. I wave them at Dominic and squeal. A woman interrupts my euphoria. "Excuse me, you're Dominic and Chelsea from Celebrity Dance-Off? Could I get a picture?" Dominic shifts into performance mode. "Of course." We quickly pose with her standing between us as her husband takes the picture. "Can I get one with just Dominic?" she asks, all gooey-eyed. I quickly step away, a little embarrassed that I stood in the first shot when he's the one she's really interested in. "Thank you so much," she effuses to Dominic after her hubby snaps another shot. And as we're walking away, I hear her say, "I can't believe I just met Dominic Yardley." I laugh. "See, it's you the viewers were voting for all this time." Inside, we follow a grand staircase, and an usher leads us to first-row balcony seats. I stare at the grand stage. The massive curtain is lit with the logo of the show. I soak in the ornate decor of the opulent old theater. There are gorgeous frescoes on the ceiling, gilded box seats, and glittering chandeliers. I open the program to see Tom's picture, the first one at the top of the page. I elbow Dominic and grin. The lights dim and the audience goes quiet as the overture begins. It's a relief to watch a show versus having to dance in one, but my nerves are still as jumpy as if I were performing. I wonder how Tom is. What is he doing at this moment? Is he right behind the curtains or in the wings? What's he wearing? I know so little about the show. Just that one song I saw on the Tony Awards. The curtain rises and I grab Dominic's arm. The stage lights come up and the opening number begins. I search the stage but can't spot him. It's a big group number with colorful costumes and a rousing song. Just as it ends, Tom makes his entrance and my stomach flips. He's playing a younger man, and it shows in the way he walks and acts. I'm surprised when he speaks his first lines with an American accent, but it sounds perfectly normal. And the rest of the world falls away as I'm mesmerized by this new side of him. 2.5 hours later, the show culminates with Tom belting out raw, passionate vocals laced with angst, grief, and even hope. His powerful tenor voice fills the theater, giving me goosebumps, and when the song ends, I swipe away tears I didn't realize I'd shed. The theater erupts into applause. The stage goes dark, and I can't believe the journey I've just been on. When the lights come up, Tom is gone. The cast comes out for bows in small groups, first the ensemble, then the smaller roles to the principal players, and finally, Tom runs out for his bow. I'm immediately on my feet along with the rest of the audience. He smiles and bows, back to the charming guy who occupies all my thoughts. The rest of the cast join him, gesture to the orchestra, and take a final group bow. He gazes up to the balcony, and even though I'm sure he can't see me beyond the bright stage lights, he smiles and waves. I wave back as the curtain closes, not caring if I look silly. "Oh my God!" I turn to Dominic. He's just as razzed by the show as I am. That was incredible. I want to see it again. It takes a few minutes to file outside. The stage door is surrounded by a mob of people. Dominic leads the way past stanchions set up to keep the crowd back. I feel rude barreling past people, but I guess this is how it's done. I hear comments. Is that Dominic Yardley and Chelsea Barnes? Dominic knocks at the stage door and the security guy opens it a crack. The people in the crowd are craning their necks to see who we are. More people call out to us. I smile politely as Dominic gives our names. The security guard is a middle-aged guy wearing a flannel shirt and beat-up boots. He swings the door open. We step into an entryway of concrete steps, scuffed gray walls, and exposed pipes. It's pretty bland after all the glamour of the show. Tom's dressing room is on the second floor at the top of the steps. The security guy points to the narrow staircase. This place is a lot like the studio in LA with a barren industrial feel, except this theater has got to be 100 years old. Dominic gestures for me to go up first, so I climb the stairs, my pulse racing faster with each step. Tom was amazing, and the show was epic, leaving me moved beyond words. A couple people wearing street clothes and stage makeup pass us going down. I know they were in the show, but don't recognize them out of costume. We reach the second floor landing and a gray door, marked Thomas Evan Oliver Crossing Lines. I hesitate and turn to Dominic. I chew at the edge of my lip. Tom is now more than the guy who sang for me on Celebrity Dance-Off. He's more than the cute guy I flirt with long distance or steal kisses with now that I'm here in the same city. He's a huge Broadway star who just carried this show. Intimidated doesn't begin to describe my feelings. Dominic raps on the door. Tom opens it with a grin and tousled hair. You made it. Great show, man. Incredible. Dominic shakes his hand. I say, wow, because no words can express my feelings. His eyes soften. Thanks. Come on in. He holds the door wide. He's lean and lanky, wearing a fitted navy t-shirt. His costume is draped over a chair, and he's wearing dark jeans with no shoes or socks. Sorry I'm running late. I got caught up by the stage manager. The show was amazing. You were... I don't even know what to say other than phenomenal. I gush. His smile is tender. I'm glad you liked it. I don't know how you do it. I'm wrung out from the experience. You must be exhausted. Usually I am, but tonight I'm jazzed to have you guys here. He pulls a black button-down shirt out of his closet and slips into it. I take in all the chaos and coziness of his dressing room. There's a love seat and 2 comfortable chairs around a coffee table, art on the walls, and a colorful rug on the floor. Pretty nice space you've got, Dominic says. It's the nicest dressing room I've ever had. My sister decorated it. I spend enough time here, so I wanted it to be comfortable. He buttons his shirt. I notice a Drama League award on a shelf and another for opening the show. He sits down to put on his shoes and socks. Are you guys still up for a late dinner? Absolutely. I squint at pictures of Tom with true A-list celebrities tucked into the side of his mirror. There's the lead guy from Star Wars, a couple of people from Game of Thrones, and is that T. Swift? Would you like a tour of the theater? He asks. Maybe to distract me from the wall of fame. Are we allowed? I decided to play it cool and not comment about his famous meet and greets. Of course. He grabs his coat and backpack and leads us down to the backstage area. It's incredibly organized and crowded with set pieces pushed back against the walls, small prop items set on shelves, and white tape marking the floor. I had no idea how crowded it was back here. If you look up, you'll see more. Sure enough, above us the air is filled with hanging set pieces and backdrops. It can be a real obstacle course just trying to get off and on stage. One wrong move and someone gets hurt. But the setting and acoustics are phenomenal. We go another level lower, and he points out the wig room, laundry room, several group dressing rooms, and the trap room where he disappeared to after a fight scene. We pepper him with questions, which he patiently answers. When we come back up, the stage is empty except for a tall floor lamp with no shade. A single bulb casts the stage in an eerie light. What's that for? It's a ghost light, Tom says. I glance at Tom. What's that mean? There are lots of myths about how ghost lights are to keep the ghosts company or to ward them off, depending on who you ask. But their real purpose is to prevent anyone from accidentally falling into the pit. I peer into the orchestra pit. It would be a nasty fall in the dark. We make our way back to the stage door, where a couple of cast members are zipping up their coats. A ginger-haired woman smiles at Tom and slides her hand up his arm to his shoulder. There you are. Some of us are going for a drink. Join us. I'm a little taken aback by her familiarity and reminded of how little I know him. Thanks, Tanya, but I'm going for dinner with friends. Tanya pouts, but Tom is unfazed. Chelsea, Dominic, this is Tanya and Rhonda. They're in the ensemble. I love you guys on Celebrity Dance-Off, Rhonda, a short brunette, says. Sorry you went off after your costume mishap. Thanks, we had a good run, Dominic says. You guys were great tonight. It's strange that she watches the show. I guess I should be used to it, but I'm not. They are the real professionals. I loved the show. All of you were amazing. We say our goodbyes and they head outside. A cheer erupts from the waiting fans. Hey, Ed, how's the crowd look? Tom speaks to the man at the stage door who let me in. He checks his monitors. Still a decent-sized crowd. Tomorrow might be another story. I hear a snowstorm's coming in. Tom frowns, pulls out his phone and texts something. Let's go through the front of house and avoid the crowd. Is everything okay? I follow close behind. Oh, yeah, but if we go out the stage door, I'll need to stop and talk to fans. Sometimes it takes a half hour or more. Won't they be disappointed when you don't show? Probably, but I just tweeted an apology that I couldn't stay. He says with a crooked smile. Tonight is about you guys. He guides us through back hallways and corridors until he opens a door and suddenly we're all at the back of the theater, looking over the seats to the stage with the ghost light. This place is a maze! How did you ever figure it out? A few steps more and we're in the lobby, cleared of everyone but a couple employees closing up. I've spent a lot of time here. He pulls a gray beanie from his pocket and tugs it low over his forehead. With his hair covered and his collar up, he's difficult to recognize. Placing a hand at the small of my back, he leads us into the cold and steers us away from the stage door where there are still stragglers hoping to catch the departing star. But I've got their man tonight. The streets are emptying as theater-goers from the various shows have all rushed off for a cab or the subway. I'm flanked by Dominic on one side and Tom on the other. How unreal is it that I can call both these guys friend? 6 months ago, I never would have believed this could be my life. We walk a couple of blocks and duck down a staircase to a lower-level restaurant. The lights are dim and the warmth is a treat after the chilly night air. We're seated in the back at a corner table with a flickering votive candle. I'm starved, Dominic says, opening his menu. Now that I smell the aromas wafting from the kitchen, I'm ravenous. I haven't eaten anything more since breakfast than a vending machine bag of chips. Staring at the menu, I can't concentrate. I'd rather be focused on Tom than the fine print. What do you recommend? Everything is amazing, but my favorite is the cedar plank salmon. Sounds great. I close my menu. The waiter arrives with crusty bread and a ball of butter. Tom orders a bottle of wine because it's that kind of place. I'm still a little blown away by Tom's immense talent. I should have expected it after his performance on Celebrity Dance-Off and the many YouTube videos I watched, but sitting in that theater and watching him live was beyond epic. I can't get over the show. I don't know how you did that. All those emotions in the course of 2.5 hours. And it was your second show today, Dominic adds. And I do it again tomorrow night and the next and 2 times on Saturday, he says with a weak smile. Now I feel like a total wimp. 2 dances a week for a total of about 3 minutes, Dominic says. I know. I can't believe what a whiner I was. Dominic, you should have brought me to New York at the beginning and I would have cooperated more. You and me both, Dominic laughs. The waiter brings our wine and pours us each a glass. I savor the rich, smooth taste.
What happens next now that you're off the show? Tom asks Dominic. Pavel and I are putting together a dance tour for spring, so once the finale is over, I'll be working on that. Occasionally here in New York, but mostly in LA. It's going to be strange not seeing you every day. I'm almost going to miss you, I tease. See? I told you that at the beginning and you didn't believe me. Dominic smirks and I shake my head. He laughs. Is it hard not being in the finals? Tom asks Dominic. You usually are. I sip my wine, curious to hear his response. Honestly, this season has been a roller coaster. Dominic tilts his head my way. I shrug innocently and Tom smiles at me. It would have been nice to be in the finals. Chelsea earned it against all odds, but it's nice not to be one of the teams rehearsing 12 hours a day to get ready. The poor schmucks. While they're clawing their eyes out with frustration, we're living large. He holds up his glass and we all clink. When do you fly back for the finale? Tom asks. Saturday morning, I say, wishing we had longer. Tom nods, digesting how much time we have together. I'm ready for this long-distance thing to be done. Our food arrives, and Tom was right. The salmon practically melts in my mouth. We're well into our second bottle of wine when Dominic's phone dings. He checks it and goes still. He stares at me with a tense expression. What? I ask. It's Larry. His text says 911. Call me. My mind immediately thinks tragedy. What do you think it is? No idea. Excuse me while I call him back. Dominic leaves the table. I hope it isn't something bad, I say to Tom. God forbid something happened to Hank. He takes my hand. No use worrying until you know. I nod, but I've come to care about those people, even the ones who ignored me. Dominic returns a minute later. He drops into his seat, tosses his phone on the table, and shakes his head with a smile of disbelief. I give him about 2 seconds before demanding, Well? A slow smile curls on his lips. We're in the finals. My mouth drops open. What? Are you serious? Tom laughs. Dominic nods. Brady tore his ACL. There's no way he can dance. We're the runners-up, which means we've been bumped into the finals. Dumbstruck, I turn to Tom. With amusement in his eyes, he raises the wine bottle and empties the contents into our glasses. I think you two are going to need this. Dominic takes a long drink. I can see his mind already going 1,000,000 miles a second. But we don't have a dance or costumes. We can't get ready in time, I say. He rubs his chin before speaking. I do have the music and a couple of ideas I'd been working on. My heart thumps away. It may be stupid, but my first thought is that all I want is to be with Tom. I glance at him, and it's as if he's read my mind. He smiles and shrugs. Larry will call back when our flights are booked. We leave first thing in the morning. Dominic hails the waiter for our check. I nod and fight the urge to throw a temper tantrum. Instead, I sip my wine. Tom watches me but remains silent. When the waiter arrives, the guys argue over the check, but Dominic wins when he promises it's on the network's dime. I'm heading back to the hotel. I've got to start figuring out our dance. I'll call you when I know more. He takes off, distracted by all the details he now has to handle. Tom and I linger over our drinks, and when it's time to go, he holds my coat. My feelings are a jumble. Being in the finale is great, but I don't really deserve it, and I haven't begun to have enough time with him. Outside, the sky is filled with huge snowflakes. Huh, what do you know about that? He raises an eyebrow. Is it horrible if I pray for a blizzard to keep me here? It would make 2 of us. Do you mind if we walk back to your hotel instead of cabbing it? Not at all, I say, and I'm glad I did when Tom tucks his arm around me. Times Square is still brightly lit, but the crowds are gone with only a handful of tourists unwilling to call it a night, and stray people heading home after work. Normally, in a city like New York, I'd be nervous around every dark corner or shady character. But with Tom at my side, I've never felt safer. By the time we reach my hotel, the snow has filled the crevices in the sidewalk. Inside, there's a swanky bar with chrome-edged tables and black leather seating. Tom removes his hat and brushes snow off my shoulders. I know it's late, but I'm not ready to say goodbye. We sit in low chairs. Jazz music plays softly, and the seductive lighting gives the feel that we're alone. The waitress brings him a gin and tonic and me a Cosmo. I wish I didn't have to fly back to LA in the morning. He squeezes my hand. You'll be back. I can't believe we're in the finals. You'll be brilliant, and you're peaking at the perfect time, and you have the secret weapon of Dominic. As much as I hate to say it, you couldn't be in better hands, at least for the show, he says with a sardonic smile. You're too nice. I'm not like you and Dominic. I haven't spent my life performing, but I promise to give it my best shot. He swirls his drink, the ice clinks against the side. And that's what I love about you. You never give up. Like Dominic would let me. But Tom's right. I've got one last chance to prove I'm worthy of being on the show, and I won't waste it. Dominic calls with details of our 8 a.m. flight, with car service pickup a few hours from now at 5:30. It'll be a long day tomorrow. At least I'll be able to sleep on the plane. Tom and I talk in quiet tones, our legs brushing together, our eyes lingering on each other. Before we know it, the lounge is emptied, the music turned off, and the bartender is clinking bottles. Reluctantly, we return to the lobby. May I walk you up? I'm not about to say no. We take the elevator to the 54th floor and step inside my room. I toss my handbag and coat on the bed. When I reach to flip on more lights, Tom takes my hand and pulls me close, slipping his arms around my back. I hate always having to say goodbye to you, he murmurs. I lean into his chest, so solid and warm. We've barely had any time together. He brushes a strand of hair from my cheek and lowers his mouth, capturing mine in a tangy gin and tonic kiss. He weaves his fingers through my hair. This close, my senses are filled with his scent. My hands reach inside his jacket and around to his back. His muscles move as his hands roam lower, pressing gently at my hips, then cupping my behind and pulling me against him. I let him mold my body to his, reveling in his touch. His mouth ravishes mine in a hunger neither of us can possibly satisfy in one night. Eventually, he releases me. We've lost track of time again. His eyes are dark, intense. I think I best toss myself out of here. Inside my head, I scream no, but outwardly, I'm silent. He steps away. I'm going to miss you so much, I say breathlessly. Tom caresses my cheek and smiles. Safe travels, love. With one final kiss, he turns and leaves me alone. I lean against the door, aroused and frustrated. Should I have asked him to stay? Or would that have been too forward? I don't have enough experience to know how to handle these things. Better to follow his lead, which has me bewildered and turned on. And more than ever, I want the show to end so I can spend more time with him. But if it weren't for Celebrity Dance-Off, we never would have met. I get ready for bed, even scrubbed clean of all makeup. I'm glowing with joy. I pack up everything other than what I'll need in the morning and set my alarm for only a few hours from now. At the window, I open the drapes and the shears to let in the city lights. Thick snow flies outside the window, blocking my view of the street below. I'm no expert, but it looks like it's coming fast. With my fingers crossed, I climb into bed and stare out the window at the fuzzy glow of lights behind the swirling snow, and desperately pray it's a blizzard. Dominic calls at 5 a.m. to say he and the hired car will be in front of the hotel in a few minutes. The snowfall has been heavy all night. So far our flight is still on time. We just have to get to the airport. Okay. It seems only a blink of time since I went to bed. I wish I could stay to enjoy the snow, But instead I pull on jeans, a long sweater with a scarf, and my boots. I glance in the bathroom mirror at my groggy face and splash cold water on it, quick brush my teeth, and toss the rest of my toiletries into my suitcase. Yawning, I ride the elevator to the lobby. I picture Tom asleep in his bed with the gray and black comforter and butter-soft sheets. I drop my key at the front desk and find Dominic waiting with a black sedan curbside. "Good morning." Dominic's wide awake but unshaven. He hands me a Starbucks cup. "Morning." I mumble, trying to hang on to sleep. "Looks like someone has a hangover. How late were you and Tom up?" I take a drink of coffee. "I'm not hungover." "Okay, maybe a little." He threw himself out around 2:30. "He did or you did?" he asks, surprised. "He did," I say, savoring those last moments together. "I'm impressed." The car pulls onto the street. It's a winter wonderland with snow coating the city like frosting. One lane has been plowed, but there's already a layer of snow coating it. "Why's that?" "I was worried he would try to get you in the sack first chance he got." "You are so rude. If I weren't so tired, I'd smack you." But inside, I'm happy. "So, it's good that he didn't try?" "Very good. Unless, of course, this means he's gay." I laugh. "He's not gay." "What makes you so sure?" A wide smile covers my face. "The way that man kisses me, there's no way in hell he's gay." I close my eyes and lean my head back to catch a few more Z's. Dominic, on the other hand, is rapidly tapping his foot as if that will help the driver make better time. After a minute of the staccato rhythm without opening my eyes, I grab his arm. "Please stop, or I'll hurt you." It turns out that half of New York had the same idea to arrive at the airport early. The lines are long as hundreds of weary travelers try to get a jump on the storm. Tensions run high as we wait in the security line, but we get through with plenty of time, and just as we arrive at our gate, our flight status changes from on time to delayed. Everyone in the area groans. "We may as well grab breakfast." Dominic steers me toward a restaurant with a view of the gate. After we order, Dominic's glued to the blizzard coverage on the tablet at our table. "What happens if our flight is canceled?" I skim whipped cream off my hot chocolate and into my mouth. "We take the next available flight." The snow is blowing sideways. The ground crews are bundled up in parkas, and snowplows are working on distant runways. Why do I have a feeling I'll be spending my day in the airport? "Don't jinx us." I'm not. I think it's inevitable. Not to mention that I'd love to be stranded in New York so that I can be with Tom. Just not at the airport. "We have to get on the plane today because we have to do the world's quickest costume consultation and production meetings. Not to mention we need 2 new numbers, one being the freestyle. If we don't win the freestyle, we don't win the show." "You think we can win?" I ask skeptically as steaming plates of food are delivered. "I always thought we could win," he says. "No, you didn't. Most of the time you thought we'd be sent home," I say, aiming my piece of bacon at him. "Yeah, but not because you weren't good enough." "Because I was a nobody?" "Well, you're not a nobody anymore." He hitches his head to the side where a group of girls, with their phones, take our picture. After breakfast, while Dominic updates Larry about our continued delays, I take a picture of the departure board listing more delayed flights than on-time ones. I send the picture to Tom. He's probably still sleeping, which is what I wish I was doing, but last night was so worth it. My phone rings, I startle, then smile and answer. "I hope I didn't wake you." "I left my phone on, hoping you'd call." His voice is low and groggy. I imagine him stretching in bed. "Doesn't look like you're getting out of the city anytime soon." The crowd of travelers glaring at the departure board is growing in number. "Too bad I'm stuck at the airport." "Don't I know it. If you were here, I'd take you to Central Park and play in the snow." "That sounds nice, but I don't really have the clothes for that." In fact, other than my small carry-on, all my stuff is checked and probably buried in a snowdrift on the tarmac. The Weather Channel doesn't seem to think it's going to let up anytime soon. Maybe you'll be back after all? I'd love that. Uh-oh, here comes Dominic with one of his determined looks. I better go. Call me later with an update. Promise. I slide my phone into my purse. Well, the weather isn't letting up. But I heard they're trying to keep 2 runways open. So we keep waiting. I'm set up to get flight details, and until it's canceled, we keep our fingers crossed. Great! That means I get to find a corner and take a nap. Ha ha! He laughs, then snaps. No, we'll find a corner and start working on freestyle. Here? I glance around at the crowds of people. Never underestimate me. I found a dead-end corridor away from the gates. I frown. A nap sounds much more appealing. Cheer up, it'll be fun, he says with false bravado. Within 10 minutes, our coats and carry-ons are piled in a corner next to my boots. Dominic is walking me through the first sequence with the turns and handholds. Apparently, he stayed up most of the night working out choreography. It doesn't take long before sweat rolls down my back and my hair sticks to my neck and forehead. A small crowd has gathered to watch my torture. Snapping pictures and video, we smile at them as if this is all great fun. Can't you ask them to stop? I beg Dominic. We need all the publicity we can get. Think of these people as voters. Now smile and play nice. He spins me into a dip and grins at the cameras. Have I mentioned lately how much I don't like you? I mutter through clenched teeth while faking a smile. He's sweating profusely too, which improves my mood a little. Come on, you're living the dream. It might be someone's dream, but it sure isn't mine, I complain, longing for a pillow and a bed. Sure it is, you just refuse to admit it. He grins and we run the opening sequence along with the next one until he's satisfied I've committed it to memory. After an hour, I collapse against the wall for a water break. Dominic slides down next to me, checking his phone. Well, there's good news and bad news. Lay it on me. I consider stretching out on the cool tile floor, but then rethink it when I see how dirty it is. The good news is you might get to see a certain sweet-talking Brit again. Really? I perk up, my exhaustion forgotten for the moment. The bad news is that not only is our flight officially canceled, so is every other flight today. We're going to have a hell of a time getting out of here even tomorrow. But all I heard him say was that I'd get to see Tom. The line for a cab winds around like a mile-long serpent. After shivering in the blizzard conditions until I no longer feel my fingers, LA is sounding pretty good. We finally climb into a warm cab and limp back to the city in snowy traffic. Dominic is still in business mode on another phone call, but I'm hoping for a nap. I'm grossly disappointed when we pull up in front of a building in an area I've never seen before. Why aren't we at the hotel? Dominic ends his phone call and pays the driver. Because we have a show to rehearse for? He gives me a fake cheery smile, but he's got to be dog-tired too. And where exactly are we? Dominic pushes his door open and a bluster of snow whirls in as we climb out. At the Gotta Dance studio. It belongs to Nathan, one of the pros from a couple seasons ago. He's got an extra space where we can rehearse. Lucky us! We take the elevator up a couple floors and enter the studio. Photos of celebrity dancers line the wall and a shelf of awards lines the other. I trail after Dominic like a toddler, nodding and smiling to people as we pass. Nathan gives us a rehearsal room with a lovely view of a brick office building. It's cold and bare and I'm hungry again. Dominic makes himself at home, queuing up the music on his laptop and spreading out his choreography notes on the windowsill. I dig through the lost and found boxes for something a little more suitable to practice in. I score a gray tank top and a pair of yoga pants with the words "hot stuff" on the rear end. With a bracing breath, we start on the next sequence of our dance. Dominic pauses a lot to rub his chin and rethink things. I'm on autopilot from hunger and exhaustion, not really taking in the meaning of this dance. At the moment, it's just one more obligation before I'm free. His phone rings. It's a production call. I jump on the unexpected break and call Tom. How's it going? Dominic is holding me hostage at the Gotta Dance studio, rehearsing a number I don't understand because I'm too tired and hungry to think straight. I'm sure he knows what he's doing. Since when are you so buddy-buddy with Dominic? He's a slave driver keeping us apart. He laughs. Only for a few more days. I suppose. What have you been up to? I worked out earlier and my appointments for today got cancelled, so right now I'm laid out on the couch watching a Mad Men marathon. That sounds heavenly. When do I get to see you? I wish I knew. We haven't even finished the first number. Every few measures, he says, insert cool lift, which makes me break out in a cold sweat. We still have a lot of work. I'm exhausted, and the thought of more hours of rehearsal makes me whimper. I'm sorry this is so painful, but it's your last chance to dance. And personally, I love watching you. Well, if you like it. That a girl. A week from now it will all be over. Dominic is finally off the phone. I dig in my bag and find a squished granola bar at the bottom to share with him. He takes that as a sign I'm ready to get back to work. An hour later, we've been working on a sequence of lifts where I go from his shoulders, swing down his arms with my head barely missing the floor and land in the splits. Again, Dominic says, my muscles are quivering from fatigue. Why are we doing so many lifts and tricks? Because once you learn what to do, you're really good at them, he says with a pointed look. I am? He shakes his head as if I already know. Yes, now again. Chapter 18. When I open the door, Chelsea and Dominic are trying a lift. As she swings down, she can't sustain the hold and smacks her knee on the floor. She's sprawled out like a limp rag. I wince. I don't think that's going to get you any tens. Chelsea lolls her head towards me and sees the large takeaway bag I'm holding. Please tell me that's food, she groans. Your wish is my command. I leave my wet boots and coat at the door and set the bag in front of her. How's it going? I ask Dominic as she tears open the food. He looks exhausted. It could be better. It's tough not being in LA, and this storm just adds more stress. At this rate, we might have to take a train to make it in time. Trains have sleeper cars. I'm up for that. Oh my God, Tom, you brought stew, mac and cheese, spaghetti. You are the most gorgeous man on the planet. Really? All that for a bag of food? Her face is flush from exertion. She looks younger with a light dusting of freckles on her cheeks, and also beat from lack of sleep. She lifts out a salad. Look, Dominic, rabbit food for you. He joins her. Oh, no. After today, I'll arm wrestle you for the pasta. We sit in a circle and dive into our takeout containers. Seriously, dude, you're a lifesaver. Dominic shovels in a mouthful of spaghetti. I was afraid if I let her take too much of a break, I'd never get her back. I'm not that bad, Chelsea says. Dominic cocks his head. Come on. It's been a long day. I mean, I'm wearing someone else's clothes. Plus, I don't even know where I'm sleeping tonight. I flash my eyebrows at her, which Dominic catches and laughs. Chelsea blushes, then looks away. We got a new hotel just down the street. This way we can rehearse late and not have to go too far. Chelsea groans, and I wish there was more I could do to help. After eating our fill, Dominic is off, talking to someone in the main office. Chelsea rolls on the floor next to me. Her body cooled down, and she leans into my side, greedy for warmth. I lace my fingers through hers and smile, lifting her head for a quiet kiss. Is this a new bruise or an old one? I examine her shapely arm, lightly tracing my finger over the purple mark. That one's old, but the one right here is brand new. My eyes and fingers gaze over her soft skin, checking her for further damage, raising goosebumps as I go. I frown and make tisk sound every time I find another. It's a good thing this competition is almost over because you look like you've gone 10 rounds with Ali. Dancing with Dominic is a combat sport. I heard that. Dominic appears. Time to get back to work. Want to show Tom what we've got? Chelsea climbs to her feet and I scoot out of the way to watch. Don't be too critical, I'm still learning, and as you saw, we haven't worked out the lifts yet. I lean against the wall, my forearms resting on my knees. Dominic hits play and they begin. Chelsea's natural ability shows through. Then she's up over his head in a lift, grabs for his other hand and fumbles, then goes down hard on her back. I'm next to her in an instant. Are you okay? I ask, my hand on her bare shoulder. She groans. Maybe we better change that lift? Or maybe we need to slow down and work on it again when you aren't tired, Dominic answers. I'll get you an ice pack. Chelsea pushes to a sitting position and I pull her into my arms and lean against the wall. She lies against my chest and rests her head in the crook of my neck, her silky hair tickling my skin. My arms wrap around her slim waist and settle on her stomach. It's as if I've known her all my life. I could hold her this way forever. And if I have my way, I will. Do you always fall this much? Unfortunately, yes. I'm really not a dancer. I've just gotten good at faking it for a minute and a half. I kiss her temple. I hate to see you get hurt like this. She lays limp in my arms. She speaks softly. I'm used to pain. One way or another, it always follows me. I frown. Dominic returns and hands me an ice pack since Chelsea's curled into my body with her eyes closed. He doesn't bat an eye at her closeness, which I appreciate. Where'd you land when you fell? I ask, shaking the ice pack. Here. She rubs her hand over her hip. I gently lay it on her. She shivers. That's cold. Hang on. I shift her, unzip and slip out of my hoodie. How's this? I spread it over her from her shoulder to her thigh like a blanket. Thanks. She snuggles back in like a drowsy pup. Dominic sits on my other side with his phone and laptop in tow. He glances at Chelsea and laughs. We've got a Skype visit with costume design in a few minutes. Can't we just reuse our old costumes? We've got enough of them. Chelsea mumbles. It's the finale. It's got to be spectacular. She grunts. You know what I like. So you're giving me the okay to decide. He looks at her as if this is a dare. Uh-huh. She rumbles, and I feel her drifting close to sleep. My heart fills with contentment. I hold her a little closer, and she sighs. I turn to Dominic, who could easily toss me out at any time. I hope I'm not messing up your schedule today. I know you have a lot to do. You're fine. It's the weather that's the problem. Look how docile she is with you around. He laughs at my sleeping angel. And you brought dinner. Thanks for that. Dominic logs into his computer and sets his notes on the floor next to him. While he's getting ready, I pull out my phone and snap a picture of Chelsea and I. She doesn't bat an eye. I send the picture to her phone for her to discover later. Dominic's phone pings and he reads an email. Looks like we're booked on a noon flight tomorrow. The snow is supposed to stop at some point tonight, so even if we're delayed, we should be able to get out of here. Considering all the setbacks, you've handled this well. You know what they say, Dominic starts. The show must go on, I finish. Dominic's computer lights up, and his Skype goes live. Hi, Mark, Kelly. Hey, guys, sorry to hear you're snowed in, but congratulations on making the finals! Thanks, but I'm afraid Chelsea can't hear you. She's decided to check out of costume design, but do you remember Tom Oliver? He sang for us a couple weeks back, and he'll be offering feedback on her behalf. Dominic snickers and turns the laptop so they can see Chelsea sleeping on my chest. Mark and Kelly laugh. Nice to see you again, Tom. Hi. Dominic turns the laptop back to face him. So what do you have in mind? Mark asks. We've got the 3 numbers. The first is a Roomba. I'd like something shorter to show off her intricate footwork, and some sort of fringe that will catch the light when she spins. You're thinking something similar to Sonya's costume from last year's finale? Yeah, classy, but with a bareback. Mark holds up a couple of sketches of past costumes. Each one is skimpy. One features rhinestones, another sparkling fringe, and the last, tulle. Something like these? The middle one, Dominic says. Chelsea isn't going to like it. You remember how upset she was about the salsa costume showing so much skin? Kelly says. I remember that costume. She looked hot. Dominic shakes his head. I know, but this is the finals, and she's up for whatever it takes to get votes. What do you think, Tom? You've seen an early version of the dance. Will Chelsea approve? I picture her in any of the samples they showed. Her hot little bum would look amazing. My hand moves under my sweatshirt from her waist to cup her behind. Her change in breathing is the only indication she even notices I'm here. I grin. She'll love it. Hear that? Chelsea votes yes. I was thinking make it silver and put me in a top hat and tails. She'll need a top hat in the opening sequence before tossing it away. Dominic and the designers move on to the next two costumes, each with revealing aspects that would show off her long legs, her sexy backside, and more skin than she's flaunted all season. Whenever consulted, I heartily agree that's exactly how I want to see her. With the call concluded, he closes the laptop. How do you think she'll react when she sees her costumes? I ask, glad I won't be there. I expect there will be quite a firestorm of hysterics, but she's risen to every challenge I've thrown at her so far. If I'm lucky, she won't find out until the last-minute fitting on Monday. The door opens and two guys enter, one carrying a camera on his shoulder. Dominic puts a finger to his lips for them to be quiet, then gestures with his hand to roll tape. Think she'll like this surprise? He whispers. The producers have been going crazy with no promo footage of rehearsal, so they hired a local crew. I look at my snoozing bundle and cringe on her behalf. She's warm and toasty against me. Somehow I think her waking up to a film crew won't be a welcome development. I whisper in her ear to give her a fair warning. Chelsea, a camera crew's here. Her breathing shifts, but she isn't awake. I run my fingertips over her back and shift my leg to rouse her. Camera on you right now. She comes to, then bolts upright, pushing a mass of hair out of her eyes. Where? I point across the room where the camera guy is focused on her. Dominic is bent over laughing. She pulls my sweatshirt over her head and dives into my chest. I'm definitely included in this frame. Dominic, I hate you! She yells. Ah, come on, you're an easy target. On that note, it's time for me to go. I ease her off of me. Her eyes are round saucers of innocence. Please don't. I wish I could stay, but I've got to get to work. I'm desperate to kiss her, but not with the red light on the camera watching. We get to our feet and she hands me my sweatshirt, smoothing down her mussed hair. As I put on all my layers to face the snowstorm, Chelsea pleads her case to Dominic. Let me go to a show tonight, please! We've been working all day, plus we have 4 days until the show. Sorry, not tonight. We have an entire other number to block. Come on, I never ask you for anything, she pleads. He cocks his head in disagreement. Fine, but we're here in the city, we should have some fun too. Dominic drops his head, his hands resting on his hips. I can see how he's choosing his words carefully. Chelsea, do you remember when we started this thing all those weeks ago? She crosses her arms and snorts. You were afraid no one would take you seriously, that you'd never get a chance to get past week 1 or 2 because the audience didn't know you. Well, guess what? The viewers have been paying attention. You've made it all the way to the finals. It doesn't matter how you got here, but you did. The camera is focused on them. I've moved out of sight because it goes way deeper than Chelsea taking a night off. She sticks her jaw out in stubborn defiance, but Dominic continues. The last thing viewers saw was us tripping over each other and screwing up like a couple of amateurs. Is this how you want to go out? She says nothing. Dominic shrugs and throws up his arms. Okay, we'll blow this off and party in the city. You made it to the finals. Who cares how we finish? Who cares that you have a 1 in 3 chance to win the whole thing? Who cares that I think we can do it? Her face is pink with embarrassment.
I feel like a world-class jerk witnessing their battle of wills, but it's likely the whole country will see this footage Monday night. We only have tomorrow and Saturday to learn and polish all 3 numbers, and half of tomorrow will be spent in the air. The ball's in your court. I'd love to call it quits and go grab a beer. It's up to you. Chelsea doesn't say anything for the longest time. They're at a standoff, and yet he's allowing her to call the shots. Her eyes go watery. I'm sorry. Dominic's stance softens. You have nothing to be sorry for. You've given this competition everything you have. I couldn't ask for more. She swallows down her emotion and raises her chin. I don't want to quit, I want to win. A tiny smile lifts the edge of his mouth. You better have something phenomenal planned because we're coming for 'em. He nods. Hug it out? He opens his arms and she walks into them, leaving me more jealous than I'd like to admit. An understanding passes between the two, and I know everything will be all right. I move to the door and catch her eye. Wait! She runs across the room, takes my hand and leads me into the corridor, shutting the studio door behind her. She grabs my coat and drags me forward, pressing her lips to mine, demanding and hungry, as if she needs this connection to get her through the night. Finally we part, her eyes delicious pools of desire. You better get in there before they come looking for you, I say, wishing I could steal her away. And you better go to work. I'm late. Look at what you've done to me. I'm never late. Ever. You saying I'm a bad influence? Very bad. One last kiss and I head out, not looking back because I can't trust myself. I wake up Friday morning after a desperately needed full night's sleep and find Chelsea sent me a link to CNN. I follow it to breaking news that the plane slid off a JFK runway, shutting down 2 main runways. The barely reopened airport has been forced to cancel half of its flights, including hers. She ends her text with emojis of fireworks, smiley faces, and hearts. Propping an extra pillow under my head, I call her. She answers on the first ring. You just can't get rid of me. Her voice is light with excitement. Kind of like mold in the basement. I tease, but I'm pumped she's still here. I don't suppose Dominic's decided to give you the day off? Hardly. But he gave me time to buy some clothes that don't smell like a men's locker room. I can't imagine Chelsea smelling anything but perfect. Does that mean no more hot stuff across your bum? That's my first goal, to find something plain and boring. Darn, I liked how those letters hugged your, assets. Any chance I can steal you for lunch or dinner? Maybe a quick coffee or a quick snogging in the back hall when Dominic isn't looking? She giggles. The sound is music to my ears. I'll try to sneak away at some point. What's your day like? It's Friday, so other than an early meeting and a run, my day is flexible. I'd think your show was workout enough. It's the start of a 4-show weekend. That's 4 shows in 48 hours. If I don't stay strong and in shape, I'll never get through it. Sounds exhausting now that you put it that way. It can be, but I refuse to let it hold me back. Give me a call when you get a break. I'll be standing by. 3 hours later, still no word from Chelsea. Central Park is postcard perfection. Now that the storm has passed, snow glistens under clear, sunny skies. I breathe in the fresh air. The early snow is a novelty, bringing out a surprising amount of people for a weekday. I spend my 5-mile run thinking of Chelsea's sweet smile, her infectious laugh, and especially those moments when her vulnerable side shows through. While she opened up about her past when I asked, it's obvious she keeps a carefully protected wall around her. And that's okay. If I have my way, we'll have plenty of time to take that down. My phone rings, interrupting my ruminations. I slow to a walk. It's my agent. Hey, Sean, what's up? I thought we had a meeting. I stop short. Was that today? Other runners speed past. I step off the jogging path. It's not like you to miss a meeting. I've got the script for a new musical you've been waiting on.
Sorry, with the blizzard, I've been distracted. I checked the time. I can head over to you now. I've got to head out in 5 minutes, so we'll have to reschedule. I did want to check in about some auditions I'm working on, but I wasn't sure how many you can handle right now. I'm wide open, except all the time I plan to be talking and Skyping with Chelsea. You ready for this next step? My heart glitches. It's a huge chance, but the timing is right. I think I have to be. I relax on a bench to catch my breath. I agree. And your appearance on Celebrity Dance-Off was media gold. Prime time on a hit network show. What a sweet piece of luck that was. I grin. You have no idea. I've got to run, but I'll messenger over the script. Rest up, because I'll start lining up auditions. You're going to be a busy man. But if luck holds, I think you can land something great that'll take you to the next level. Thanks, Sean. I'm ready. Nearby, a woman is helping her kids build a snowman, something I haven't done in years. I slip on my gloves and make a snowball. It takes a couple of tries, but I'm able to catch a shot of it mid-air with my phone and send the picture to Chelsea. Next, I find a wide open expanse of snow and start rolling my snowball until I get a nice-sized base. By the time I'm done, 10 minutes later, I have a decent snowman, complete with my scarf and hat. There's 2 protein bars inside my coat pocket that I use for eyes and a frown. My creation complete, I take a selfie with Frosty, matching his mood with a woeful frown, and text it to Chelsea. Can you come out and play? After retrieving my hat and scarf and shaking off the snow, my phone rings. Have you had lunch? She asks. I grin and respond, I'm famished. Dominic says you'll know where the Tavern on the Green is. Meet us there? 20 minutes later, Chelsea and Dominic step out of a cab in front of the landmark restaurant. A bundle of grins and excitement, she kisses me hello. This is gorgeous. She gushes as we're seated in the Central Park room, which is like an atrium with floor-to-ceiling glass. Even part of the ceiling is glass, giving us the feeling of dining in the center of a snow-covered paradise. You've earned a little tourist stop while we're here, Dominic says. We stuff ourselves with clam chowder, Caesar salads, and warm apple crisp. I'm going to need to take another run just to burn off lunch. I ask how rehearsals are going. We're making progress. This morning, I borrowed a couple of guys from the studio and we worked on the lifts and tricks, Dominic says. You should see how much they flip me around. It's so fun, Chelsea adds. When lunch ends, Chelsea leans back and rubs her stomach. I'm so full, all I want to do is curl up in a booth and snooze like a little fat pig. Fatigue shows in dark circles under her eyes. Dominic lays down his napkin and stands. No time for naps. You can sleep when you're dead. The crew has been scouting spots outside. Larry needs more promo footage to air this weekend. So pull out your second wind, it's showtime. Chelsea sighs and glances at me with a tired smile. I squeeze her hand. Outside, I get a front row seat as they set up in front of a frozen fountain. They ditch their coats but wear their hats and scarves and run a short sequence of their dance. Chelsea is focused and professional. Yesterday, she was still awkward and learning the complicated moves, but today, she's graceful and precise. She works as hard as any of the professionals I know. Next, they move to a field of deeper snow for a couple of lifts. Dominic hoists Chelsea up over his head. She arches her back with her legs in perfect form. Her arms extend over her head gracefully as she hangs poised in the air. It's a sight to behold in the winter wonderland surrounding them. The camera crew catches every move. On the dismount, Dominic slips and Chelsea tumbles to the snow. I spring forward to help, but before I get there, Dominic takes the brunt of her fall, so she lands somewhat safely on top of him, and I wish it could have been me beneath her tangle of limb, hair, and laughter. Chelsea rolls off and shakes away the snow. Dominic climbs to his feet, giving up on trying more lifts. Instead, they perform some spins and a couple of dips. Her cheeks and nose are adorably rosy red. When the crew declares they have enough footage, Chelsea bounds over and plants her cold lips on mine. You are amazing. I hold her close. And you're freezing. Let's get your coat back on. Dominic joins us. We've got to run, and with any luck, you won't see us again until after the finals. Chelsea's head swings around in surprise. Her fingers grip my coat, and I feel her being pulled away again. You have a flight? I ask. One out of Newark later tonight. He gives Chelsea a pointed look. They have to go. I can't keep praying for another disaster to keep her here with me. I extend my hand to Dominic. Thanks for letting me crash in on your rehearsal time. From what I've seen, you guys have a great shot. Dominic steps away to give us a chance to say goodbye. I take her in my arms. Looks like this is it. I'd rather stay here, she says softly, with disappointment reflecting in her eyes. I tuck a strand of hair under her hat. Her words touch me more than she knows. I know, but once you're back there, you'll be excited for finals. It's only 5 days. But it feels like forever.
Chapter 19. Thick LA traffic is as oppressing as the smog. While New York was bustling with humanity, it also held an air of excitement and possibility. My bland apartment is in stark opposition to the warmth of Tom's cozy flat with the interior brick walls and comfortable furniture. And what stands out most now that I'm back is the longing in my heart. It was a whirlwind visit, but every minute of it is amplified in my mind as I replay Tom's mesmerizing glances, the way he owned the stage in his show, and the enticing touch of his hands as he kissed me goodbye. I roll my suitcase into the bedroom. On the plane, I was able to catch a solid 4 hours of sleep. With the time differences, we gained 3 hours, and now it's only 1 a.m., so I get to crawl in and sleep some more. But, true to his word, first thing in the morning, we're full speed ahead, starting with costume fittings. I take one look at myself in a skimpy backless number and turn on Dominic. Seriously? What could possibly make you think I'd wear this? He cracks a grin. Tom gave it the thumbs up. Oh. I try to pull the cleavage closed and tug the thin sheath of fabric lower over my butt. Couldn't I at least have a little more fringe? It shows way too much ass. You look fantastic. It fits the dance and the audience will love it. And as I recall, a certain New Yorker is rather fond of your, you-know. Next costume. He gives me a nudge back to the changing room. I silently curse him, yet deep down am flattered that Tom chose it. While Dominic meets with production about the set designs, I'm stuck doing interviews, which I loathe. I should be used to this by now, but as a default finalist, they're spinning their attention onto Dominic and I as the dark horse. Don't they realize I've been the dark horse my whole life? Now that I'm back at the studio and see the amount of effort being put into the finale, I want to prove we belong here. Every spare moment we sneak off to rehearse. Eyes up! Why are you looking at the floor? Dominic barks. Sorry. I lift my chin and focus on the complicated steps. We continue for another hour. I'm sweaty and exhausted when the 3 guys from the troupe of 5 of pro dancers barge in. I turn to Dominic in a panic. What? I told you we were working with the backup dancers today. Hey guys, thanks for coming. He welcomes them all. I push the fallen hair off my sweaty forehead and whisper to Dominic. 8? We need 8 backup dancers? He laughs. Yes, it's the finale. As the number builds, more guys are added until the final section where we'll rock this number out of the park. I guess I thought we only had the 2 because of the tricks. Sweat trails down my back. Don't worry, they're here to make you look good. Well, in that case, can we get more? At first, I'm intimidated by all the pros, but quickly discover it's a lot of fun to dance as a part of a big group. I'd been learning the number with Dominic and 2 stand-ins for the stunts, but now I see how it all comes together and am further psyched. It takes a while to work through all the tricks and lifts, but it's strong hands that lift and toss me like a domino back and forth. I'm corrected every time I lack poor posture or don't point, kick, or snap a move perfectly. We run it full speed, and at the end I got sloppy and didn't quite extend far enough and land wrong, having the breath knocked right out of me. The guys set me on my feet, but I lower myself to the floor to catch my breath. Dominic is in my face. "What happened? Are you all right?" I wave him away and try to draw in air, but am still reeling from the hit. Pavel says, "She landed wrong and I caught her hard across the back." Dominic kneels next to me. "Talk to me." "Go away!" I heave in a breath and cover my eyes with my arm, effectively shutting him, the other dancers, and the cameraman out of my sightlines. "Okay, guys, thanks. Other than that last stunt, it looks great. We'll see you later at the camera blocking." I focus on slow, steady breaths and revel in the comfort of the hard floor. A towel drops on my stomach. I peek at Dominic, who sits on the floor next to me with a bottle of water. "You okay?" "Yeah, I just need a minute." "That's about all you get, because we have to get back to the studio and camera block our Viennese waltz." I want to cry, because my whole body aches and I have no more gas in my tank. But I remind myself there's only 48 hours left and I'll be done. During the break, I call Tom, but he's on stage at this point. Missing him, I send him a text instead. By the time I get home at 10 p.m., I'm so exhausted, but desperately need a shower. I rest my hands against the shower wall to make sure I don't accidentally fall asleep. Crawling into bed with my phone, I read a couple of texts from Tom and smile. Then realize it's 2 in the morning in New York and too late to call. Sunday morning, Dominic calls at 7 to make sure I'm up. Walking out the door, I lie and decide it's time to get moving. We fit in an hour of rehearsal before heading to the soundstage. Somewhere in the middle of working around the impressive new set pieces, consulting with hair and makeup on styles, and getting my final spray tan, the rest of the cast arrives. Everyone from my very first week meanders the ballrooms and trailer area like a college reunion. I get hugs from Vicky and Grant, but my highlight is Hank. "Looky who made it to the finale." He pulls me into a bear hug. "I've missed you. How've you been?" "Happy as a tick at a nudist camp. And what about you? Is that English boy still sniffing around?" "Hank." "What? It's all about pheromones." "So?" He eyes me with a knowing glint. I grin. "Yeah, I saw him in New York last week, but our visit was short." "No need to fret. I have a feeling he'll be waiting for as long as it takes." He winks. Once all the staging, blocking, and meetings are finished, Dominic and I head back to the rehearsal studio. There's still awkward parts of our freestyle that Dominic's determined to fix. Before we start, I call Tom, but get his voicemail and remember he's performing at some big deal New York gala. I send him a good luck text and turn my phone back to silent so I can concentrate. Dominic and I rehearse for 3 hours until we're dog-tired and he calls it a night. My muscles are like jelly. My feet are throbbing, and my stomach is grumbling for food. There was never enough time today to grab more than a banana or a yogurt. I sit against the wall. I can't believe we're in the finals. I was hoping for 2 or 3 weeks tops. This is insane. It's awesome. You're the one who got us here. I turn to him in disbelief. Hardly. It's all you. No, I can teach dance 24/7, but if I don't have someone with a huge heart willing to put in the time, they'll never be any good. You're fearless, Chelsea. No matter what happened, you refused to give up. Whether you were injured or frustrated or tired, you always give it your all. I didn't want to, I bemoan. Glancing at my friend, I can't believe how far we've come considering we could barely tolerate each other in the beginning. He knocks his foot into mine. Sure you did. When you set your mind to something, there's no stopping you. Chapter 20. Oh my God, is this really Chelsea Barnes? Her voice is a soothing balm after the withdrawals of not speaking to her for 2.5 torturous days. I'm sorry, I haven't had time to think straight, let alone find 2 minutes where we're both free at the same time. Thank you for the roses, they're stunning. Her voice turns wistful. I step away from the crowded deli section and into the vitamin aisle, where it's quieter. Sorry I can't be there. Knowing she's alone without a personal cheering section is unfair. At least she has a huge fan base now, but it's not the same. Even if you were, I couldn't spend time with you. I swear this is the first moment of solitude I've had since we got back. Dominic ordered me to my trailer. I think he was afraid if I didn't get a break I'd have a complete meltdown. The finale starts in less than 2 hours. How are you doing? Performing in front of millions of people is insane pressure, especially for someone not used to the business. Well, I don't feel the need to puke in a bucket, if that's what you're asking. I burst out laughing. Nearby shoppers give me the stink eye. There's not much more I can do that will make any difference. It'll turn out however it's supposed to, so I've decided to kick back and relax with you. I picture Chelsea with her long legs and golden mane stretched out on the sofa in her trailer. I like that. What are you wearing? A scandalous costume. Remind me never to fall asleep around you when wardrobe decisions are being made. Sounds like I'm going to love it. You better, she snorts. So what are you doing on your day off? At this exact moment, I'm scouring the shelves of Whole Foods trying to figure out what to take to Paige's place. She's throwing a celebrity dance-off party. Seriously? Now I have to worry about your friends watching? I laugh. What do you think the viewers have been doing all season? I try not to think about it. I'm torn about watching the show at Paige's. Part of me wants to hide out in my place where there are no distractions and soak up every moment of airtime Chelsea gets. It's probably best not to get too worked up over the show. I'll watch it again when I get home. You're going to do great tonight. Just be your fabulous self. You know you can win this thing, right? Hardly. Last week we tripped and stumbled through our dance. I'm serious. You're just as good as the other teams. Maybe she wasn't at the beginning, but now she's got confidence, great chemistry with her partner, and the talent to pull it off. This probably sounds bad, but I don't really care if I win. I shake my head and hold the phone closer. Did I hear you right? I'm just so thankful that I got to do this at all. I don't need to win. Shane and Ava won it way more. You are the most unusual girl, and I'm falling harder for her every minute. Look at all the amazing stuff I've been able to do. I learned to dance, I made some great friends, I got to live in LA for 3 months, and best of all, I met a fabulous guy. Who is this mystery guy? I might have to drag him out back and have a word with him. Very funny. If only I could reach across the airwaves and hug her. She's the most easy-to-please, good-hearted, lovable person I've ever met. I'll be in New York again in 2 days. Are you still okay with that? She asks. How does she not know the answer? Chelsea, I can't wait for you to get back here. Chapter 21. We're in position waiting for our cue. I'm decked out in my sexy, Tom-approved, sparkling silver costume with a top hat and wearing the dreaded heels that I've finally gotten used to. Adrenaline pumps through my veins, the spotlights find us, the band begins, and our upbeat song pounds through the ballroom. Dominic gives me a friendly wink. Ready to rock this place? I grin. Oh yeah. We're dancing to the Black Eyed Peas party anthem, I've Got a Feeling. It's the perfect number to top off our journey together. We start off with just the two of us, and after a few bars, toss our top hats and are joined by Pavel and Carlos. The pace builds, and we're joined by 2 more troop guys. Then we move into the tricks section where I'm guided as I walk over the backs of the troop. I'm flipped backwards and then forward onto my feet. Dominic spins me and dips me. My head nearly skims the floor. I'm exhilarated as they toss me into Dominic's arms. He catches me, We do a few cha-cha moves before I spin out. Dominic has snuck in a little jive, a little rumba, and a whole lot of fun. I think of Tom as we amp it to the next level and can't stop smiling. The music builds and the momentum takes off as two more guys join us. In a V formation with me in front, we move forward in some of my favorite moves of the season, including a little hip-hop. I can't help grinning as we whip from one sequence to the next. The lyrics mirror my emotions. Tonight's gonna be a good night. As we hit the final steps, a spray of pyrotechnics shoots off behind us. I'm launched onto Dominic's shoulder, and the backup guys surround us in a spectacular fan. The audience leaps to their feet with applause. Dominic sets me down and hugs me as the other guys pound us on the back because we nailed it. The ballroom is loud and chaotic with lights and cheering. I search for the camera with the red light, the one that's shooting us live. When I spot it, I grin and blow a kiss. I know it's cheesy, but I can't help myself. Somewhere 3,000 miles away, Tom is watching. "Oh my God, did she just blow you a kiss on national television?" Paige exclaims. I can't hide grin. Yeah. Leave it to Chelsea to include me during her big moment. My eyes are glued on her as she and Dominic walk to the judges. I was wringing my hands and sweating during the entire number. But it was wild perfection. The awkward chaos I saw of them rehearsing last Thursday was replaced with a fine-tuned, high-energy masterpiece. She danced her ass off, shaking her booty and flipping her hair with the best of them. The judges' comments include things like, everything a freestyle finale should be, best dance of the night, and the dark horse takes the lead. The show goes to commercial break, and Paige and the rest of the room cheer. Chelsea was phenomenal. How'd they pull that off when they didn't even know they were in the finals until late? Paige's husband, Greg, says, Dominic is a genius. I say, but deep down, I think it's Chelsea's unshakable work ethic. While she liked to mutter her complaints, she never backed down or quit when the going got tough. Shit, man. I had no idea she looked like that. What the hell does she see in you? Max says. Hell if I know. I grin, bursting with pride. Paige brings me another gin and tonic, as if knowing this night has probably been more nerve-wracking for me than for Chelsea. The show comes back from commercial break. The judges' scores come in. Perfect 10s across the board. As Dominic and Chelsea jump up and down in LA, all of us at Paige's do our own hoots of approval, knocking over the bowls of chips and spilling drinks. I fish my phone off the cluttered coffee table and text her. Thanks for the kiss. 10 seconds later, my phone rings. The amused eyes of my friends are on me as I glance at the screen. I smirk like an idiot and take the call in the kitchen. You were smashing! I can't believe it! I never expected it to be so much fun! You looked beautiful. I wish I was there with you. Only 36 more hours, she says. I laugh. You're keeping track? Of course. I've got to go. I barely say goodbye, and she's gone. But not for long. I'll be shipping home a couple of boxes. I won't be needing sandals and shorts in New York. I say to Anna Tuesday morning as I toss items into a shipping box. So you're going to stay with your Broadway boy? I don't really know yet. I fly to New York after the finale and then I'll be seeing Tom. Lord only knows what happens next. But I have a good feeling, and I miss him so much. Logically speaking, I'd say jump in the sack, she says. Anna! He's going to make his move. I don't know. I grab a soda and realize I still need to empty the fridge before I leave. Is he gay? It makes total sense. I straighten up. He's not gay. Why do people keep saying that? He could be, she argues. My thoughts turn to his kisses that leave me a breathless mess. He's straight, okay? You already slept with him? She says accusingly. No, we barely know each other. I disagree. Haven't you seen him a half-dozen different times now, and you've been talking to him every day for the past 4 weeks? 5 weeks? I've lost count. I hope you're taking date underwear. I sift through the old mismatched panties and bras I stuffed in my suitcase and cringe. He can't see me in any of this. You better make an emergency run to Vicky's. I don't have time. As soon as I'm done here, I have hair and makeup and dress rehearsal. I pace my bedroom. This place has grown on me over the past 3 months. I'm just saying, you can't show up in your discount store bra and undies. It's way too Midwest. Note taken, I'll figure something out. I try to picture the perfect panties to buy, but realize the whole point is for him to take them off. Oh God, now I'm going to worry about awkward first sex. Relax. He'll do all the seducing. It doesn't matter. First times are always weird. I plop onto the side of the bed. Anna, I really like him. He's not like any of the guys at school. I know. Her voice is soft and reassuring. She knows more about me than anyone on the planet and wants this to work nearly as much as I do. And I always mess things up with guys. Reading men's signals has never been a skill of mine. My mind goes to Kirk, who I dated for a month in high school, and Reggie, who cheated on me last spring. I cringe. That's ancient history. You're going to have a blast. And you better give me a full report afterward. I want to know if he's as good in bed as he is singing. That afternoon, after my traditional shot of bourbon with Hank, Dominic and I step onto the soundstage with the finalists, Shane and Cassie and Eva and Tarek. The crew, production staff, and all the pro and celebrity dancers from the first week are there applauding our entrance. I glance at Dominic. Is he as blown away by this experience as I am? Maybe not, as he's taken this walk several times before. I nod and smile at these people, most of whom never connected with me. But today they all seem supportive. Hank is catcalling, and even Candace Capri appears happy, probably because she's singing her latest hit tonight. Places are called for the opener. Every pair gets their few seconds to shine as the production team pulls out all the stops with special effects, new camera angles, and poppy music. The show flies along with great fanfare until it's time for our final dance, a mashup of quick step and rumba. As we wait, Dominic says, "This is our last show together." "Don't make me cry." I answer softly so the mic won't catch it. "Turns out what you said to me on the first night was true." "What was that?" "You said I'd fall in love with you." He laughs and shakes his head. "You're like the brother I never had, and I can't imagine taking this journey without you." Dominic whispers back, "But I was wrong. I also said it would be one-sided. And I love you to pieces." He squeezes my shoulder. The intro plays and we switch to dance mode. Muscle memory takes over and Dominic guides me through the intricate steps I've been doing in my sleep. My dress swishes around me as we turn, glide, and kick. We smile, enjoying the last insane moment of dancing under the spotlights, an experience I never sought out, but am thankful I've had. With a final spin into a low dip, we're done. Dominic lifts me to my feet and we hug. The judges' comments are all glowing as if they suspected I'd be here from the beginning. Our scores are all 10s, but so were the other teams. It'll come down to a popularity contest, but I don't mind. I'm almost done and the feeling is sweet. During the commercial break, we're herded up to the stage along with the other two pairs. "You guys were awesome and both deserve to win," Ava says. There are hugs all around. I have actually made friends. Dominic and I are on the left side standing beneath the spotlights. Marcus McIntyre gives his spiel about sadly having to announce who came in third. Dominic's arm is comfortably at my side in support. This is where we exit. If it hadn't been for Brady's injury, we'd never be here at all. "And the pair in third place is..." The suspense music plays for an eternity. I try to keep a straight face, as Dominic whispers, "Are you going to fake cry when we're voted out?" I elbow him. The host finally speaks. "Shane and Cassie." What? I turn to Dominic and burst out laughing. We made it into the final two! We're hurried down to the main floor and stand with Eva and Tarek. With the trophy and the hosts between us, could we actually win? Suddenly I want it. I want it bad. And the way Dominic's arm is clenched around me, I know he does too. And now, after 12 weeks, hundreds of dances and millions of sequins, will the winner of Celebrity Dance-Off be Chelsea Barnes, America's first chance to dance? The cameras zoom in on Dominic and I. Or will it be Ava Alvarez, the Emmy-winning soap icon? The results music pulses, but not louder than my pounding heart. What if I actually won? It's impossible. Or is it? And the winner of Celebrity Dance-Off is... Chapter 22. I'm a jumble of excitement when I enter the restaurant to meet Tom. Subdued lighting and delectable scents greet me as I slip off my coat and run my fingers through my hair. It's been a long day appearing with Dominic and the other finalists on all the morning talk shows when all I could concentrate on was seeing Tom. By the time I was finally free, he had to head to the theater for the matinee, so I enjoyed a desperately needed nap at my swanky hotel. I peek into the bar and spot him standing with his foot on the rail and his hand hooked in his pocket. My heart leaps at the sight of his handsome profile. When he looks over, a pleased smile curls his lips. He walks toward me with a casual confidence, as if he doesn't realize the earth has stopped spinning. Hello, love. I catch a whiff of his cologne as he kisses my cheek, and I'm home again. Congratulations on second place, but you deserved first. Thanks, but being with you is better than any old trophy. Winning would have been amazing, and there was a brief twinge of disappointment, but I'm so thankful for the experience and that I met Tom. I hope I'm not late. I took extra care in getting ready, wearing a new sweater, tall boots, and my best skinny jeans that show off my hard-earned curves. Not at all. I was a little eager to see you, so I skipped the stage door, he admits with a guilty smile. Let's get a table. The hostess guides us to a booth. I slide in and still can't believe I'm with Tom again. The waitress takes my drink order and I settle in. It's a relief to have the show over. It can't dictate my life ever again. Now there's only my show to deal with, he says, and I notice his eyes are now deep blue. It must be the lighting. I saw him only 5 days ago, but it felt longer. We can't stop looking at each other. He smiles. You aren't going to miss it? Some parts, like working with Dominic and the actual dancing, but mostly I felt out of place surrounded by super talented dancers and celebrities. I didn't fit in their world. As a kid, I never dreamed of being famous. What did you dream of? He tilts his head and considers me. My mouth opens to speak, and then I close it again, unsure how to continue. When was the last time a guy asked me what I hoped for in life? Never. Do I give him the bogus, easy-to-give answer or the truth? He's looking at me so sincerely, and when I don't respond right away, his brow furrows. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was a loaded question. I sigh. He knows the basics of my past, just not the details or how deep I try to bury my feelings about all of it. It's not, but I could use a drink first. As if on cue, the waitress sets a rum and coke in front of me. Tom laughs, showing off his dimples, and I shake my head. She looks back and forth between us. Would you like a little more time? That'd be great, thanks, Tom says, then pins me with a grin as my drink sits before me like a dare. I take a long, bracing drink. If it's that hard to talk about, forget I asked. You're fine. I just don't like talking about myself. It results in opening doors to my past that I prefer to keep closed. You're the first girl I've met who's ever said that. He laughs. I smile and take another sip. It's really no big deal. I never dreamed of the big stuff like most people. All I wanted were normal things. Tom stays quiet, which makes my hands shake. So I clutch my glass. I hate that I'm nervous. It's ridiculous. You pretty much know this already from the song on the show, but I always longed for a normal family. Don't get me wrong, my mom was amazing. She made up for not having a dad, but He smiles softly. You still wanted one? I did. I don't know why it bothered me so much. I had lots of friends with divorced parents. I guess it's because my dad cut me out of his life. Tom takes my hand. I'm sorry to bring you down. You didn't. So what's good here? I'm starved. I pull my hands away and open my menu, taking a moment to shake off the dad discussion. I avoid Tom's apologetic eyes as I glaze over the list of entrees. He drops the subject and offers a couple of suggestions. The waitress takes our orders, leaves, and we're back to this awkward silence. I finally get here to see Tom again, and I'm messing this up! I hide behind my drink and ask how his matinee went. Funny you should ask. There's a glint in his eye. Really? What happened? He swallows and pulls at the neck of his sweater. I went on stage in the second act with my fly open. My jaw drops open. You didn't! He nods with a grimace. Oh yes, sang an entire ballad that way with nearly 1,000 people watching. I was wondering why there was whispering and laughter from the audience. A flush crosses his face. I cover my mouth and giggle. What did you do? Well, nothing, until Paige stood in front of me and gestured to the front of my pants. She couldn't say anything because her mic was live. I zipped up, and the audience applauded, so I took a quick bow and continued. He shakes his head. I feel for him, but still grin. Our earlier awkward moment is forgotten, and dinner flies by as he has me laughing over stories of his stage antics and the many things that have gone awry. I don't know how you do it day after day when so much can go wrong. That's live theater for you. He smiles and his eyes connect with mine. There's an invisible line of energy connecting us, and I've never been so attracted to another person in my life. But there's the small issue that I don't actually live in New York. There's an apartment I'm paying rent on back in Iowa City. All this is too much to figure out right now, so I'll follow Hank's sage advice and take one day at a time, trying not to think beyond that. Tom places his hand on mine, warm and soft. I hate to break this up, but I've got to get back to the theater. But we just ordered creme brulee. For you, you deserve something decadent. He rises and slips on his coat. You know how to get to the theater from here? It's just around the corner and down a block. I stand reluctant to say goodbye, even for a little while. I do. His soft kiss lingers. I'll see you right after the show. Go to the stage door like last time. Ed will let you in. His show is better than I remembered. I'm mesmerized by his strong, pure voice belting out song after song. I think of his matinee performance with his fly open and giggle. But Tom commands his role, disappearing into his character, who transforms throughout the show from clueless young man to tortured soul. He's funny and lovable at the beginning, then angry and scared during the incredibly physical fight scene. It's got to leave him battered and bruised. He's tender in the love scenes, leaving me desperate to be the girl in his arms and wondering how he keeps his stage life out of his personal, if he does at all. At intermission, I buy a souvenir program, the soundtrack, a mug, and a keychain, texting him a grinning selfie with all my swag. He texts back a picture of him gagging. His texts continue right up to when the lights dim and the orchestra plays the intro to the second half. When he appears on stage a minute later, he's not Tom. He's back to his character, and I'm lost in his fictional world. He's funny, poignant, and breaks my heart with his soul-wrenching songs. His voice soars above the rest of the cast, giving me chills. When the show is over, I take my time following the masses outside. I nudge my way to the stage door where I knock, and after being checked off a list, am admitted. The security guy smiles. It's Ed, right? That's right. You remember the way? Thanks, I do. I take the staircase, loving this special access I have to the star. His door is open, so I pop my head in. You were amazing. Fully dressed and ready to go, he looks up from where he's stuffing items in his backpack and grins. "You're too nice." I enter the room. "I'm serious. I don't know how you do it. It's like it isn't even you up there, but it is." He slips his arm around my waist and kisses me. "That's about the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me." "God, I hope not. You deserve way better compliments than that." "I thought I'd give you a choice tonight. We can go out for drinks and music, or go back to my place where it's quiet and we won't have to yell to hear each other." I try to read his body language, but he's giving nothing away. Is he asking me over for a booty call? I don't think so, but am I that naive? I want to be alone with him and without interruption. We're always rushed. I'd love to just hang out and talk. "Perfect," he says with a quick kiss. "Let's go." On our way down, we run into Tanya, the girl in the ensemble I met last week, and another woman who plays his love interest. Tanya smiles at Tom and then recognizes me. "You're back," she says, sounding surprised. "I am. Nice to see you again." "Chelsea, I'd like you to meet Paige," Tom says. Paige is a beautiful brunette. "You were wonderful," I say. "The show is great. I'm so in awe of all of you." "Thanks. It's wonderful to finally meet you. Tom talks about you all the time." She smiles broadly, looking from me to Tom and back again. "He does?" Tanya's head turns as if she's thinking the same thing. "I'm glad you two finally have some time in the same city." Another cast member dashes out the stage door to applause. Tom frowns. "Paige, do you mind creating a diversion while we sneak out the front?" "Not at all. You guys have fun tonight." His apartment is just as I remembered, with the brick interior walls, wood floors, and mismatched furniture that give the place a warm vibe. Tom hangs our coats in a cramped closet. "Where are your roommates?" I peek around the living room, occupied by a big screen TV, a gaming console, and sound system, but the apartment is quiet. "That's just the one. Ryan went to a friend's late cabaret performance at 54 Below." He flicks on a single light, casting soft shadows in the room. "I figured you had a couple roommates after meeting all those guys last week." "Sometimes it gets a little crowded when people need a place to crash, but I try to keep crowd surfing to a minimum. One roommate is plenty." He picks up a remote and aims it at a sound system. "What kind of music do you like?" "Anything's fine." Soft acoustic guitar sounds float in the air, and I think of Anna teasing me about sleeping with him. "Can I get you something to drink?" "Sure, what do you have?" He goes into the kitchen and opens cupboards. "Gin and tonic, of course, beer. There's a few leftover bottles of booze from various parties, but I did pick up a bottle of red and a bottle of white. The liquor store guy assured me it wouldn't taste like vinegar, so I think they're both safe." With that stellar sales pitch, I'll try the red. I check out the view from Tom's living room window while Tom clinks bottles and glasses in the kitchen. The shops below are closed, but the city is dotted with lights as far as I can see. When Tom hands me the wine glass, his fingers brush mine. "Thank you. The city is beautiful at night." "Yes, it is." He gazes at me. The glitter of lights reflect off his eyes. We relax on the couch, comfortable sharing the same space. The wine tastes of berries and is velvety smooth. Definitely not vinegar. "Good. I was hoping to impress you." He sips his gin and tonic. "If you're trying to do it with wine, it's not hard. I'm perfectly happy with $3 chuck. However, tonight at your show you blew my mind again. How do you perform like that night after night?" He shrugs as if it's no big deal and swirls his drink. His other arm is draped over the back of the couch behind me. "I'm serious. You should see how hard it was for me to get through that Roomba with Ivan. You transform into this other person." "And you were spectacular with Ivan, so much that I was ready to fly out there and throw down the glove." Clearly, he doesn't want to talk about his incredible talent. But I want to know more. When did you start performing? He kicks off his shoes and puts his feet on the coffee table, showing off blue and yellow checkered socks that make me smile. I started in middle school. My mum never knew what to do with all my energy. I love how he says mum instead of mom. I was a hellraiser, always climbing on roofs, sneaking into locked buildings, and basically pushing the limits of every rule. You seem like a decent upstanding citizen to me. He shakes his head. My poor mum. She tried everything to keep me busy and out of trouble. She put me in gymnastics, soccer, swimming, violin. That was a joke. One summer, at her wit's end, she signed me up for auditions with a local youth theatre. At first, I refused, but then heard a cute girl from my school was a part of it, so I went. I sip my wine. It all boils down to a pretty girl. Doesn't it always? He flashes his eyebrows and plays with a lock of my hair. When we put on our first performance and I got to become someone else, I fell in love with acting. Then I heard the applause and was hooked. His face lights up as he speaks, and I see he still holds that same enthusiasm from before he made it big. I bet your mother was happy. Yes, happy to have me occupied with something that wouldn't get me arrested, but I still wasn't an easy kid. I don't think it was until I'd been in the States for a year with a proper job before she finally relaxed. I find that hard to believe. It's true. You'll have to ask her someday. Is he suggesting that I'll meet his mother? He has no idea how amazing that would be. Did you ever think you'd be here on Broadway? I didn't. Certainly I knew about Broadway, but I was so busy doing theatre in the West End and television on BBC. If anything, I was hoping to break through in movies. What brought you to New York? Kismet, you could say. The television show, the one where you saw the song If Ever, was cancelled after 2 seasons. I was about to wrap up production of a musical when there was a big industry party where numbers from the various shows were performed. After I sang, this dorky guy in a bow tie and high tops comes up and asks if I consider auditioning for a new show on Broadway. It's a long story, but basically I was cast as the lead, flew to New York, and moved into my first flat. We start rehearsals, and I find out I haven't actually booked the bloody lead. I'm in the running for it against the producer's nephew. No. Oh, yeah. You can guess how that turned out. He takes a drink. You didn't get it. Nope. I'd never been so destroyed in my life. When I left home, my entire neighborhood came to my send-off party, and now I had to call my parents and say I lost the role to a kid from Oklahoma who couldn't hit a high A. What did you do? I knew that I could go home with my tail between my legs, another washed-up Broadway wannabe who failed, or I could stick around and figure something out. I was still in the show, his understudy. He ended up getting vocal nodes and had to drop out after a month. So you got your shot. I did. Your parents must be so proud. He laughs. His fingers caress my shoulder, shooting little tingles down my arm. My dad's more concerned about whether I have a retirement account and proper health insurance. He never stops asking if I'm done playing and ready to settle down. Oh, no. I understand. My parents worked hard for everything they earned, and they don't want to see me homeless. It's hard not to think of my own deadbeat dad, who probably doesn't know my area code, let alone what I'm doing with my life. You seem to be doing great. I don't see any signs of you panhandling. As long as I don't have to call home for money, I consider myself a success. He grins and drains his glass, setting it on the coffee table. What do you plan to do now that Celebrity Dance-Off is over? He asks, shifting the attention to me. I'd like to find a book with all the answers to life so I'd know exactly what to do. He tilts his head and smiles. I hate to break it to you, but no such book exists. I slip off my boots and curl my feet under myself so I'm facing him. Tom holds up the wine bottle and with my nod pours. My goal was always to work in international business, but it turns out I hated it. It's not me at all. I spent years working for that degree, and soon I need to go back to work at a grown-up job. But it's the last thing I want to do. They're holding your job for you? Tom's brow creases as if this is a possibility he hadn't considered. No, I quit. Half the reason I agreed to do Celebrity Dance-Off was to escape. So rather than figuring out the rest of my life, I'm taking a little time off and enjoying life. I say with a confidence I don't feel. I'm terrified of what's next, and Tom and I never talked about the future other than seeing each other once I was off the show. As long as you're in New York, I'm happy. I breathe a sigh of relief because he's talking about the future. I'm a realist. I really want this to work out, but know better than to take it for granted. You look serious. It's nothing. I smile and push down my insecurities. Good. He takes my glass and sets it next to his. His hands cup my jaw, his other hands curl around my waist, and he kisses me. I relax in his arms and savor the touch of his lips to mine. His eyes open slowly at the end, gazing at me like no man ever has, and I'm under his spell. I smooth his hair from where my hand messed it up. No one has ever affected me like Tom does. Not my old boyfriend, and certainly not the idiot from before that. I take a deep breath, trying to slow my erratic heart. I lose all grip on reality when I'm with you. His lips curl into a smile. I'm okay with that. I bet you are. I laugh. He links his fingers with mine, is about to say something, and then hesitates. What? He glances away and then back to me. I was hoping maybe you'd want to stay here tonight. I swallow. This is that moment. My hands perspire, and a momentary glint of indecision crosses my mind, but it quickly disappears. He takes my hesitation as rejection, releases my hand, and sits up. It's okay if you don't. I've been trying not to move too fast. I just thought... I reach up and touch his face. I'd love to stay. He captures my mouth, and a trill of anticipation rushes through me. Something about him makes me better, happier, and more complete. Tom stands. The low light casts him in mysterious shadow. He's sexy, holding out his hand. I grasp it, and with my pulse dancing the quick step, follow him to his room. He closes the door with a soft click and leads me to the center of the room. The lamp on his nightstand sheds soft light. My breath catches at the sight of his neatly made bed. The room is spotless, unlike last week's impromptu visit. He's been planning for this moment. I can't meet his gaze. He cups my face and kisses me with the most gentle, perusing touch, coaxing the momentary shyness away. You are so beautiful. It's been so long since I've been with a guy, and Tom isn't just anyone. When he looks at me, he sees me. He's like a mirage in a desert, a handsome man with a beautiful heart. He lands little kisses over my cheeks and forehead, brushes his hand through my hair. I want to throw myself against him, but fight not to embarrass myself. I'm not sure what to do, so I fill the silence. I start talking. I don't normally look like this. My spray tan hasn't all worn off yet. Immediately, I wish I'd stayed quiet. You're perfect. I start talking again. My hair and makeup team are miracle workers. Without them, I'm really ordinary. Shit, stop talking! He chuckles and stands, meeting my eyes. Have you forgotten that the first day we met, you wore barely any makeup, and your hair was scrunched in a messy ponytail? I nibble at my lip and think back to how nervous I was that day. I guess not that different than now. He kept looking at my behind. I haven't been with a lot of guys, I blurt. A slow smile crosses his lips. Is that supposed to bother me? Because it's doing the opposite. He grazes my shoulder with his fingertips and kisses my neck. No, I don't know. I just don't want you to expect something and be disappointed. I blather on. He lifts his head and steps back. Chelsea, if you're not ready, we don't have to do this. His eyes are deep blue, gorgeous and aroused. No, I want to. Oh God, I really do. I'm just nervous. And when I get nervous, I talk too much, which has got to be an incredible turnoff. Actually, it's not. Chapter 23. The next morning, I returned from the kitchen with bowls and spoons in one hand, a jug of milk in the other, and a box of Fruit Loops tucked under my arm. Chelsea takes the bowls as I climb back into bed. Seriously? She eyes the cereal box. I don't think I've ever seen you eat one unhealthy thing. Until now. Fruit Loops are healthy. Just read the box. Vitamin fortified, blah blah blah. Her mussed hair proves she's spent a wild night in my bed. I say nothing or she'll smooth it down. Breakfast of champions it is, she smirks. Only way to start the day after a night of debauchery. You are an excellent shag, my dear. I flash my eyebrows at her. Her face pinks up. Chelsea is sexy as hell, and the way she blushes makes me want to toss her back into the pillows and start again. I pour a bowl and hand it to her, but she shakes her head regretfully. I'd love to stay, but I've got to get back to my hotel. Why? It's not going anywhere. The show only paid for one night. They also gave me a one-way airline ticket home for today. She looks away, avoiding my eyes. I set the bowl on the nightstand. You're not using it. She can't leave yet, but she's quiet and doesn't immediately respond. I wish I could read her mind and know how to play this. No, I'm not using it today, but I'm moving to a cheaper hotel. $400 a night is ridiculous. I found an Airbnb that's a lot less. I relax. Why don't you bring your stuff here instead? Breakfast forgotten, I stand and pull on my jeans. And stay with you? That's the general idea. This is a snap decision, but the easiest I've made in a long time. You barely know me. We've hardly spent any time together, and I don't want to ruin it. She sits on my bed, hugging her shapely legs. I grin. You're kidding, right? We've been doing this long-distance thing for well over a month. Now that I've got you here in my city and in my flat, I don't exactly plan on letting you go. And then I backpedal. Unless, of course, you don't want to stay. She's flustered for a moment, but recovers. Of course I want to be with you, but I don't want to impose. Plus, you have a roommate. Who's rarely here, I add, pulling on a shirt. But what if you get sick of me and change your mind? Which, as far as I'm concerned, is likely. Bollocks. Not going to happen. I stand my ground with arms crossed. You don't know that. She's stubbornly trying to win the battle of wills, but she won't. Actually, I'm pretty sure I do, but that's a conversation for another time. Would you feel better if we call this a trial basis? She hesitates. That would be better, but I really don't want you to feel obligated. Trust me, I won't. I lean over and kiss her. She tastes minty. What if we try it for a couple of days and then regroup? I shake my head. Nothing less than a week. That's my final offer. I can tell she wants to stay, but she hesitates. What'll I do while you're at your show? Whatever you'd be doing if you were staying somewhere else, sightsee, hang out, read. She bites her lip. You're really sure? Do I look like I'm sure? I raise an eyebrow. She swallows and nods. Good, let's get your stuff. The rest of the day is a whirlwind. Over her objections, I clear out 2 dresser drawers and a section of my closet. I once spent 3 months on tour and came to loathe living out of a suitcase. We're moving fast, but it feels right. I'm tempted to take her straight back to bed, but resist her alluring smile long enough to do more respectable things like walking with her through Central Park, feeding the birds, and catching a late lunch. I've blown off my workout, but it was well worth it. Only as I'm leaving for the show, when I look at the dead plant in the living room, do I doubt my sanity at inviting her to stay. But I push that thought aside and trust my gut. Chelsea is different. She's the kind of girl who makes me fly across country on my one day off so I can spend a couple of hours with her. She's never asked me for a thing, and she's the first girl I haven't jumped in the sack with at the earliest possible moment. I want to be a better person when she's around. Chelsea insists on seeing my show again tonight, despite seeing it twice already. It's flattering as hell that she loves it so much. Max walks into my dressing room at intermission as I'm laughing about a text from Chelsea. He sprawls into a chair with his leg hanging over the armrest. I take it things are going well with Chelsea. I grin. Why do you say that? Because you've been grinning like a fool every time I see you backstage. She must be excellent in bed. I raise an eyebrow and say nothing. He waits for my response and then laughs when I say nothing. Well, I'll be damned. So that's how it is. Yes, Max, that's how it is. After the show, Chelsea meets me in my dressing room. She waits patiently on the love seat while I go through my post-show routine, removing my mic packs, wiping off my makeup, and arranging my dressing table for tomorrow. When we step outside, there's a small crowd of fans. I explain to her that it'll be a good 20 minutes before I can get to everyone. She's a total trooper and waits under a street lamp out of the way, while I complete my last obligation of the night. You're so good with everyone, Chelsea says later as we're walking home. The night is mild with no wind. We head up 9th Avenue away from the theatre district. As compared to what? Was I supposed to be mean? I laugh. Of course not, but you gave each person time and actually looked at them when they talked to you. Not everyone does that. I take her hand, linking my fingers with hers. When I was a kid and someone at the stage door talked to me, it meant the world. Of course, now it's a whole different deal with selfies and social media. Yeah, I'll admit I've checked you out online. There's hundreds of pictures of you with giddy fangirls. Hardly. I'm a tiny blip compared to television or movie actors. In fact, I did a bit of stalking you online after we first met. She stops in the middle of the sidewalk. You did? I tug her forward and slip my arm around her. Of course. I wanted to know more about the cheeky girl with the charming smile. Those 2-minute packages the network airs before your dances are hardly enough. Bet you didn't find much. Her arm wraps around my waist and she snuggles closer. Mostly, I found pictures of you from the show. I love the ones where you look bored or annoyed with Dominic. They're the real you. She looks aghast. Which makes me wonder why you'd clear out dresser drawers for me. With you, there's nothing fake. You're not hiding anything. I love that. Is that what you think? She laughs. You have no idea how hard I'm working not to say something stupid and embarrass myself. Really? In that case, I can't wait for you to mess up, and we'll call it a brilliant success when you do. Back at the flat, Ryan's door is closed, but the lights shine from under the door. Did you tell Ryan I'll be here? Chelsea whispers, eyeing the door. Relax. He's fine with it. He has friends over all the time. I hang up our coats. I'm your friend? She says. I run my fingers along her rosy cheeks, down her jawline, and tap her on the nose, red from the cold. You're my very special friend, I say suggestively. Oh, great. I sound like some cheap prostitute you picked up after an office party. I burst out laughing. If you were a prostitute, you sure wouldn't be cheap. I take her face between my hands and kiss her. I've been waiting all day to have her all to myself again. When I pull away, her eyes are dark pools, and I know she feels the same. Without a word, I lead her to my bedroom and lock the door behind us. Chapter 24. Dish, Anna demands. I gaze out over the bedroom window to the street below and start from the beginning. Well, we went out to dinner before the show. Not that! Did you sleep with them? Anna! What? It's an obvious question. I've been with Will for 4 years. We're boring. I need some juicy stories. I'm not sure what to say. My instinct is to keep Tom all to myself. Talking about things might make it less meaningful. Then again, Anna's my closest friend and I trust her with my deepest secrets. Well? Yes. I drop onto the side of the bed and grin. I knew it! She squeals. And? She coaxes. And what? I toy with her. Was he a gentleman or did he slobber and paw at you? Please say it was good. I flop back. Oh, Anna, it was wonderful. He's sexy and funny and tender. My hand caresses the comforter and my eyes settle on the spot where our heads left indentations in the pillows. It didn't feel like sex. It was so much more. Anna sighs. I'm so happy for you. You deserve great things. I just hope he doesn't get sick of me. What are you talking about? This guy has been pursuing you for weeks. A smile cracks my lips. I know, but now that the chase is over, I hope things don't change. Guys get bored. Every guy I've known seems to move on after a few weeks or months. Stop it. You are your own worst enemy. Relax and have fun. What are you doing today? I roll onto my stomach. He's got some meeting, but tonight I'm going to the show again. I can't stay away. I'm about to tell her all about the show, but she gets a call. It's Will. Can we catch up more later? Of course. I end up going to every show that weekend. I've discovered the TKTS booth in Times Square, where I buy half-price tickets the day of the show. The seats aren't up front, but every seat is great, and I get to see him and hear his gorgeous voice. He's impossibly talented. I'm in awe, and more than a little self-conscious of my meager accomplishments in life. How does he do it? How does he sustain this phenomenal level of performance day after day? I'm too embarrassed to admit I've been to his show again, so I rush back to his apartment right after curtain. How was the show? I greet him with a kiss when he gets home. He smells of baby wipes. Good. What did you do? He kisses me hello, then heads to the kitchen for a snack. Started a book. I look away so he can't see that I'm fibbing. You don't need to sit here all by yourself when I'm working. You should get out. I hear there's a Nightlights tour that's great. I can get you a ticket. Or there's so many good shows to see. I'm fine. It's nice to lay around after the last crazy couple of weeks. He returns with a dish of chocolate-covered frozen banana bites. That reminds me, I have an appointment with my voice coach and then a meeting tomorrow. I do a double take. You take voice lessons? All the time. He pops a frozen treat in his mouth and offers me one. I help myself. Why? Your voice is perfection. He kisses my forehead, his lips cool, then slides his arm around me. I snuggle in with my head in the crook of his neck. I need to keep my voice in shape. A professional athlete practices almost daily to stay at the top of his game. It's the same for singers. I had no idea. I snuggle in with my head in the crook of his neck. I take a bite of the chocolate-covered treat. Interesting. Not what I'd normally go for, but not bad. So, tell me, are there any dream roles you have? You mean like Hamlet or Willy Loman? Those are your dream roles? He laughs. No, my tastes are much less sophisticated. Rather embarrassing, actually. I sit up and face him. Now you have to tell me. He smiles and shakes his head. Rock of Ages. I've seen that movie and try to imagine him in it. What part? I want to play an 80s rocker with the big hair and leather pants. Huh. I don't want to burst his bubble, but I don't see him in a role like that. He throws his hands in the air. See, that's the reaction I get from my agent, too. Sean said I was too British, too boy next door. I begged him to send me on auditions for months until I finally wore him down. And how did it go? I ask skeptically because I agree with his agent. Tom is many things, but I don't see him as a hardcore rocker. He looks down and his face turns pink. It was a train wreck. I'm standing up there doing my best Axl Rose, and you should have seen their faces. It was kind of a mix between disbelief and thinking it was a joke. After I left the room, they burst out laughing. You didn't get the part? Not even a damned callback. And I would have been so good. Poor baby. I fight to keep from laughing. I don't need your pity too, he says, fighting a smile. There are lots of things I feel for you, but pity is not one of them. I set his dish on the coffee table and push him back on the couch. And what are you doing? His eyes dance in anticipation as I crawl on top of him. I wouldn't want you to feel bad. I kiss his neck from collarbone up to his earlobe where I lightly nibble. Is that okay? His arms go around me and pull my hips against his. Absolutely. Chapter 25. Morning, Ryan. Want some scrambled eggs? I ask from the kitchen the next morning as Tom plays guitar softly in the living room. Ryan rubs his eyes and glances at the food I'm preparing. Yeah, if you have enough. He grabs the Kinky Boots mug from the cupboard and pours his coffee. Apparently, it's a tradition that anyone who lives here must leave a mug from a show they've been in. Absolutely. I start cracking eggs into a frying pan with no idea how much two Broadway performers eat. Making breakfast is one of the few things I've thought of to help out around the apartment. Ryan drops onto the couch. Your girlfriend is making me breakfast. I vote she stays. Tom casts me an approving smile and winks. Ryan, you're too easy, I tease. Don't I know it? Another top issue with my therapist. He blows on his coffee before sipping. Tom takes up the guitar from its stand, sits on the couch and strums softly. Any luck with auditions? Nah, I got called back 2 or 3 times and then cut on the final round. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's not you. Am I already too old at 25? Have I lost my touch? Maybe I should grow my hair out or lose some weight? Dude, you know none of that will make a difference. It just hasn't been the right timing. It's impossible not to eavesdrop. I add shredded cheese to the bubbling egg mixture. Well, I'm running out of time. I've been thinking about getting a grown-up job. The strumming stops. I hate to see you do that. Can't you hang in there for a while? I've been living on hopes and dreams for almost 2 years with nothing to show for it. I can't do it much longer. Tom starts playing again, filling the room with a cool acoustic vibe. We're all in our own thoughts as I finish scrambling the eggs and set out a bowl of fresh fruit. Come and get it, I call. Tom puts away the guitar and joins Ryan, who's already grabbing a plate. This smells amazing, Ryan says, loading up. Tom stands so Ryan can't see that his hands are on my behind, lightly groping me through my yoga pants. Sure does. I let him have his fun, mostly because it feels damn good, and I like the crooked smile on his face. We grab spots in the living room and eat. That afternoon, we amble along 6th Avenue. I tug on Tom's arm. Please, we need to talk about it. I've been a slug ever since I arrived, and I need to figure things out. Talk away. He continues along without a care in the world. But you aren't listening. He chuckles and slides his arm around me, hooking his thumb in my back pocket as we check out the holiday decorations. I am, but I'm also trying to rest my vocal cords. So far, we've come across a display of oversized, old-fashioned tree lights and a stack of enormous red tree ornaments sparkling in the December sun. Sure you are, I say sarcastically, pretty sure he's making that up. I mean it. It's been almost a week, and I need to make some decisions. He sees how serious I am. Okay, everything stays as is. You relax and enjoy doing nothing for a while. Done, he says with a smug smile. There's a surge of relief that he hasn't changed his mind about wanting me to stay, but I still need a plan. Smart Alec, I need to figure out my life too. He halts, his smile disappears. You want to leave? God, no, but I can't keep freeloading. Plus, it's not fair to Ryan. He waves off my concern and continues guiding me along the bustling sidewalk. I need to contribute, or it's like I'm a kept woman. We pause at an intersection and he turns to me. I never thought of it that way. Then, with a devilish grin, says, That's kind of hot. Shaking my head, I step in front of him, forcing him to focus. As much as I love warming your couch, and my bed, he adds, I need to get a job, a purpose. I thought I'd be okay doing nothing for a while, but I'm not. You're busy every day with your workouts and meetings. I need to do something. I'm sorry. You're right. But you aren't talking about leaving? I don't want to. Not until you get sick of me. And I'm not sure what kind of temporary job I can find. He frowns, and I wonder what part of that he didn't like. Chelsea, this has been the best week, heck, month, probably year, of my life, and I don't want it to end. His words are a symphony, easing my insecure ego. Me too. But I can't just do nothing. This is the longest I've gone without a job since I turned 14. I need a plan. The light changes and we cross the street. Okay, but what's the rush? Well, I pause because I hate to point out the obvious. Because if this runs its course, I can't be flat broke and homeless. He stares me down, not happy with the direction of our conversation. And you don't think we'll last? That I'd kick you to the curb? How do I tell him that I don't know? I don't think he would, but stranger things have happened. Listen, I don't have a great track record with people sticking around. My high school boyfriend lasted about 2 seconds, my college boyfriend barely 2 months before I caught him cheating. He pulls me to the side, away from the throngs of people, and brushes the pad of his thumb across my cheek. Do you always overthink everything? I nod and dip my head. When life falls apart, and mine tends to do that a lot, I have no one to rely on but myself. There's no family I can call to bail me out, or parents to let me move home. Oh, shoot. He pulls me into his arms, our bulky coats preventing us from getting too close. He places his chin on my head. I wasn't thinking about any of that. And while I have absolutely no plans on kicking you to the pavement, let's find you some sort of job. There's only so much shagging one can do in a day. I giggle at that and we continue on our way, my heart lighter. In the distance, I see a marquee for Radio City Music Hall. I tug on Tom's sleeve. Is that where you performed for the Tony Awards? It is. It's also home to the Rockettes. Think they have a show? I'd love to see them. They perform their Christmas show all season. Suddenly his face falls, as if he's remembered something terrible. Oh, bugger! What's wrong? He turns to me. I just realized I forgot to tell you something and I feel like a total schmuck for not mentioning it before. He rubs the back of his neck and looks away. I don't know what he's about to say, but I know it isn't good. What is it? I ask, bracing myself. I'm going home for Christmas. I pause. To England? He nods. Oh, it never occurred to me you'd take time off, but of course you would. You should. It's been planned for months. He rushes to explain. My sister had a baby last spring, and I haven't been able to get home to meet her yet. Yes, the cute baby picture in your dressing room. I suppose you don't get home too often. I sink my hands into my pockets as we continue walking. The last time was about 1.5 years ago. It was 2 years before that. I take a moment to process this news. Well, it's good that you're going. I should have mentioned it sooner, but honestly, I've barely thought about it. Ever since you showed up, you're all I think about. Don't worry about it. I'm glad you get to meet your niece and be with your family. I say the words in the most honest tone, but it's hard to hide my disappointment. All this talk about me staying with him in the city and he's the one leaving. Now what do I do? Please tell me you have plans for the holidays. I look ahead as we walk. Oh, yeah, of course. But you just mentioned you don't have family. You could stay in my flat. Ryan will be here, so you won't be alone. Staying in his apartment while he's gone seems weird. Maybe this relationship is running its course faster than I feared. No, I'm fine. I mean, I haven't been home since before Celebrity Dance-Off. There's so many people to catch up with, and Anna's been wanting to nail down plans for her bachelorette party. I should take care of things at my apartment. It's perfect timing. Are you sure? Because I feel like a total wanker when I just told you to stay indefinitely. I just wasn't thinking about Christmas. I'm sure. This time when I smile at him, I see relief on his face. I guess I better book a ticket. But I want you to come back as soon as the holidays are over. Chelsea must love the show to be here again, Paige says Tuesday night during intermission. She's not here. She's at my place Skyping one of her friends back home. Paige acts confused. Are you sure? When I made my audience exit after the park scene, I could swear I saw her in an aisle seat on the left side. Not her. But then I start to wonder. Chelsea wouldn't actually come to my show and not tell me, would she? Show me. We sneak up to the second level where there's a side balcony on stage left. Paige parts the thick black curtains just enough to peek out. Right there. She points. 5th row from the back on the aisle. She steps back. I peek through the slit. Bloody hell. There's Chelsea, not a care in the world, looking at her phone. Dumbstruck, I say. I had no idea. Paige bites back a grin. I saw her last night, too. That little shit. My phone lights up with a text message. I shake my head. Is it her? Yep. Paige laughs. Are you going to tell her you know? Not yet. When I get home after the show, Chelsea's sprawled on the couch in yoga pants and her cruising line sweatshirt. The clicker is aimed at the telly as if she's been here all night. I sit on the edge blocking her view. How was your Skype with Anna? Great. How was the show? She asks innocently. It was a disaster. I shake my head and sigh dramatically. It was? Now I have her attention. During the first act, one wall of set fell, nearly missing Paige. Her forehead wrinkles in confusion. And then there was a fire in the final scene. Her face is adorable as she tries to figure out how she missed this. You're making that up, she says. I'm not, I say with a straight face. We had to evacuate the theater and do the bows in the street. She sits up. That did not happen. How would you know? I pin her with a stare. Caught in the act, her mouth clamps shut and her face goes red. Because you were there? I tickle her and she curls up giggling. Why didn't you tell me you wanted to see the show again? And again? I add with emphasis. She ducks her head. I was embarrassed. Oh my God, Chelsea Barnes, are you a fangirl? No, she declares, aghast as if being compared with the fans at the stage door is an insult. Admit it, you really like me. My fingers find her ticklish spot again. She falls into peals of laughter. No, I don't. I jump on top of her, pinning her to the couch. Admit it. I rub my scruffy chin against her tender neck. She shrieks and giggles. No, never! She squirms against me, making it even more fun, so I give her sloppy, wet snogs on the neck and then a little bite. She squeals and then snorts, which makes me laugh. Stop, please stop, she calls out, breathless. I pull back and see happy tears shining on her cheeks. Is this a bad time? Ryan asks. He and Kirk are watching us. I look at Chelsea and we both crack up. Their clothes are on, I think we're okay, Kirk says. Later, I ease Chelsea onto my sheets. Her warm body responds immediately as I touch her petal-soft skin, lightly coasting my hands over her body, down her flat stomach, to her hips and beyond. As her heavy-lidded eyes gaze into my soul, her pulse races and lips part. She makes satisfied sounds, but this time it's not laughter. Wednesday morning, while Ryan and I are playing Minecraft, Tom rushes about trying to get out the door for another meeting. "Bugger, I'm going to be late," he says, rifling through papers and files, stuffing them into his backpack. Finally set, he kisses me quick and dashes out in a whoosh of energy. I don't understand why he gets so worked up for a meeting. He doesn't have a meeting, Ryan says. He doesn't? He's got an audition. I stare at the closed apartment door. How do you know? Well, Ryan sets down his controller and drinks his water. First off, he's got his backpack and was freaking out to make sure he had everything he might need, like sides, score, headshots, that sort of thing. He's also wearing his navy polo, dark jeans, and brown topsiders. He always wears that to auditions. Why? Why does he do half the things he does? He's superstitious and more than a little OCD. He is? He laughs. You haven't noticed? I guess I haven't paid attention. He eats Fruit Loops every morning and chases them with a spinach smoothie. He always goes to the gym on odd days and takes a run on evens. Have you seen his pre-show routine? I shake my head. You should go along sometime and watch. He does everything in a specific order. He checks in with the sound guys and talks about how his voice is feeling, drops by the orchestra to see who's in the pit, and he always takes a couple of minutes to sit in a different seat in the theater to remind himself of the audience perspective. I've never been to the theater before the show, only after. Now that Ryan mentions it, I see that Tom does keep a really structured schedule. I'd say it's all a waste of time, but it sure as hell works for him. He's at the top of his game. I, on the other hand, haven't been able to book more than an off-Broadway cabaret. I'm sorry. It's a brutal industry. I remember taking an acting workshop the summer after high school. A Tony winner was leading it. He said if there's anything else we might possibly want to do other than showbiz, to do it. Broadway is an impossible dream. Only the most talented performers who are extremely disciplined have a shot. And then they have to be very lucky. Deep down, I guess I knew that, but spending so much time with Tom and going to his shows makes his life seem almost commonplace. It also makes me wonder again why such a successful guy is attracted to me. I turn back to Ryan. But why is he auditioning if he has a job? Ryan considers me, then picks his controller back up. That you'll have to ask him. The audition is a final callback for a new show. I've been through all the paces, but this time the executive producers, director, writer, choreographer, and stage manager are all there. This is my final chance to woo them, and I hope I'm the guy they trust with their new musical. I shake off my nerves and get my head in the game. I'm fully warmed up, and I've memorized the sides so that I know them like the alphabet. I wait in the hall with two young women up for the lead. Both look familiar, and Kyle Backus, a guy I've competed with for several parts over the years. He's a formidable talent, yet I won out the last part for crossing lines. I nod hello to the others and take a chair off to the side to calm my mind. Kyle is called next. I pop in my earbuds and crank the music so I don't have to hear his audition and can focus on slow, steady breathing. After an eternity, my name is called and my heart starts pumping, and my nerves jump off the chair despite my best efforts. I enter the sterile audition room. There's a row of 2 tables with some of the biggest names in Broadway sitting behind them. A couple of people I know, a couple I only know by reputation. I offer a friendly nod and a quick hello, sure to catch their eyes, then hand my music to the accompanist and discuss tempo. I take my place on the tape mark, and the music begins. Once I start singing, I lose myself in the character and sing the hell out of the 2 songs they provided, and actually enjoy myself. The material is smart, and would be a blast to sing 8 times a week. Afterward, I perform a scene with their reader in an American accent and put everything I have into the quirky character. The director leans back in his chair and watches intently. The choreographer laughs at the perfect spot, but the producer looks bored. When I'm finished, I get a thank you for coming in, we'll let you know, and I'm done. Stepping into the empty hallway, I blow out my breath and try to come down from the high. I've given them my best. Now I wait, the fate of my future in their hands. Damn, I want this show, but I try to push those thoughts away. I stuff my papers into my backpack and slip on my coat. If I land this job, I could be opening another show as the lead and relax in the security a steady job brings. If I don't, well, I'll keep taking every audition my agent deems suitable. I push out the front door and text Chelsea that I'm able to meet early for the English tea I promised her. She's the perfect distraction to keep me from obsessing over the final callback. "This place is adorable," she says as we take our seats at a corner table. Lacy curtains drape the windows and Christmas lights are strung between knickknacks on a crowded shelf. I order a tower of finger sandwiches, mini scones, and dainty desserts. I don't know what I like more. She munches on a cucumber sandwich as holiday tunes play in the background. "The tea?" I tease, as she's only taken a couple of sips and wrinkles her nose each time. "Sorry, I'm American through and through. Being here must make you excited about going home." "It does, but I hate the idea of leaving you behind." She shrugs. "You need time with your family. Plus, I'll be busy back home." She picks up a lemon pedophore, promptly ending the discussion. "How was your meeting?" "Oh, fine." She frowns and starts shredding her napkin into tiny pieces. "What's the matter?" She looks serious and almost nervous. "I know you weren't at a meeting. Ryan told me you call auditions meetings." "That's true." I help myself to another biscuit. "Why wouldn't you tell me?" "It's no big deal. It's just what I do," I assure her. "Why would you be auditioning when you've got a job?" I push my plate back. "Well, sometimes I audition for guest spots on television to get my name out there. But that's not what you've been doing, is it?" "I've been going for new Broadway musicals that are in development and some movies. Next month I'll start auditioning for television pilots." "But you're the lead in an amazing show." She loves crossing lines almost as much as I do. I reach for my tea and drink. It's gone cold. I'm leaving the show the end of January. She startles, not expecting that. Her mouth opens in shock. "Is the show closing?" Shaking my head regretfully, I say, "No, it's time." "But you're so great in it. I don't understand." "My contract will be up, so I had to decide if I wanted to stay on or not. It's best for my career to move on. Lead actors rarely stay with the show more than a year. It gets hard to keep your performance fresh. And for me, this show is incredibly taxing. I have a hairline fracture on my arm. I live in a state of pain from all the stunts, and the vocals are taking a toll on my voice. I need a role that's a little kinder." "What will you do?" She's genuinely concerned. I smile gently. "That's what I'm working on." Chelsea sits back, considering all that I've said. "So what was the audition for today?" The waitress tops off our water, giving me time to consider my words. "Chelsea, the reason I don't tell people about auditions is because I don't like to talk about it." I see the disappointment on her face. Call it a superstition or whatever. There's enough pressure on auditions, having more people aware of them, asking about it, speculating. It's too much for me. I like to keep it all quiet. I wouldn't tell anyone, she says softly. I reach across the table and take her hand. I know you wouldn't, but it's my system. I don't even tell my parents until I have an offer. The waitress appears again. All finished? Chelsea leans back, releasing my hands. Yes, thank you. Her eyes meet mine. So you're really not going to tell me? I place my credit card with a check. I'm not. Oh. She swallows. The waitress leaves the check and whisks away our dishes. I've got to use the ladies' room. When Chelsea returns, I've got the receipt. She's unusually quiet as we ride the subway. I try to make small talk, but she's giving me short, quiet answers. Chelsea, I can tell you're upset. It's fine. She lies with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. I follow her up the subway stairs to the street. It's nothing personal, I say, deciding it's about auditions. This is work, and it's the best way I can handle it and still keep my sanity. You don't want to talk about your auditions. I get it, and I'd rather not talk about this anymore. Her hands are deep in her coat pockets, and she looks so sad. Between the secrecy of my auditions and me going home for the holidays, I don't blame her for being disappointed. The timing of my trip home is terrible, but then an idea strikes me. You should come home with me. Her head pops up. What? Yes, you'd love London, and you could meet my family. Her eyes light with excitement. That's my girl. They'll love you. Why didn't I think of this before? I can keep her with me and give her an introduction to my crazy family. Could I even get an airline ticket this close to the holidays? She asks eagerly. There's always a seat somewhere. We'll look as soon as we get home. I've always wanted to travel abroad. I can't believe I really get to now. Suddenly her face falls. I bet she's thinking about the cost. Chelsea, don't worry about the cost of the flight. I've got this. It's not that. I can pay for it. But I don't have a passport. Oh. That is a problem. I calculate the number of days until I leave. It's a little over a week. I bet we could get you one of those quickie rush passports. Really? What would I need? A passport photo, which is easy enough, some forms, which we'll look into as soon as we get back to my flat. We'll look into whatever else it takes. My mind is working 1,000,000 miles a minute. I can't believe I get to bring her home. Mom will be so happy. Once back, we huddle around her laptop, scanning the U.S. passport requirements. There are forms to fill out. She'll need a photo ID and a birth certificate. Look here, we can expedite it for a substantial rush fee and get it within a week. Chelsea bites her lip. I don't have a birth certificate either. I did once, but it got lost with all my moving around. Well, let's see if we can rush that too. Where to begin? What state were you born in? We scan through the website to find the information. The red tape is ridiculous, but it appears we could get the paperwork she needs. The question is the timing. She places her hand on my arm as I'm about to try another site. It's okay, Tom. There's not enough time. There might be, I say, not ready to throw in the towel. Thank you for trying. But we could go through all of this, and if even one thing doesn't go perfectly, I'd be wasting a very expensive airline ticket. I lean back in my chair. She's right. I'm sorry I didn't think of inviting you sooner. But you did invite me, and it's the sweetest thing that's ever happened to me. Thank you. Later, she gathers her laptop and calls goodbye. She slips out the door, saying she's going to a coffee shop to work on her resume. I could kick myself for dropping the ball. Chapter 26. The next day, I still feel like a total loser for not being able to bring her home with me. But she kisses me on her way out the door for a job interview at an investment firm. I'm glad she's got something to focus on that will bring her back to the city. I kick my trainers aside, but still can't find the shoes I'm looking for. Why does this happen every time I have an audition? Ryan, have you seen my topsiders? Can't help you, man, Ryan says. And where the hell did I put that folder of papers? I rifle through the newspapers and magazines on the coffee table. Ryan's lying on the couch watching Say Yes to the Dress. He pulls the folder off the floor next to the coffee table and hands it to me. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. Hey, Tom, got a sec? He mutes the telly and sits up. Sure, man. I spot my shoes in the corner and slip them on. He scrubs his hand over his face. I've decided to head back to Kansas City. I startle and turn to face him. What? Yeah, I just heard I didn't get that ensemble part. It was my last hope. And my uncle's offered me a job at his fencing company. Damn, I'm sorry, mate. Ryan wanted this so bad, and he's worked his ass off. But it just hasn't happened for him. I'll keep trying for regional theater, but I've come to terms I'm not going to make it in New York. I sigh. This sucks hard. When are you leaving? Ryan hangs his head. Tomorrow. I can catch a ride with a friend headed home for the holidays. That's fast. I hate to see him go. I've had to say goodbye to too many friends who left the business. Yeah, might as well just rip the bandage off, right? He forces a smile. Listen, I can't thank you enough for all your help, and I'll pay you back the rent money as soon as I'm back on my feet. Forget it. No, I'm good for it, he says. You'd have done the same for me. That night at the show, there's a new guy in the ensemble. Connor. The poor sod is making his Broadway debut. So, of course, he's overeager and throwing off the timing. He keeps missing cues and hitting the wrong marks. At intermission, I speak to Wes. Can you please do something about Connor? He's so high-strung he almost fell into the pit during the last scene. Not to mention when we rehearsed the fight scene earlier, he called me Mr. Oliver. Wes laughs. Poor kid threw up before curtain. I'll tell him to dial it back. Thanks. Paige joins me. Trouble with the new kid? Yeah, newbie nerves. We head for the stairs to our dressing rooms. Do you remember your first big show? Barely. I was a snot-nosed know-it-all. You? I was so nervous I didn't eat for 2 days before. I nearly fainted on stage from low blood sugar. She laughs. 15 short minutes later, I'm stage left, leaning against a set piece as the second act begins. I can't deny my exhaustion. I need a break. But there won't be one any time soon. Finishing my run and trying to find my next job at the same time has turned out to be a colossal bad idea. This first scene is the stunt where I freefall 10 feet to the arms of the guys below. While they've never dropped me, the last week or so has been sloppy, resulting in my strained back and numerous new bruises. The scene opens and the music of the chase scene peaks. I climb the set piece to escape my pursuers. When I reach the highest point, Max pushes me off the wall into the angry mob below. The fall is a mix of terrifying and euphoria. It goes perfectly and I'm tossed back and forth in our tightly choreographed fight. I love the physicality of the show. It helps me stay in character and ups my energy. But as we work through the staged moves, I'm suddenly blindsided with a direct kick to the teeth. I go down. Hard. Doubled over, the coppery taste of blood hits me. I move my tongue and discover I've lost a tooth. I'm about to moan when I remember my mic is live and the audience might not appreciate the improvisation. The orchestra plays on and the rest of the actors aren't sure how to keep going with me laid out on the stage. I rise to my knees, one hand pressed to my lip as I try to hold my tooth in place with my tongue so I don't swallow it along with a mouthful of blood. When I stand and move my hand, blood gushes into my palm. I glance into the wings, hoping Wes is paying attention. The orchestra stops in sudden waning of strings and horns. Wes's voice comes over the speaker. There will be a 10-minute delay of show. I give the audience a slight wave that I'm fine as the curtain suddenly drops. Connor is in my face. I'm so sorry, Mr. Oliver, are you okay? I grimace, not trusting myself to speak. Jordan is at my shoulder, guiding me to the wings while I concentrate on catching dripping blood so it isn't spewed all over. Jesus, Tom, what the hell happened? Wes says. I gesture to the hand-wringing rookie, shadowing me, and grab a seat next to the lines. Someone smartly sets a wastebasket below me where I finally let loose and spit blood, catching my front tooth in the process. Looks like I'll need new headshots. I mutter with my head hung over the trash can with my hand coated in blood like a scene out of Carrie. Wes pats my shoulder, relieved I'm coherent. Someone hands me paper towels that I press to my mouth, which throb. Can we get lights back here? And someone bring towels. Wes turns to Jordan from the ensemble, who is also my understudy. Jordan, be ready if I need you to step in. Based on my inability to bounce back into action, which is what I've done every other time I've received a stray punch to the gut or kick to the groin, combined with the excitement on Jordan's face, he's already figured this out. Tom, how are you doing? Wes asks. I gingerly touch each of my front teeth to see if any others are loose or missing. Thank God they aren't. Other than a fat lip, a lisp, and a gaping hole in my mouth, I'm ready to rock and roll. Can I take a look? I lean my head back and pull away the blood-soaked paper towel. He shines his flashlight on my mouth and flinches. Yeah. Jordan, you're in. Wes clicks off the flashlight. Your mouth looks like hell. Let's have someone get you to your dressing room and we'll call a dentist. I can make it on my own. It's my tooth that's broken, not my legs. I say flippantly. This is the last thing I need right now. Tanya appears out of nowhere. I'll help you. She takes hold of me as if I broke my arm, not my tooth, and guides me all the way to my dressing room. Unbelievable. I toss my broken tooth on the table. You're not having a very good time of it, are you? She grabs a hand towel from the rack and runs it under cold water. I drop into the chair in front of the lighted mirror. I pull away the paper towel to reveal a puffy split lip, my front tooth broken off at the gum line, and a gash in my gum. I'm supposed to have an audition tomorrow. I sure as hell won't get the part if I look like this. A trace of blood seeps from the cut. I push the paper towel back into place. My hands are covered in blood, and despite my efforts, blood is smeared across the front of my costume. No, it's not been a good couple of days. I sit back while she wrings out the towel and hands it to me. The cold cloth is soothing against my swelling mouth. Before long, I hear Wes over the speaker. Standing in for the role of Jack Hammond will be Jordan Reed. There are groans of disappointment from the audience, which gives me a slight bit of satisfaction. But Jordan's a nice chap. He'll do a good job. In the background, I hear the show continue and Jordan speaking my lines. It'll be a fun story for him to tell when asked if he's ever had to jump in at the last minute. For me, I can't imagine when tonight's debacle will be party fodder. Tanya takes another wet towel and starts dabbing the blood spots on my face and arms, and gently hovering over me. I take the towel from her, put my feet up on my dressing table, and close my eyes while I wait to hear the plan. A few minutes later, Wes appears with a slip of paper and Janet with an ice pack. Here's the address for the dentist that you'll see tonight. Do you have someone to go with you? He leans against my dressing table. I'll take him, Tanya says. If you don't mind waiting until the show's over, I can change quick. Janet cracks open the ice pack and shakes it, then hands it to me, hiding a smirk. I can take you, says a familiar voice in the doorway. I swing around and there's Chelsea out of breath and filled with concern, but looking like a ray of sunshine on this shitstorm of a day. Where'd you come from? I mumble, my mouth half stuffed with a towel. Wes heads for the door. Give me a call and let me know what's going on as soon as you know. Don't worry how late it is. Chelsea blushes. You know. Of course. She was in the audience. At this rate, she's going to be broke buying tickets. Tanya, who is lingering next to me, rolls her eyes. Janet smiles. I pull the towel away and find the bleeding has subsided. The cold must help. Good thing, 'cause I need a new tooth. I smile, revealing the gaping hole in my mouth. Ouch! She flinches. You sure you're okay? She's at my side, patting my shoulder, her brow furrowed. I've been better. Come on, Tanya, he's in good hands. Janet practically drags Tanya to the door. I gaze up at Chelsea. You get to be my babysitter for the evening. More like your nursemaid, she says. Oh, I could get into that. I laugh, which tugs at my swollen lip and starts it bleeding again. Tanya huffs as Janet pulls the door closed behind them. Is it just me, or does that woman hate me? Chelsea stares at the door. She's harmless. Can you give me a hand, please? Sure, but if you ask me, she's making a play for you. But I only have eyes for you. Chelsea helps me off with my shirt. I clean the blood off my face and hands, changing into street clothes, and drape my bloodied costume over a chair. I consider calling my agent, but decide to wait until I know more. Chelsea slings my backpack over her shoulder while I put on my coat, scarf, and hat. With a fresh wad of tissue in my mouth, we make our way to the street, while the show goes on without me. An experience I despise. We take the D train uptown. I lay my head back and try to keep my tongue away from the sharp edge of my broken tooth, but it naturally finds its way there. My mind flits to my schedule for the next few days. Tomorrow is an important callback. I have the show, and I need to learn sides for the next 2 auditions. Add to that, I need to find Christmas gifts for my entire family and something special for Chelsea. I'm starting to freak out, but then I look at Chelsea, who rushed to my side. I'm a lucky man, and I don't intend to let her get away. And now that I think of it, my trip home couldn't come at a better time, and not just for some overdue time off. The dentist explains that I need a total root canal. And a crown. The good news is that he'll do the root canal tonight and the crown tomorrow morning. While my mouth is numbing from a shot of Novocaine, I call Sean to see if we can move my callback. He promised to let me know first thing in the morning. I call Wes and explain the situation. While the dentist gives me full clearance to be back on stage tomorrow night, Wes insists they can get along without me for 1 more day. Which is a sucker punch on top of the kick to the teeth I already got. An hour and a half later, when I return to the waiting room, a proud survivor of my first root canal, a drowsy-eyed Chelsea waits patiently. Let's see. I give her a toothless grin. She cringes. Where's your new tooth? We figured it wasn't worth the time to build a temporary one when I'll be getting a crown in the morning anyway. They can do it that fast? Call it the magic of showbiz. When money's involved, anything can happen. The subway is quiet this time of night, mostly shuttling people on their way home from working the late shift. We ride in silence, but get off a stop early and hit the all-night pharmacy and fill a prescription for painkillers. The moment we're home, Chelsea insists I take one. It's not bad, I say through a numb upper lip. And we're going to keep it that way. You need to sleep. She fetches a glass of water. But I've got to get up in the morning to prepare for a meeting. Under the circumstances, don't you think you should cancel it? If I can, I will. This is a very important meeting. She sighs and holds out a pill and the glass of water. Here. The next morning, Sean calls to say he couldn't change my callback. So I prep for it while on my way to the dentist. By the time I arrive at the audition 3 hours later, my upper lip is tingling as the medication wears off. I knock out the audition, try to say all the right things to the assembled team, and hope I'm what they're looking for. Whipped, I catch the subway home. If there were frequent flyer miles for subway rides, I'd have earned myself a trip around the world by now. Monday afternoon, Tom walks in as I'm sliding a roast in the oven. Despite losing his tooth after a kick in the mouth, he went right back to the show and was out all day. His shoulders sag as he slumps down on the couch. Your cooking smells good. It's the garlic and onions. Long day? I'm winning the battle, barely, but losing the war. When he's not at the theater, he's constantly preparing for or at another audition, but I'm learning not to ask about it. His non-stop schedule is insane, and having me around probably makes it worse. I join him on the sofa. Tell me about it. He kicks off his shoes and stretches onto his back with his head in my lap. 8 shows a week for over a year is kicking my ass. My throat is killing me, and I feel a cold coming on. I bet Paige has given it to me. She was sick last week. I cringe. If he's catching a cold from stage kisses with Paige, then will I get it? Do you want some painkillers? I run my fingers through his hair, pushing it off his forehead. I just took some an hour ago. I know how worried he gets about his voice. If it gives out, he can't perform. His brow is creased. I massage my thumb and forefinger along his brow line. God, that feels good. He closes his eyes and sighs. I don't know how much longer my body can hold up. Can't you call in sick tomorrow? No. His eyes pop open. My name is on the marquee. People pay a lot of money expecting to see me. Not my understudy. It's one thing when a kick to the teeth forced me out, but the audience always feels let down when they don't get the headliner. Yeah, I suppose, but I hate watching you run yourself into the ground. He sighs. The only way I know how to perform is to give everything I have. And I will keep showing up and putting my heart and soul on that stage until I physically can't. His eyes connect with mine, and his dedication is admirable and frustrating. He continues. But that's also why I can't keep doing this show. I love it, but it's killing me. At least I'll have Christmas week off, and then I'll only have a few more weeks until I can take a real break for a bit. Then I can finally give you all my attention. But you have all these auditions. True, but I also need another job. I shake my head. It's an impossible situation. I resume playing with his hair, lightly running my fingernails against his scalp. He gazes up at me with a grateful smile, his eyelids growing heavy, and mumbles. What should we do tonight? You're kidding, right? You can barely keep your eyes open. No, I miss you, and I don't want you to get bored with me gone all the time. Any luck with the job search? Nah, the investment firm turned me down. I didn't really like it anyway. Turns out it's hard to find a job right before the holidays. Now how about you relax for a while? Just close your eyes and let everything else drift away. His eyes open wider, revealing flecks of gray along with the clear blue. You're bewitching me, aren't you? I laugh and resume grazing my fingertips over his forehead, cheeks, and lips. Trying to. Would you please stop talking and close your eyes? He kisses my hand and closes his eyes. Promise me you won't go anywhere. I wouldn't dream of it. Within minutes, his breathing shifts to slow and steady. His face relaxes in slumber, and he looks younger, peaceful. The burdens he carries are released for now. I admire his strong cheekbones, his straight, narrow nose, and solid jaw. How did I get so lucky? I love you, Tom. I whisper, and he sleeps on. When he shifts, I slip out from under him, placing a pillow under his head and a blanket over his lanky form. 2 hours later, he appears in the kitchen, yawning and rubbing his head. Something smells delicious. I'm elbows deep, whisking a flour mixture into juices from a roast. Good. I hope you're hungry. I'm famished. What are you making? Gravy. I glance at him quick for his reaction, then back to my bubbling sauce. I know you don't usually eat anything with fat, but tough. You're exhausted and working yourself to death. You need comfort food and calories. Yes, ma'am, he says in way too agreeable tone. I glance at him. No argument? He sneaks his arms around my waist and says into my ear, When a beautiful woman wants to make me a dinner that smells this good, I'm not about to argue. He kisses my neck. Good. Where'd you learn to cook like this? he asks, carrying the platter of roast beef, potatoes, and carrots to the table. My mom. She made roast every Sunday in the fall and winter. I set a lettuce salad next to it. When I was little, she'd push a stool up to the stove and have me stir the juices from the roast while she poured in the flour mixture. By the time she got sick, I was a pro. We take a seat, and he looks ready to devour the whole thing. I had no idea you could cook. You've been obsessed with eating skinless chicken and spinach smoothies, so I haven't had much chance, I say, pointing my fork at him. Mom taught me a few recipes before she died. I make a mean meatloaf, too. I have her recipe box. People don't use them anymore, but I love it because it's got her handwriting on the recipes. Some are even written by my grandmother. She's gone, too. He lifts a fork to take a bite. Yeah, the same cancer as my mom. Tom lowers his fork. Are you worried you might get it? It's obvious it worries him. I was for a while, but then I had genetic testing done in college. By some miracle, I don't carry the same gene. It's the one good thing my dad ever gave me. Healthy DNA. Chapter 27. London. Saying goodbye to Chelsea even for a week was like ripping out my soul. But she said she has loads of plans with friends to keep her busy. We held our own Christmas celebration last night after my show, complete with candlelight and holiday music. She brought oyster stew, a disgusting tradition her mother passed down to her, and I brought fruitcake, an equally awful family habit I blame on Gran. Chelsea was floored when I handed her the light blue Tiffany's box and seemed delighted by the silver unicorn necklace inside. How did you know? She dangled the delicate piece from her fingers. You like unicorns? Since I was little, I was obsessed with them. Here. She handed me the necklace and brushed her hair aside. Well, this one is because you are beautiful, smart, and feisty, a rare find like the magical unicorn. I clasped the delicate chain around her neck, thinking of Max's comment of how difficult it is to hold on to a unicorn. I love it, she said after admiring it in the mirror. Chelsea presented me with a beautifully wrapped box with a gold bow, biting her lip nervously. I couldn't imagine what it was. When I tore off the foil wrapping, I discovered a brown leather messenger bag. For your auditions. Sorry, I mean meetings, she teased. The soft leather held my monogram. Inside she'd included a folder containing a dozen of my headshots. I put everything in there that I thought you'd need. That way you won't have to be stressed when you're trying to get out the door. That's for your scripts and music, she explained of another folder. And I put in those special candies that help your throat, a water bottle, tissue, a toothbrush, and a mirror to make sure that you don't have any spinach stuck in your teeth from your smoothie. Each pocket contained every possible item I've wished for when out on an audition. She thought of everything, and the leather bag is exactly what I would have picked had I thought about it. And now she's across the pond, and I'm wheels down at Heathrow, reverting into a giddy boy peeking out the window. I spot my mum. She's a tad grayer, and Dad's a bit heavier than when I saw them on the opening night of Crossing Lines. With a grin and a wave, I'm swept into Mum's arms and pounded heavily on the back by Dad. The moment we reach home, Mum stuffs me with homemade biscuits. The tree is in the same spot in front of the picture window as when I was a kid, filling the room with a lovely scent of pine. While the ornaments are mostly new, I detect a few old ones from my childhood tucked within the boughs. My eyes are heavy, and I yawn for more than 24 hours without sleep. Tom, you're dead on your feet. Go lie down. We'll have plenty of time to catch up later, Mom says. With one more hug, I stumble happily into my old room. It's been transformed into a craft room where Mom's latest craze appears to be beadwork. There are stacks of clear trays with every size and color of bead imaginable. There are racks of finished necklaces, bracelets, and earrings, making the room look more like my sister's instead of mine. My bed's still here, albeit covered with a floral bedspread and flouncy pillow shams, which I toss in the corner. I kick off my shoes, pull the blinds, and climb under the comforter to crash until the rest of my family invades. Much later, I wake up to a tiny hand slapping my face. The hand then grabs a fistful of my hair and yanks. Ow! I open my eyes and stare into round blue eyes. Who's this? I smile, lean on my elbow, and take my niece's little hand in mine. She grips my index finger and gaws. Her dark hair sticks straight up like a Cupid doll. My sister Hannah pops up from the side of the bed along with my 3-year-old nephew Jasper. His eyes are nearly as round as his sister's. He sizes me up. Bella, meet your Uncle Tom. Bella bats her baby blues and gurgles, revealing 2 tiny teeth. Hello, Bella. Aren't you a little beauty? She smells of baby powder and innocence. I shift my attention to my nephew. Hello, mate. Do you remember me? He nods eagerly. I try to Skype with my sister to catch up and see how the kids are growing, and selfishly, so they'll know who I am. Jasper was only 1.5 years the last time I was home. Well, get on up here. I slide over to give him room. Hannah lifts him and he scrambles onto the bed, smelling of apple juice and fudge. You've grown so big. He smiles, still too shy to speak. Oh my gosh, I've got something in my pocket. What is it? Jasper watches, fascinated, as I dig deep into my pocket. Oh no! It's a tickle bug! I proceed to tickle Jasper and he squeals with innocent laughter. Hannah scoops Bella out of the way as Jasper and I roll on the bed and I toss him in the air. I can see you're the last person I'll ask to put him to bed, she complains with a joyful smile. In the kitchen with Jasper under my arm like a squirming sack of potatoes, I find Hannah's husband, George. My brother Ben and his wife Katie have all arrived. She's pleasantly pregnant with their first. Look what the cat dragged in. 'Bout time you showed your ugly mug around here, Ben says with a slap on my back. There are jovial hugs all around. Mum says you have a girlfriend, Hannah says with Bella perched on her hip, chewing on her tiny fist. No way, the overeducated Ben says. Tom fancies a girl. It must be a joke. I helped myself to a beer from the fridge. Just because I've never mentioned any woman before doesn't mean they haven't existed. Yeah, in your dreams. He grins, stealing my beer. Just ask Mum. Hannah wipes drool from Bella's chin. Yes, and she sounds lovely. Ben takes a swig of my beer. Mum's just covering for you. She can't bear that you're gay. I fetch another beer, twist off the top, and toss it into the corner trash. Come on, Tom, give us the dirt, my brother-in-law says. And so I pull out my phone and bring up pictures of Chelsea. Looking at her thick mane of hair and the curve of her lips showing off her smile drives home how far apart we are. Hannah elbows me in the ribs. Wow, Tommy, look at you, all gooey-faced over a picture. Never seen that before. Let's see. Ben gives a low whistle. What's a looker like her doing with a mutt like you? Excellent question. I grin proudly, passing my phone around to show off Chelsea. After a casual dinner, we hang out around the tree with lights twinkling and music playing, catching up on everyone's lives. Jasper is conked out and lays limp in his father's arms. You have a beautiful family, I tell Hannah, walking with her out to the car as she and George strap the kids into their car seats. Jasper adores you. She kisses his pudgy cheek. He's terrific. I hate that I'm not here to watch him grow up, but then think of Chelsea and how much I miss being away from her. After everyone's gone home, I call her. With the time difference, it's early evening, but she doesn't pick up. After spending the last month together, being apart is hell. Hey, Gran. I give her a gentle hug and kiss on the cheek when we arrive Christmas Eve. She's shorter, shrinking with age, but still smells of rose petals and tea. Look at you, Tom, so grown up and handsome. She pats my face as if making sure I'm real, then leads me into her sitting room, ignoring the house full of guests. Sorry I haven't come home sooner. I say, realizing how fast she's aging.
Nonsense. You've been following your dreams. What could be more important than that?
There is family, I say, feeling guilty for neglecting mine. But Gran was the one who never questioned my desperate need to act. While Mum and Dad fretted I'd be an uneducated, unemployed flop, Gran always encouraged me to follow my dreams.
Very true. And you're here. What's this I hear about a young lady?
I smile. Yes, Chelsea. She's wonderful. Gran listens with apt attention as I tell her about how Chelsea and I met, that she's spunky, always happy, and sees the good in everything. Gran coos when I show her pictures.
And you love her?
Her wizened old eyes settle on me. With all my heart. Gran's eyes twinkle.
How is she in the sack?
Gran. I feign shock.
A gentleman never tells.
Satisfied, she pats my hand.
It's certainly taken you long enough.
Trust me, she's worth the wait.
In that case, I expect you'll be wanting a certain trinket to take back to New York with you.
Yes, but only if you're sure you want to part with it. She gets up and goes to her top dresser drawer.
I'm honored for you to have it. Your grandfather would be pleased.
She digs around a bit.
Ah, here it is.
Chapter 28. Iowa City. I'm drinking hot chocolate from my UI Hawkeyes mug, thinking about Tom. I touch the beautiful necklace he gave me and smile as I look at a stuffed unicorn on my shelf that I've kept since childhood. He is incredibly thoughtful, but being apart for the past 2 days has been torture and reigniting all my self-doubt about he and I. Now that he's literally across the world, it would be so easy for him to move on. That whole out of sight, out of mind saying seems particularly meaningful right now. And after a week apart, will he even want me to come back to New York? My phone pings a message. I check the screen. Are you there? It's Tom, and I breathe a huge sigh of relief. I text back, yes. I turn down the Santa Claus movie, my all-time favorite, and stare at my phone waiting for it to ring. A few seconds later, I jump when it does. Happy Christmas, Tom says. I grin. Happy Christmas! How was the party at your grandmother's? Absolutely brilliant. So many cousins and family I haven't seen in a long time. He slurs his words. Are you drunk?
Little bit.
Okay, I'm totally pissed. You can blame my brother for that too. I'm such a lightweight these days. I can't begin to keep up with those sorts. I laugh. His English accent is much stronger. I suppose it's due to the alcohol and being surrounded by his family. He tells me about his relatives and the challenge of being a stage actor in shows that most of them will never see. I'm an oddity to the rest of them with their desk jobs and Monday through Friday schedule, he says. I could be one of those people soon too. In fact, now that I'm back at my apartment, I'm forced to think more about my own job future and the need to get back in the game. Did you get out with your friends today? He asks. I'm glad he can't see me because I hate to lie. But I also don't want him to feel bad that I'm on my own this Christmas. It's happened before, and while it's a drag, I'll get through it. Yeah, and then I changed the subject. You wouldn't believe how weird it is coming home after nearly 4 months away. I'm going through drawers in my closet. I don't even know why I have half the stuff that I've accumulated. We talk for another 10 minutes about the craziness of watching his niece and nephew and how much it means to him to see his grandmother again. It's great to be home, but I miss you, he says in a drowsy, inebriated slur. My lonely heart aches. I miss you too. I better hang up before I fall asleep. We'll Skype at 10 a.m. your time tomorrow? I'll see you in the morning. I love you. he says softly. I love you too. Christmas morning, I wake up to a quiet apartment and light snow. I stretch out and smile. Every kid in the city will be thrilled. At the allotted time, my computer screen flashes and suddenly Tom appears from thousands of miles away. He's holding the most adorable baby. She has giant blue eyes that dominate her sweet face and spiky dark hair that sticks up. I giggle. Oh my God, she's adorable! I know, right? Bella here is in a constant state of surprise. He runs his hand over the top of her hair. It moves like feathers and bounces back. She is seriously the cutest baby I've ever seen. Tom kisses her cheek. Hear that, Hannah? He yells to someone off screen. Chelsea says Bella's ugly. Don't say that! But I hear laughter in the background, so I guess it's all right. Bella reaches for his mouth, but he evades her. This kid's got an iron grip. Last night she had my ear in a death hold. I couldn't get her off until Hannah bribed her with a biscuit. He looks at the little cutie with such love and then sniffs. He wrinkles his nose in disgust. Hannah, Bella filled her nappy again. I laugh at his expression, then a miniature Spider-Man jumps into view and yells, "Roar!" Tom cracks up. And this is Jasper. No, Uncle Tom, I'm Spider-Man, the little superhero says. Bella grabs for his mask and pulls. Jasper swats her. Tom is trying to hold the two apart. A young woman appears and snatches the baby out of Jasper's reach, then bends to the screen. Hello, you must be Chelsea. Happy Christmas, we've heard loads about you. I'm taken off guard at her unexpected appearance and paste on what I hope resembles a natural smile. This is my sister Hannah, mother to the adorable demon children. Hi, I say to the pretty blonde with sandy-colored hair that matches Tom's. My brother best be nice to you. If he's not, you let me know. I could take him down when he was 7, and I can certainly take him down at 27. Tom rolls his eyes. I laugh. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. Hannah disappears and Tom peeks back at me. Forgive me, love, the whole lot wants to meet you. Before I can object, his laptop is being passed around, and I'm faced with one stranger after another. They all know who I am, but I can't keep track of them. His mother pops in with a cheery hello, and his grandmother smiles sweetly and tells me Tom is a lovely boy. Then suddenly he's back. That's all you get. He yells at his family, and the noise of the banter grows distant. Okay, I'm in my room with the door shut. At least, it used to be my room until Mom turned it into a craft hut. Sorry for putting you on the spot there, but thanks. You're a novelty. He settles onto his bed and seems so happy. Why's that? They've never met anyone I've ever dated before. Add to that the fact that you're American, beautiful, and a woman. Oh, were they expecting a dude? I laugh. Let's just say that after spending my life singing and dancing, I could never totally convince my dad and brother I'm straight. Maybe you should have introduced them to a girl sooner. He gets a cockeyed grin. But where's the fun in that? He settles onto his bed and leans back, relaxed. You know, when you and I are done talking, I think I'll show them some of your celebrity dance-off videos, so they can see the real you. Oh God, please don't! But he grins, and I know he will. You look good, I say. You like my new jumper? He looks down at his sweater. I got 3. No one knows what to buy me. Oh, and several pairs of socks and new underwear, of course. Wait till you see them all. I want to reach through the screen and touch him. Time off has been good for you. It has. I just wish you could have been here with me. I know. Maybe next time, I hope. So, what are you doing today? I'm trying to decide what show to binge watch. Do I go for a Gilmore Girls marathon or a classic like Alias? My mom's favorite, plus it has Bradley Cooper. Aren't you going to be with friends? He asks, confused. I realize my mistake. Nah, most are out of town. The others are busy with their families. I'll probably order Chinese later. He sits up, his relaxed demeanor gone. Oh, hell. Chelsea, you shouldn't be spending Christmas alone. I'm not. I have you. I give him my best effort at nonchalance, but he sees through it. But I thought... Tom, it's fine. He blames himself for me being alone, which is ridiculous. I have plenty to do here. It's snowing out. Here, look. I carry the laptop to the window. Maybe I'll make a snowman later. God, Chelsea, this isn't right. I shrug and change the subject. Tell me how your dad liked his gift. Tom sighs, and we talk for an hour more. Jasper appears again and shows me his new truck. When we say goodbye, our hearts are heavy, but we'll both be back in New York in 4 more days. Here I am, talking about all my silly gifts, while Chelsea is alone in Iowa for Christmas with no siblings or parents to share the day, no grandmother to put cash in an envelope for her, and no noisy family gatherings with loads of rich food and too much booze. Why didn't I realize this would happen? I guess because I didn't think too much about leaving until the last minute. I just wanted to be with Chelsea, and then I was excited about coming home. I return to the kitchen and grab a glass of ice water. Mum's loading the dishwasher for another round. Everything okay? You seem down. I catch her up, and she feels as bad as I do. That poor girl, Mum says. I'm such an ass. She has no one, and then I abandon her on the holidays. I'm sure that's not how she sees it. No, she doesn't. I wonder how she's spent her holidays all the years since her grandfather died. I know it's not much, but I wanted to send her some of my homemade jewelry back for her. It'll be a belated Christmas gift, something to open, she says. That's lovely, Mum, thank you. But it's not enough, and suddenly all that matters is that I get back to her. Would you be terribly upset if I left early? She's about to object, and then looks at me and stops herself. This girl means that much to you? She's everything, and being away has cemented that. Mum smiles and kisses my cheek. Well then, we best call the airline. You're not mad? I don't want to hurt her too, but she smiles knowingly. I've had you for the past 3 days, and as much as I'd like to keep you here, your life is in New York. Go follow your heart. Chapter 29. By some odd timing, Tom beats me back to New York. As I ride the escalator to baggage claim, I spot him waiting with an eager grin. I can't help myself. I run to him, drop my carry-on bag at his feet, and jump into his arms. He buries his head in my neck and squeezes me tight. And I was afraid you wouldn't miss me, he says, setting me back on my feet. Only a little, I tease. He smells delicious, exactly how I remember. And he hasn't shaved in a couple of days, so he has that extra relaxed, I don't give a damn air about him. But based on how we can't look away from each other, I'd say he definitely does. He kisses me quick and picks up my bag as we wander to the carousel for my suitcases. I don't know how long I'm here for, but I've come prepared to stay at least until I go home for Anna's wedding in early February. Back at the apartment, he showers me with gifts of Cadbury chocolate, which apparently is much better when from the UK, and jewelry from his mother. She didn't have to do that, I say, admiring her creations. I've only talked to her the once, but I can see she's a lovely woman. Mum loves to spoil. She also sent along fudge and some of her biscuits. And I brought you cheese. I laugh since there is no food in the place. We snack on cookies, cheese, and chocolate. The next 3 days are sweet perfection as Tom doesn't have to work. He hasn't told anyone he came home early, so we're in a cocoon of uninterrupted bliss. We go to dinner at normal times like normal people. We try cooking together, which ends up with burned chicken when he distracts me into the bedroom. He's happier and the most laid back I've ever seen him. One afternoon, I'm curled up on the couch pretending to read while Tom's playing guitar by the window. The light casts shadows on the contours of his face. I love watching him when he's unaware. His hands masterfully handle the strings, strumming sweet, hollow tunes. His mouth is soft and his eyes lowered in untroubled thought. I revel in the moment as the soothing sounds roll over me like waves of silk. But reality returns when he goes back to work on December 30th. It's a 2-show day, and he's itchy all morning to get to the theater after being off for a week. Excited? I tease. He grins. Does it show? You know what they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. But he gets a call that takes the smile off his face. He takes it in the bedroom, and I hear quiet murmurs and wonder who and what has brought him down. But he's back in a minute and slides his phone onto the table. That was my agent. I didn't get the part, he says in a subdued voice. The disappointment shows in his slumped shoulders. Is that the final callback you had the day we went for tea? He nods. It was for a big-budget movie. It would have launched my career to the next level. I'm sorry. I've never seen him look so dejected, and part of me feels that maybe I jinxed his chances by talking about the audition when he didn't want to. It's fine. I'll keep trying. They probably wanted someone older or younger or maybe with darker hair instead of light. There'll be something out there for me. I just have to hit more auditions. A lot more. I give him a hug. He's so talented. I can't imagine why he wouldn't be cast. New Year's Eve in Times Square is a mass of humanity, so most Broadway shows only have matinees or go dark for the night. We take the subway uptown to Paige's. Outside her door, we hear a roar from the party inside. I grimace. All the people in that room know each other, except me. Are you nervous? Tom asks, as if it never dawned on him I might be. Yeah. I give him the look. Everyone from your cast and crew is in there. He laughs and gives my shoulder a squeeze. They're harmless. They are all fantastically talented and gorgeous. I arch an eyebrow in his direction. Okay, I guess not everyone is normal. Bill, one of the sound engineers, likes to tell dirty jokes. And Eileen, the props master, has unusually bad breath. But supposedly it's from a cauliflower diet that she swears by. Then there's Tanya. She's just Tanya. This feels like celebrity dance-off all over again. I should have had a drink before we came. He rubs my back. You'll be fine. Everyone will love you. When no one answers the door, Tom lets us in, and as soon as he's noticed, the crowd lets out a cheer. Attending with the star of the show feels like a spotlight just focused on me, too. Paige finds her way to us and after quick hugs, gathers our coats. Great dress, she says, admiring my little black number. Welcome. The bartender's around the corner. We're handed drinks and whisked around the apartment, meeting too many people to keep track of. There's plenty of spouses and girlfriends and boyfriends, which makes keeping people straight even more difficult. Tom is pulled away, and I'm cornered by a frizzy-haired woman from wardrobe and her pals, then handed a Cosmo by a couple handsome young guys from the ensemble. Turns out that being Tom's girlfriend makes me popular. I'm asked about Celebrity Dance-Off, how I like New York, and will I be auditioning for anything soon. I down my drink and respond with great, and never. Finally, Tom appears and saves me from Miss Cauliflower Breath. We escape to the bar. You're quite the hit. He gives me one of his steamy smiles, caresses my bare shoulder, and whispers, You're gorgeous in that frock, but it'll look even better pooled on the floor when I get you home. My breath hitches, and he kisses my neck. Excuse me, you're blocking the bar, a testy voice says. I jump away from Tom. He smiles boldly. We're both a little juiced. Sorry, Tanya. Do you remember Chelsea? She looks me over. Sure. How are you? She asks, but doesn't even look at me. Fine. How are you? Fantastic. Tom, can you order me a G&T? You know how I like it. He orders her drink and another Cosmo for me. Tanya scans the beautiful furnishings in a spacious apartment with a critical eye. Paige and Greg have a great place. He must be making bank to afford a place like this. I wonder why Paige keeps working. Here you go. Tom hands Tanya a drink and ignores her comment. She takes a sip and leans in close. You know, it's been too long since Paige called out and I got to play opposite you. Tom evades her. Yes, well, Paige is a consummate professional. Oh, look, there's Greg. Chelsea, you haven't met Paige's husband yet. You're going to love him. He works in publishing. Catch you later, Tanya. We grab our drinks and escape to the other side of the apartment. Is she intense or is it me? She's been under the illusion that she and I are going to be an item someday. I gulp my drink and do a double take. Oh, I hope she's wrong. Me too. I can't imagine waking up to that. He snickers and escorts me to a tall, thin man with curly short hair holding court with the stage manager I met earlier. Chelsea, I'd like you to meet Greg Hamilton, Paige's husband. Greg offers his hand. Great to meet you. Paige has told me so much about you. I glance at Tom, who smiles, and then back to Greg, wondering how much Paige knows about me. Thank you for having me tonight. I thought you might like meeting someone who works in publishing, Tom says to me, then turns to Greg. Chelsea is a big reader. Actually, I own a literary agency, so I'm more in the pre-publishing stage of things. That's amazing! So you get to read great books before anyone else? When I'm lucky. Finding a bestseller is a lot like trying to find a grain of salt in Central Park. Greg asks what I read, which I reply with everything. Tom is pulled away at some point, but Greg and I are deep in discussion and I barely notice. He asks what I do for work now that I'm off Celebrity Dance-Off. I explain my degree in international business and that I've been applying for jobs and I'm not exactly sure what I want, which is an unsettling feeling. I'm relieved to have been rejected by the investment bankers. You speak any foreign languages? French and German, not that I've had much use for either. They were a part of a misguided effort to be more worldly like my dad. It turns out I'm not interested in international finance at all. He laughs. I can see why, but you have some valuable skills. Paige appears and asks him for some help in the kitchen. We may have something coming up. You should send me your resume. Seriously? I would love that. He pulls a card from his wallet. Drop me an email and we'll set something up. Thank you. Greg disappears with Paige and I search for Tom, dumbstruck at the opportunity that just fell in my lap. He's across the room with a group of guys, but he's watching me. I smile and make my way over. Greg asked me to send him my resume. Can you believe it? A job surrounded by books. He grins. That's brilliant. I'm flying high the rest of the night. Finding a job in publishing hasn't occurred to me. And even if nothing comes of it, I don't care. It's the boost I need. Tom introduces me to more people from the cast, including his co-stars Max and Jordan, who seem like nice guys. As the night goes on, the party gets louder and more crowded. I'm pulled into a conversation with some women from the cast about New Year's resolutions. While they all have the lose weight goal, Tanya wants cheek implants. Paige aims to stop biting her fingernails, and a short brunette declares she plans to get laid more often, sending us all into peals of laughter. Tom approaches with a chocolate truffle. He holds it out temptingly. I take a bite, closing my eyes at the delectable taste. I thought you'd like that. His smoldering eyes reach my soul, and I lick a smudge of chocolate from my lips. He rejoins Max and Jordan a few feet away. Tanya stares at me and shakes her head. I don't get it. You and Tom make no sense. Why is he even with you? Paige and the other women gasp. I should ignore Tanya, but I'm in a great mood and a little drunk. I know, right? I say, as if agreeing with her, and I'm not even good in bed. Tanya's mouth drops open. She's dumbstruck, wondering if I'm serious. Tom chokes on his drink while everyone else around us bursts out laughing. "You okay, baby?" I croon to Tom. Tanya stalks off. I turn back to the girls and shrug. Was it something I said? Tom wipes his mouth and shakes his head, but his eyes are smiling. I like her, Max says. Greg stands on a chair to get everyone's attention for the countdown to midnight while champagne is handed out. Tom whispers in my ear, "You evil girl." I'm sorry, but she's been glaring at me all night like I'm the worst person you could be with. It was perfect. He hands me a flute of bubbly. This is going to be the best year ever. Chapter 30. Apparently, January is pilot season, which means all the networks are casting for new television shows. Tom spends every spare moment studying scripts, speaking with his agent, and auditioning. I send my resume off to Greg Hamilton and hope he calls me. But not one to wait around, I throw myself into the job search, applying for jobs I'd normally never consider, like working for a fashion designer at the New York Public Library and for a high-end tour company. Who knows what will stick? But considering I get an auto reject on about every other application, maybe I'm throwing my net too wide. Tom is finally home after a 2-day shoot, so we have time together while he unwinds from his high-energy night. He sits down beside me. There's going to be a going-away party at a karaoke bar for one of my castmates tomorrow night after the matinee. He landed a lead in a new play, which is a really big deal. I need to put in an appearance, but we don't have to stay if you don't like it. He pops a frozen treat in his mouth and offers me one. I help myself. And hang out with a bunch of Broadway stars? Yeah! He kisses my forehead, his lips cool. Perfect. Then meet me after the show and we'll go. The next day, after Tom leaves for work, I drop into an adorable bakery and call Anna. You have to tell him, she says, desperate to change my mind. No, it would be weird. I dip my finger into the edge of the mound of cream cheese frosting and taste. Then give me his number and I'll tell him. No way! I knew you 3 years before I told you. You are hopeless. So if you aren't going to tell your own boyfriend it's your birthday, what are you going to do today? Right now, I'm about to devour the most amazing red velvet cupcake I've ever seen. Then I'm going to buy something silly, and then after that, see his show. Again? I don't go that often anymore. Plus, I'm meeting him right afterwards anyway. The cast is going out to a karaoke bar. Sounds appropriate for a bunch of musical theater geeks. That it does. My afternoon is spent soaking in the magic of Tom on stage, an experience I will never tire of. And yet soon he'll be done with it. I hope he finds something equally as great, but he's seemed pretty frustrated lately. After the show, I linger in the lobby to stay warm, biding my time before meeting him outside the stage door. When I step into the biting January air, he's still surrounded by a crowd of patient fans waiting for an autograph, picture, or quick word. The crowd is larger than usual, which is how it seems to work whenever I have some place I want to be. Between photos with a couple of fawning middle-aged women and an autograph for a college kid dreaming of life on the stage, I catch a glimpse of Chelsea leaning against the light post and texting on her phone. She's bundled up in her hat and mittens and wearing tall boots and the scarf I loaned her on our first trip to New York. You were my favorite, says an older lady, pulling my attention back to my task. I love the show, says another. This is my 3rd time seeing the show, and slowly the crowd dwindles until there's one group left. A stylish woman with 2 daughters. The older girl, about 15, eagerly presents her program. You are wonderful. May I have an autograph? She asks with a French accent that catches my attention. I smile. Of course. Are you from France? Yes, and you have a British accent, she says in surprise, as I speak with an American accent in the show. That's right. I smile. Are you enjoying New York? I sign her playbill and hand it back.
Oh, yes, we visit every year.
Her younger sister, who looks about 12, has been staring at me with dreamy eyes. She holds out her program.
Would you marry me someday? Babette,
her older sister says. The mother laughs and the girl blushes. I don't want to embarrass her further. That's a lovely offer, but there's a problem.
Oh?
Her face is adorable. She'll be a real heartbreaker someday. You see, I have a girlfriend, and I don't think she'd be happy if I promised to marry someone else.
He's just saying that so you won't feel bad,
the older girl says. The little one eyes me skeptically as if I'm lying. It's true, I say. In fact, see that girl over there by the light pole? I point to Chelsea. The one on the phone? Babette says. Yep, she's my girlfriend. The mother bites back a smile. Babette crosses her arms. You're making that up. I laugh and Chelsea looks up, taking in the scene of me with the family. Babette calls out to her. Are you his girlfriend? Chelsea looks behind her as if checking to see who we're talking to. Who? Me? She asks, feigning ignorance. I wave her over. The French girls watch Chelsea step tentatively closer. Ladies, this is my girlfriend Chelsea. But Chelsea squints uncomfortably from me to the girls and back. Excuse me, have we met? She asks me with a Tony-worthy expression of confusion. My jaw drops. The young girls and their mothers watch in fascination. She really is my girlfriend. She's just being cheeky. I give Chelsea a tilt of my head and the eye for her to cut the little act. Babette crosses her arms and hitches her hip, drilling me with a determined stare.
See, you are making it up.
Chelsea steps closer to the French girls in a united front. Do you know this man? She asks Babette.
He's Tommy Seven Oliver, the star of the show. He's the very best.
Chelsea gives me a critical once-over. Really? I'd never guess it looking at him. I burst out laughing. I'm right here. I can hear you. The older sister intervenes to get to the bottom of this. Only one of you is telling the truth. I am, I volunteer.
Can you prove it?
The girls ask. Sure can. I drag Chelsea to my side and swing her into a dip. She squeals and I lay a kiss on her sassy mouth. Remember me now, love, I say into her startled eyes. She giggles. I think it's coming back to me. I swing her up to her feet and without anyone seeing, pinch her ass. She gives a little squeak.
You are his girlfriend,
the little one says to Chelsea. After that kiss, I suppose I better be.
You're so lucky,
she answers. Chelsea glances at me with a sweet smile. That I am. She offers to take a picture of me with the girls and the mother. We say our goodbyes and I tuck my arm around her and head off to meet my friends. Tom and I are still laughing when we descend the steps to the Cellar Light Club. It's warm and cozy with a votive on each of the many cocktail tables. A long bar lines one side and a small stage is located in the back. His show friends are already here, several with dates or spouses. Paige slides over and makes room for us, and Tom sneaks in another chair to the crowded table. She hugs me hello and we catch up while he fetches us drinks. When he returns, I ask which guy is leaving the show. He points. Andy over there in the gray hoodie with the huge grin. We spend the next hour talking and laughing with his friends, spilling popcorn on the floor and listening to a range of people, both talented and tone-deaf, singing karaoke. Please sing, I beg Tom again. Relaxed with his arm over the back of my chair, he shakes his head. The stubborn man. Why not? I plead. He's the most talented person I've ever met, and he should show it off. Because half these blokes will record it and load it onto YouTube before I've finished my next gin and tonic. I can't be the Broadway guy who sang the bad karaoke. I'll never live it down. I see his point, but doubt he could sing badly even if he tried. Unable to think of any other way to convince him, and loosened up after 2 drinks, I lean in close. What if it was my birthday and the only thing I wanted to hear was you sing? He eyes me skeptically. If it were your birthday, yes, I'd sing karaoke for you. He pops a handful of popcorn in his mouth. I look at him expectantly and smile. When I don't break my gaze, his eyebrows crease with suspicion. I whisper in his ear, "Today's my birthday." Nice try. He laughs and pats my thigh, his hand warm and comfortable. No, really, it is. I wait, holding my breath now that I've told him. He sits up. That's not possible because if it were your birthday, I'd know about it and we'd be doing something special to celebrate and not out in some grungy bar with my drunk wanker friends. I shrug and smile, nudging the songbook toward him. His smile fades as he realizes I'm serious. It is not your birthday. I nod. Prove it. I laugh, which makes him doubt me even more. You don't believe me? I wouldn't put it past you to say anything just to get me on that stage. You're sneaky that way. He tickles my side. I am not sneaky, I giggle. He cocks his head, and I think of our earlier scene with the girls outside the stage door. Okay, maybe a little, but only for good reasons. I grab my wallet from my handbag and pull out my driver's license. He snatches it from my hand. His jaw drops as he spies my birth date. I grin. How could you go through the whole day and not tell me? I am the worst boyfriend ever. I should have rifled through your wallet so I know all your secrets. I don't celebrate my birthday, but if I can use it to guilt you to sing for me, well, that's another story. Why don't you celebrate? I hesitate, unsure what to tell him, but decide on honesty. I gaze at him and sigh. Because my mom died on my 14th birthday. His expression turns to remorseful embarrassment. Oh, bugger. I'm sorry. I don't want to go to that sad place. Not today. I rest my hands on his arm. Please don't let it ruin our night. I've had enough crummy birthdays. He considers my words, then he kisses me. Deal. I'll sing, but only because it's your birthday. I open the songbook for him. Pick one. He pushes his chair back. Oh, no. You want this, you pick. Paige returns and leans over in surprise. You convinced Tom to sing? I grin and nod while he shakes his head, still in denial. But only because it's Chelsea's birthday. He adds, Happy birthday! She says to me, then pokes Tom. You big loser, why didn't you tell us? He levels me with an accusatory look. Because I just found out. Which is why he's going to sing. What would be a good song? I say, getting them off the topic of my birthday. Paige smirks at Tom and laughs. Oh, this is going to be fun. How about I Feel Pretty from West Side Story? He rolls his eyes. Or Mbop by Hanson, I say. Tom drains his drink. I'll let you two have your fun. He escapes to the bar. I scoot closer to Paige and we skim through the book, hunting for the perfect song, laughing as we consider everything from Love Shack to Muskrat Love and Achy Breaky Heart. At the bar, he's chatting with his friend Max from the show and tips his head my direction when I grin at him and giggle. The singer on stage finishes her number and the audience applauds. Suddenly, the perfect song pops into my head. I grab a slip of paper and jot it down. I deliver it to the DJ along with a $10 bill so he'll get Tom up there before he can weasel out. When I return, Tom is carrying a tray filled with shot glasses. He puts a glass in my hand, and the rest of our group all take one. Paige starts Happy Birthday, and everyone joins in. I want to duck my head, but Tom catches my eye and winks. He's beaming as his friends sing to me. Their spectacular voices blending perfectly and resounding through the room like a world-class choir. They end the song breaking into gorgeous harmonies that take my breath away. "That is the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. Thank you." They raise their glasses. "To Chelsea," Tom says. "To Chelsea," the rest resound. He clinks his glass to mine. "Happy birthday, love." I throw back the drink. The liquor curls my tongue. An intense heat rises from my throat as I strain to draw breath to soothe my airways, reminding me of Hank's bourbon. "Good stuff," Tom laughs as my eyes water. Around us, everyone is high-fiving and clapping. The DJ calls up the next singer, a skinny girl in stiletto heels with kinky dark curls that reach her shoulders. She sings Celine Dion's My Heart Will Go On in a breathy voice that doesn't quite reach every note. Tom slides his arm around the back of my chair. I gaze into his eyes, dark in the low light of the bar. He curls his head down. His lips touch mine in a tender kiss tasting strongly of liquor. But I'm already drunk on love. I slide my hand along his jaw and neck. His skin is soft under the light scruff, and he smells so good. "Cut that shit out." Max bellows over the sound of the kinky-haired girl's painful droning of the Titanic hit. Tom and I pull apart as he plops a drink in front of me. The contents slosh over the side and puddle on the table. "Happy birthday, and thanks for turning this moody son into a lovesick fool." "Thanks." I turn to Tom. "So you're a lovesick fool?" "Never. I barely like you." He's winding his fingers through my hair. I snuggle into the crook of his arm, content with the touch of his side against mine. When the song ends and the girl leaves the stage, to a weak pity applause, the DJ says, "Next up is Tom Oliver." He groans beside me as his friends cheer. I pat his leg with excitement. He reluctantly stands, chugs half my drink, smacks his lips, and gives me a final shake of his head that he can't believe he's doing this. As he makes his way to the stage, his friends hoot and holler at this unexpected performance. Paige slips into his seat next to me and clinks her glass to mine. "Way to go!" She takes out her phone and focuses at the stage, as do a couple of others. I cringe, hoping he isn't too mad at me later. Up on the tiny stage, the DJ hands Tom the mic. He takes his place, and we're all quiet. I'm on the edge of my seat. Tom looks out at us and nods with a tight grimace. "You can thank my girlfriend for getting me up here. Chelsea, this song is for you." Then he pauses and turns to the DJ. "Wait a sec. What am I singing?" He looks back to the audience and gives us an exaggerated expression of stage fright. We all laugh. The DJ hands him my slip of blue paper with the song title. He reads the paper and bursts out laughing. His eyes find me across the room. I cock my head and grin. He shakes his head in disbelief. "Come on, baby, you got this," I call. Tom slips the paper into his back pocket and returns to center stage. This time, focused, as if he's getting into character. My pulse is speeding with nervous excitement. Just when I think he's ready to start, he bursts out laughing again and doubles over with his hands on his knees, which gives me fits of giggles. Max hollers out, "What's the matter, Oliver? Can't you sing without a spotlight and a 20-piece orchestra?" His friends crack up as Tom, the perfectionist, struggles to get his composure back. He shakes off his infectious grin and takes his place once more. This time he's thoughtful, and it's as if I can see the wheels turning in his head. He takes a deep breath and nods to the DJ. The intro begins to Don't Stop Believin', the theme song from Rock of Ages, his dream show. We all cheer for the rock anthem. Tom slides the mic in the stand, and with the intensity of a seasoned rocker, belts out the lyrics about a small-town girl who's living in a lonely world. His voice is strong, and he cranks it out just like the original singer from Journey. We burst into applause. The DJ nods his approval and amps up the volume. Tom grins, showing off his gorgeous dimples, and leans the mic stand to the side in a rocker stance, belting out the song. When he gets to the chorus, he does dance moves that I'm sure must be straight from the stage show. Everyone in the bar goes wild because he really nails the steps. I pound on the table and hoot. During each break in the lyrics, he grins as if he's about to burst into laughter again, but then jumps right back into the song with vocals that give me goosebumps. His rocker act is hilarious, only because I know how much he wanted to be in that show. It really does go against his type, but he is adorable, and my mouth hurts from grinning. Toward the end of the song, he calls out for everyone to join in. The whole bar sings along in one huge party chorus. When the music stops, we're all on our feet. Tom is cracking up and points to me across the room. I blow him a kiss. He hands the mic back to the DJ. The man high-fives him and says, "I've heard that song slaughtered about 1,000 times, and I've got to tell you, dude, that was totally dope." When Tom returns to our table, his buddies pound him in the back. He reaches me grinning. "I can't believe you got me to do that." I wrap my arms around his neck. "I love your rocker side." "Good." He grabs my ass in front of everyone. The guys whistle and Tom growls in my ear. "'Cause you're going to be seeing more of him later tonight. Chapter 31. I tickle Chelsea's nose with a lock of her hair. Her face wrinkles and she opens her eyes. "Good morning." Her eyes focus on me and a lazy smile covers her lips. "Last night was great." "Sure was, you wild thing." I lightly nip her shoulder. She blushes, which I love. One second she's sweet and adorable, the next she's not. "So, Tiger, what would you like to do for your birthday?" Learning that her mom passed away on her birthday, I'd like to give her some new birthday memories, and I know exactly how to do that, with an engagement ring. Last night was the best birthday ever. Today we relax. She stretches like a cat. The sheet slides down, exposing the curve of her breast, reminding me that she's naked as the day she was born. Nope. You said you were born at 11:26 p.m. That means we have all day today. That still counts as your birthday. That's an interesting way of looking at it, Mr. Oliver. She turns on her side, propping her head on her hand. The sheet drapes her body over the dip of her waist and up over her hip. So, what did you have in mind? I take in her tousled hair and relaxed smile and know exactly what I'd like to do, but I have a busy day already and need to figure out how to give her a proper birthday. Before we can start the celebration, I've got to work out, and then I have a meeting. You sure have lots of meetings, she says with a wink. I do, but if you can keep yourself busy until mid-afternoon, I'm yours for the rest of the day. In this city, not a problem. I love how easily she's accepted my crazy schedule. The next question is, what would you like to do? I give her a quick peck on the nose. Well, since you ask, there is one thing I want. She lifts her foot out from under the covers and draws it slowly up my bare leg, raising goosebumps and igniting the fire I've been fighting to keep at bay. Her eyes flicker and the tip of her tongue peeks out. You are the birthday girl. An hour later, I'm in the middle of my third set of reps. I rest for a minute and think back to the day Chelsea literally danced into my life. I hadn't been looking for anyone. In fact, I'd declared a moratorium on dating for a full year since my last failed relationship with a woman named Barbie, who turned out to be a soul-sucking psychopath. But Chelsea is the complete opposite. She's smart, always positive, and makes me laugh. Plain and simple, she makes me want to be a better person. After straining through another rep until my muscles quiver with fatigue, I wipe down the machine and call it a day. Now to plan her birthday celebration. Late that afternoon, Chelsea's cheeks and nose are rosy. Are you sure you're warm enough? I tug the collar of her coat higher and adjust her scarf and hat. We're having a cold snap that chills me to the bone. Maybe this was a bad idea. She grins up at me, excitement sparkles in her eyes. Do you have any idea how many years since I've ice skated? We wobble our way to the edge of the rink. I take a small step onto the ice and turn to her, my skates sliding easily on the smooth surface. The sensation takes me back to when I was 12 and skating with my friends at the neighborhood rink. Really? I hold out my hand. She gives me a look of fake terror and clings to the guardrail. Come on, if you can do flips with Dominic Yardley, you can manage ice skating with me. Okay, but stand back. If I go down, I don't want to take you with. There's probably something in my contract stating I'm not allowed to ice skate. Missing a show due to a skating injury would not go over well with the producers, but the thrill of adventure on Chelsea's face is worth the risk. She steps tentatively onto the ice, gliding forward and then wobbles, letting out a little squeal. She almost loses her balance, but then evens out. I take a couple of strides and am surprised at how easily skating comes back to me. Chelsea seems to find her skating legs too as she slides up to me with a grin. There are few people out on this freezing cold Monday, so we have plenty of room to goof off. The majestic New York skyline surrounds us as we take a first loop. Two boys dart past, weaving in and out of other skaters. "Show-offs!" Chelsea calls, her breath coming out in white puffs. I take her hand, and together we find our inner balance. Our skates lightly scrape the ice with each step. The crisp air stings our faces, but neither of us cares. Daylight is fading, and lights dot the nearby skyscrapers. After skating, we walk several blocks to a restaurant I think Chelsea will like. She loops her arm through mine and leans her head against my shoulder. This is the best birthday in forever. She turns her face to me for a kiss. Your lips are freezing. We better find this place soon. I softly sing the theme song to Frozen, and she laughs as we trek another 2 blocks and arrive at our destination. Keeping with the theme of childhood birthday activities, I thought this fit. She looks at the entrance to Serendipity 3, a quaint, kitschy tourist spot, and grins. Is this the place from the movie? I nod. Want to try some frozen hot chocolate? Can we skip the frozen and just go for hot? Sure. I hold the door and we enter the charming old-fashioned ice cream parlor crowded with customers. I work our way to the front of the line and give our name to the hostess. As she checks her list, I take Chelsea's coat. She slips off her hat, leaving her hair messed. I smooth it down, but she looks like a kid coming in fresh from winter sledding, with her face pink from windburn. I chuckle to myself, knowing I look the same. Right this way, please. We follow the hostess. Chelsea is all smiles as she admires the whimsical white sweetheart chairs and Tiffany lamps. I love it, she chimes, hat in hand, as we're led to a corner table. I wait for her to sit, but she stops short, staring at someone. It's a middle-aged man, dining with his family. His wife's head is turned as she speaks to 2 girls who have their back to us. You know him? She's frozen in place, like a deer locked in the headlights of a night driver. Her eyes never waver. Her voice comes out in a whisper. That's my dad. Chapter 32. I do a double take. Are you sure? But before I can digest the situation, Chelsea, gripping her hat tightly, steps to his table. Dad? The man glances up. He's wearing a sharp suit, and his perfectly trimmed hair is graying at the temples. He'd fit in better at a boardroom than here. I'm afraid you've mistaken me for someone else. These are my daughters. He gestures to the girls with long brown hair across the table. They gape at Chelsea. Is it possible Chelsea's mistaken and just thinks she recognizes him? From what she's told me, she hasn't seen her father since her mom died. But Chelsea doesn't budge. You're Robert Barnes. Her voice wavers with emotion. It's me, Dad. Chelsea. He's confused for a moment, then after closer inspection sees past her hat hair and flushed face. Realization dawns in his eyes, then shock, which he quickly masks. He shoots a concerned glance to his wife. There's something familiar about her sleek hair and precision makeup, but I can't place it. She presses her lips together in irritation. It's mild, but I catch it. Chelsea's father sets his napkin on the table and stands to his full height. This isn't a good time. I'm with my family. The woman rises, smoothing her skirt. Yes, dear, I think we should go. Chelsea pales. There's alarm in her eyes. Papa, why did she call you Dad? Asks the younger girl. The older one stares at me. Something about this family stands out, but before I can think it through, the younger girl points. Mama, it's him! Thomas Evan Oliver! You signed my program after your show yesterday! She smiles at me as if this were another stage door meet and greet. All eyes shift to me. What the hell? Then I realize these are the girls from France who I spent so much time talking with after the show yesterday. My heart sinks. The mother turns to her husband, lips pursed. He speaks in rapid French, first to her and then to his daughters. I took French in school, but it never held much appeal. Still, I do catch him telling the girls he has no idea who Chelsea is. Chelsea gasps and responds in fluent French something about him abandoning her. I had no idea she spoke the language. Robert Barnes's eyes flare in surprise at her perfect accent. His jaw clenches. He gestures to his wife to gather their things as he tosses money on the table. Come along, girls, she directs. Papa, is she my sister? The older girl asks. He sighs and shakes his head. Go with your mother. You too, Babette. But we haven't eaten yet, the little one complains. Their mother hustles them away, the two girls gaping at Chelsea, confused, but Chelsea's eyes are glued on her father. When he starts to follow his family, she steps in his path. You can't go, I have questions, she says in alarm. He eyes the crowded restaurant. This is not the time or place. I expect Chelsea to acquiesce, but she stands her ground. No kidding. The right time was years ago, when you drove away after my mother's funeral and cut me off with nothing. You're going to talk to me right here, right now. Even though Chelsea's voice is strong and demanding, her hands tremble. He huffs. Very well. But let's be clear, you were well taken care of. Chelsea's eyes widen. By who? My grandfather who was delirious with Alzheimer's and I had to take care of? Her father startles and shakes his head. Chelsea continues. I had nothing. After he died, I lived out of his rusted-out car. That's not possible. You were provided for in a trust fund, he says indignantly. Your bully lawyer wouldn't release my money until I needed it for my college tuition, she snaps. I worked 30 hours a week during high school because you refused to take my calls for help. His face turns red. Whether it's from embarrassment or guilt for his actions, it's hard to say. Chelsea's anger is growing and her fierce words getting louder. My own outrage is building and I'd like to deck him. Listen, Chelsea, I know this is difficult for you to hear. He pauses, as if considering his words. But you were an unfortunate accident that happened while I was in graduate school and met your mother. I tried to do the right thing by her, I really did. But it was never going to work. Chelsea's face is stricken. She fights to hold herself together. He moves to leave. I'm sorry things didn't go better for you, I truly am. But I must go. Pain darkens her eyes. I step forward and meet the man eye to eye. Sir, I think all things considered, you owe Chelsea a few minutes of your time. And you are? He tilts his head condescendingly. I'm a man who stands by your daughter. He sighs and turns his attention back to Chelsea. You're dating an actor? He asks, as if I'm a second-rate loser. She nods. He pinches the bridge of his nose as if this conversation is taxing. And are you in college? I'm not sure if he actually cares, or is he just trying to get formalities out of the way so he can escape. I see Chelsea's anxiety. She wants this man to like her. No, I have a degree in international business. He startles and looks at her with a bit of respect. I want to say, take that, you son of a... And you work here in New York? Chelsea hesitates. No. I left my job to be on Celebrity Dance-Off. His forehead creases. I don't know what that is. You're a dancer? She shifts from one foot to the other. Well, no, it's a reality show. He frowns. You have a college degree, but quit your job and now you're on one of those ridiculous reality shows? He shakes his head, and now I really want to give him a piece of my mind. A flush creeps across her cheeks, and she swallows. Robert! His wife interrupts in a sharp tone. The car is here. Well then. He pauses and looks at Chelsea for a few seconds as if at a momentary crossroads. He clears his throat. I wish you the best. And he moves past, disappearing around the corner. Chelsea darts after and I follow, only to see him exit the restaurant. Wait! She calls, but he either doesn't hear her or doesn't care. Outside, he hustles into a black town car. Please, Dad! I only want to talk! Chelsea cries out. He closes the door, but his window glides down. I'm sorry, Chelsea. You're part of my past. It's best we leave it that way. No! She cries. He frowns. What is it? Do you need money? She startles. I don't want your money. All right, then. There's really nothing more to say. He looks forward, his window closes, and the town car pulls away. Chelsea stares as he disappears in a sea of taillights and exhaust. I desperately want to pull her into my arms. She turns to me, destroyed. I want to go home. All right, I say, and she starts walking. Chelsea, your coat. I catch up, forcing her to pause long enough for me to slip her coat on her. Her eyes are vacant as she digests what happened. It's going to be okay, I reassure her. It's never going to be okay. Her voice is monotone and emotionless, stating it as fact. I pull her hat onto her head and then zip up her coat. When I get the zipper up to her chin, I give her a little shake. She raises her eyes to mine. They are dark and watery, filled with anguish. Her chin wobbles, and I can tell she's holding herself together by a thread. I tie her scarf around her neck. Gently, I say, let's go. We walk back in the frigid cold, every rush hour cab filled. There's no subway that goes the direction we need, but Chelsea trudges on, unaffected by the icy wind. When we finally reach our flat, my fingers are frozen and face is numb. Once we're inside, Chelsea's strength dissolves and she slides down the wall to the floor. She buries her face in her hat and lets out an anguished wail. I drop to the floor next to her. She pulls her knees close and covers her head with her arms as racking sobs consume her. I've never felt more helpless. She raises her head. Her tortured eyes settle on mine. I took their picture with you. She grabs her phone from her pocket and whips it against the wall where it cracks and ricochets across the wood floor. Oh, baby, I'm sorry. I hold her as she sobs into my chest. She's devastated, and there's nothing I can do. I want to wring that asshole's neck as the love of my life trembles like a wounded animal. Let's get you out of this bulky coat. I fish my hands under her chin and unwrap her scarf, find her coat zipper and maneuver the coat off her. Finally, I can wrap my arms around her lithe frame. Her face, damp with tears, is pressed against my chest, her hair catching on my chin. I whisper in her ear and rub her arms. It's going to be okay, I promise. Her sobs eventually ease until she's left with ragged breaths as she comes back to me.
He doesn't give a damn about me. He never did.
Her breath hitches. Shh. He's an asshole. He doesn't deserve you. Tears roll freely down her face, soaking my jumper, and her teeth chatter. I hold her tightly in hopes she'll register the security I'm here to offer. My sweet Chelsea is grieving another blow from that bastard. I love you. You hear me? I kiss the top of her head.
I love you too,
she answers. I murmur every soothing thing I can think of. Seeing her like this rips my heart out. After a while, her trembling subdues and her body goes slack, her energy spent. I smooth back her hair and kiss her forehead, loosening my grip. She places her hand on my chest. I was going to propose tonight at the restaurant, giving her the perfect birthday gift, but now it will need to wait until a time when she can feel joy again. We stay there for a long time. Me by the wall, with her nestled between my legs and leaning against my chest. I'm afraid to move her or do anything that might upset the fragile thread she's clinging to, but then she shivers. I rub her arms. Let's move you to the couch and warm you up, okay? She nods and lifts herself off me, leaving my chest cool as the air hits my tear-dampened shirt. I sit her on the couch and tuck a throw blanket over her shoulders. How about some hot chocolate?
Thanks,
she says and stares across the room with an empty expression. I whip up the drink, keeping an eye on her. I've dealt with plenty of disappointments in my life, but nothing compared to the rejection of a parent. Here you go. I place the warm mug in her hands and sit beside her, my arm around her slumped frame.
You're too good to me,
she says quietly, contemplating the lettering on the something rotten mug. No, I'm not. But I love you so much and wish I could fix this.
No one can fix it.
She sips her drink and pauses a long time before she speaks.
I was finally happy. And seeing him after all this time churned up all the ugly truth.
I know it seems impossible, but this will pass, and you'll be happy and stronger than ever, I promise. Her lip trembles.
You know why I went into international business and learned French?
I shake my head, but I have a good guess.
Because I wanted him to approve of me. I thought maybe he'd love me if I was more like him.
Tears well up in her eyes again as she sniffs back her cry.
What's wrong with me that my own father doesn't love me?
I regret not slugging that guy when I had the chance. Shh. There's nothing wrong with you. This is all on him.
All I ever wanted was his love.
I know, but I love you. And God, I hope it's enough. She turns her glistening eyes on me.
I love you too.
Huddled together, she drinks her hot chocolate until I eventually feel her body warm up against me.
Thank you for the wonderful day. I'm sorry I ruined it.
You didn't ruin anything, and you're going to be okay. But I don't think she hears me as she stares into the distance. Chapter 33. The next morning, Tom enters the living room in plaid pajama pants with his hair sticking up at odd angles. He slides in beside me on the couch and stretches out his legs on the coffee table. How are you?
Fine. I say, because I can't possibly put into words the chaos in my mind.
Were you able to sleep?
Some. I lie. Last night, after a couple hours with the heat of his body pressed against mine, I feared my tortured thoughts would wake him. So I escaped to the solitude of the living room where I've been wrestling with the renewed reality that my own father doesn't love me. I've felt unlovable much of my life, and he's reminded me of that fact once again. Tom studies me.
Are you hungry?
I smile weakly. You don't have to take care of me. I'm fine. He frowns.
No, you're not. What can I do?
I caress his face. The shadow of his scruff has grown since yesterday. Nothing. I brush my hand against the bristly hair, enjoying the touch of him and how he smells in the morning. His hand covers mine.
But I need to do something.
You must have things you have to do today other than worrying about me. I'll be fine. He's been busy every day. He smooths my hair as he speaks.
I'm scheduled most of the day. I'm sorry, but I can't change it.
Which is good, because I don't have the energy or interest to do anything after last night. I'm a wreck, and I guess I always have been. It's unavoidable when you grow up without a parent around, and I suppose it explains why I've never been able to keep a long-term relationship. He lays his hand on my thigh.
God, I don't want to leave you here alone today.
Honestly, I just want to be by myself. He takes my hand in his.
Do you want to talk about what happened?
Not really. His concern is touching, but nothing can help me. I just want to stay with these miserable feelings. Sometimes it's easier to give myself over to the pain because somewhere in those dark, lonely places there's a sense of security. No one can hurt me anymore if I stay down here in my pit of misery.
Chelsea?
He's watching me again, his eyes squinty with unease, and I'm not sure how long my mind wandered off. I'm sorry, what did you say?
I'll be back after my audition and we can have dinner before the show.
All right. That night I'm on the love seat in Tom's dressing room with the sound of his voice from the stage pouring through the wall speakers. He insists I come to the theater. I guess he was afraid I'd slit my wrists or something when he came home and found me in the same spot on the couch as when he left. Hearing him perform in front of 1,000 people when I've unloaded all my hellish drama on him adds another level of awe. I don't know how he can turn it all off and disappear into his character. I wish I could turn off the turmoil in my head. The silky sounds of his powerful voice help soothe me. His talent is unparalleled with his ability to move people through a kaleidoscope of emotions. I'm lucky to have him, and yet I feel so inferior. At this point, I can't manage to land a job. Why is he even with me? The door opens and Tom appears, a sheen of perspiration on his face, his hair damp with sweat. I hadn't noticed they'd gone to intermission. He grabs a bottle of coconut water from the fridge, a towel off the rack, and falls onto the love seat beside me, dropping his hand on my leg. I place my hand on his. You're great out there. I don't know how you do it.
Because I have to.
He laughs and leans his head back and closes his eyes. That's the gig. He lays there quietly, catching his breath and coming down from the high-octane energy of performance mode. I experienced the same thing on Celebrity Dance-Off, but I only had to maintain the energy for a few minutes while on camera. He has to do it for most of 2.5 hours.
How are you?
He tilts his head my direction, concern in his eyes. I'm not trying to pry open the window to jump so you can stop worrying. He smiles, and I sense his relief. But I have been thinking.
What about?
Life. Big stuff, small stuff, you know.
And?
He takes my hand. I've been bouncing around for a while with no real direction. Running into my dad made me realize that I've spent most of my life trying to please others. He listens closely with concern etched on his handsome face. He's my only living family, and he can't bear to be in the same room with me. I pull my hand away. Your father is an idiot. I stand and go to the window. The street is illuminated by the bright marquee, but few people are out. Maybe so, but I need to fix things. I can't keep living this way. As long as it doesn't take you away from me, I'm all for it. I turn to face him. If you're sure you still want me around after seeing my dark side. Tom joins me and puts his arms around me. Always. Nothing could change that. But I'm not so sure.
Chapter 34. It's a pass on the movie, my agent Sean says 2 days later. I sigh and press my lower back to the living room floor in an effort to stretch the tight muscles. Any word on the TV pilot? No, but you've got a call back for the Broadway project tomorrow at 11, and I set 2 auditions for you next week. One is an HBO pilot and the other one is a new musical in development. Both would be great for you. When are they? Next week, Tuesday and Wednesday. I'll send over the details and audition material this afternoon. Any chance you can switch Tuesday audition to Thursday? This schedule has been kicking my ass. I'll see what I can do. Sean, tell me I'm doing the right thing by leaving the show. Don't doubt yourself. A full year in that show is accomplishing the impossible. I guarantee that future replacements will be in 3-month increments. It's time you move to the next stage of your career and broaden your experience. Says the guy paid to be optimistic. Flat on my back, I notice a cobweb floating from the ceiling. True that, he laughs. Catch you later. The bathroom door opens as I click off. Chelsea comes out wrapped in nothing more than a cloud of steam and a fluffy white towel. What are you doing? She grins down at my prone position. It's great to see her smile after the horrible run-in with her father, but I worry she's just burying the pain. She's been overly cheery all day. It's called the Alexander. My knees are bent, with my back and neck stretched out and flat. Water from her damp hair rolls down her arm. She cocks an eyebrow. All right, I assume this is another goofy theater thing? More or less. It's a relaxation technique that's supposed to elongate and relax the back. She sits on the coffee table and crosses her bare legs. Is the pain worse? Not when I'm distracted by you, half naked and 2 feet away. She flashes her eyebrows and lifts a long, slender leg. Like the view, do you? You know I do, you cheeky wench. How bad does it hurt? It's nothing some stretching, muscle rub, and a bottle of painkillers can't mask. She has a sexy twinkle in her eye that I love. You seem in a good mood today. I am. I have an interview at the Hamilton Literary Agency tomorrow. You don't say. Well, that is good news. I never asked Paige to help Chelsea in her job search, but the timing couldn't be better. My phone pings. I reach over and check the caller ID. Will that woman never take no for an answer? I set the phone down. What was that? Nothing important. Then why were you frowning? It's someone from my past. Chelsea arches a brow. That sounds ominous. It's nothing to worry about. Now, about your friends, I can't wait to meet them. Let's wait and see how you feel by the end of the weekend. I'll be stocking up on booze before they get here. So, you're a bunch of lushes, I tease. We have our moments. How do you think they got me to audition for Celebrity Dance-Off? I was bombed. I hear hoots of feminine laughter and music from my flat as I open the door after the Friday night show.
From the entryway, I see a girl wearing nothing but a skimpy piece of lingerie. Hello? I call out. The girl whips around in her flimsy ensemble, revealing more of her shapely figure. One look at me, and with a shriek, she races into the extra bedroom. The other girls squeal with laughter. I enter the room, nervous of what I'll find. My flat is a debris field of luggage, coats, ladies' footwear, and wrapping paper. The coffee table is littered with wine glasses, half-empty bottles, and the remnants of 2 pizzas. Chelsea rushes over, her eyes bright with happiness.
Oh my God, that was so funny. We made Anna model the lingerie we gave her.
Chelsea kisses me quick and takes my arm. Tom, these are my friends, Kayla, Jackie, and Megan. Thanks for letting us stay here, Kayla, a long-haired brunette, says. No problem, I'm glad to have you. All eyes are glued to me as I remove my coat. This is more nerve-wracking than auditioning before a Tony-winning director.
Especially after walking into that,
Jackie says with a giggle. She's got dark shoulder-length hair and an infectious smile.
Chelsea, he's hot, and his accent is adorable.
Megan, a striking blonde, blurts, boldly checking me out.
Megan!
Kayla whacks her with a pillow. What? It's a compliment, and who doesn't love a British accent? I look to Chelsea and scratch my head, a little wary. She shrugs and the girls laugh. Let's get you a drink. I think I'll need a double. Let me get it. I take the opportunity to hide in the kitchen. The former lingerie model sneaks back into the room wearing leggings, a long sweater, and a face flushed with embarrassment. And this is Anna, the bride, Chelsea announces with a grin. Hi. Anna waves, sits on the couch, and clutches her drink. Congratulations on your wedding. Your fiancé is going to love that little number you are wearing. I raise my glass in salute. Anna turns a brighter shade and hides her head in her hands as her friends roll with laughter. With my gin and tonic firmly in hand, I find a spot on the floor among the disarray and stretch out my legs. Chelsea touches her stockinged feet to mine and smiles. So, Tom, Megan sips her wine. As you know, Chelsea doesn't have any family, that is, other than her bastard excuse of a father, who I plan to take down someday, she adds. As her adoptive family, we'd like to know your intentions. I glance at Chelsea, who is shaking her head in embarrassment. Yeah, says Kayla. Chelsea's too nice for her own good. We're her muscle. So, what's up? All eyes are on me. I fight the urge to squirm. Chelsea shrugs and leaves me to fend for myself. Out of respect for your position as her handlers, I assure you my intentions are most sincere. I wink at Chelsea. What would they think if I'd pulled the engagement ring I've been carrying around in my pocket and proposed right now? But I aim to propose in an extraordinary fashion when the time is right. After the tough time with her dad, I want it to be spectacular. You do have the cutest accent, Jackie says, and now they're all waiting for me to speak again to hear more of it. This is one of those moments when being British gives me the ace in the hole. Chapter 35. I've never been more proud than when I arrive at the theater with my friends. None of them have been to a Broadway show before, and seeing Tom's image plastered outside the theater has them in awe. Geez, Chelsea, I didn't realize Tom was such a big deal. I smile because he is, and he isn't. He's a normal, kind, unassuming person, which makes his incredible talent all the more special. When we take our seats, a slip of paper falls from my playbill into my lap. The role of Charlotte Wilkerson will be played by Tanya Jenkins. A phantom punch in the gut stuns me. I don't want to see Tanya. I want Paige in the role. But mostly I don't want to watch Tom making out with Tanya in front of my friends or me. The overture begins. Anna bumps my shoulder. This is so exciting! And I wish it was, but for some stupid reason, I can't get past the Tanya thing. I'm not enjoying the show as much as I usually do. And why didn't Tom warn me? He knows I don't like her. Heck, I don't think he really likes her either. Yet when they're on stage together, you'd never know it. He gazes into her eyes, caresses her, and sings a love song. I squirm in my seat. Not once has it bothered me to watch Tom do the same thing with Paige, but she's happily married and treats Tom like a best friend, sort of like Dominic and I. After the show, the girls gush over Tom's performance. "Oh my God, how do you stand watching him make out with another woman?" Megan says. I smile and grit my teeth. I mean, they were in bed together. I'd go crazy if I caught a guy I was dating kissing someone else, even if he was getting paid to do it, that'd be it. She says. "Megan, you are so rude!" Anna steps in. "He's a professional actor. It means nothing." Megan holds her hands up. "I'm just saying I wouldn't like it." "It's no big deal," I respond, but tonight it is. Tanya is vile, and I can't stand her. Backstage, Tom gives the grand tour. He's charming and handsome and everything I could dream of, except he didn't tell me about Tanya. When I get him alone for a moment, he admits that Paige is out of town, and this is his third show with Tanya. The information jabs me like a sharp betrayal, even though I know it shouldn't. Tanya swings by to say good show and good night to him. She smiles coyly and giggles. I'm pissed. And when Tom kisses me goodbye, all I can think of is that his lips were on Tanya's first. And then I remember him saying someone from his past had called the other day. It must be a woman. His ex-girlfriend? How many women do I have to compete with? It's a relief to leave the theater behind and hit the town. It's been so long since I've partied with the girls. Are you okay? Anna asks. Fine. Why? I saw how that Tanya chick looked at Tom. It's got to be hard. I'm glad it's not just me who sees it. His normal co-star is terrific, but Tanya? Well. She'd steal him from you in a second if she could. Exactly. It's good to get validation that I'm not dreaming this stuff up. Anna bites her lip. Do you think he'd cheat on you? God, no. I mean, I never thought so. But the image of him making fake love with Tanya is seared on my brain like a cattle brand. I don't think he would either. Drink up and cheer up. Tonight is about having fun. After that, the drinks go down easy. Our group attracts lots of guys. Megan flirts shamelessly, and Jackie is a dude magnet with her gorgeous smile. At one point, my phone pings, and I expect it to be a text from Tom, but it's Dominic. He's going to be in town next week and wants to get together. Absolutely, I text back and let him know I'll give him a call then. It'll be great to catch up. A couple of guys at the bar say how familiar I look, and Anna blabs that I was on Celebrity Dance-Off. There's lots of selfies with guys we meet, and on an intoxicated whim, I send some to Tom so he knows how it feels to share the one you love. Chapter 36. It's 4 a.m. when Chelsea and her friends stumble in. They're loud and rowdy after a night of drinking. I roll over and punch my pillow.
It's been a sleepless night thanks to Chelsea's constant texts. I knew she wouldn't be happy seeing Tanya in the show, but I didn't expect her to practically ignore me after the show and then go out and find ways to make her point. The girls clunk around for a few minutes. It finally quiets down until the bedroom door springs open and the light flips on. "Hey, babe." Chelsea slurs and half launches, half falls onto me. I grunt, glad she missed the family jewels. "We had fun!" She's a hot mess with smeared eye makeup and reeks of booze. "Yes, I saw that," I say. "No, I mean really had fun. Want to get frisky?" She whispers in my face with a blast of ashtray breath. I gently push her away. "Have you been smoking?" "I had a cigar," she boasts, stumbling away. "It's so warm in here." She fans herself and then stretches behind her back to reach her zipper. She turns in a circle like a cat trying to catch its tail. She sways and bumps into the wall, but then is able to get the zipper partway down. "How about you just climb into bed and go to sleep?" I reach to help her. She slaps my hand away. "I don't want to go to sleep. I want to have sex." She locks eyes with me in an intoxicated lure and slips out of her dress. Her arm catches on the strap, and then the dress stops on her hips as she didn't lower the zipper enough. It would be laughable if I weren't so exhausted and losing my patience. I roll my eyes. "Don't you like my strip tease?" She pouts. "Chelsea, you're drunk. I have a matinee tomorrow and need to sleep." But she ignores me. "You can sleep when you're dead." She stands barefoot in her black lace push-up bra and bunched-up dress, staring at me. "I bet a lot of guys at the bar would sleep with me." I get that she was ticked off about Tanya, and I don't think she'd ever cheat on me, but this is a side of her I don't like. I sit on the side of the bed and rub my face. "I really don't want to talk about this tonight. Trust me, we'll have loads to talk about tomorrow. Now please just come to bed before you fall and knock yourself out." "You don't want to have sex because you got it all out of your system with Tanya." She stomps to her side of the bed and falls onto it with her dress still hanging around her waist. Clenching my jaw, I don't respond. There's no getting through to her right now. I lie back down and hope she'll pass out soon so I can get some rest. Finally, she stops talking and lays quietly, thank God. But just when I think she might be asleep, she says, "Tom," I tense up and try to make my voice sound patient. "Yeah, I don't feel so good." Suddenly, she claws her way off the bed and lunges toward the door, banging into the dresser on her way, one step into the bathroom, and she retches. Groaning, I climb out of bed, pull on some pajama pants, and check out the damage. My nose wrinkles in disgust at the pink vomit across the white tile and Chelsea gripping the porcelain bowl, her hair draped around it like a curtain. I throw a towel over the mess, go to her, and lift her hair out of the way as another wave of her wild night hurls its way into the toilet. She spits and spews, refusing to release her death grip. After a couple more rounds, as she's catching her breath and leaning back against the tub, I wring out a cool washcloth and wipe her face and mouth. But then she retches again. "I was afraid this would happen," Anna says from the doorway. She flicks on the bathroom fan. Dare I ask what she drank? Anna rinses out a fresh washcloth and hands it to me. "Flavored martinis and a couple of shots. She never drinks this much, I'm sorry." It's hardly your fault. But somehow, I fear, it's mine. "She told me about the run-in with her dad," Anna says. "I think this is her way of letting out her frustrations." But I don't think this has anything to do with her dad.
There's not much Chelsea can't handle, but his abandonment really messed with her. I glance at my usually beautiful girlfriend, huddled between the toilet and tub, pale-faced and shivering. I want to hold her, but she smells vile, can barely hold her head up, and likely isn't finished puking. Anna kneels next to her. How about we get you to bed? Chelsea groans and presses her face against the cold tile. I'll stay here. Anna and I share a smile. Then let's get you out of your dress. You look like a strung-out hooker, Anna says with a laugh. Chelsea shakes her head but lets me wrangle the zipper lower as she sits up, retches again. When she's finally finished, she sinks bonelessly to the cool floor. Moving makes it worse. Just leave me. I've had bad nights like this, but not for a long time. I'll get her a blanket. When I return, Anna is on the floor talking softly to Chelsea, teasing her and moving her hair out of her face. We'll laugh about this someday, just like the night we all auditioned for Celebrity Dance-Off. But Chelsea doesn't agree. Please go away and let me die in peace. I didn't die. Instead, I wake up to a sledgehammer pounding on my brain and what feels like moss growing in my dry mouth. My head is resting on a toilet paper roll and a blanket covers me. Morning, sunshine, Anna says brightly. Promise me you're never having another bachelorette party. Nope, just this one. She pours a glass of water and hands me 2 ibuprofen, and then I remember Tom and some of the horrible things I said. I cringe, which hurts my head. How mad is he? She cracks a smile. I think he's fine. I need to talk to him. I strain to stand. My head swirls, so I sit on the toilet. Why don't you finish your water and take a shower first? I need to apologize. Honey, it might be best to wash the vomit out of your hair first. I touch my hair. Sure enough, there are clumps of hurl cemented in it. Evidence is also dried on my arm, and my dress is wadded around my waist. I hide my head in shame. Oh, God, he must hate me. Hardly. Despite your efforts to change his mind, the chap seems quite smitten, she says in a British accent and chuckles. But he must be horrified by my behavior. I am. After a hot shower and another cool glass of water, I ease into the kitchen. Pastries are laid out on the kitchen table. Tom's making scrambled eggs, pancakes and bacon, and Bloody Marys to chase the hair of the dog. He glances up. You're looking better. I spot his phone on the counter and remember sending him pictures of me flirting with other men. My heart sinks, and not only does my whole body ache from a raging hangover, but how could I have been so childish? I'm so sorry, I say softly. He gives me a tight smile and returns to cooking breakfast for my friends. A half hour later, Tom has his backpack and is putting on his coat. It's been a pleasure meeting all of you, he says. Normally, he doesn't leave for the theater for another hour. I'm afraid to ask why he's going so early, because likely he just wants to get away from me. But Megan saves the day by asking, You have to go in this early for your show? Not usually, but the understudy I worked with yesterday is out with the flu. The second understudy has never actually performed the part live before. I'm going in early to run scenes with her. He glances at me, and I'm not sure if it's to see how I'm digesting that information or to throw it in my face. I'm too miserable to care. Have a good show, I eke out. The girls all pop up to say their goodbyes with quick hugs, and Tom leaves to go to work and make out with the new girl. My friends have headed to the airport. Saying goodbye brought tears to my eyes. I still feel like death warmed over, despite a nap and eating nothing more than toast and saltines. I've sipped water to rehydrate and scrubbed the bathroom floor and toilet. I'd like to sleep away my crushing hangover, but I need to do something to show Tom how sorry I am. My laptop is open with several recipes that are completely foreign to me. I stopped down to the market around the corner for the ingredients, and now I'm a gooey mess wrapped in raw sausage and a peeled hard-boiled egg. When I've got it cobbled together, I drop it into the fry pan and watch it spit and sizzle in the hot oil. As I work on the next one, I replay my actions of last night and desperately wish there was a way to travel back in time and erase everything I said and did. Can he ever stand the sight of me after that? I plop another globby egg into the oil, turn the first one with a fork, and fish out the two others that are brown. They look nothing like the picture of perfectly crispy ovals. Mine are huge lumps that look more like hunks of coal. What are you doing? Startled, I jump, bumping into Tom. Oh my God, I didn't hear you come in. He peers at the mess I've created. Are those? They're supposed to be Scotch eggs. He tilts his head skeptically and examines my poor execution and cracks a smile. Why? He looks so handsome next to me, a sloppy, hungover mess. I thought this might help make up for last night. I know you miss home, and you mentioned Scotch eggs one time. I look at the disastrous results of my work, but I can't seem to get anything right lately. And without intending to, I burst into tears. Surprised at my sudden meltdown, he pulls me into his arms. Hey, love, don't cry. I'm so sorry. I've made a mess of everything. The kitchen, yes, but what else? Stop being so nice. I was horrible, and you must hate me. He looks into my eyes. I could never hate you. I might have been a bit mad, but after seeing all the trouble you've gone through here, I'd say it's mostly past. I really am sorry. I have no excuse for the way I acted. The frying pan starts to smoke. I quick move the pan off the burner and take out the last two eggs before they go up in flames. Tom turns off the stove, then leans against the counter to face me. You were saying? I gaze at him. He deserves the truth. You always have the girls at the stage door hoping for a picture and a hug after those French girls you were so nice to ended up being my dad's other family. In reality, they are my half-sisters, but I'm not ready to face that fact yet. I'm just having trouble with it. He nods, so I continue. And then watching you with Tanya pushed me over the edge. I have no choice but to stand by and just take it, to pretend I don't care. But sometimes it really hurts. You know I can't change that, he says gently. I do, but if I were to kiss another guy, it would be cheating. There's turmoil on his face, but I'm being honest. Of course not. I look away, not wanting to meet his eyes. But last night felt like a betrayal in front of my friends. He sighs and runs a hand through his hair. There is no answer I can offer that will change the reality of my job, my life. I know, it's my issue, not yours, and it'll be fine. I offer a weak smile. But it's not fair for me to take it out on you. I should be better than that. Can you possibly forgive me? He gives me that look of his that overflows my heart with love. Already done. Now, let's see how these Scotch eggs of yours taste. He reaches for a misshapen egg. Maybe you better not. He arches a skeptical brow and takes a bite and chews and then chokes. I watch in horror. He easily swallows. Kidding. It's delicious. Come here. He pulls me in and kisses me. He tastes of sausage, which actually is pretty good. And my world brightens. We're going to be okay. Chapter 37. The next morning, I'm drying off from my shower and hear voices, which is odd because Tom was sound asleep when I got up 15 minutes ago, feeling incredibly achy. I've never heard of a 2-day hangover, but I feel crummy, and a hot shower hasn't helped. I'm getting sick. I turn off the fan to hear better. One voice is Tom, and the other has the higher pitch of a woman. I can't imagine who it could be. A neighbor, a coworker? Then a vision of Tanya pops into my head. God, it better not be her. With no clothes in the bathroom, I'm forced to slip into the bedroom wrapped in a towel. But I'm taken aback to find a woman in our bedroom. She has sleek dark hair, long legs, and heeled boots, and is wearing a fitted leather jacket. This is definitely not Tanya. But who the hell is she? I can't stand in my towel all day, and I'm not going to hide in the bathroom. Tom, this is my place again, too. I sublet the extra bedroom from Ryan, she says in a silky voice. Why the bloody hell would you do that? Tom fumes. You've been ignoring my calls for days. It's the only way I knew you'd talk to me. On that note, I step to the foot of the bed where they both can see me. Tom, looking irritated, is sitting on the side, a sheet covering his naked midsection. The woman, and she is definitely that, with her carefully arched eyebrows and glossed lips, is a combination of knockout and determination. She spots me in my towel, and the corner of her mouth raises in a sly smile. So, this is the new girl? Not your usual type, is she? Tom's expression hardens. Chelsea, this is Barbie. She's leaving, he says in a level tone, as if struggling to keep his patience in check. I've never seen this side of him, not even when I was a drunk idiot. No, I'm staying, she says with a satisfied smirk and leans against the frame of the closet, crossing her legs at the ankles. I'm speechless. There's no denying that this woman and Tom were an item. The question is when and for how long. And she might not think I'm his type, but she sure doesn't look like it either with her runway model makeup. I tighten my towel, wishing I had a bathrobe, but she's blocking the closet. Tom snatches his jeans from the floor and pulls them on sans underwear. Barbie watches with a cat-like smile. I'd like to grab a pillow and smack the lipstick off her thin lips. He buttons his jeans and turns on her. You're wrong. This isn't happening. I don't care what Ryan told you. There is no room to sublet, and I have no time to talk. He grips her upper arm and hustles her into the living room. Unfazed, the woman places her hand on his chest, looks into his steely eyes, and says in a honeyed voice, I understand you're still hurt. You overestimate yourself. He delivers a withering stare. You left before, now do it again. And I'm sorry. I was wrong. She sidles up and runs her hand down his arm, which raises my hackles. I came back to apologize and make it up to you. She wants him back, and she doesn't look like the kind of woman who takes no for an answer. I'm about to interfere, but what am I thinking? Tom's an adult. He can make his own decisions. And yet my heart is lodged in my throat as I hear the soft murmurings of her making her move. I close the door and change into jeans and a sweater. A glance in the mirror reveals my freshly scrubbed face. Next to the sophistication of Malibu Barbie, I'm a washed-out Girl Scout. I pinch my cheeks and drag a brush through my hair. There's no way to transform myself in 2 seconds. Do I stand back and watch her hit on Tom, or do I stake my claim? This feels like high school when Kelly Monson stole Kirk Tegan from me. Ready to face them, I open the door and hear Barbie say, "She's really got her clutches around you. Was it a rebound thing?" Unable to stand idle, I march into the living room. Unless Tom wants to leave, I'm going to stand with him. But I stop short at the sight of Barbie's arm around his neck and lips locked on his. I gasp, and Tom pulls her away and steps back. Barbie frowns. "Can we do this someplace where your pillow buddy isn't eavesdropping?" His arms are crossed and his jaw set. "The time for talk was a year ago." He casts me a quick glance as if apologetic, then looks back to her. "You walked into my apartment uninvited, so no. And I'd like my key back." He holds out his palm. Unfazed, she wanders through the apartment, picking up a stray piece of mail and scoffing at the picture of Tom and I from Celebrity Dance-Off. Well, that's not going to happen until you and I have a heart-to-heart. "Barbie, my feelings for you are as dead as the plant you left behind." She looks to the corner at the dusty, dried-up fern and gasped. "You killed my plant? How could you?" He wipes his forehead. "Seriously, it's time for you to go." He opens the apartment door, but she ignores him. "Not until we talk. And I'm pretty sure you don't want her." She flips her hand in my direction as if I'm an annoying goat that won't go away, hearing what I have to say. I'm an outsider in their battle of wills. Tom has only looked at me once since she arrived. What's going through his mind? "I think it's fair to assume that whatever you say is a load of inflated drama," Tom says. She saunters over to him. I desperately want to shove her out. Instead, I stand frozen in place. "Is that what you think? After everything we went through?" "Barbie, we were history a long time ago. I was just a stepping stone for you." "Why are you always so difficult?" She runs her fingers over his shoulder and down his arm. "You want me to say it? Fine." She whispers something in his ear that makes Tom go still. He stares at her, speechless. Barbie tilts her head and shrugs. What the hell did she say? She's pulling him away from me. Who is this woman, and why does she have such power over him? "Tom, I need him to acknowledge me during this insanity." But before he can register my voice, Barbie says, "Surprise," watching his face for a reaction. "And if you want to know more, you will talk to me. Now." She hikes her purse over her shoulder and steps over the threshold. Tom is pale and shaken. "Wait." She pauses with a knowing smirk. "I've got to go with her." There's frustration in his eyes. There's fear in the pit of my gut. I want to understand, but I don't. What could possibly make him walk away from me? How can everything be normal, then a stranger walks in and suddenly he changes? I muster my voice. "Please don't leave." I say the words calmly, but my eyes plead with him. "I won't be long." He passes me without a glance and heads for his dresser and pulls out a pair of socks. I follow. "What's going on? Who is she?" "It's complicated." I can handle complicated. Doesn't he see how important it is that he stay and explain? He glances at me as if battling with what to do when Barbie yells from the other room, "You coming or not?" "Give me a bloody minute!" he snaps. Where the hell are my trainers? He digs in his closet and comes up with his running shoes. He's really going, and I can't stop him. My chest tightens. A rush of panic hits. I need him to stay. But how do I convince him? I touch his arm, warm and strong under my trembling hand. Please don't go. Tom finishes tying his shoes and turns to me. His eyes are dark and conflicted. I need to do this. I'll be back soon. He forces a tight-lipped smile that doesn't convince me. Collecting his phone from the dresser, he heads for the living room and grabs his coat. I'm about to lose it. I realize I'm overreacting, but I can't stop myself. A rush of dread consumes me. I clutch his arm. Don't do this! Don't walk out on me! I say in desperation. Barbie waits at the stairs, tapping her designer boot on the tile. Tom looks from her to me and back as if it's Sophia's choice, then steps toward her. She gives me a smug lip curl. Tom raises his hands in defeat. I have to. I'll explain later. He steps into the hall and disappears. Standing in the open doorway, I flash back to when I was 14 and my father ignored my cries and walked away. Hell, he walked away from me again just last week. I can't deny the overwhelming feeling that another door in my life is closing. I rush to the window and in a few seconds I see them on the sidewalk. Tom's head is down and his hands are sunk in his coat pockets. But Barbie smiles brilliantly and laughs, then links her arm through his as they walk. My heart is in my throat and I choke out a sob. Chapter 38. The clock on the microwave changes as the minutes drag slowly into hours. I've checked my phone for messages every 10 minutes, making sure the volume's on high. Every possibility and scenario torture me as I wait helplessly by the window. I envision Tom falling under the gorgeous Barbie's spell, complete with her moving in and telling me to leave. I shake my head to clear away the dismal thoughts. I'm sure I'm wrong. I have to be. My head aches, not to mention my neck. I've felt steadily worse all day, and I'm not sure if it's because of the deep-seated pain in my heart or that I'm sick. The vision of Tom walking away replays itself in my head all afternoon. I'm all alone, again, just like after my dad left. At least I didn't cry and beg like when I was a kid, but the experience still feels eerily the same. Heart-wrenching desolation. My throat is tight and I feel hot. I down a couple painkillers and return to sentry duty at the cold window and continue my vigil. He said he'd be back soon, he promised, but it's been hours. After another hour where I watch the outside light change from bright day to the low lights of late afternoon, I can't take this anymore. I've been acting like a doormat, and that's not the girl I am. I pick up my phone with the cracked screen, my silent companion, pausing to decide what to say in my text to him. I settle on, I'm really worried. Please call me, text me, anything. I hit send and toss the miserable cracked phone on the couch beside me. But there's no response. My phone remains painfully silent, leaving me to contemplate the reality of the situation. He's been gone all day after saying he wouldn't be. I don't matter enough for him to text me back or even a quick phone call. I swallow the truth. My throat burns despite the painkillers. Random people walk along the sidewalk below, but no one enters the building. Then a FedEx truck parks, and the driver runs up the steps of our building. I'm startled a moment later when the buzzer goes off. I leave my spot by the window and allow him in. "Chelsea Barnes?" he asks. "Yes." "Sign here, please." I scribble my signature and accept the envelope. Who would send me a package? Who other than my closest friends know where I am? The only thing that comes to mind is possibly a job offer or rejection from the Hamilton Literary Agency. I thought the interview went well, but to FedEx a response seems odd. I read the return address and freeze. It's my father's lawyer. This can't be good. I tear open the mailer, pull out the paperwork, and scan the letter. I'm confused. It's about my trust? It's been canceled? I'm not to contact my father again? I page through some financial documents. This doesn't make sense. I slow down and read it slowly. My trust has been changed, naming me legally and wholly entitled and responsible for all assets within. What? I read on. My father has removed himself from all guardianship, and he requests I not contact him at any time at present or in the future. I slump onto the couch. He can't stand the idea of having to deal with me again, so he turned over my inheritance. Or was it guilt after learning what happened? Either way, he's rejecting me for once and for all. That bastard. I sit there, stunned, staring at the paperwork and lost in a world where I never seem to matter enough. This shouldn't bother me so much, since the majority of the memories of my father are of him not caring, and yet it does. And how have I spent my day? Waiting on a man I love to come back to me, yet there's no word from him. What have I missed? Were there signs I didn't see that Tom's been unhappy? I cringe, thinking of how I sent him pics of me flirting with other guys the night of Anna's bachelorette party. He was mad, understandably. I was mad with jealousy, I admit it. He's incredibly talented, handsome, funny, and sweet. Of course everyone else thinks so, but I hate sharing him, and he doesn't seem to mind all the attention. So why am I sitting here like a helpless child waiting for someone to fix this situation? If anyone knows how to take care of themselves, it's me. So why am I doing nothing? Waiting, hoping he'll come back to me? It's like I'm relying on a man for happiness. When did I become that girl? The realization slaps me in the face like a wet rag. What the hell have I been doing? I glance around the apartment and my eyes land on the dried-up fern in the corner. When I asked about the dead plant, he said to leave it. I thought maybe it was another of his superstitions. But did he keep it because it reminded him of Barbie? I examine it, thick with dust and cobwebs. Was he hoping she'd come back to him all this time? How many ways have I been a fool? Maybe I am his rebound girl, and now that she's here, will he go back to her? Is that why he hasn't come home or called? Without thinking, I grab the plant and hurl it at the wall. The pot shatters with shards of glass shooting across the room. A cloud of dust chokes the air and crumpled leaves litter the floor. I stare at the mess. Oh God, what have I done? I'm about to clean it up when my phone rings. I whip around at the glowing phone, emitting the loud ring, and lunge for it. But it isn't Tom, it's Anna. I fight back tears of disappointment. After the fourth ring, I answer, "Hey, Anna." My voice croaks in a husky tone. "You sound terrible." "I'm coming down with something. My throat's really sore." "What's up?" "My mother is driving me crazy. You have to save me," she says in an exasperated voice. I force a laugh. Isn't that her job as mother of the bride? "If it is, she's doing an excellent job. I can't wait for you to get here next month. Your number one job as maid of honor is to keep my mother away from me." Not having my mom makes Anna's words sting, but Anna lost her dad in the war in Iraq when she was little, so she always gets a pass. "Of course, it'll be a cinch. Distract me from my wedding prep blues. Tell me something fun about your life in New York.
Tom must be happy to have all of us out of his apartment. My sore throat squeezes tight as I picture him walking away. I take a breath before answering. There's no reason to tell her anything right now, but then my eyes land on the shattered plant. Oh, Anna, everything's a mess. I blurt out in my strained voice and drop to the couch. What's wrong? Is he still mad? No. I fight back a sob. Some old girlfriend showed up, saying she's moving into the extra bedroom. When Tom told her no, she whispered in his ear and he dropped everything to go with her. That was this morning, and I haven't heard from him all day. Did you call? Of course. He didn't pick up, and he's ignored all my texts. Sorry. I just thought maybe. I hug myself and look around the apartment. I've spent the whole day waiting for him, wondering, worrying. I've turned into a pathetic, spineless woman freaking out that I'm losing my man. I hate myself. No, it's natural you'd be worried. What did he say about her? Nothing, but you know that ugly dead plant in the living room? It was hers, and he kept it all this time. What the hell does that mean? That she's dead to him? I kick a piece of broken glass across the room. Or that he couldn't bear to let her go. I'm sure it means nothing. It'll be fine. I take my seat by the window. The cold air seeps through. Anna, it doesn't feel like that. I have this horrible feeling that this is it. Ever since I saw my dad, things have been different. You didn't tell me that. Kind of, I did. You saw Tanya in the show? She's been after him from the beginning. And the way girls fall all over him after every performance and say they love him. He's a successful actor. That's how it works. Deep down, I know this. But right now, I can't see past any of it. Add to that, an old flame shows up, looking like the cover of Vogue, and off he goes without a backwards glance. I can't handle it. What are you saying? Concern colors her voice. Maybe I'm the rebound girl, and now his true love is back. Stop that. You're talking yourself into the worst-case scenario. Tom's crazy about you. He held your hair while you threw up, for Pete's sake. I burst into tears. How much time does he need? Don't cry. You're sick and not thinking straight. What if he comes back with her, or she comes on her own? Oh my God, I totally forgot. I turned to the door in alarm. She has a key and could walk in at any moment. A new panic consumes me. I doubt she'd do that. I rush to the door, double locking it. There's no chain, just the main lock and the deadbolt which she can get through. Calm down, you're acting irrational. I stare at the doorknob for unwelcome movement. Anna, I need to go. No, don't. I'll call you later. I hang up the phone with a new mission. Tom hasn't come home or called. For all I know, he's hopped in bed with Barbie. And now I realize there's a strong possibility that she'll saunter back through that door to reclaim her territory. Well, I'm not going to stay where I'm not wanted, and I'm not going through the humiliation of Tom asking me to leave. I step around the broken glass to the bedroom and pull my suitcases out of the closet. First, I scoop all the clothes out of my 2 dresser drawers and drop them in. At the closet, I send hangers careening to the floor as I yank my clothes off. I toss in my shoes and then spot the pile of jeans on the shelf and grab them too. My heart is pumping double time with adrenaline as I dump it all in. Shoving socks into the shoes and boots as fast as I can. Now that I know I'm leaving, I want out of here as fast as I can. I glance outside at the fading daylight. There's no snow, which is good. I don't even know how cold it is. That's when I realize I don't know where I'm going. Hell, where am I going? I really don't want to go to a hotel. Who do I know that would let me crash on their couch? The only people I know are Tom's friends. I scan through my phone and see my past texts. Yes, I know exactly who to call. When I have that settled, I grab my shoulder bag and go through the bathroom, sweeping in my cosmetics. I knock over Tom's aftershave and carefully put it back in place, my heart lurching at the thought of never seeing him again. I open the medicine cabinet looking past his various throat remedies for any of mine. I toss in a bottle of nail polish and some hairspray. Back in the bedroom, I put the bag on the bed next to the suitcases. I check the time on my phone. It's almost 5 o'clock, and still no word. A sense of resolve washes over me. I'm not overreacting. He is sending me a message with his act of silence. I order an Uber. It will be here in 5 minutes. Perfect. I toss my phone into my open purse, then zip up both suitcases. As I pull the overpacked bag off the bed, it knocks my purse over and half the contents scatter onto the floor. Kneeling down, I pick up the runaway items, tossing them haphazardly into the bag, guesstimating how long it will take me to finish and get downstairs. When everything is picked up, I carry it and the suitcases to the front door. With a quick look around, I realize I left the papers from my father's lawyer on the couch. I grab them and shove them down the side of my purse. One final glance, and there's no sign I was even here. I was just a guest, and nothing more. My heart growing heavy, I slip on my coat. It was a wonderful ride, but as I've learned countless times in life, nothing lasts forever. My eyes water as I set his key on the entryway table. I pull my bags into the hall and close the door. Chapter 39. Today has racked up to be one of the shittiest days on record, and now I have to rehash the whole thing with Chelsea. I let myself into the flat. It's just after 5 and dark. I flip on the entry light, toss my keys onto the table, and freeze. There's a single key lying there. It's not the key Barbie used because that one's in my pocket. I pull it out to make sure I'm not hallucinating and set it on the table next to the other one. "Chelsea?" I call, trying to ignore my unease. Stepping into the living room, my foot crunches on something. I flick on the living room light and see a piece of blue glass crunched beneath my shoe. I notice another shot a few feet away, and more, until my eyes land on Barbie's dead plant and the remnants of the broken planter. That didn't happen by accident. My gut clenches. "Chelsea?" I call and rush to the bedroom. Everything is in order, the bed is made, and yet something is different. When I turn and see the open closet door, my heart drops. Her side is empty. Her suitcases are gone. Please, Chelsea, don't have done this. But when I go to the dresser and open her drawers, they're bare. Fuck. I pound my fist on the dresser, the change jar jumps. Why the hell would she leave, and where did she go? I look for a note, but there's nothing. I certainly didn't think I said anything worth leaving over. I plugged my phone into the charger by the nightstand. Last night I'd neglected to recharge it, leaving me with a dying battery. The last call I got was from my agent. He called while I was walking through the park, trying to come to terms with the fallout from bombshell Barbie dumped on me. Sitting on the side of the bed, I power up and see all the missed texts and messages from Chelsea. Each one sounds more worried than the last until I hear her wounded voice in the final message. My heart slams against my chest. What the hell happened? I told her I'd be back. Granted, it took a hell of a lot longer than expected, thanks to Sean's call about a screen test. The director and producer of a movie project I've been up for made a last-minute call, and I had no choice. I was painfully unprepared and likely tanked it, and now Chelsea's gone? I dial her back, bouncing my knee while it rings. Pick up, pick up, pick up. She doesn't, but I swear I hear her phone. I listen as it rings and follow the sound. It rings near the bed, and then stops as the call goes to voicemail. I don't see her phone, so I call again. This time it's louder, and I find the phone on the floor between the bedside table and the bed.
I hold her phone, with the teal-colored case and cracked screen from when she threw it after seeing her dad. She wouldn't have left without it, and I imagine must have dropped it by accident. I try to unlock the security setting. If I can get in, I can figure out who else she called today and hopefully where she went. She couldn't have gone far with all her bags in tow, unless she went to the airport. Damn it. She might have gone back to Iowa. I hang my head. God, how could things get out of hand so fast? Everything was great, or I thought it was. Granted, Chelsea wasn't happy watching me on stage with Tanya, but I thought we were past that. But Barbie, that was ugly. The woman's a high-heeled python. How I even got caught up with her, I'll never understand. But why would Chelsea up and leave instead of wait and talk to me? My phone pings and I lunge for it. It's Sean asking how the screen test went. I text him back. So bad that even I wouldn't hire me. Add this one to the colossal waste of time file. I check the time. I'm late for work. I bring my charger along with Chelsea's damaged phone. At the theater, I throw myself into work. I'm freaking out over Chelsea leaving, and the only way to get through the show is to focus and block out the rest of the world. I stay to myself right up until places so I can disappear into my character. It's easy to hide from the problems in life when you're pretending to be someone else. But at intermission, reality crashes back as I race to my dressing room to see if she called, or better yet, is waiting for me. But I'm disappointed on both accounts. I hold her cracked phone in my palm, willing it to ring. Christ, what the hell am I supposed to do? I toss her phone on the cluttered dressing room table and it rings loudly. I startle and stare at it as if somehow I made it ring. It rings again. It's Anna calling. Hello? Tom? Anna's confused that it isn't Chelsea. Yeah, it's me. Have you heard from Chelsea? No. That's why I'm calling. She was supposed to call me back and never did. Is she okay? Anna asks hesitantly, as if really asking something else. I stand and turn away from the mirror. I don't know. When I got home, she was gone. Packed up and moved out. Oh, no. But she forgot her phone. Please tell me you know where she is. All I know is that she was really upset and dreaming up scenarios of why you didn't come back home or call her all day. I rub my head. Today was a total cluster. I had no idea she was upset. Now you do, she says with a little bit of bite. Fine, the whole mess is my fault. Anna continues. Ever since she ran into her dad, she's been hurting again. I thought she was doing better. She's good at hiding her pain. I guess today pushed her over the edge. Of course. Her dad running, then seeing me with Tanya, and then Barbie. Anna, is there any chance she's flying back to Iowa tonight? She didn't mention it, but it's possible. 5 minutes to places sounds over the intercom. Could you call if you hear anything at all? I can't imagine where she went, and I hate the idea of her on her own. What's your number so I can call you direct? We exchange numbers. I'm sorry, but I've got to run. I'll call you after the show. Hopefully she'll have contacted you by then. But after the show, Anna still hasn't heard anything. I walk home in the bitter cold, feeling desolate as I look up at the dark windows in my flat. Chelsea, where are you? Chapter 40. The Uber drops me in front of a brick building. With my suitcases piled onto the sidewalk, I dig in my shoulder bag for my phone to text Dominic that I'm here. He's agreed to let me stay with him at a friend's place, but there's so much junk in my bag I can't find my phone. I rifle around but come up empty. I check my pockets, still no phone. Despite the cold night, I feel hot and have a headache. I lean against the building and unzip my coat, taking a moment to catch my breath. Then I squat down on the sidewalk and pull things out of the bag one by one, lining them up until all that's left is a few pens and loose change. No phone. It must have fallen out in the Uber. There's no way to contact Dominic, and my phone is likely gone forever. I drop my toiletries back in the bag, ignoring the people walking by and staring as if I'm a homeless person, which I suppose I am. I'm so tired, and my whole body hurts as I sit on the sidewalk next to my bag and wait. And wait. And wait. How long have you been here? I never got your call. I look up to find Dominic. Not sure. I left my phone in the Uber. I'm miserable from breathing the frigid air. It's like rubbing sandpaper over my raw throat. I struggle to get my frozen body off the sidewalk. Dominic offers a hand and pulls me up. It's good to see him. Thanks for letting me crash, but I'm getting sick, so stay back. He eyes my luggage. You're not exactly traveling light. Yeah, it's a long story that I'd rather not get into. Dominic frowns but takes the largest of the bags and opens the door for me to pass. On the way to the 5th floor apartment, he makes small talk about his upcoming tour. I try to smile supportively, but all I really want is a bed. Here we are. I'm upstairs in the loft. You can crash in the extra bedroom, but let me get some clean sheets for you. A friend of Paul's was here for some auditions a couple days ago. He leads us down the hall to a small bedroom. The bathroom is across the hall. There's another bath upstairs, so this one is all yours. The kitchen and living room are around the corner. Help yourself to anything, but there's not much. This is perfect. You're a lifesaver. I didn't know where else to go. I can't keep the sadness from my voice. Dominic offers a smile. Things will blow over with Tom. I shake my head in doubt, kick off my shoes, and climb under the covers. Wait, let me get sheets. Unless someone's been filming porn in here, I really don't care. I'm exhausted and I ache all over. He laughs. At least one of us is in a good mood. All right, but at least let me bring your bags in. Whatever you like. I close my eyes and sigh, my muscles melting into the bedding as he moves around the room. The mattress dips next to me. You want to tell me what's going on with you and Tom? My throat tightens with emotion and I squeak. It just didn't work out. Does he know where you are? I shoot upright. No, and promise you won't tell. Chelsea, did he hurt you? He asks with alarm. I shake my head and lie back down. Just broke my heart is all. And he doesn't even know he did. Dominic puts a warm hand on my shoulder. Oh, kiddo, I'm sorry. Me too. I choke out with a cry. Hold on while I get you some water. I'm warmer now. My fever is kicking back into gear, so I wiggle out of my coat and glance around the room. There's an overturned crate on each side of the bed with an album cover on it, serving as a nightstand. A bookcase rests against one wall, closet doors on another, and 2 windows with shades pulled on the other. The walls are bare. Dominic returns with water and a bottle of pain relievers. I take 2 and grimace each time I swallow. My throat burns. Dominic frowns. I hear the flu is really bad this year. Did you get a flu shot? Of course not. That would have made sense. And I remember that Tanya was out sick. Did I get the flu because she was kissing Tom? That's just great. Are you sure I can't call Tom? Don't. I just want it over. I can't bear to see him again. Dominic frowns but nods. All right. You get some sleep. I swept up the dead plant and once and for all dumped the remnants of Barbie into the trash. After a sleepless night worrying about Chelsea, I'm out of my mind. As of 8 this morning, Anna still hadn't heard from her, but promised to contact the other girls to see if they know anything. I rack my brain to think of who she knows in the city.
and other than a couple of people in the cast, I can't think of anyone. I'm at a level of panic over her disappearance where normally I'd call her parents, but with Chelsea, that isn't an option. Maybe she just went to a hotel for a few days and will come back when she's calmed down. I hope. Please don't let it be the airport. I can't think of any other bright ideas, so I head to the theater for the matinee. My mind is filled with images of Chelsea stranded in the cold somewhere, or at the Port Authority waiting for a bus. I pull up the collar of my coat as the wind whips. After talking with Anna, I understand why Chelsea freaked when I left. I'd had no idea my leaving with Barbie would dredge up her abandonment issues, which makes me an even bigger ass. At the theater, I checked to see if anyone stopped by with a message, but nothing. Now's the time I need to pull myself together and put my personal matters away. But until I know Chelsea is safe, I don't know how the hell I'm going to manage that. Everyone mills around, going about their business as if it's a normal day. I duck into my dressing room unnoticed. There, on my mirror, is the snapshot of Chelsea and I from Celebrity Dance-Off. Her twinkling eyes and exuberant face smile back at me. Chelsea, where are you?
Chapter 41.
Chelsea, are you awake?
Dominic's voice brings me out of my fog. My head pounds with a jabbing pain and every muscle hurts. I open my eyes. It's light out. I roll over to face the doorway.
Don't come in. I'm worse.
My voice cracks. He steps back.
What can I get you? Do you want me to run out for anything?
I could use a drink of water and a painkiller. I left the bottle in the bathroom last night.
You bet. I wish I was home with Tom and not in a stranger's bed, but we're past that now. I replay all the painful parts of yesterday over and over, where Tom ignores my begging him to stay and leaves me behind. Dominic returns with a fresh glass of water, 2 pills, and sets them next to the bed. When I sit up, my hand shakes, so I use both hands to lift the glass. The water tastes good, but it hurts going down. You're freezing.
He pulls an extra blanket from the closet.
Do you want something to eat before I head out?
I'm not hungry. Maybe I'll find something later. But my throat burns so bad I can't imagine swallowing anything. He spreads the blanket over the rest of my bedding.
Sorry I have to leave you here alone.
I wouldn't be very good company. I pull the blanket up around my neck. My head throbs with a fuzziness that leaves me unable to think clearly. Dominic leans against the doorframe.
I really think Tom would want to know where you are, especially with you so sick.
I shake my head. His old girlfriend showed up, and after claiming she was subletting the other bedroom and whispering secrets to him, he left with her. He never came back, and he didn't answer any of my texts or calls. The image of Tom's retreating form haunts me. We had a lot of fun, but it's run its course.
Dominic frowns. Don't make any rash decisions. Sleep on it.
Chapter 42.
I stare at Chelsea's phone, hoping she'll call to see if someone has found it, but it remains aggravatingly silent. I've charged it and keep it near me at all times, other than when I'm on stage. Despite my efforts, I still can't get past her security code to find out who she last called, so it lays there, useless in my hand. Did she fly back to Iowa? If she did, why hasn't she called Anna? If Chelsea's goal was to disappear, she's done a good job of it. But what if something terrible has happened? New York can be dangerous. Concentrating on the show is killing me. I can't turn off thinking about her. Put her disappearance in a drawer and pretend it's not tearing me apart. But I have a responsibility to the audience and the other cast members. Both Paige and Wes ask what's wrong. I need to pull myself together. The next morning, after another miserable night alone, my soulmate missing, I call a few budget hotels to see if she might be registered, but no luck. I stop by our favorite coffee shop, but there's no sign of her. Forcing myself through another night at work, a call comes through to my dressing room that I have a visitor at the stage door. An unusual occurrence right before curtain. I pray for Chelsea to be standing there, but she's not. I'm taken aback when I see Dominic. I nearly double over with relief. You know where she is? He nods, and all my pent-up stress and fear lift. Thank God! I've been out of my mind! I'm sorry, man. It never occurred to me that Chelsea could be with you. She insisted I not tell you, but she's really sick. She's burning up with fever and mumbles a lot. I fly back to LA in the morning, and I don't think she should be left alone. An image of Chelsea alone and suffering flashes in my brain. I need to see her and make sure she's really there. Give me 2 minutes, I'll come with you now. Dominic glances at the people hustling about and looks confused. But you have a show. I try to come up with an excuse, but can't. I kick the wall. I gave her something to help with the fever. I don't think there's anything more you could do right now. I just couldn't put off telling you any longer. I shove a hand through my hair, dislodging my mic. The 5 minutes to curtain call sounds over the intercom. How am I supposed to concentrate for the next 2.5 hours? But I don't have a choice. The second the curtain closes, I'll be there. Dominic lets me in the apartment, and I follow him to a small bedroom smelling of sweat and sickness. A bedside lamp casts a soft glow. Chelsea is sprawled on her back, wearing her skimpy black tank top and panties. My instinct is to block her from Dominic's view. I know he treats her like a sister, still it bothers me. Her hair is dirty, and the covers are tangled in her legs. The way she lays limp scares the hell out of me. She keeps kicking off the covers. Dominic says, reading my thoughts. Sitting on the side of her bed, I pull the sheets up. She's like a furnace. Her breathing is rapid. Dark circles mar the delicate skin below her lashes. I take her hand, and she doesn't stir. Do you have a thermometer? I ask, not taking my eyes off her beautiful face. I'll look. He disappears. I touch Chelsea's cheek. Her face is rosy with fever, and her dry lips are cracked. Oh, Chelsea, love, I'm sorry. Then I notice the unicorn necklace I gave her. It lays against her heated skin and mocks me. Chelsea is as skittish as the fabled creature. Dominic returns with a thermometer. I lift her arm long enough to slide the thermometer in place. You're going to be okay. I'm here, I whisper. Mom? She mumbles. Dominic and I share a glance. Shh, I say to soothe her. She moans. I want to go home. My heart breaks. I'll give you some privacy. Dominic backs out of the room. I rest my forehead to the back of her hand, her slender fingers delicate in my grip. The thermometer beeps. I hold it under the light. 103.2. That's really high. The pill bottle is on the nightstand, but the water glass is almost empty. While in the kitchen for a refill, Dominic is filling a bowl with cold water. How long has she been like this? I ask. All day. She's been steadily worse since she showed up Tuesday night. So she's been here the whole time. I open the freezer and drop ice into the glass. Part of me wants to smack him, but he did finally break his word to Chelsea and come to the theater. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. She was adamant that she didn't want to see you. He puts a clean dishcloth in the bowl. I fill the glass with tap water. Dominic hesitates for a minute. She told me you left with an old girlfriend. Chelsea didn't think you wanted to see her again. I hang my head. Barbie showed up out of nowhere. She dropped a bomb that I didn't expect, and then threw herself at me thinking I'd fall for her old tricks. Barbie was a mistake. She was always a mistake. I'll fix things with Chelsea. Dominic nods and hands me the bowl. Try to cool her down with the damp washcloth. Maybe it'll help. Thanks. I'd like to stay here with her if you don't mind. Sure. There are more blankets in the closet if you need them. I fly out early tomorrow, but I talked to my buddy Paul, and you guys are welcome to stay as long as you need. I nod. That's great, but if I have anything to do with it, I'll have her home soon. He nods. I'll leave keys on the kitchen counter. Good to see you. Thanks again. I smile sadly and return to Chelsea. I brush a strand off her cheek. Chelsea, honey, I need you to take some Tylenol. She tosses her head deep in a faraway place. I slide my hand beneath her back. It's like slipping them into a hot oven. Let's get you upright. She's pliant in my arms as I raise her up. Come on, it'll help you feel better. Her eyes crack open a sliver. I place the cool glass to her lips. Her hands automatically come to lift it, and she gulps greedily, cringing after each swallow. She pushes the glass away. Good girl, now give me your hand. I place 2 pills in her palm, and slowly she manages them into her mouth, and I raise the glass again. She drinks deeply, having a breath between each gulp. That's good. I set the glass down when she's had her fill, pull her close, and kiss her hot forehead. I'm so sorry. My voice must have finally registered. Her eyes open but don't focus. Chelsea, it's all going to be okay. I whisper, but I feel like an ass for making her so miserable she thought the only option was to run. I lower her back to her pillow and lay the damp cloth on her forehead. There you go. I dab it over her cheeks and her mouth and chin. Her body relaxes. I wring it out again in the cool water, then lightly wipe it down her neck and arms. She doesn't fight me, and honestly, I'm not even sure she's aware I'm here. But her breathing slows, which must be a good sign. I place a fresh cloth on her forehead, hoping this will help lower her temperature. When I heard a bad flu was going around, I had no idea. The last time I felt sick with the flu, I was a teenager. I lean forward and brush her hair away from her neck and shoulders. I whisper in her ear, I love you, Chelsea, from the first day I set eyes on you. She doesn't argue, so I'll call it a victory. I seem to ping-pong from freezing cold to so hot I'm sweating the sheets. Once in a while I hear the soft strumming of a guitar. It's beautiful and soothing, but it's too hard to pry my eyes open. I don't remember ever feeling this miserable, so I let myself spiral back down to sleep. The next time I wake, I'm shivering again. I open my eyes enough to see that it's day. I tug at the covers. Suddenly, hands are tucking the blankets closer around me. There you go. I hear Tom's voice. I turn my head and he's at my side, gazing at me with the sweetest concern. I take a second look around to get my bearings. You shouldn't be here, I whisper, my voice hoarse. Hi there. He smiles and looks so perfect and happy. I turn away, my eyes fill with tears. Hey, what's wrong? He tilts my face back to his. Everything. He left with Barbie. I don't really know him, and I'm so sick I can't think straight. I try to roll away, but I'm helpless in his gentle hold as tears roll down my cheeks. Please don't cry, love. It's going to be all right. You left with her and didn't come back, I choke. His eyes cloud. I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you. We had something serious that we had to discuss, and I promise to tell you everything when you're feeling better. All that is ancient history. But I thought, I know. But I don't want Barbie. Not now, not ever. I want you. And seeing the sincerity in his blue eyes is such a relief that the floodgates open and I bury my face in the pillow to muffle my gulping sobs. What's wrong? He pulls me close. I thought we were over, I cry. Why would you think that? It was one misunderstanding, that's all. He says with disbelief. I thought you wanted her. You walked out. You left me. I was alone, and you didn't come back or even call? Oh, baby, my phone died and I had a last-minute call because a director wanted to see me again. He kisses my forehead and cradles me in his arms. The touch of his chest is solid and warm and everything I need. I nestle my head under his chin and place my hand on his heart, letting the heat of his body warm away my chills. My tears soak his shirt, but he doesn't seem to mind. I heave one skittering breath after another as he gently rubs my back. And suddenly I realize how much he's risking his own health. You shouldn't be here. You're going to get sick. I try to edge out of his embrace, but he won't release me. He lightly runs his hand across my forehead, down my jaw, and gazes at me with such affection I wonder how I could have ever doubted him. If I get sick, then I get to spend more time with you. He snuggles me closer. I wouldn't wish feeling like this on my worst enemy. I tuck my arms against his chest for warmth. Do you want something to eat? I nod. But can we stay like this for a while? He kisses my forehead. Absolutely. But first you need to take more medicine. I picked up some flu meds that are good for fever, aches, and pains. I know I need it. My whole body aches, but the idea of moving away from him sounds like too much work. He reaches for the pills and water glass. I force them down. My throat still burns. I'm so cold. Come here. He scoots down and raises the covers. Shivering, I attach myself to him like a barnacle. Even sick, I can tell he smells of coffee and deodorant. He looks so good. I feel like death warmed over. And you look it, too. His chest rumbles with humor as he rubs my back. I'd like to swat him, but it would take too much energy. And the mesmerizing way he rubs my back, bringing warmth to me, relaxes my muscles to the point I can't keep my eyes open another second. When I wake up, Tom is gone and the bed feels lonely. I'm not cold anymore. Sitting up, I slide my legs over the side of the bed. Where do you think you're going? He appears in the doorway, arms crossed. The bathroom. Oh, he steps aside. And to take a shower. I can't stand myself anymore. I get to my feet and sway, a little dizzy. He reaches for my arm. Let me help. I've got this. I step forward, holding onto the wall for balance. Tom frowns as I close the bathroom door. I wash my hair twice and scrub myself clean. The warm water sluicing over my skin is heaven, but I have to lean against the shower wall for support. I left you some clothes to change into. Thank you. You can go now. I can tell you feel better. You're bossy. He laughs and clicks the door closed. He's right. This is the best I've felt in days. When I'm out of the shower, I notice he left me fresh underwear, yoga pants, and his t-shirt. I raise it to my face and inhale his fresh, musky scent. He must have just taken it off. I smile and wonder what he's wearing as I slip it over my head and hug the soft fabric. I feel human again, I say, finding him in the kitchen, ladling soup into a bowl. He's wearing a green hoodie with nothing underneath. Music plays softly in the background, and warm afternoon sun shines through the window. Thank you for the t-shirt. He smiles, knowing me all too well. I sink into the thick cushions of the couch and look out over the street. People rush by to wherever they're supposed to be. Their breath shows as puffs of white. He places a steaming bowl of chicken noodle soup on the coffee table and sits next to me. I want to curl into his side, but I still feel awkward and embarrassed over the Barbie incident and me leaving. This looks delicious. I blow on my first spoonful before tasting. The rich broth is nirvana to my taste buds. I've got to head out in a little bit, but I'll be right back after the show. He rubs my thigh as if he too needs the physical connection. You're too good to me. Hardly. I'm sorry I hurt you. I didn't mean to. I set my spoon down and turned to him. I know that. Seems we both have been doing a bit of that lately. I'm sorry, too. He smiles sadly, the way people do when they've both been through hell. Why did you go with her? I ask, hopeful his answer will put me at ease. Tom sighs. I met Barbie at a party about 2 years ago. She was right out of theater school and making the rounds of auditions. I'd had a bit of success, and I think that's why she latched onto my wagon. We dated a couple of months, and then when my sublet was up, I moved in with her and another guy. She landed a national tour and moved out. I stayed. As soon as she was out of town, she basically stopped calling. Soon after, I heard she had hooked up with the stage manager. I thought we had something, but clearly we didn't. She was using me for my connections, pestering my agent to take her on, bothering my co-stars for favors, asking my voice coach for free sessions. But why did you leave? What did she say that made you go with her? He hangs his head and sighs. She said that she had left because she was pregnant. That's all she'd tell me unless I went with her to talk. My eyes widen. Wow. No kidding. Barbie didn't look like the maternal type. And did she have the baby? I ask, even though I'm pretty sure I know the answer. Tom stands and turns away. She got rid of it. When he faces me again, his eyes are filled with sadness. He looks away and then adds, so she could go on tour. I'm so sorry. He pinches the bridge of his nose. I know a lot of guys would be happy not to have to deal with an unplanned kid, but I'm not that guy. I'm not sure what to say. It's a horrible thing, and he's still feeling the shock. He paces the room. I just can't fathom how she could do that. And then she used that information as a bargaining chip? She's a whack job. He stops and looks at me. That's why I didn't come back right away. I was so frustrated and shocked I needed time to process. It's okay. You don't have to say any more. Now I feel terrible for jumping to conclusions. Yes, I do. I want you to understand why I didn't at least call you back. As I was headed home, Sean called about a last-minute screen test for a movie I'm up for. He pauses and our eyes meet. That's huge, isn't it? I had no idea, of course, because he keeps his secrets. Yeah, it would be a dream come true. I would have called you, but my phone died while I was talking to Sean. I had to go straight to the studio and had no chance to call. Never mind that. How did it go? It took all afternoon. The part is between me and another guy, but I was so off my game I honestly don't remember half of it. Now it's just a matter of time before Sean calls with the bad news. I go to him. Maybe not. Maybe you're exactly what they want. Maybe. I've got enough irons in the fire, one's bound to hit eventually. I've made such a mess of things. You? I think it was me. Can we put this behind us? I'd like nothing more. He hugs me, his strong arms warm around my back. I've missed him so much, and he feels so safe. I reluctantly release him. Oh, I nearly forgot to tell you that the other day I got a letter from my dad. He leans back and eyes me. And? Actually, it was from his lawyer. I explain what the letter said and give him my take that it was his final action to end his connection with me. Tom shakes his head. Maybe he felt guilty when he found out what happened to you? I'd like to think so, but somehow I don't think he's the sensitive type. This is the longest I've been awake in days, and all this talk is catching up with me. I return to the couch. Tom takes my dishes away and returns with a glass of ice water, more medication, and my phone. I hate to leave, but I've got to get to work. I snatch it. Where did you find it? Between the nightstand and bed. It must have fallen during your mad dash to escape. He says lightly, but I sense his hurt. I look at him more closely and see dark circles under his eyes. I'm sorry you had to come over here to take care of me. You're exhausted. He gives up a sad smile. I'm just thankful that you're safe. Chapter 44. With music pumping in my ears and sweat rolling down my back, I up the tension on the treadmill. I didn't have a single workout while Chelsea was gone. Not that tearing my hair out with worry didn't burn a few calories. Having her take off reminds me of when Max referred to her as a unicorn, easily startled and nearly impossible to catch. Well, now that I have my unicorn back, I want to keep it that way. My phone buzzes over the sound of my music, startling me out of my thoughts. I slow the machine and jump off. It's Sean. I've talked to him more in the past month than I have the past year. Hey. I grab my towel and wipe my sweaty face. The workout room is loud, so I collect my water bottle and head into the hall. We have an offer. I stop in my tracks, thank God. For what? I've been auditioning for so many parts it could be anything. The movie offer came in about an hour ago. Bloody hell, I thought I bombed the screen test. What took you so long to call? I touched base with the new musical, and they don't want to lose you. They're pulling together an offer as we speak. I'm stunned. I rub my towel over my face. Sean chuckles. You're also on the short list for the lead in the Netflix pilot. How is this possible? I've been at it for months with nothing. They're all finalizing casting at the same time, and when I let them know that you're considering multiple projects, they stepped up to the table. So now you've got some big decisions to make. I fling the towel over my shoulder and pace the hallway. And what do I take? That, my friend, is up to you. With the movie, you'll garner enormous exposure, which translates to more work. The musical is a gamble, depending on whether it goes to Broadway after the out of town, but if it does, you'll have stability and can stay in New York. And if the series offer comes through, well, you'll be in LA for a while with the possibility of a long-term contract. My mind is reeling. A supporting role in a movie would be great, and I haven't done one since I left the UK. But the new musical is with an acclaimed director with a script I love. While a lead, the role wouldn't be nearly as demanding as my role in Crossing Lines. And what about Chelsea? What would work best for her? Jeez, Sean. I'm going to need some time on this. Take your time, which translates to decide fast. You only have a couple of days. I'll send the offers over as soon as I have all the facts. We end the call, and I pound my fist in the air and scream a whoop of celebration, gaining me startled looks. I can't wait to tell Chelsea. Chapter 45. I'm on the phone with Anna talking about my new job news when Tom walks in with a bottle of champagne and a euphoric grin. Hey, Anna, something's up here and I've got to go. I got the movie! He raises the bottle in the air. The one you thought you bombed? I set my phone on the counter. Go figure, right? That's amazing! I launch myself into his arms and he swings me and the bottle of bubbly in a circle. I'm so proud of you! Tell me about it! I take the bottle from him as he slips off his coat. Well, there's more. I also landed a new musical. What? Oh God, it's such a relief, you have no idea. He collapses on the couch. I can take a break from auditioning. I do have to decide which one to take, but for the moment, I just want to wallow in the fact that I know where my next paycheck is coming from, and I'll have some time off when I finish Crossing Lines.
I grab a couple of glasses from the kitchen and join him. How long? I ask, peeling the foil off the champagne and handing him the bottle to open. A couple of weeks, long enough to take you on a proper holiday. Like maybe England to meet my family? That is, if you don't mind visiting in the dreary winter. He removes the cork to a loud celebratory pop. There's a slight problem. Why do things never go my way? I get good news one minute and then something sours it the next. Your passport, I know. He pours bubbly into each glass and hands me one. Let's get working on that ASAP. Actually, that's not the problem. I hold my glass and watch the bubbles roll up the side. Oh? I have news too. I nibble the side of my lip. I got a job with Paige's husband's literary agency. I'm going to work in the foreign rights department. Oh, Chelsea, congratulations! He sets down his glass and pulls me into his arms. Everything is coming together perfectly. When do you start? Soon. They want to train me with someone who will be taking maternity leave. I'm so excited to be starting a job at something I think I'll really enjoy. Well, we'll figure it out. I've only got a couple of days left on crossing lines. We'll eke out some time between you starting your job and me leaving for mine. Whichever one I decide. I tense up. You're leaving? Of course, I thought you knew that. I assumed you'd be here in New York. Where would you go? I'm still waiting on the details from Sean, but I think the movie shoots in Vancouver, and the musical is happening in Atlanta. I shake my head. Vancouver? Atlanta? We live in New York. I don't understand. Why isn't the musical being done here in the city? Hopefully it will be. But first it will be out of town. We develop the show for 4 weeks, but then we do previews, open and play for another month or so. So I'll be here alone? I look around the apartment as if suddenly it's a bad place. You can come with me. I don't know how long either job is yet. I'd guess at least 2 months or more. I'll know more by tonight, or certainly tomorrow. I've got to decide in the next day or so. But I'll have my own job here. True. It's almost too bad you got it right now. But I did get it. Tom's left for work. He only has 2 performances remaining, and then he'll be off for a few weeks. I can't imagine anyone playing the lead in Crossing Lines other than him. His news of the movie and new musical are great. But it has me on edge. I seem to struggle with change, whether it's good or bad. I just can't seem to go with the flow. Then he texts me that the movie is indeed in Vancouver and will shoot for 2 months unless filming goes over. The new Broadway show is about the same amount of time, and he's excited because there's a chance he might be able to do both. This means that he'll be gone twice as long. We'll be apart for months at a time. He'll be surrounded by new people, and I might not seem that interesting anymore. I'm starting to panic, so I call Anna. But Chelsea, that's all great news. If it's so great, why do I feel like there's an elephant sitting on my chest and I can't breathe? It's good for Tom, but it isn't good for me. He's going to leave me again. Calm down, drama queen. He isn't breaking up with you. He's taking a job. And it sounds like some really good ones. I pace the apartment, going out of my mind. She's right. Theoretically, I know that, but that doesn't alleviate the taste of panic. The idea of him packing his suitcase and walking out that front door time and time again, well, it rings too much like the story of my life. Here's the thing. I know I should be strong and grow up and deal with all of this, but you know what it makes me think of. My mom going to the hospital to die, Gramps going to hospice to die, my dad abandoning me. This is nothing like that. Isn't it? Everyone I know leaves. Everyone. The last person to leave was my college boyfriend. It's been nearly a year, so I guess I'm due again. It's a pattern that continues to repeat itself, and I realize that sometimes I bring this on myself. I'm still here, she says, which is true, and I love her for it, but this is different. I don't have the skills to be in a relationship long term. Don't say that. And Tom is starting this whole new chapter of his life, a movie. Can you imagine? He's the second lead. That's big time. He'll be too busy for me. He'll outgrow me. Chelsea, stop. You're acting totally irrational. Am I? I'm not so sure. I shouldn't have fallen for an actor. He's charming and handsome. Who wouldn't love him? And he's British. Every woman he meets falls under his spell. Let him know you're nervous about this. Give him a chance. He'll just say what he already has, that we'll work it out. And you will, Anna insists. Until we don't. I imagine us struggling to make things work, the tears, me trying, but my inability to cope and ruining everything. And if it doesn't work, then he was never the right guy to begin with. I stare out the window at the street below. A woman hops into a cab and races away. Or maybe I put myself out of my misery now. Why go through all this just to end up alone in the end? Seriously, Chelsea, you need to get a grip. I wish I could keep talking this through, but I've got a work dinner I have to get to. I force myself away from the window. I'm sorry, I've taken up too much of your time. You know I don't mind, but promise me you won't freak out and run off on him. He deserves better. And why am I tempted to do just that? What's wrong with me? I never used to act like this. I think it's because I haven't loved someone as fiercely as I love Tom in a very long time. He's become everything to me. And the reality that we're moving into a new part of our relationship and he'll be living on the other side of the continent with new people terrifies me. I won't, I finally say, partly because I promised Tom that I'd never bolt again. I'd talk to him first. I spend the evening thinking through every scenario of how things could go down for Tom and I. What if his movie is a hit, and he gets more movies and has to be gone all the time? How many more Broadway shows will be out of town for months at a time? Even if we get through this time, can we make it through the next? And how am I supposed to hold myself together each time that door closes behind him? A hurricane of emotion battles my heart. I can't figure out how to do this without becoming a psychotic mess. When he arrives home, I'm in bed because I'm afraid to face him in the light. How was the show? I ask, as though it's any other night. Good. You know, now that I'm down to the last couple, I savor each one. I can't believe I'm actually leaving. This one is gonna hurt. I know. I answer, cupping his sweet face. I want him to know how bad I feel, but I don't know how to put it into words. We make love, gently at first. I watch how his body moves with each breath he takes. Our eyes meet. His lids are heavy, and his pupils dark with desire. He presses his hips to mine in a circular motion that nearly ruins me. And then our lovemaking turns urgent and desperate. I cling to him, my fingers digging into his back. Our passion is both heaven and hell as my mind wreaks havoc on our future. I can't be the girl he deserves. I'm broken and damaged and unable to hang on to love. After we cry out our release, I roll away to hide my tears. Tom is right there, caressing my hair. What's wrong? I guess I'm really emotional today. Lots of changes. I'll be fine. I try to keep the pain out of my voice. Our time together has gone so fast, like a dream. It could never last. I love you. He kisses my temple. There's a lot going on right now, but it's all good. He settles his arms around me and falls asleep as tears silently dampen my pillow. Chapter 46. We're picking up a few groceries at the market. Tom holds up a package of sushi. I wrinkle my nose and go back to pretending to read the back of a paperback. No reason to buy the large package for only one person to eat. This is turning out to be the longest day of my life. Tom takes the basket to check out. He's been so stressed trying to figure out his job offers that he hasn't noticed my turmoil, which is a relief. The checker scans the items while I wait quietly. Is everything okay? He asks. I try to smile, but it comes off as pained. His brow furrows. What is it? Not here, I say as the clerk finishes. He frowns and collects one bag by the cloth handle, and I take the other. We step outside into the brisk air and leaden sky. He watches me closely, wondering what I'm thinking. I'm going to have to tell him sooner than planned. As we walk back to his place, I try to find the right words, but can't, so I remain silent. Please, Chelsea, you've got to talk to me. I nod. We reach a stoplight and pause for the walk sign. He holds my gaze, worried and waiting for an answer. I don't want to upset you before the show. I stare at the pavement. He goes still. Are you leaving me? I blink. The light changes and the people around us walk, but Tom is anchored in place. I sigh with guilty resignation. His expression is disbelief and then anger. You were going to evaporate into thin air again? He storms across the street. I rush to catch up. I was going to tell you first. Well, that's just smashing. He continues down the block, then turns abruptly and stops. Why? He implores. I thought we were good. No, I thought we were great. I swallow, my mouth goes dry. He searches my tortured face for answers I don't want to give. Finally, I breathe the words in a whisper. You'll be leaving. You'll always be leaving. He takes my arm. I'm not leaving you. I'm leaving for work, and I will always come back. But we don't know that for certain. Things could change, and you'll move on. He shakes his head as if he doesn't understand. Don't you see? I'm a train wreck. I'm scarred. It's better if I end it now because you deserve so much better. I say, I deserve you. I disagree, but it makes no difference. He'd be better off without me. We walk again, and my heart is breaking even though I know this is for the best. There's got to be more going on here. Do you want me to quit acting? Is that it? I'm horrified. God, no. I would never forgive myself if you quit. He seems relieved to hear that. But you can't be with me if I don't. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. These past months have been the best of my life. But I don't know how to cope in a relationship where the person I love is constantly leaving me. It's like living a nightmare on repeat. And I've always been bad at relationships. This is nothing new. That's total shit and you know it. But it's not. It's my truth. Maybe this breakup will be good. You'll realize I'm a pain in the ass and find someone less messed up. He cups my face with a gloved hand. I love you, hot mess and all. I step back. Maybe I'm like my dad and will always hurt the ones who love me. You're nothing like him, he snaps. You're just hurting and not thinking straight. We reach the apartment. The sky decides to open up and add freezing sleet to the mix. And when were you planning on going? I'm silent for a moment. My eyes connect with his, and I well up with tears. Tonight, while you're at your show. His mouth drops open, and he takes a step back. That's just grand. Well, guess what? I won't let you. I sigh and say softly, you can't stop me. Bloody hell, watch me. He pushes his grocery bag into my arms, and while I fumble not to drop it, he pulls off his gloves and digs into my purse. What are you doing? Where are your keys? He demands, searching through the contents. Stop, they're not in there. He keeps looking anyway. Where are they? He yells as sleep pelts us both. I flinch, having never seen him like this. He's desperate and pissed. In my coat pocket, but before I can react, he slides his hand into my pocket and snatches my keys. I'm holding all the groceries, so I can't stop him. He gives me a pointed nod and stalks away from our apartment building. Where are you going? I chase after him. You can't leave if you can't get your things. He picks up his pace and I'm forced to follow, the groceries jostling in my arms. Tom, are you out of your mind? Give me back my keys. No. He dodges a car when crossing against the walk sign. I don't know how I let things get to this place again, but I need to fix it for once and for all. I catch up, my steps sync with his. Tom, it's not you. Don't you see? It's me. I'm broken. He stops. I don't care about that. He continues walking, putting distance between us and the apartment. Do you know how long I've been searching for you? I stare at him, confused and unsure of myself. But I'm a dysfunctional disaster. A delivery truck blasts its horn as it turns in front of us. He catches my arm and pulls me to safety as it motors past. I shake my head and we cross at a more steady pace. You've just been knocked down a lot. Every time you gain momentum, something happens. I curse all the bad luck and dark bastards that have hurt you. But you're letting your fears drive you into making a terrible decision. But it doesn't matter. I'm not good for him. Maybe we just used up all the good stuff, and it's time to say goodbye, I say. He stops in front of a laundromat and takes me by the shoulders, forcing me to look at him. Answer me one question, and be honest. Do you love me? I tear up. I'll always love you. He sighs in relief and smiles as if everything will be all right. But it won't. That doesn't mean we can survive my neurosis. My father broke my family. I don't know how to stay in a healthy relationship, and even though I love you, it will never be enough. He laughs. All those flaws of yours, that's what makes you special and real. And no matter how intense I get about work or obsessive in my habits, you accept me and support me with a fierceness that makes me feel invincible. Let me be that for you. Tom's declarations have me wavering. I thought I knew what was right for both of us. And now I don't know what to do. I've been a fool to put this off so long. I was trying to find the perfect moment. In the middle of the bustling sidewalk, with icy sleet coming down, he removes his hat and bends down on one knee. He pulls something from his pocket. A delicate ring is nestled between his thumb and forefinger. I gasp. He presents it, watching me expectantly as people push past. You have a ring? I do. He smiles, all signs of his earlier frustration gone. I stare at the delicate vines etched around the antique band and the sparkling solitaire. My mind flits to a million thoughts at once, but instead of saying something normal, I blurt, "Where did you get that?" He chuckles. I glance around nervously, because people don't walk around with expensive-looking rings in their pocket. My grandmother. His eyes don't leave my face as his hand is outstretched before me, offering me the world. People push by, annoyed at the traffic jam we've created. Others stop to watch. I lower the grocery bags to the pavement. "Does she know you have it?" I ask in a shaky voice. He grins. "Yes, she wanted me to give it to my future wife." Wife? For real? I cover my mouth, his eyes twinkle with humor. "I asked her for it when I went home." My jaw drops. He's known that long? "I've been carrying this ring in my pocket for 2 weeks. I've been trying to think of the perfect time and place to ask you to be my wife. Proposing on the sidewalk in front of a grungy laundromat in a cold rain wasn't part of the plan." A bus roars by and a cab lays on his horn as if to drive home his point. "But the fact is, it doesn't matter where we are, only that we're together." He gazes at me with tender devotion. "Chelsea, marry me. Spend your life with me. We will overcome any obstacles that come our way, and I will love you until my last breath." There's such hope on his handsome face. His blue eyes gleam despite the sleet. My mind battles itself. I was poised to move on in order to end my fears of being left behind, unloved. But here he is, offering me more than I could dare dream for. "Are you sure?" I hear laughter and glance up. There's a growing crowd watching him on bended knee. A couple have their phone aimed at us recording this moment. Tom smiles. "I've never been more certain of anything in my life." "But I'm broken. I'm no good for you," I utter in an emotional whisper. "No, you're not. You're just scared, and together we'll fix that." "Promise? Because I hate being this way." "I promise," he says so sincerely, and then there's a devilish twinkle in his eye. "And I also promise you passion, the sexy schmexy kind." He grins, reminding me of the day we met. I giggle, and at that moment my fears are pushed away by the swell of love in my heart. "Yes, yes, yes," I say, reaching for him. He rises and pulls me into his arms, kissing my lips and face. He holds me away, takes my left hand, and slips off my glove. Our eyes meet. My hands are shaking, overwhelmed that I get to spend the rest of my life with this man. He gently slides the ring onto my finger, and I feel part of something special and important. It's breathtaking. He raises my hand to his lips and kisses it. "You have made me the happiest man in the universe." I love you so much. More than anyone in the world. He gets me and loves me, despite all my rough edges, and he's brave enough to take me on. The future is bright as my layers of worry begin to dissolve and fall away. I step into his arms, and there's applause from the people on the street. I peek at Tom and smile, knowing that with this man, the best is yet to come. The end. This has been If Ever, written by Angie Stanton, narrated by Nicci Hejnar. Copyright 2017 by Angie Stanton. Production copyright 2019 by Angie Stanton.